good morning, and welcome to Trader TV Live. Futures all starting in positive territory with the NQ and the ES marginally green on the morning, with the Dow as well marginally green, and the Russell 2000 aggressively higher, the highest of all four major averages, up over 0.4%. Likewise with Bitcoin gapping up to start the morning here, 1.25%. Lots to talk about today, guys. Today, the first day of Apple's WWDC, Worldwide Developer Conference. Lots at stake here for Apple as they botched Apple Intelligence going into last year. Bitcoin as well, taking out that $106,000 key technical resistance. Tesla reeling again to the downside below $300 a Dara as it gets yet another downgrade. Got a lot to talk about today. I can go through the list one by one, but there's already so much moving here. Good morning. How was your weekend?
My weekend was pretty good, pretty relaxing. How about you?
Not too bad. Can't complain. We're here. Everything's good. The sun's out.
Very much
and
so.
The weather is good, and these markets are green.
Oh, yes. They're very exciting as well. And I think one trade that I've talked about a lot is these names that do not get added to the S&P 500 and how they move. Well, we actually didn't have a rebalance announced on Friday, which is kind of unexpected. Robinhood and AAPL both to the downside. They were both heavily expected to be added at some point in the near future. Neither of them getting the nod, so big push down. Of course, Tesla with two downgrades this morning. Baird and Argus both giving that one the downgrade. Donald Trump still making some comments about Elon Musk. As we know, you're calling him heartbroken. So I think that story will continue to be interesting, and we'll continue to have lots to look at today.
Speaking of Donald Trump, there will be new trade negotiations today between China and the United States out in London. The first day, there will be Scott Bessent, Jameson Greer, as well as Howard Lutnick. So we're going to keep an eye out on that. Lots to talk about today, guys. The market already moving here. Good morning, boys.
Good morning. Markets in the green. Canada. Shay handled business last night.
Shay, yeah. Thank God that's back to 1-1 now.
Yeah, back to 1.
That was a wild one. Yeah,
but
Friday was good. How Bitcoin 107 right now?
Yeah, Bitcoin, great move. Bitcoin did nothing last week, but Bitcoin on the move. Maybe we get another test of that all-time high this week. Friday, you guys know, like Tesla, like late in the day, Tesla gave it up, and it was weird. There was going on with Tesla at the 300 level, and then all of a sudden when they finally let the floodgates open up, it didn't fall all that far, but still relatively weak, unfortunately. Not too much relief of the spat over the weekend here. And unfortunately, downside, Robinhood didn't get the nod into the S&P 500 like everybody was speculating, so they're down a few points. But that's a little different, because that's a strong stock that in this particular case, everyone was expecting news. They didn't get it, so anyone that bought into it, I guess, might have decided to sell off a little bit. But yeah, WWDC is going to be starting. We've seen that whole, like, they do the event and then pick a moment, and at some point something disappoints and you get to sell the news. But it's usually somewhere in the middle or toward the end.
It's a 4-day event or something like that, right?
Well, the keynote is today.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
I think at some point there's going to be one of those sell the news in the early on, but we'll see.
Yeah, hey everybody. I hope everybody had a great weekend as we're back here ready to rock and roll. Brendan with the week off, so it'll be Sharif and Adair for most desk-related things, and then of course Sharif and Joe. Joe's here as well. Joe, you got a big win from the Florida Panthers there in double overtime from your boy Brad Marchand there. So that's going to be a good one. The Weasel himself, as he's he's a rat. He's a rat, not a weasel over there. That Stanley Cup should be good. So 1-1, both championships. I didn't even realize who won the Canadian Open. I was out all day. I didn't even.
What was the guy's name?
Wasn't Matt Hughes.
The worst part is I actually saw a part of the playoff on the highlights.
There was a playoff. Oh my God!
Yeah, the highlights.
Oh my God!
So dude missed. Okay. Well, one of the guys missed like a relatively short putt to ice it, and the other dude ended up winning.
Oh,
I don't know their name.
Okay, I'll have to watch some of those highlights. TPC Toronto this weekend. Palantir 128 and trying to move around as well. Okay, look, we're excited. I mean, Apple above 200 bucks. Apple's down 18% this year, so Apple has a lot to go with. Last year they talked about upgrade cycle. You have to get the 15 Pro, the 16 Pro, the 16 to get part of Apple Intelligence. They haven't really done anything with that. Let's see what winds up happening here. I think it's going to be a plug-and-play situation where maybe they just go cloud and they go with Perplexity, sign that up with Siri, figure it out after. We're gonna find out what happens with Apple here. It's not a hardware event, right? It's going to be a software event, so that should be interesting for sure. Tesla's going to be on my mind. I don't know. Why is Intel showing up here? I don't think it's actually doing anything. Is it now $20? So yeah, it should be good today. And then Robinhood as well. Interesting that nothing was added or removed, right? So I think that was just a little bit of a nothing burger there. So Robinhood down 3%, probably continues to go a little higher here as the market opens back up. So yeah, I already talked to Randy today. He did some gardening and some planting.
Good weekend for it.
And little outdoor activities. Well, what a great weekend it was. It was a little windy at some points, which was nice. Beautiful weather.
Not too hot, but get everything you need to be done.
What was that? Oh, Dundas? Where? Oh, okay. Some street party, street festival Joe was at there.
That's all right.
Yeah, it's all right. Those things are fun, man. That's what you got to.
That's what the weekend's all about.
Do in the summer, man. You got to do stuff like that.
The
200, man. What the?
200. We're not.
Who's saying that? Who's saying that in the chat?
Who said that?
Tesla to do a DVD RVD. Yeah, look, man. Tesla had a nice day. The thing about it is, I mean, I wonder if you can start looking at it more technically now because you're at the 200 period, the 50 period moving average right now. All that drama that was Thursday, created this big FU candle there. But what it did was it just ran into more support. And we're going to wait to see if we can hold. I mean, obviously, before we get anywhere I don't think 200's out of line. I mean, if the market falls precipitously here on bad China news or no deals are made or just July 9th seems to be nothing, who knows? But then I think that we can get back into 200. I don't think it's crazy, but first things first, 270 maybe today. I don't think we're in that much trouble though yet.
Yeah, nice.
Down 1.6%. I think there's a lot of stuff happening there. And then Google, wow, 175 again. This stock just keeps on trekking higher, up today again, up 0.4 versus the market. So
and Circle.
I know, like we thought we had some good trades on that one on the IPO.
Bye.
And the IPO game just keeps on kicking higher and oops, now my mouse is too slow. Higher and higher and higher here. Which reminds me of, let's check out its brethren here, CoreWeave. 143, so that's a little bit downside off of Friday's high. 150 down to 139, back up a little bit now, up 2.5%. Wow. So CoreWeave, we nailed that one day when this happened, but now you're kind of right back up. Wow, this market doesn't really want to give it up, do they? It's are we near?
It's definitely not going to let you down either.
It's definitely not, over 6,000 in the S&P 500, But the NASDAQ, I just wanted to see, we must be moments away now from that high. 451 or 441.5 high, I'm back. 541. So you're now $11 away on the triple Qs, which looks to me $11 on 530 looks to me like about 1 or 2%. So we're going to get back up there really soon and create another new high. It seems like maybe this week. If all goes well with Apple, I mean, we could be at new highs this week. So
the way Amazon's strong and Nvidia's strong,
Marvell
and Meta's strong, like there's so many. I don't know how much we need Apple to get there. Probably need Broadcom, but Microsoft just continues to go. It just continues to make fresh tops, although back underneath. And Friday, made the highs on Friday, but it's back underneath there. I thought the NASDAQ could do it without Apple. It's just a little bit more work, but I think it could happen. This week seems almost primed, like it's going to be the case. But let's see what else we have on tap and get back onto the desk.
Talk a little Warner Brothers Discovery, big news for them. They're looking at splitting the company in two. Let's talk a little bit about the details here. So they announced plans to basically split the company to two publicly traded companies. This will happen by mid-2026. You're going to have two divisions here. One division is going to be a streaming and studios company. You're going to have your HBO Maxes, your Warner Brothers, as well as films in that group. And then you're going to have your legacy TV networks like your CNNs, your TNT, your in a new group. They will have two different CEOs with very, very specific reasons. And we've seen this, Adara, from other companies as well, like Comcast, looking at spinning off some streaming and some old legacy TV names.
Well, and you and I were saying here off camera, the fact that who they chose to be CEO of which division is also really, really interesting. So for the streaming side, their existing CEO, David Zaslav, will continue to be the CEO of this side. But then their current CFO, Gunnar Wiedenfels is going to be the CEO, the new CEO here of this kind of more cable or traditional TV side. So that suggests, if you're looking for a potential sale here, that might be the business to sell further because you don't have but someone who's more on the financial side leading it, right? So really quickly here too, I do want to mention, I'm seeing some people talk here about strength in some of these semiconductors. NVIDIA pretty strong. A while ago, I guess about an hour ago, we did have comments here coming from Kevin Hassett, who is the U.S. Senior Economic Advisor, and he said the U.S. is expecting some easing in export controls and that apparently rare earths will be released in volume. He expects that to come out of these China negotiations.
Yeah, guys, again, the Chinese-American negotiations take place today in London. You're going to have 3 individuals representing the United States. It's going to be Scott Bessent, Treasury Secretary, as well as Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, and then U.S. Trade Representative Jameson Greer are going to be spearheading the American group there. Spearheading the Chinese group will be Vice Chair of Commerce Li Fang, so you'll keep an eye out on that. But just bring it back to Warner Brothers, guys, already gapping up here nicely in the pre-market, 6.25%. Apparently, it was halted momentarily here in the pre-market, awaiting news.
Well, I think that anytime
there's
like sometimes restructuring and deals, you will see potential halts. But I think this one might be, I don't want to call it a sleeper. I don't know how exciting it might end up being. I think if they end up spinning off a portion of the business and you divide it into 2, then maybe that makes the legacy a little bit more attracting. But one thing you look for when something's gapping up, at least a lot of us do, is, hey, do some volume and hold VWAP. And it just lost it just now, like a couple of minutes ago. You would have seen it lose that 1060. So a little bit of the wind coming out of the sails of WWDC. It doesn't make it that interesting for me. I think if you're looking at some of the small cap and the gappers, you're probably, like the Archers of the world are looking pretty strong. So those eVTOL names, the drone names, those are looking very, very strong. And then as mentioned, the chips, right? Like NVIDIA, it just felt like somebody was in control on Friday, and it was like 141.50, and then the top at 143. And it was just bouncing pretty much the entirety of the day. So when that happens, well, if you can't trade the 141.50 support, which it doesn't look like because we're breaking out, then the prior high becomes the place to look at. This is where all of the action occurred, was either at that bottom 141.5 or into 143. So I think dips into 142.50 to 60 are going to make sense on NVIDIA. But I kind of like AMD better. I don't know if AMD is ready for it today, but it is really close to this consolidation break. Up 2%, slightly better than here, and 119.5 is just setting up for a breakout. A little bit not as obvious of a top on Friday as NVIDIA did, but it had a similar, like 3-pronged bottom there at 116, which I don't think we're going to get a chance at here today. But I like dips in the prior highs. I like breakouts on AMD, and I absolutely love coffee.
Everything coffee.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Yes, I'll take it as well. Yeah, AMD's on my mind as well. I was actually looking at that. It'll be on this top of the sticky note here today. Advanced Micro Devices. I don't know if we're having an issue or not, because we will have Michael Noss. Hopefully there's, we won't. We have a Zoom issue. So cancel that. No Michael Noss. That means you have to listen to us more and more, which sorry about that. All right. So just because on Michael Noss's favor here, I don't know what he was going to talk about, but often, we'll talk about some gold, some silver, some things that are outside maybe of the market scope that we normally talk about, just give us some different flavors. But 313 was the high there for gold last week. And we've came back in the last couple of days as the NASDAQ has sort of rebounded a little bit here, and we get a little less fear economically. I don't know if that's going to be right or wrong, but these talks happening now over there in the UK, and then we get Apple coming through today. We get the NASDAQ moments away from all-time highs, and now you have GLD right here trying to maybe come back into the 50-period moving average. Michael did talk about, I don't know if can I change the chart based on here? Yeah, it looks like I can. Silver. So, when I was with Michael last week, was it last week? Yeah, it must have been last week. No, you were here. No, you weren't here Monday, right? So it must have been Monday. We were talking about silver right here, trying to break through. So we got to give credit to the guy over there, Michael, because he had talked about this little bit of a breakout potentially happening. And there we go. The last 3 days, we go from that top of $31.50 up to $33. And this looks even better. There was a weekly chart. I don't want to call it up because it might crash this, but you do have that looping up right now and taking this out. So looks like silver wants to go as well. Copper, COPX. moving. You know, names like Freeport McMoran right here, FCX. Wow, up to $41. That's surprising me too. There it goes, $28 moments ago, up to 41. So there it goes. That's going to be a nice mover there for FCX. Yeah, I think that there's just so much more happening other than all of these tech names. JP Morgan looking at that 270. That would be a break high as well if we can get anything in and around there. This looks like it's trying to go through right now. Boom. I mean, 270 is a couple minutes away, but that could be something here on the banking side of things as well. We had Wells Fargo last week, had that asset top lifted from them, right? So we'll have to wait to see if they can get going as well. We had that at the sticky note last week at around 70, I believe, or as that bottom. It did come in one day, but since then, nicely up. And then this is breaking out as well on the daily chart. That was a, no, you know what? It must have been 75, not 70. Yeah, because that's too long ago. 75, so right there, that looks like a great level there on WFC, Wells Fargo, if you can grab 75. So there's a few things happening. And then Bitcoin, I don't know where IBIT went out on Friday night, but I don't think Bitcoin was at 108, right? So there it is. Yeah, so there's IBIT right now. I'm going to sneeze. Up 3 and a... We didn't talk about any quantum.
They were a little quiet.
Hello.
They're a little quiet.
Yeah, there he goes. Are they quiet today? I was looking to see $19.
QBTS is the strongest of the group.
All right.
But there is news. IonQ has news.
Okay.
So IonQ's making, they're like it's an acquisition, but it's like an all-stock acquisition, but it's up anyway. So you'll see IonQ. That's the one.
Oh, wow. That's weird.
That's the one that's running.
They're not getting bought out. They're buying something.
No, they're making a purchase, but it's like 99%. It's a weird deal because it's like 99% stock and then like a small amount of like just throwing in 10 billion cash for apparently no apparent reason.
10 billion cash.
But it's like 1 billion
It's nice
in
to have that much
stock.
cash.
It's like a ridiculous amount in stock.
Who has 10 billion in cash?
Oh, sorry, 10 million.
Oh, 10 million. Oh, I was going to say
it's like an infinitesimally small portion of the deal is in cash. It's like 0.1%. But IonQ, that's the runner today. A little bit quiet for QBTS, relatively speaking. Yeah, but IonQ, that's one you want to watch. And we're also ready for some upgrades and downgrades. We've got Joey Options delivering it.
Hey, good morning, everyone, and happy Monday. A lot to talk about on the upgrades and downgrades. Some interesting names here on the right side of the chart, as you can see. But let's go through some of these upgrades here. We got Oklo getting that upgrade here by Seaport Research, and then Charles Schwab also getting that nod as well, too, by Redburn Atlantic. And then Goodyear with another upgrade as well here, too, guys. And then eToro by Jefferies getting that upgrade. Now, on the downgrade side, we got BMO getting that downgrade here this morning, guys. Chewy also falling in that column, and then Robinhood getting that snub in the S&P. Not a good look there. And then a fan favorite, Tesla, also getting the downgrade by Baird right there, guys. 320 price target.
Not too bad. 320 price target. Well, I guess just means you guys were pretty bullish on them before. Robinhood. Catching the downgrade, cashing some strays. This could provide an opportunity to buy a strong stock. I mean, it did get bought up with the expectation it was going to get into the index, the S&P 500. And people always forget, like, just because they didn't get in here, like, there's still a lot of time. You know, someone just needs to come out. You could easily see them next quarter or by the end of the year. I'd suspect by year end, Robinhood's going to have their time. And there was some nice buyers in here in the mid-60s, and if you get back down there again, I think that's your first stop. So a little bit of disappointment for people that were anticipating and buying in and expecting to get that bit of a bump, but it does not mean that it is over. I know when Coinbase got into the index, half our viewers thought that Robinhood was going to get in before them. I think this one's inevitable. It's just a matter of time here, and if you have to wait a few extra months, not the end of the world. It might just provide you with a dip buy.
All right, yeah, I was looking here at some of those drone stocks starting to go upside a little bit. ACHR trying to go. These are just all starting to get going here as President Trump signs executive order to strengthen U.S. airspace security by addressing drone threats from Friday. So still, there it goes, right into the afternoon. Huge move up there after hours into 1140 ACHR. Our guy Joby over here, which you're not going to find me in one of these things, but there goes Joby again, a Chinese name, a little bit interesting to come into play there. Rocket Lab, RKLB, or oopsies, that's the Brazil. We're going to talk about all of these names, or sorry, Brazil, Blue Ocean. Keep forgetting that. Like, that's the thing about trading here at Real Trading is like we have all these different exchanges. So Rocket Lab on Blue Ocean. That's surprising that that's a Blue Ocean name, I guess. But there it goes, up 5% as well. So it looks like Archer is going to be the leader in this group. It's funny coming into today because the Nasdaq's not really doing anything. So I feel like we are going to have to look elsewhere to get some of this Momo because, come on, charts, what's going on? You sleeping here today? There it goes, up through $10, bouncing off of this $8-9 level, which seems to be pretty sweet to us, man. There's that breakout, which happened about a week or so ago. Let's call it last month. Right there, breaking through $9 all the way to 14, right back into 9, and then right back up here again, looking to break out. This actually looks pretty sweet. I think I'm going to put this one on the sticky note today because Archer Aviation, looking pretty sweet. If we can get any pullbacks, 200 period looks good to me, man. 1050 here on the 50 period moving average looks good to me as well. So here we go on this name. And then just real quick, just to check it out, because we do not have ACHR Michael Noss here today. Let me just check out what this, soups. Oh, man, got to go over to details first. ACHR. Just wanted to see what the short flow was on this name before we go back. What am I doing here? ACHR. Oh my God, AC. I'm yelling at the charts to wake up. All right, 15% right there for a short float on Archer Aviation. So that could be something coming through there. I'll clear the news feed. Let me see what, whoopsies, there I go, I get rid of the whole thing. All right, so I'm gonna call up the news feed here. Let me see what is one of the top stories here. MSTR acquires, just 1,000 Bitcoin right there for another $110 million. And so, yeah, not too bad right there. eToro, we just had that, so that's also on the upgrade side of things today. I still like that Webull situation down there around $10, $11 it's at right now. It's at 11.20, I think. Right now for Weeb, 11.10.
A little bit lower.
That's a nice move there. We had that bottom there. Wow, 10. That was just there on Friday. I know you got into some of this as well. I saw Big Bear AI moving a little bit this morning. Okay, we're trying to break through $4, so that could be something that eventually goes. A lot of these sort of lower names are starting to run a little bit. Our Marvell that we're long at 66, right there, 69, looking to break through 70. So there's some plays. And then we sold some SMR, right? I mean, and that's huge now again. We saw Oklo with the upgrade, I think, on that list as well. There goes SMR up 3%. So yeah, just a little bit all over the place here with some different names, but yeah, I mean, the market's going to give us what the market gives us. We haven't even talked about Palantir yet.
Well, yeah, Palantir on Friday was a good recovery day for PLTR. Thursday was a lot of things, but I think Thursday was, miscategorized as an only Tesla thing is what I think matters. Because, there were a few stocks, like Palantir chief among them, which when you looked back and had a sober idea of what happened on the session, like Palantir was just as an aggressive a move. And then on Friday, gapped it and almost came all the way back. So if you think about big reference prices, where we dropped on that Thursday, those are always going to be key levels. So Palantir 130, I think, is squarely in play. When it's within a couple of dollars, you're in play on Palantir. And the other thing is this Circle stock. I mean, it's just hanging out, chilling.
Look at VinFast.
Only 3 days. Oh, VinFast reported.
Yeah, I know. Up
VinFast
12%.
report up 12%, but Circle another 16% in here today. Every day going to pay for locates for that one shot. There were a couple of opportunities, but there was a very, very distinct top that got made that we're both short on Friday. And you can sort of see this kind of a parabolic move, topping tail into VWAP pullback. So if I see something like that again on Circle, at this point, if it did a similar move, it'd be like 135 or something, maybe even a 140. But a very distinct trend, and then a very distinct topping tail for a trend break. It's moving around a ton, and as long as it's doing volume, we'll try to keep coming back to it, because it's not going to be super hot volume forever here on Circle. But while it lasts, you got to enjoy it.
I do want to say shout out to Sebastian. He says he's chilling out in Italy right now, so
nice,
enjoying the good food. So congratulations on that. I don't know what part of Italy you're at there, but yeah, thanks for watching, and keep it going there. Probably pretty warm there in Europe.
Imagine.
So. Look, I really like AMD is going to be my #1 trade idea on here. I'm just going to work out on a few other ones. We added Archer Innovation as well. And I'm trying to figure out about the NASDAQ, but NASDAQ's relatively flat right now, so I think we'll probably leave that alone. I was just trying to figure out some levels. And then even SMR up 3%. I don't mind pullbacks for SMR into this top of 34.50 as well. That had a nice real nice move back into 30 where I had sold it, and now you get 2 days of straight fire right back to the upside. SMR right here, it's new scale, looking to break through 37. There's lots happening. All right, it's been here probably for way too long, so let's go back over to the desk and figure out what the... I was going to say, I was kind of thinking about something to call it. Like, we don't have, there's a unique name for pretty much all of us, but we don't really have one for Adara and Sharif, I don't think. But anyways,
we got to give him a nickname.
Yeah, let's go back. Let's go back over to the desk and see what's going on.
Adara.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah.
Good point.
I've never actually thought about that.
I actually haven't.
The former Midday duo. I don't know. Whatever.
We'll come up with something. It'll happen for sure someday.
VinFast guys gapping up here aggressively in the pre-market as they announced their Q1 2025 earnings to the tune of about 10.8%. Look, guys, they grew substantially here, both in deliveries and in revenue. Let's talk about what they did in revenue. That bumped up 150% year over year. And guys, they made 16.3 billion Vietnamese dongs, which is about $656 million US. Sequential revenue did decline 1% quarter over quarter. That's more seasonal than anything else. They delivered about 36,330 vehicles a day, but they're not only delivering vehicles, are they?
They're also delivering e-scooters, Sharif, and I have to say the year-over-year increase for both of these pretty solid. For those EV deliveries that Sharif just mentioned, that 36.3 thousand, that's up 296% year over year. Their e-scooter deliveries were just shy of 45,000, about 44.9 thousand. That's up by 473% year over year. So not a bad look at all this morning for VFS, but a 4% shortflow for VinFast.
And funny enough, I actually saw my favorite one of their lineup, the VF9, on the highway, and it was blue.
Look at that.
Yeah, and it was a good-looking car, guys. How many guys have you seen on the highway?
You should just get a blue one, Sharif. I just think you should.
I
mean, that has to be some sort of a sign.
I've seen him on the once or twice, but it's been a while. Although the amount of traffic I saw coming back from up north, if there was one, I'm sure I would have spotted it. Yeah. It was the fun thing about you get in the nicer weather. If you ever head up north here, then you're coming back on a Sunday. You either leave really early, or you're going to hit that traffic. But yeah, good look here on VinFast. And there's a lot of stocks that are breaking out today, and I get it. Probably there'll be more interest in IonQ and the Archer Aviations of the world today, understandably, on a volume base. But you can do a lot worse than breaking the 200 period moving average. You want to see it hold above, though. Like, it's not enough. Like, the last time this was at the 200 period, it kind of faded off. Little different story after the report. It needs to close above 380 and then sustain the move a little bit higher. I think then you get a little bit more interesting. I just wanted to note, because one update, because there is a second piece of news on IonQ that I put into the chat. Like, yes, there is the purchase. Who are the guys that they're purchasing? Does it really even matter? It's like they're buying Oxford Ionics for $1 billion, but they're also trading higher after the announced results of a collaborative research program with AstraZeneca, Amazon Web Services, and NVIDIA to develop and demonstrate a quantum-accelerated computational chemistry workflow. Bit of a mouthful there, but
Please explain that.
Look, I'm not gonna explain. You want me to explain that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
No, but there is another story going on with IonQ. I'm not explaining that. I'll allow the smarter heads to do that. But I think this is a name that needs to be on the radar, at least today. It's been a super strong stock. The quantum space has been in favor. It's now breaking out of a little pullback that we've had. Like 41, the prior high, looks pretty solid. Not even sure you get that far. And 42, which I love, a great number. 42 last week, these wick tops, I think that's a great base. So if you pull back into that prior base, wasn't on my note, but I'm going to add this one to the list here, looking at the 42 level. When I thought they were just making an acquisition, but there's another catalyst here, which sounds a little bit better here. So the 42 level on IonQ for some dips here.
All right, make sure you do go over and grab our watch list. You can see that QR code right there on the screen. Make sure you scan that, get ready to rock and roll. It's the best watch list in the business. Lots of names today. Chinese ADRs, Tesla's on there, Apple's on there, Archer's on there, crypto stocks are on there, Robinhood and AppLovin's on there, Circle Internet Group's on there, NVIDIA's on there, Meta Platforms is on there, we kind of skipped over that Warner Brothers story, WBD. Well, they started with it, but we didn't even look at it. I think it's always good when you break up a company. I mean, you're trying to release some value. I keep on threatening the DOJ and all that to try to break up Google. I think that'd be great for them. But there we go, man. Warner Brothers, nice move higher. I was just wondering, like, which would you rather be running? So HBO, Warner Brothers Pictures, DC, or CNN, Discovery, TNT Sports, and Discovery Plus? I think I'd like the HBO side of that one, the Warner Brothers, the movie side, rather than the news-based.
I'm biased,
sports.
I love HBO, but
the TNT Sports, I guess, is good. But TNT Sports, is it that big of a deal?
Is
it? I don't know. I mean, for us, we don't. TNT's like a added-on channel here. We don't. It's not like it's part of our cable package. But
take HBO for. Easy.
Yeah, HBO I don't think is making very much money, but the picture side of it, the Warner Brothers, the movies, and then the DC, right, the DC comics. So there's that as well. But yeah, so there you go. Warner Brothers been really nice off the bottom, that's for sure. You're going to be running into something up here at 11, but that's before all this sort of split up talk and was talked about. So I think we could take out 12, 13 bucks. We'll see what happens with Warner Brothers. I think it's more of an interesting trade when we get up here, but there it goes. I think you want to take some profit if you're long down into here. I don't really like the media business. I just think it's so competitive. And, I'm watching more things. There's a new Owen Wilson where he's a caddy thing on Apple right now called Stick or something. We started watching that. There's just so much, and there's so much on Apple I haven't watched. And it's just, I don't know, this whole content creation stuff with HBO and Warner Brothers and then Showtime and Apple and Amazon and Netflix. They're all Disney. They're all trying to make eventually it's going to get too expensive. Like the last season of Squid Game is coming out and then it's like, okay, then what? And then there's more and more. You're just gonna have to pay more and more as media becomes more and more expensive. So we'll wait. Yeah, this guy just canceled. What's up, Just Doit? Canceled his Disney. I canceled Disney about a month and a half ago, but we're not missing it or anything. But I don't know. Whenever there's new things, somebody on our baseball team liked Andor. I know you like that as well.
I love that Andor. It's great.
Yeah, there's lots of different things. Yeah, Righteous Gemstones.
Lilo
is
Stitch
awesome.
isn't that good though. People are saying that.
No, I was Lilo and Stitch. I thought it was fine for a kids movie, but yeah, I don't know why it's breaking all those records though.
I've heard
people watch more than Mission Impossible.
It's a kids movie. That's the thing. Like, when you get the families out, like that's where the money is. The kids get excited to go watch it.
I haven't seen any reviews. It was fine, but for me, it was just like whatever. I mean, the kids liked it. But when my 13-year-old boy liked it, I think it was probably fine because he doesn't care about Lilo and Stitch.
Probably.
Gia just was she was getting the Stitch little plushy things. She didn't even know what Stitch was, and she was getting those. So.
That's how they get you, man.
These kids. Oh, well, they get me.
They get you with the toys and all the add-ons and all that stuff. But speaking of add-ons, no, it's just one of the things that is you were mentioning the watch list out there. Always make sure you get all the way to the bottom because I know we have a lot of small cap watchers out here, and I see at least a few people mentioning KNW, which is one of the best. No Labs. If you know, now you know. If you don't know, now you know.
If you don't know, yeah.
This one's trying to gain, another gapper, actually trying to gain VWAP here, solid volume. So there's a lot to watch. And when we go over the watch list, remember, we're going to talk a lot about the big cap names and the Teslas and the NVIDIAs and the AMDs of the world and Apple, of course, but believe me, there's something for everybody. So whether it's a couple of dollars, $3 stock here, an IMQ there, or Archer Aviation, we're here for you. But let's head back up to the desk and see what the futures have in store.
Who are the futures?
I think
6,007, boys. That's where we closed out Friday on the ES June contract. The overnight high, 6,019.3 quarters. So we're already above. We've closed above, and we maintain our level above 6,000. So if we can, let's see if we can use 6,000 as our support level. If we're looking at resistance, we're going to use that 25-point level as resistance. So we'll look 6,025 as resistance. All right, guys, make sure to get that watch list every day. Adara.
Oh, yeah.
Adair prepares it, and we all use it on the desk. No good morning routine is ready without a good watch list. It lets you know what's gapping up on the day, why, and how to organize your morning there. All right, guys, let's look first here at Apple. The first one on the watch list today is the beginning of WWDC, Worldwide Developer Conference. Widely anticipated that Apple will have something to say about their very maligned Apple Intelligence strategy, which was basically put on the back burner with the major updates being slated for 2026. Adara, can we expect anything today?
We are expecting not a lot. According to Ming-Chi Kuo here, who's a noted supply chain analyst, he's basically saying that the AI strategy is likely to take center stage, but there's not going to be any breakthroughs with regards to their AI technology. Now, the one thing he did say that could be interesting here is that apparently their on-device AI implementation could be in focus. There's possibly going to be some rebranding of Apple Intelligence and Siri, both of which I'm sure would be pretty welcomed by people who use Apple products. They also said they're going to be talking about potentially integrating AI at the OS level to improve the user experience. So a couple things on watch here. Bloomberg last week as well reported that we're likely not going to see anything crazy new with regards to the AI side of things. But of course, that's really what investors are hoping for, at the very least, if not expecting.
All right, guys, just to give you some idea of Apple's recent price action, 20% off the all-time highs in December, as well as the only Magnificent 7 name that's actually down in the quarter to the tune of 8%.
Obi's letting us know that CoreWeave is also going higher. All right, so I just put out the sticky note just literally right now. We finally got some names on there. AAAA, the third A right here, Apple. Look, I just want to look at it right now. I'm not sure we need to do anything. WWDC is 1 p.m. Patience matters, but it's a watch list staple. I mean, basically, I'm going to have it on, you know, just like we're going to have Meta on when it's doing its Oculus Day, or Google when it's doing its whatever I/O event or whatever they were doing there. Sorry, their AI event. I think iOS again. But there it is. Okay, so Apple, look, I mean, 204. So we sort of held that there, that we dumped into it on Friday, held it right at the close, kind of bumped a little bit higher, started the day on Friday, I guess that's midday there, busting through that 204 area, came back in. Are we able to drop it that back? I mean, Friday was a little turbulent. I wasn't here, but you know, we had a lot of excitement there from Thursday where down, right? Apple being down 19% this year, I think it needs to get a little bit going on that. You know, a lot of these names, Microsoft's at the highs. We saw Meta bounce back quite nicely as well. I just think it's Apple's turn. And they disappointed last WWDC and went up 10%. So if this was this time last year, it's 10% higher by Friday, what it was last year. We didn't really get anything. So I think right now, I'm looking for like a plug and play sort of solution here where I don't even need to upgrade the phone. We could just attach Siri over to Perplexity or over to Gemini or something like that. And that could rally the stock a lot, honestly. But then I think about it the other way around. If they're just going to upgrade Siri and you don't need a new product upgrade, then what's up with that upgrade cycle? And maybe that doesn't come through, and therefore people will be disappointed. But you have that top, this top again. Are we about to make another one? So right here, Apple, this is like a pretty, I guess it doesn't even go that far. Right there, we kind of broke that right into there. But there's the trend right now coming right back in. So we're going to see if Apple can get above basically this level right here, 206.50, 207. And once we break that, then I think it's a nice move on the daily. So we'll wait. But for me, just 204. Let's see if it can come into play. Bounced off of it right here before getting higher. Made the move back into 204 again. That's why we said just be patient. We'll see if Apple can work at this level. At the end of the day, it's just another stock. And, you're up a little bit today against the market. 1 p.m. is the time. And then it probably fades. It probably just fades off,
That's where my head's at. Like,
I don't really know what to.
I don't think I trade it till after 1 o'clock, to be honest. Like, I think we've seen it so many times where whether it's Meta, whether it's Apple, whether it's Alphabet, like you just allow the event to start, allow the keynote to go on, and then just look for a bit of a trend reversal at that point. Like maybe it'll be at 206. That's a level. I think 209 is a level as well. It could happen at those levels. And if it does, then I'll be looking for a turn. That'll be in the afternoon. And if there's, like Sean said, like it's been languishing while everything in the Mag 7, not named Tesla, has been showing some strength here. So it does have a lot of catch up to play. Some of it has to do with what we'll talk about next. Some of it has to do with their execution with regards to AI. But whatever it is, maybe this event gets it started. If it does, I'll care more later in the week to look for the longs. It's just let the event start and I'll look for 06 or 09 to show me a bit of a curl. So I'm not trading this thing until we get into the afternoon. The other thing to consider here is, hey, another potential close above the 50-period moving average. The last time it did this, it couldn't break out. I think this time, if it's able to actually close above and break out, that's starting to look a little bit better and more constructive for a swing.
China and the United States meeting today in London for more negotiations. It's part of the U.S.-China Economic Trade Consultation Mechanism that was put together by Donald Trump and President Xi last week when they spoke on the phone. It's going to be attended today by Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, and U.S. Trade Representative Jameson Greer. On the other side of the desk is going to be Li Yingfang, who is the U.S. Vice Chancellor, or sorry, the Chinese Vice Chancellor for economic policy. This obviously takes us back to the 90-day suspension that was agreed to in May for the suspension of tariffs, where the United States dropped their effective tariff rate on China from 145 to 30. China responded as well from 125 down to 10. But it wasn't all smooth sailing, Adara, was it? Because there were certain issues with the two countries.
Yeah, so the issues here seem to be related to rare earths agreements. We know Donald Trump went on Truth Social and said no more Mr. Nice Guy because he felt as though they violated the agreement. We had Trade Representative Greer also saying that China had basically violated its end of the agreement, though Scott Bessent, U.S. Commerce Secretary of Treasury, had more just kind of said that these talks had stalled until Donald Trump and President Xi had spoken. Now they've spoken. You can always check these out on X at TTV Research as well. This is just a handy look at Trump's trade team. So Bessent, Lutnick, and Greer, this top row, these are the three that are going to be they're currently in London discussing with China. Kevin Hassett at the bottom here, he is the National Economic Council Director. He made some comments this morning on CNBC. He thinks the meeting is going to be pretty short. It'll end with, quote, a big, strong handshake, and he thinks that some of these export controls might be eased. However, the one thing is we actually already have sources in the U.S. saying this meeting could go into tomorrow. So a little bit mixed.
I was just going to build on your point there, Adair. So the Chinese delegation has actually reserved time from June 8th to 13th. So by no means is it going to, in likelihood end today. Just to give you an idea, so the Chinese were restricting critical mineral exports. The U.S. responded by obviously advancing some AI chip restrictions as well as pulling some visas, Neil.
Absolutely. Like I don't know how productive the early stages are going to be. There's, the tensions between the U.S. and China with regards to trade have been ongoing for some time, marking multiple administrations. So the idea that something quickly is going to get resolved here or big announcements early on, I don't know that we're going to see anything like that. But it's a good start, and the market's been pricing in some relief here regardless. The chip names look the best. Like, I like AMD, and that made my list when I sent it out earlier today. But let's acknowledge NVIDIA probably wanted to make a run at its highs. So it's, whoops, that's not split adjusted. There you go, so leave it there. If we break out this channel, you've got a couple of layers of resistance. One at obviously the 45 level, and then again here at about 47, 48, and then you'll have just above 150 on NVIDIA. Somebody on Friday was buying the 141.5 level. And you can sort of see, like, it was very much in the midst of a channel, and it held that channel the entirety of the afternoon. Well, late morning to the afternoon. So if you get down to 141.5, that's where I'd be picking up. But I like AMD with a similar channel, 116 over and over again, and it's got a 119.5 breakout as well. So the chips are looking strong. I think that has a good deal to do with the optimism with regards to the negotiations starting out, and they're kind of primed to rally. I think you kind of pick your poison in there. Obviously, probably good time to mention that CoreWeave. I don't know when else we'll mention CoreWeave, but CoreWeave again making some fresh highs. CRW. Always have to read it out loud to get it right. CRWV again making another run in the top. There was no specific story here. This is something that had made a bit of a high late last week, and just watch out the 150. 150 has been a big resistance spot. As much as a stock as strong as this can have a big resistance level, it held just underneath on Friday, and this is exactly where it kind of dumped off. It's like three-pointed top, more like 149, but once Thursday, Friday high, pre-market high as well, so CoreWeave could rally, but it's AMD that's on my mind.
Look, we got Amazon long last week at 204. Just ahead of this 200 period moving average. We really like that. Now we're finally starting to break out. I think Amazon's another one of these winners in more China talks. If we can sort of get some of these goods and not worry too much about it, added costs, and Amazon can just keep on, strolling around with their business model. There it goes. We're trying to break up higher right now through this 214, 215 area. I wrote down, let's see if we can get 213. I don't. That's where we closed on Friday. If we can get anything down into here for Amazon, I really, really like that stock. And then FXI, just the overall ETF, it looks like we've been bullish on this name for a very, very long time. Just the market, not us in general. But, it's been a huge move up from that bottom, $29 up to $36. Again, looking to take out that high of 39. I don't know if we're not going to get there today, but we've just broken out on FXI as well. So, if you're just going to look at this chart, there's been the highs. We bounced around this 36.50 area. Now you're getting a little bit higher, trying to break through. So FXI beating the S&P, beating the NASDAQ right now. What is the S&P? A 0.14. I think you got to just stay long and strong on some of these China names. So anything pull back into the 200 period might even be a decent start. 36.75. You're coming into that play. Watch out now. I think that there is a deal to be had here. If we're only talking rare earth metals, I think it can get done. The China needs to sell the rare earth metals to somewhere, so they're going to have to sell them to the largest makers of the chips back into the United States. There we go. This rare earth metal deal, plus a deal possibly with NVIDIA coming through, allowing them to buy and sell chips at will to China, or at least their sort of compact chip. I like it. NVIDIA likes it today. You're breaking out all over the place on many names. So today's going to be a pick and choose. But what I wouldn't choose is the market. Right now, the NASDAQ is just like doing this, right? So we got to wait for this market to open up in 15 minutes to give us an idea of which way we're looking. Because if the market heads lower here and breaks some of these market levels, then yeah, NVIDIA has just given us a beautiful top at 144. So that could be something up there. We triple touched it here. That could be a good little short coming through, but we need to wait for this market to get going. So yeah, man, the deal's gonna be made on China. The fact that we went from 125 down to 10, the fact that we cut everything so aggressively, there has to be something done here. It's an easy way for Trump to sort of, congratulate himself and his administration. Scott Bessent, from what I know, from what I hear, is pretty, he's the guy to deal with, a lot nicer, a lot easier, level-headed. So I think if they're talking nicely in China, something will get done there today in the UK, and we'll get it all figured out with China and everybody else. So what's up to everybody in the chat, the Millionaire Piper, Boston Tom, everybody. What's up to Ramin here today? And just keep it going, everybody. Now we're going to talk about Tesla. I'm a little concerned about Tesla. What's up, Sam? Happy to you too. If you're American, he says, "What's up to Canada?" Oh yeah, and all that stuff that was going on in LA is just wild. I was actually wondering if some of that might be Palantir, might be a good boon for Palantir there because of immigration and control of the borders and stuff. But wow, that's nuts in LA. We hope everybody is safe down there. And more to come on that, man, as the National Guard and all this kind of stuff. So we just hope everybody is safe. And if you have family down there,
yeah,
I don't want to stay inside or anything, so I'm not there. I'm not there, but
I would say stay.
Yeah, we hope everybody for that. The sticky notes out. I'll put another link in the chat as people are asking. So there it goes. And we're going to go back over to the desk right now because let's just go talk Tesla, Meta, and then something Tesla under that note. But there it is. Oh, Circle. Okay, Circle and CoreWeave.
Yeah,
it should just be like IPO bonanza. Like anytime you get an IPO that anyone's talking about, it seems to want to go higher. So
money.
We'll talk about that. But one thing that's not IPOing today is Tesla.
It's definitely not, Sean, but it's down to the tune of almost 2.5%. Bear today, the reason why, downgrading it from buy to neutral, keeping that same $320 price target, though. Basically, what they say is the robo-taxi excitement here could be a little overhyped, and it's already priced into the stock. And they're also citing a new variable here called key person risk, Adara. What do they mean by that?
Well, by key person risk, they refer to some concerns with Elon Musk, of course, a key person to the company. He is Tesla's CEO, and he has had quite the public, eventful falling out with President Donald Trump, who he was formerly, of course, allied with. They basically, what Baird's here is saying is that they have no indication that this might significantly change the company, but it does add to brand damage concerns about Tesla. Argus Research also downgraded Tesla from buy to hold, and they said more or less the same thing here. Their emphasis was less on the robo-taxi with what we saw with Baird and more on the Trump-Elon concerns. They also added the expiration of EV credits, could hurt Tesla.
Hyped or not, priced in or not, Adara, we do expect robotaxi trials to start taking place in Austin by the end of this month. So we should anticipate some news coming out of there, boys.
Yeah, they're going to need some good news in that regard because sentiment's bad and it's still in the penalty box. The 50 period got taken, 200 did on Friday. That's not a good sign. That was where you shorted on Friday, I almost said yesterday, was that 200 period moving average on the daily at 305. I'm not sure we see a shot at that, or even the 300 area we had the breakdown at the end of the day. Like there wasn't, like there was like 2 trades on Tesla that you could have had. You could have had that 305 on Friday, and then you could have had this like fade right in here when it broke down off the 300 level. That's pretty much it. So a continuation play to me is off the lows, like prior lows, 293, or maybe we get that 300 level. So I'm looking to short those pops on Tesla until it shows me, you know, a little bit of a, I don't know, like a double bottom on the daily or some kind of strength that remains in the penalty box. And yeah, they're absolutely in need of some good positive news. Just not here yet. Clearly weak relative to the market still with Tesla.
Yeah, I just wrote down something very, very simple for Tesla, man. 295 short, it's been downgraded today. It can't hold 300. It just looks weak. I mean, if you just take away all the, you know, background of it, there's Tesla, there's Amazon. So these are 2 names that I'm looking at today for sure. But yeah, Tesla, it's going, look, man, we write the note 45 minutes ago and we were at 291. I was looking at this 295 right there. It was where the 200 period moving average was at that time at 8 o'clock. And now you're just like, starting to just get worse and worse and worse here, especially as this market starts to, I don't want to say bleed because it's not, but as the market heads lower, Tesla is basically ignoring the market and kind of just doing its own little grind here. It's the same kind of thing, man. It's like I like Apple long above 200. I like Tesla short underneath 300. It was a bad day there on Thursday. We had a lot of back and forths. I still like Tesla, man, but yeah, it's going to have those political headwinds and tailwinds the next little while. And right now, I just feel like they're headwinds and they're just heading to the downside. We do have China deal in the wing, so that could be possible. I'm still going to stick with 295 just because we know how much Tesla can move. But at the end of the day, there's the bottom right there, and that's kind of why we're playing off of it. We did have the 200 period moving average. Now we don't. So we're just going to have to try to play off of some of these bottoms and some of the closes there from Friday. I don't think it goes upside there without some kind of news, and you're already down 3%. So let's take advantage of any kind of a bump up at all with Tesla. I do want you to see that QR code that's on the screen right now. This is a new sponsor. Meet the future of commodity finance with ticker BSGM. Through a bold share exchange transaction with StreamX, BSGM is one of the first NASDAQ-listed companies pivoting fully into real-world asset tokenization. Oh, interesting. Backed by icons like Frank Giestra and Sean Ruzin, BSGM is building a blockchain-powered by platform to bring commodity markets on-chain. The $142 trillion commodity market just found its digital future in BSGM. So yeah, go check those guys out and click the link on yours, or I guess use the QR code or link in description to find out more about BSGM. So we want to thank them for sponsoring this segment. So all right, so there it is. Tesla. Let's go back over to Meta, another name that's, I guess, approaching its all-time highs again.
5%, Sean, off those April lows. That's where Meta is now higher. Good look for Meta. They're also in advanced talks to spend invest, that is, $10 billion in an AI startup called Scale AI. This would rank among the largest private AI funding rounds ever if finalized. No formal agreement between the companies, and neither has actually commented at the moment. Just to give you an idea who Scale is, founded back in 2016, they provide data labeling services for training machine learning schools. Some of its clients are Microsoft, OpenAI, etc. Valued at about $14 billion in the last round, but the valuation now set to be up to $25 billion. This also moves Meta a little step closer into military or different types of AI business than they've been typically running, Adara.
Yeah, so let's talk about why that is the case. We know previously there was that Meta-Anduril partnership that was announced there. So with Scale AI, they do have a lot of commercial customers, including Etsy, General Motors, OpenAI, PayPal, but they also, much like Palantir, they work with governments including most notably here the government of the United States. So very similar to Palantir. Apparently they also work with them on military-related projects. They also work with Qatar for some different projects as well. So Scale AI is very much involved and in the pocket here in this military space. So is Anduril. Meta could be trying to pull a bit of a Palantir here potentially.
You said Qatar really well.
Thank you. I've learned.
I'm very impressed.
Well,
Yeah, I fully learned from how you've
you
said
know,
it.
you know if Sharif is impressed because he always gets it right. Meta's been getting it right for a while, and love the stock. It's not really doing a ton today. So if you look at what happened on Friday, like Tesla had a similar consolidation that it broke away from. Well, Meta's exactly where we were when we left you. Like the entirety of the afternoon show, Meta was in a range between 67 and 700, like 697, sorry, and 700, and we're still in the exact same range here today. So until that breaks, I don't know that it's going to be the trade today. I think you're holding on to this into the test of the highs, which should be coming this week, next week, whichever one you like. I don't think I'll be touching it when it's not really moving on this catalyst. It's been a very, very good rally and a steady rally here for Meta. But there hadn't been a ton of day trades. There was one, I did have one trade on it, which I would look for something like this if it happened again. And that was, it just failed to break at the open, did a clean dip, trend reversal into VWAP a couple times. So like big trend down and then reversed into VWAP. That's the kind of trade maybe I'd put on. But look, it's doing absolutely nothing in here. I think this is a stock that you're more or less just holding it and not trading it instead.
Yeah, I mean, I really like Meta. The thing is, it is hard to day trade until you get to some sort of key levels, right? And so right now, I would just use sort of this 200 period moving average on the 5-minute chart, which brings us down to 694. So if you like the stock, fine. But I mean, it's not doing anything today. I'd rather trade it when it's actually a little bit active. So it's on our rundown, but realistically, I mean, there's so many more. There's Robinhood actually moving around. We're going to talk about Circle right now. Yeah, so out of everything, actually, I'm not very interested in this really. A bigger name that could actually move around a little bit today, Lululemon on day 3, I think, of earnings. Again, another move down there on Friday, really sort of kicked it on their earnings call. But I'm just wondering if you're looking for a little bit of a dip buy opportunity here into 260. Let's just see what winds up happening. But this could be, again, a good support level for something like a Lululemon here around 265. So we'll wait to see if that wants to hold again for this name. We did hold it pretty good there on Friday into the afternoon. And now today you're starting to go back upside against the market. So I really like that play. I actually like CRM as well. This is a name that I bought, again, just off earnings. We've been doing really well with our recent buys, man. Marvell, CRM. I mean, when the market's going up, it's a little easier, but there it goes. So there goes CRM as well. Huge day actually on Friday. I wasn't even paying attention to this one. 268 up, closing up $7. So the momentum back now in CRM is definitely something to look out for. We are ticking lower though today. So look for some bids around 272 here for Salesforce. So, some of these names that are just a little bit off earnings are a little more interesting to me than a Meta that's just flat on the day. So we'll still look at Meta, man. I mean, it's an interesting story. Palantir has one of the biggest moats around it in the business. So I'm not worried about Meta coming into that area. If anything, Meta could just buy out Palantir.
Well, they're not doing
no, I don't think even that would be allowed. That will for sure not be allowed.
No, the FTC.
Yeah. Not only are they controlling all your kids, but now they're going to control everything Palantir and Meta. No, we're gonna wait
The
for that.
regulators would literally all freak out.
Basically nobody can buy Palantir. Unless it's the U.S. government themselves.
Exactly.
I mean,
with the
they're just
contracts they have, it's
too intertwined.
No one would ever allow
on that one. So, all right, man, it's circle time because they're, definitely the Hawks are circling that name right now. It's moving around, and the Hawks love it, but not as much as the Doves. This thing is an absolute rocket ship, up another 20%. Let's go find out the story.
Gained 168% on IPO day, and it continues today, guys. A high day, taking out 131, up almost 22% here. Just to give you some idea of what you should expect here, the lockout period for a Circle is 180 days from the IPO day, making it late Q4 of this year, the key time frame there. Despite the caution that some analysts have been voicing, you have Kathy Wood calling the IPO an amazing debut. Their thesis is there that stable coins align with Circle's dominance in the USDC coin. Again, they are the issuer of USDC, which is a smaller stable coin than Tether, which has about 2/3 of the market.
Yeah, oddly enough, a little bit smaller than Tether. We're getting closer to the bell, so I'll make this quick. But it's worth noting here, Sharif, this IPO was so strong that even the president of the NYSE spoke about it. She said here that the IPO was a bellwether for the IPO market this year beyond just crypto listings. Circle here, nice uptrend here. Lower highs, lower lows. This is the 15-minute chart, Sharif, so this actually looks very impressive right now.
All right, guys, Circle.
I think with this, like, it took a while to get going on Friday, but when it did, there was like 2 trades. There was the breakaway from VWAP, the dip into VWAP, or there was one parabolic move short. Like that parabolic move up, that was revertible, and then it bounced off the volume weighted average price. We only have 1 minute to go here, and we haven't even looked at the imbalances. I'll let you do. But I just wanted to know, Bitcoin, big move. Upside, I'm looking for dips into some prior highs in here on IBIT. That'll be about 60, 70, and then 60, 20 levels here on IBIT. Big strength. We regain 105, like those levels here on IBIT. We'll be playing some longs today on Bitcoin.
Yeah, the first position that I'll be in, I mean, Circle and CoreWeave, whatever. Don't short them. That's it. Just don't short them. We have to wait for it to break something, and we're going to have to wait for a 50-period moving average or something on that one. Here's what the imbalances look like. Archer, Nova, Joby, BBAI, QBTS. You see them right now. Pause it if you want to go see them again because the market's about to open up right now. The bell is brought to you by BSGM. So there it is right there. Go find those guys out. Scan that QR code. You want to thank them. Crypto, stocks, futures. There it is. We are now open. Thank you so much, Andre. As we go, the U.S. markets are now open as we watch out for AMD trying to break through this 119.50 area. I think that's, oh, there it goes right now. Probably worth a little bit. I'm going to try it. We just tried to punch a little bit there. Punch a little bit more. Wow, there's nothing to do. I just marketed it up right now. This will probably come back. I'm long right now at 66s. So here goes a 120 break right now. It looks like imminent right here, Neil, on, I don't know, my friend and maybe yours soon. We both like AMD today. So we'll be into this one right now. It just fades off of 120 right there. We got in, but we only got in like a quarter of a unit. So I don't ever want to punch in too much, especially off the open. But here it goes, man. If we break 120, I think we can go on AMD. So I'm going to take that trade and see what winds up happening here on a 120 break for advanced micro devices. Notice we're calling it its proper name today
because it's up.
We want it to go up, and there it goes. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, same thing, but also NVIDIA is breaking 144 to the upside, and Tesla has already, okay, so their 120 just broke on AMD, so there it goes. It's continuing to go higher.
And there's the fade.
Yeah, it just got into the quarter level. As well. So I want to continue to buy the dips on this as it looks incredibly strong. I was trying to say something else. Oh, yeah.
Oh, NVIDIA,
Tesla, 283.
Tesla, okay. All right, nice.
Tesla's absolutely tanking. That's at 283 bucks.
Oh.
So the whole pop and fade on Tesla, we'll throw that one out because it doesn't pop as usual. 270 is the next level of support if there's even going to be any support on Tesla. Falling like an absolute rock, the opposite of what the chips are doing right now.
That's too bad because we had AMD out there at 120.25 and it just never filled me there. I don't know if I was on the wrong gateway or not, but I don't think it got that high. Oh yeah, 120.24 is the high for AMD. So yeah, we punched it long. I think we got a good price. I only crossed up to 07. What did you get? What are you long at? Oh,
I didn't have the 120.
Oh, okay, okay. You didn't have the 120 break. Okay, so I had the 120 break, but doesn't look great now as it's coming back in. As look at the futures, man, really taking a little dump right now. So yeah, we'll have to wait to see. But there it goes. And someone just bought it back up there a little bit. So we'll wait to see what's going on with AMD. We've got probably too many shares for this trade, considering it's not going. But hey, man, we're pretty happy with it right now as it's trying to go back up. So we're still where we are, man. 25s. And we are also at, hold on, just getting my other orders ready to go, at 25, then at 50s right now. And there goes Amazon. Amazon just falls into our lap a little bit. Again, I like this level, but I don't like what the NASDAQ's doing. So let's just breathe. There it goes, Neil.
There's
oh,
40.
hell yes. Oh, hell yeah. Right now, there we go, man. Daily goal right there. Met just alone on AMD, but we do have Amazon to worry about right now as that's falling through. We don't like that one. Go Amazon, go AMD. We need that 50 fill if we can get it. 120.50 on on AMD to make it rain one more time here. Good move higher there on AMD. We just need Amazon to go. There goes AMD. Oh boy, Neil. I'm so glad that we had, like I said, man, we probably had too many shares, but now we're pretty happy that we do, because AMD right now is the moonshot of the day. Well, it's probably better ones, but there's 120.60s right now. We're long at 119.90 on a really good position for me. So nice move up. 2 times daily goal right now, as there goes Amazon to the upside as well. So we've got two of our top sticky note names, AMD and Amazon, both buys and both Rip City right now, man. Wow, what a morning. Oh my. What's up, Adara? Wow.
Here is NVTS. This one sharply to the upside. Navitas Semiconductor, of course, as evidenced by the name. This is a semiconductor play. Looks like it's moving higher in sympathy with a lot of these names. It does also have a 19% short float. Just so you guys know, for economic data, it's a pretty light day at 10 a.m. We do get the revision for wholesale inventories month for month, but nothing at 9:45. At 11 a.m., we'll also be getting here New York Fed inflation expectations. So, again, nothing super major today. Back to you.
Oh, big data, but
wow, we are now $1.50 in the money on AMD. And like I said, I have too many shares here, so we got to start getting it off. $1.50 right there, 70 cents on Amazon. And oh boy, man, we are having ourselves, wow, 4 times. Whatever, man, we got to change the daily goal. When you're at 4 times already and it's 9:35. There we go, man. Nice move up there for Amazon. Nice moves up there for AMD, man. The traders are sitting right here, right now. So let's get ready to rock and roll. It's a good day so far.
It's a good day so far for sure, but 122.70 is going to be the target out on AMD. 145 is also incoming on NVIDIA. Good news for anybody in Tesla. I think it made a pretty solid bottom in here. It looks like we're not going to get to that 270 at this rate, but a nice little bottom being made in Tesla. Watch out, the NASDAQ just went red. However, so we are headed in the other direction. And just to cover a bunch of other things, Palantir down 2% and just tanked. Well, tanked is the wrong word, but just tried to bounce off 125. So there is some weakness starting to come in to a few names in here. We wanted Tesla to the south side. I'm going to sneeze in a second.
Oh, no.
But I'm not going to chase this. If this is a V-shaped recovery early, we'll let it get back in to the tops. Oh, the other thing that happened, IonQ absolutely taking it on the chin. Still up 3%, but they're selling it off heavily. It's coming right into the prior highs on Friday. So that's the first level. We usually look for a bounce. When it fills in the gap, it's filling it the entire way here on IonQ. We forgot about Robinhood, too.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, that's the one thing that for me, it's like, again, you know, like you can always look at multiple, right? There's always going to be so many things, but this is why I feel like it's just so important that you have your playbook, and when things come in, you take them and then you deal with it after. And on that spot right here comes Archer, right? We thought that this did have a play, but it's not playing right now. It's going to the downside. So we take one little load there on ACHR and then trying to figure out what's going on. But more outs on Amazon right there, as we're just taking 50 cents. We did clean up. Obviously, we talked about how we could not believe what AMD was doing there. So we're able to get a whole bunch out here, man, north of 121. So if it still wants to go, fine, but this market is bleeding and is literally throwing up all over itself. We only have half a unit here on ACHR, but it is starting, ACHR, yeah, sorry, it's on the New York, not NASDAQ, right there, nice move down. Yeah, not good, man. So if we get too much lower than where we are right now, then we're gonna drop this. I don't want to be sitting in here and letting like the other trades sort of, you know, take away here. 1020 break. If we break 1020 on ACHR, we're going to be out of that. So we'll average in just small right here. If we can get a 43 area, we'll buy out there. I'll buy some 45s. Wait for a little bit lower on Archer, but that's going to be my spot. So if that comes in, then fine. But 1020 break, and we're out of ACHR. So yeah, so far so good there. AMD's trying to go, and yeah, we'll go 2 for 2 with Amazon, which is near its highs. Just since that dump, so hopefully it can get upside a little bit. We have cleaned out a little bit here. Let's get out one more piece on this name. We're in Archer, Amazon, and AMD. So we just need another A name. Maybe we have to look at Apple.
Well, I'm not looking.
You know, that's how I trade alphabets, you know.
Until the event happens.
Yeah.
Right, I muted myself to sneeze. Sorry, everybody.
Good job.
But I'm not looking at Apple until the event starts. But I did look at IonQ trying to bounce off support. took out 39.5, got it on the way back up. It tried to break 40. I was looking for a 40 break to see if we can go higher. It did go about like 20 cents in the money, but I was looking for a little bit more than that. INQ still headed to the downside and absolutely flushing. The other thing that we were looking at pretty heavily, well, kind of hoping for more action here in Bitcoin. As you can see, IBIT has literally not moved yet, so I'm just trying to be patient with it. I like the longs here, but I wanted to make the first move. Like either we're holding VWAP and breaking some fresh highs, or we're waiting for it to test, pre-market lows, maybe the overnight highs, something along those lines. Just got to be patient with IBIT. I like the strength, but we're not really seeing anything too crazy. Robinhood, yeah, okay, so Robinhood didn't get into the index and absolutely tanked. You're down 8% in Robinhood. Robinhood goes SSR, then this is a play. It should be short, but forget about it. If Robinhood goes SSR down 10%, I'm going to look for a bounce play on this stock today. I think it's getting a little bit overdone just because they didn't get added to the index on Friday. Adara?
Add here another index play here is AAPL and APP. This one has been floated around as a potential S&P 500 addition, going back at least the last 3 quarters, but neither AAPL or Robinhood got added. And in case you guys missed it, they actually didn't announce any changes to the index. So it's not even like something else got added. These two were just shunted here, I guess, alongside any other place. So S&P 500 not being rebalanced, Robinhood, Apple, both names to watch. Or sorry, Robinhood, AAPL, both names to watch with that in mind. Back to you.
I mean, it's just a party. There goes Amazon right now. I mean, this is the thing. I don't know. I mean, obviously, Obi and Neil had their notes on Friday, but this sticky note right there for me, there's Amazon long at 213. We have 213 flats right now. We have 213.03s. It's at 214.20. So there it is, man. We'll take another piece out there on Amazon as we get lighter and lighter, waiting out to see where that goes. And what's going is down right now is AMD. So we give up some from the loss from the highs here because we still have a third of this trade. Look at this name, absolutely bleeding right now like crazy, coming down is AMD. I'll try some more here at 60s, but we're going to have to drop this before we turn like a gray trade into a red. Well, won't be a red trade, but into here right now. What about just a break of 119 in order to get out of this one? But yeah, I don't know. Like,
meanwhile, Tesla's pumping.
Yeah, that's weird. So maybe the money is switching spots here. But, we've got a big one, though. Yeah. We've got a real big one with Amazon. That's starting to go higher. We just ooh, wow, and then it comes right back in a little bit. We just touch out there at 214.50. So, yeah, man, Tesla's popping. Are you in that one yet, or what's going on?
No, I'm not shorting it down here, I don't think. That's not the play. 293 was the level I wanted. It's screaming into at least 290, I think. We'll let it get to the pre-market highs here before you engage in this stock. Like the market's at the low or off of its lows, let's just say, barely off of its lows, and you're breaking VWAP and you have a V-shaped recovery. So let's be patient. I was looking only short, not long this name. So I think you get a couple more dollars before I jump in to that bad boy. The good news for AMD, and I'll quickly show the NVIDIA chart this way because I want to make sure we're AMD because that's where we're trading. NVIDIA just bounced 143 off the prior highs, right? So that move, I think, is what's causing this little or helping, I should say, not causing, helping this little VWAP bounce here on AMD, but it needs to hold above 120. So far still good, breaking out that 119.5 zone, but with NVIDIA starting to go, this could help it. You want to see these two go in concert. NVIDIA is usually going to be the tail that wags the dog, certainly. IBIT, still not doing too much over there on IBIT, and IonQ is still trying to find its bottom. It's Robinhood that kind of, I mean, if you're short, it's already made the bounce. Dang it didn't get to 10% down, but Robinhood has just done it. There's your bounce back into VWAP. Bottoming tail candle on the 3-minute, but that's not a clean entry on the 3. I think you had to have it on a 1-minute chart. There's your VWAP recovery. That is so clean on Robinhood.
Yeah, right. Look, I love some Robinhood over there. All right, so we're starting to make some money now again on Archer right now. We're gonna try to go 3 for 3 right now. There's our bid on that name. Now let's see if we get out something at 72. We're long now at 49s. I mean, we did exactly what we thought we would do here on Archer, and that was let it. Well, I was hoping that my first fill we'd go back up to the upside there, but we only had half a unit. Now we have about 1 unit now on ACHR. So maybe this one blasts. We gave you the level of 1020. Down there on Archer. The bottom was 1025. So pretty lucky to be able to experience that. now, and then see if we can get a move on right now, as I'm going to get some more out there at 64. So that was a pretty good move there. My best out's in the 70s right now, so it's 20 cents on Archer. It's $1.50 right now. You want to keep going on this one, man. It's a face slapper right now on Amazon, as this is just an absolute ripper. Loving this in the long term. Loving this is there as well. We got some crazy likes this morning? What are you guys talking about? Let's get this like party going right now. I don't even know myself here. I got to like that. Oh my God, I got to refresh this to see what our likes are actually at right now. Hit the play button, my guy. There it is right now, 828. Now, we got to get more than that. Over 11,000 of you watching right now. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, and let's get going on this one. As here we go right now, man. It's Apple, and we love all of these names coming in today. We have AMD. We've got Archer. Archer right now, 17 cents. Amazon's doing its own damn thing right now as well. But let's go Advanced Micro Devices. By far the biggest name here today, and I just should have got them all out up at that upside at 121. But we'll wait, man. We're coming into the 50-period moving average right now. It's not looking healthy to me. But who knows if this market bounces, which it actually has, and AMD has not, which is what's bothering me right there. But hey, man, still pretty good. We were at much more than we were right now, but AMD definitely taking some money out of my pocket right now.
And watch out for Tesla making its curl. I just put my offer in thinking it was about to break out 291, and I wanted that 93, which we had in the note. But already back through 290, the sellers are starting to emerge here on Tesla. I'm not going to chase it to the downside. Maybe we'll get one more upward push that we're able to fade off of. AMD is now trying to hold on to the original pre-market break of 119, and we're still looking for our first green candle on the 3-minute on the way back in here. So this is looking like it needs to hold here. If you can't hold this 119, you pretty much are waiting for 117.5, and that would have to be two separate trades. We'll get to some of the other names. I know there's some small cappers that everyone's looking at in here, but my eyeballs are on Tesla, because if we're looking to fade Tesla at 293, this is going to get there pretty quick. Tesla can move $3-4 in a blink of an eye. So one break of the high, and then I'm going to look to engage in some TSLA. Still some strength in Bitcoin, but not enough of a move to get me in just yet. My eyeballs are going to be on Tesla for a bit of a reversion. And when Tesla's strong, you've got to really snipe if you're going to try and short it.
All right, guys, let's go. All right, so we have AMD now right here. We got a great fill there. I mean, we just talked about buying the 50 pair. Okay, go. Oh my, Neil. Oh my, here we go. Let's fire off that hot dog cannon right now again for us, as we are now $2 in the money right now on this name. And like I said, we're back, baby. Love taking some time off, but love being back here with you guys as well. What a morning it's been here so far. That is for sure. Amazon just ripped and came right back in a little bit there. So Rocket Lab getting a pop. There goes Archer, Neil. Oh boy, we're showing what we're worth over here right now. Big cap names, small cap names, rippers, everything going upside, right? Or just not going upside, but trading everything right now. As there it goes, another one is Archer. Boom, boom, nice move there as that came back in. And again, all I'm doing is just trading the damn plan right there. AMD long, done. Archer long, done. Amazon long, done. Tesla 295 short. We could have a look, but there goes Archer right now. Archer Aviation. Let's go. If we can get that 1080 level right now, I'm sitting at 1087. Amazon busting out right now. Let's see if we got that bottom on AMD. How sweet would that be if we could pick that up as well? But here we go, man. We're back to some of our highs right now, as there goes Advanced Micro Devices. Man, we're on one more time here today. And thank you so much for being here with us. This has been such a great run these last couple of weeks, that's for sure. Seems like we can't miss, but there it goes right now. Archer, nice move higher here as I trade it basically for the first time. Archer Aviation, nice move higher back in 1030 and change. So yeah, man, so far so good. I'll look at Tesla, but right now, man, I'm dealing with some big positions over on this side, so we're just going to relax. 55 cents in the money. There's another one for us on AMD as we continue to climb higher here.
Yeah, same dip buy over on AMD. The only new thing is took the shot on the over-under at 290 on Tesla, but now it's breaking back out here, looking like it wants to get to that 293. It was a bit of a trend break. I won't redraw the trend line, but trend break into the prior bar high. Now I'm waiting for 293, but you're also going to want to take a shot looking at these future, because the future, the NASDAQ, I should say, the NASDAQ bouncing off VWAP while the ES is holding underneath. And for everyone out there, I want you guys to check out Prop XP. Because if you want a prop firm as a trader that's transparent, fair, and actually wants you to succeed, then listen up. Prop XP gives you 1 to 200 leverage one of the highest out there, and no high watermark. Fast payouts, real support, and a team that's on your side. That's why they're rated 4.6 on Trustpilot and climbing. Use code TraderTV to get 50% off your challenge right now. Scan the QR code or click the link in the description box and start trading smarter with Prop XP. Pass the challenge, get funded. Shout out to them and appreciate them for sponsoring this opening segment there. Let's see if we can't hold the 120. We're going to go to there in a quick little second. This 120, this is where it tried to bounce initially on the first dip buy at VWAP, wasn't able to hold on to the 120 level. I think if we lose 120 now, you're waiting for the 119. So that dollar range turns into a bit of a scalp trade for sure. So AMD still looking pretty good. And CoreWeave just went absolutely parabolic. If it does something stupid, I'm going to have low case just in case.
Go.
This is going to be CLF. Keep an eye on some of these steel and aluminum names. Apparently, the U.S. has posted its notice of derivative and steel tariffs that are subject to tariffs. Now, also keep an eye here on CCJ, Cameco Corp. This one, really nice push to the upside. CCJ apparently is saying that they expect a $170 million increase, more or less, in their equity share of Westinghouse Electric. As of here, Q2 2025. Also worth noting here, apparently they're expecting this to increase their EBITDA as well. So CCJ, great push to the upside. This one is at days highs. Back to you.
We're waiting. I guess I can do like a little rocket emoji here, although this aviation name just keeps on going higher. We do know Lab also going higher as well, but this is ACHR as we were really able to pick this one up again. So far so good here, working out for us on Archer Innovation as it just keeps on climbing. And I'm just going to sit here. We did have a little bit of a dump down there on Amazon, not really. We got out there. Right now I'm holding about 20% left. Actually, I'll have to double check how much we have left of Amazon, but we are getting lighter and lighter in all of these positions. And I'm just going to hold on, I think, to AMD. We just cleared out a whole bunch right there again on the upside, right? And so a bunch of outs right there. So let's just see what winds up happening now with AMD as it's coming. This is why I got to take, I have to take outs, right? Like when you're coming back in like that and you see these sort of reactions, you get up to 120 off of a nice reload right there. You take that dollar every time. So there it goes, man. Dollar off the bottom. Nice move to the high side. Now let's just see if we continue to go, man. 119.1. Here comes 120 again. And guess what? I'm going to take another piece out right here if we can at 90s on that name. And oh boy, Neil, this might be the trade of the day right there because there goes Archer right now. Just talking about these low flow runners, man. I don't want to steal Sharif's job, but there it goes. Nice move up there through $11 goes Archer Innovation right now, boom, to that upside. So whatever you're looking at, if you're looking at this, you've got it right now. And we gave you that bottom. At least it didn't break the bottom. I mean, that's happened to us many times. There goes Rocket Lab as well, blasting upside. I mean, I hope you guys are having a real good time, man, and hit the like, hit the subscribe right now. I wasn't short Tesla yet. Getting into that level, though, we could be short. Neil took a shot at that. We'll see what winds up happening right now with Tesla. And a good out on Archer, man. It's coming back in a little bit. So we only have about 25% left right now. We sat there at 11. We were able to get that. Sat there at 1090. There it goes again. Right back into VWAP. I think this is a good opportunity to exit a little bit more. We'll sit there at 83, see if we can get some out. But oh boy, there goes AMD one more time, guys. It's been a big day. We're not at our highest spot because that was right here on the day. But let's see if AMD can make us a little bit of money and get back there to the upside.
Yeah, I cleared out 120 on AMD, but see if we get back down underneath the volume weighted average price, but it looks like it just bounced off 119.60. So that's the half that we're playing the breakout into. So as long as it's over that, I should be back into the long. It just made one close over VWAP. Yeah, we'll get back in over VWAP here because I like the 119.5. Tesla did get to 293. So this is the first test of 293. It didn't quite break the trend there and then immediately blew out the top. So there wasn't any kind of a trend break or any setup that I'm going to get into the short on at 293. Doesn't look like it wants to check up even at all. You can draw a steep trend line. Maybe we get to 295 and break it. But at this point, where is my tool? There we go. Redraw it there. Like now it's trying to break at that 293. This is the first time since our last entry at 90, it looks like it wants to wick that 293. I'm on the bid, trying to get back into AMD. Bitcoin, thankfully, we haven't taken a shot at it, just slowly gliding to the downside. I'm willing to be patient with this. I think the strength is going to pick up in Bitcoin. Hasn't got market low, hasn't even tried to fill in the gap yet. But that's a big yet. I think it's about to take out these lows as we speak, and then we'll try to get that V-shaped recovery on IBIT. Want it to be near the top, but it's not really doing much.
I'm going to ask Randy for a reload.
Right, here comes Tesla.
Reload if possible. Well, whatever. I'll just tell Randy here. All right. Yeah, so what, Tesla's coming back into the downside. I mean, the market right now is trying to go. We just got another piece out right there at 120.25 for AMD. And like I said, I'm just going to do this. Like, if every time we can get a quarters, now I'm waiting at 120.50. Hopefully that can come in. Amazon is making a little bit of a move back up. I'm going to let that Archer Aviation just kind of hang out right now. What happened over there?
Oh, just the wick on stuff. Tesla.
Oh, okay. Where is Tesla now? We wanted 295. Okay, so. Oh, it did get to 295 almost. All right. 293.50 there. Was that what you were talking about?
Well, it was just a kind of a violent breakdown.
Okay.
Just now on Tesla. That's obviously it's going to break trend a little bit here. I'm not going to redraw the trend line because I just lost it. Might have just missed our shot. I'm not going to chase all the way down at 91. We'll see if it can't calm down and give an entry closer to like 92.5, 93 for the pullback into the volume weighted average price. There's plenty of room to VWAP here as starting to get a little heavy here on Tesla. Adara?
Here is OUST. If you're looking for a smaller cap runner here, this is about 10% short float. Ouster. So it's odd. I'm not really seeing any brand new announcements on this, but some people are heavily posting here on X. These are accounts that are watched by traders just about this previously indicated or speculated partnership between Ouster and Google Maps. So some ongoing Google Maps and Ouster speculation pushing OUST to the upside. Back to you.
Boy, let's go, man. Thank you, Adara, for that one. I was just like, oh my gosh, with a little bit different words. But there goes AMD right now, 120.50. Man, that was a sick reload down there, man, like on that 50-period moving average. And RKLB is really helping our Archer Aviation continue to go higher right now as Rocket Lab with a much bigger float, a short float than Archer. So there goes RKLB. Wow, 31.50. Come on, man, just sing the good words of Archer right now. We can get that back up there to the upside. All right, man, we are really now cruising right now. AMD is by far the biggest one here for me today. So we're really happy with what we've been seeing here on this name as we continue to go higher here on AMD. It's picture perfect for me, man. We got that, then we got the breakthrough 120, then we went and absolutely nailed that. Then it came back, we reloaded VWAP. That was sketchy for sure. And then right into there again, coming back into play for us at the 50-period moving average. And the rest, as we say, is history. And that continues to go. So we're $1.50 in the money on AMD. We're $1.20 in the money on Amazon. And we're waiting for this 11 break right now on Archer. So, hey, man, over here, it is a trifecta. Joe's a gambler over there. Horses, I know, you're a trifecta. Yeah, a trifecta of winners right there on the note today. AMD, Archer, and Amazon. We just got to go over Neil's bid in Tesla. I have to look at that. And the other name that we have is Apple, which we wanted to look at, but we had both sort of talked about.
Not till after the.
Yeah, I know, I was fine. I mean, 204 is what I wrote down. 204 is the bottom of the day. We could have had that, but we do not. That's Apple right there. But to Neil's point, might as well at this point just wait. I mean, Apple should be a dollar club, but we'll take them everywhere else and just hope that we can get a little bit better as we move forward. But there goes Apple cooking right now, Tim cooking, I guess. But there's AMD. I'm gonna take it one more piece out as we get into the 20s and 30s again. So there we go, man. I have no more offers on AMD until we get to 121.
Yeah, AMD looking super strong. That's why I was on that list. And Tesla looking strong too. So don't necessarily want to get too far out of the pocket with it. It's now under the 293, consolidating under. It's showing a lot of strength off 291, so the buyers are pretty much in control. What I want to see is like sellers win on a 292 break. So break 292 maybe, get back in here, and then the sellers try to come back in for a VWAP fade. Bitcoin is absolutely breaking down off the pre-market low, so the reversion in IBIT is going to come into play pretty soon. Like, this is the 3-minute chart, but you just broke the lows, and if you get a bottoming tail at the pre-market low, I'm looking for that break of trend to come in here for IBIT for my first shot at Bitcoin. Big over the weekend moves to regain 105, and you're still holding 107. So Bitcoin with its first trend break and bottoming tail coming in now. So I'm just gonna pop into this, if we can, on IBIT for the first time today. Haven't really taken any trades in Bitcoin, but you'll see me in now. That's on a trend break. But see what I wanted to see on Tesla? I didn't want to get too far away. I wanted to break 292, fail the 292 break, and come back in. It just shoots higher. Buyers very much in control. That's why I'm not taking another shot at the Tesla short, at least not yet. There's plenty of time to be able to get into it, but not right now. We'll go over to IBIT and play this trend break to the upside. VWAP sits 61. That's the first take that we'll get out.
Okay. Yeah. Look. We're back near the highs of the day for ourselves. So we're pretty happy, obviously, so far with what's been happening. I just took another piece out here at 120.50. I know I am waiting for a little bit more. What else do you guys want to look at, man? I'm just looking at a lot of the same names.
And there's other chip
okay,
names.
that's what I mean. Yeah.
CoreWeave.
CoreWeave. Okay, CoreWeave's a good name. We definitely like some CoreWeave. But there's SMR right now. They dipped down into $33. We could watch out. What's that? Oh yeah, that's right. We didn't even look at Circle or anything like that. Whoa. Okay, Circle down, man. I mean, I don't know what, to be honest with you, I don't really know what I expected with this name. I mean, still up 14%. Still a great day for Circle, obviously, but well off of that 138. I did not pay for shorts, but I don't even know if I want to go short. It has broken back through. You could watch out for this 120 level to maybe break here, but technically very difficult. I mean, last week we had, a big sort of, we were a little horned up there for CoreWeave short, and that just didn't really, pan out. It panned out for us. We did fine on it. We wound up down that one day, but we did catch it on the back at least. And the following day it tanked again. But all right, so U.S. wholesale stories coming out in 1 minute. I'm going to take advantage again of this huge move up on AMD. We are now $1.70 right now in the money as we make sure that everybody can stay hydrated with Hydration Nation right there again. So we're still going to wait for that 121, but I just did take another piece out right there, hoping that we do have a nice move forward. And I think we're about to experience that hopefully right now as we get that number right now in 30 seconds. So it's happening now with Adara. She'll go over a few other names and get that numbers to you right now. Let's hope it's a little bullish as we see about getting higher. I will look at Joby Shane, but when we get back from Adara.
This number here, it's a revision. Wholesale inventories month over month. We're also going to get wholesale sales month over month here. For wholesale inventories, we're expecting 0%, in line with the previous print of 0%. Wholesale sales month over month, 0.2% versus 0.6% expected. We just got that inventories print. So wholesale inventories month over month revision, positive 0.2% versus the forecast of 0% in the previous print of 0%. Wholesale sales month over month actually lower than expected here. So 0.1% versus 0.2% expected, and the previous print of 0.6%. So wholesale inventories above expectations, wholesale sales below expectations. NASDAQ here, you need to kind of chop a little bit with these higher lows. This little push here to the upside. Here's Apple. This one in watch with its WWDC, Worldwide Developers Conference. This kicks off at 1 p.m. Eastern. I will be delivering that news from that keynote for you guys right at 1 p.m. as we get information. Here's Robinhood. Hood and AAPL both on watch today. Both of these names were favored as potential additions to the S&P 500 index, except they actually didn't announce any changes to the index for this quarter. So Hood and AAPL both recovering pretty nicely, but down to the day as investors get their hopes dashed that these names will be at the index at some point soon. Back to you.
Hope's not, well, temporarily hope's dashed. I think Robinhood's going in, and this is an opportunity maybe in the disappointment to buy some dips. Took our second shot in Tesla. Maybe it's going to be like Friday, where you take 2 early shots in the morning, and then the afternoon was the best trade. We'll see what happens. It's still well under, as long as you're underneath where we sold it on Friday, traded it, I should say. I didn't sell any personal shares on it at that 300 level. I said I might take a second leg out. I ended up not doing it on Friday. 290, 280, 298, 299, where it had that second salvo under VWAP, but you're still holding 93. So every time it breaks the trend, I'm looking for that trend break. Oh yeah, Bitcoin's trying to get back into VWAP, so IBIT, we got the curl. It just tagged like 61 change and starting to stall out here a little bit at the volume weighted average price. I'm looking for it to hold above VWAP and start buying some higher lows on Bitcoin on the way to what I think can be another test of the 108 level, which will mean pre-market highs for sure here on IBIT. So first long we had in IBIT, starting to head to the upside. TRL verse in the chat. I don't know why Traeger is up 40% today, or did not know that Traeger was up. Certainly we'll have a look at that one a little bit later. But the stock I wanted to go to was, as you mentioned, Circle down. Point this morning, if it does like a break of like a downtrend or a consolidation like this, I'm going to look for a long opportunity here in Circle, but just not yet. It did the same thing where it just couldn't get off going, and then all of a sudden you had like a $10 move. So Circle's fully capable of doing it again.
Hey guys, like like Neil was mentioning, you take a lot of shots at different stocks, and you just wait to see when you can get that back in. And we don't show our, I saw some people talking, we don't show our P&Ls on here, but you can always ask us what kind of a day we're having, or if we're green or red on names or something like that, because sometimes it is tough when you're sitting there watching to figure out what's going on. Like this Amazon trade, like unless you have these prices, it really hasn't been a long today. It's coming right back in. Like the future's now above VWAP, above the 50-period moving average, and Amazon is really starting to get clocked out a little bit. So I'm going to take out another piece right here at 80 just because of where it is, and then we'll hold the rest. But I'm not going to get any more on this name, and we're going to stop out if it breaks below where we're in. So 213 right now is a definite out over there. And then, as we were saying there, I'll look at Tesla again, guys, because honestly, the day that I'm having right now, it's not. Like for me to take shots at stock, I have to be exact pretty much, or else have a really tight stop. So I'm going to wait for all that, because I just get carried away sometimes and put on, like different units on different names. And for right now, if I don't have the right read on something, I might as well stay away. We're really huge right now on the day, and I don't want to lose on something, because right now Tesla was down 3% or so at its lows. It might even be down more than that. And for it to battle right back up like this against the market, for me, it's a definite hard stay away for right now. Although it is on the note here at 295, so there's no doubt about that. But this is what the note is, man. It's an idea. I write the note 2 hours ago, and things change, right? And so we take the early trades. We absolutely destroyed it. We're 3 for 3 here today, all big, and just going to sit on that. All 3 positions we have are a dollar in the money, right? And we're just waiting for Archer to get even higher than that right now. We just touched out for a dollar club on Archer Innovation. So we had 10% in the money on this name. So we're $1 on an $11 name. We're $2 right now in the money on AMD, and Amazon is a dollar club as well, which already had gone $2. So yeah, man, we're just going to sit there and relax and watch out for some of these plays. We did note that IonQ was another possibility here for us today, as that name, had its nice moves up early, faded back out late. So IonQ right now having a little bit of a problem going through those levels. A break of 41 actually looks pretty good here on IONQ. So that would be a good break level there as well. With Bitcoin kind of not, I know Neil's been sort of looking at it. I did think about Coinbase. Again, as they're moving around all the time when crypto starts to go, but Coinbase is actually going the other way. Thank you so much, Randy, as he's here right now as well. Randy, Tesla was down and not oh my God, that 295 we wrote down, Randy. I didn't take it, and I was just talking about not taking it. But we wrote down on the sticky note 295 right there for a Tesla trade. And everyone in the chat was like, "Are you taking this, my guy?" And I was like, "No, it's not moving properly." But there it is right there. Tesla 295 short. That would be in the club. But like I said, man, judge us for the stocks we trade, not what we talk about. But there it is, man. I hope you guys have that name. There it is, man. A beautiful pullback off of that 295. Oh boy, Randy, that would have been something else to have that, but we do not. So there goes Amazon and AMD. But that Tesla, what a good call there at 295. Wish we had that, but we do not. Ifs and buts.
Candy and nuts. I mean, that's the thing. Like, 93 actually held as well the first time through, but you want to see it continue, and it's right now continuing to the upside on Tesla. There's Tesla. Like 2 red candles on the day. One at 93, one at 95 on a 3-minute basis anyways. If you're looking at a higher time frame, it's all green. Circle's still trying to break this trend. It hasn't. Until it makes a fresh low, it's still in the pocket of doing what it was doing on Friday, where you can break the trend or consolidate and get one shot at a big-time candle to the upside. IBIT, on the other hand, hey, just snagged almost to that VWAP. We got the trend break, but no continuation just yet. So take another leg out when it consolidates and maybe wait for another reload at the low. So just trying to be a little bit patient here. I love the pattern. I mean, you basically held, look at last week, you had a couple of peaks, but if you look at that peak here, like 60, 70, we just held onto that like a dime. I think we can do more than just this range here. I think we can break through 61 third and have a chance to get up into 62 and test that 108 level. So let's try to be constructive. It's the first up move. So we'll see if we can't get a dip buy at that same price. Circle, Puck, Maple. I'm not looking for, like, I'm not just sitting on the bid off Circle. Like, if it breaks the low, I don't have a dip buy level that I'm thinking about. I'm just wanting it to break this trend distinctly, and almost certainly it's going to be something on the 15-minute because the way it's trading right now, it's not setting up all that cleanly on a 3. But if we get some kind of a trend reversal on a 15-minute, then I want to be long in Circle. Like when it did it on Friday, you could have had, like right in here, it was like 110 clean to 125. So I want something like that on Circle, and it's not there yet. But you can be patient with it. You need one shot at this stock, as proven on Friday. All you had to have was that one short at 116, 117. We'll try to do the same thing again here, but you got to wait.
Yeah, you're welcome, Trade Forever. You're welcome, Juan Padilla, Sean James, everybody out there. That was all about that Tesla trade. You guys pointed it out to me. I pointed it out to all of you before as well, 295. And there it is, man. It's a $3 winner. So if you guys have that one, man, a big congratulations to everybody out there, that Sticky Note Nation, man. My hats are off to you, because if you guys have that trade, then Travolta's kind of looking at me right now saying, dude, that's your trade. You should have this. But we talked about it, and I just thought it was kind of going oppo of the market there for a minute and didn't really trust it. It might not be great after all. I would definitely be, look, if you're in it, we can talk about it. But if you're in it, that 292 just held pretty good. We held right there 5-10 minutes ago. We held again right now. So I'd be exiting. Take the $2 if it breaks 293. Like that could be that, and maybe you can reload again right there to the upside on Tesla if it does come through. I'm hearing something in my ear about aluminum and Canada and all that kind of stuff. So maybe there is something going on. But Neil, this doesn't today. What's been happening today? With some of these calls has just been crazy. This Amazon, like there goes Amazon right now. It's like things are just working out for us, for me, for us right now. And it's just kind of like, let's just keep that momentum going. And that's why I kind of stayed away a little bit there from Tesla, because now we're $1.50 in the money here, $2 here. And Archer did have a little bit of a problem there. And you guys talked about look at Archer as opposed to Rocket Lab. And that was a great point by those in the chat, because Rocket Lab is breaking higher right now. And I can see anyways that this Archer is not. And
it looks like Rocket Lab trapped more shorts maybe.
That's exactly what I was going to go over and check out, because we know that Archer was 16 or 17%.
I think it's, you maybe double check, I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's 18, so it's very similar. So it's not a short story at all, and the float is quite large, I believe, on RKLB as well. So yeah, definitely some more work needs to be done, because that is just blasting there. Let's just be patient and wait our turn, man. And I think we can do that, right? We can wait our turn on Archer. Archer right now 61 cents in the money, and we already cleared it out. We only have now, wow, way under. We have about 10% left, no, a little more than that, about 15 or 20% left on ACHR. But oh boy, man, I had a lot of FOMO not being in here on Friday, but we've more than made up for it right here with some of the trading today. There's AMD, man, 121. That's $2. Let's just let this continue to go. Yeah, Joby as well, man. We're really on something. And then, so we should have had that Tesla short at 2. So far, if we review this, the only thing we missed was Tesla short 295, and then we missed Apple, which we wrote down at 204. So that right now, I mean, that came in perfectly right off the open. Instead of looking at Apple, I looked at AMD, and I'm glad we did, but I think I gave up a lot of money here as well on Apple. So that's just part of trading, right? Trader's dilemma. You're always going to give something up to take advantage of something else. We're having a monster day right now. I'm actually, just to give you guys an idea, I'm at 3 times like sort of the goal that I set for myself. So I'm just going to keep that in the pocket right now. Rivian apparently is ripping or something right now. So Rivian calls moving around here as well. So I don't know. We'll wait. Not ripping at all. I had a nice move early. All right, I think if there's more steel and aluminum and tariff talk and all that kind of stuff, I think it's good for all the automotives, even though Rivians are built stateside there in the United States. So Watch out for that move.
It's still, I mean, that's the thing.
We just got filled on something.
You still have to get the parts.
Oh, AMD.
Right? You still need the materials and the parts, and that's going to be affected. So built in the U.S. doesn't tell you the entire story there for Rivian. We'll get to CoreWeave in one quick little second here. Circle's threatening to finally break out. On the 15-minute, it's still not really looking all that great, but it's finally looking like it wants to break out of this bottom trend here. So I need to see it close above the 120. Bitcoin's taking VWAP, and now I'll get to CoreWeave. CoreWeave just did another crazy 158. CoreWeave's back up to. So 165 is the all-time high on CoreWeave. I did pay for locates. I just feel like it's going to get to the all-time high, and I'm not sure this is the one that you want short right now. The chips are strong as a group. That's going to weigh in. If I was shorting it, I'd probably be shorting this move. But when you see this pattern off of VWAP, maybe just buy the dip off VWAP or the prior highs. Well, let's go the other direction on CoreWeave because this is an absolute rocket ship. Didn't expect it to be so strong. 154 and VWAP are going to be the plays. IBIT seems like it just tagged the volume weighted average price. I didn't get the dip reload at our entry. Didn't quite get that far, so I'm looking for a place to add above the volume weighted average price, or maybe I can get something, I'll sneak something in, maybe in the, like the 95 region off of this higher low. Just want to be able to add to it on the way up to the pre-market high. I'm pretty sure we're going to get there, but I want more in IBIT before we get to that top. The other thing you got to pay attention to is as these chips go higher, NVIDIA is lagging right now.
Ooh, NVIDIA.
So like Micron's pretty strong, Core's going nuts, AMD's really strong. Someone even said in the chat that Intel was looking good. Not as much for NVIDIA. So I'm gonna watch to see if I can find something along like a flat bottom break or maybe some kind of a quick scalp trade if the market does fail those highs and NVIDIA continues to lag. For now, we're going to work with the longs, but that's just something to keep in the back of mind. Not really sure why it's lagging so much. So we're going to try to add to IBIT. Hopefully, money fills under VWAP and not necessarily over. I think 61.35 is about that high. In the pre-market, that's where I'll get out, but we're still going to be buying dips.
All right, so here's 213 down here on Amazon. And again, this is something that we had written down on the sticky note. So we're pretty happy with the way that's performing. We'll put that out over there on Twitter as well. So definitely something to look out for there. AMD just broke 121. This is my largest position still on board right now is AMD. All right, let's find out what's going on with Palantir quickly here, just to see another name. Wasn't doing, so it does its Palantir patented move right there off the open where it flushes all the way down. And then Kathy and everybody else, probably Warren Buffett if he was still around. No, probably not. But there it is, man. A nice move to the upside right now and continuously moving into its new highs. And then just real quickly there for Amazon. Amazon, you want to talk about making highs. Right now, it looks like AMZN is one of them as well, going to the upside. There it is, man. There's a flash sale right now. So get ready for that one. Traders, are you ready to fully optimize a computer for use on everyday trading? Well, Easy Trading Computers and Trader TV have teamed up to bring you an exclusive sale on the world's most powerful AI-ready computers for trading. So definitely go over there and check them out. This limited time desktop and laptop sale includes exclusive promos, upgrades, bonus gear, and 0% financing. And it's only for you here at TV. Scan the QR code, enter your email, and unlock access now before it's gone. This exclusive sale ends June the 12th at 5 p.m. Well, June the 12th. Okay, a couple days at 5 p.m. Scan that QR code. Look, just go find out what it's all about, right? That's the one thing you can do for sure if you are looking for one of those advanced computers.
Information is
Yeah, exactly. Go find. I mean, I don't know what. I mean, the flash sale, man. Big deal right there. 0% financing, bonus gear, and upgrades. And we had that gentleman from Easy Trading Computers on last week. And Easy Trading Computers, we want to thank them. But right now, it is $2.50 in the money. And that's just off of a reload right there on AMD. My largest position continues to grow here into the account. And it's the P&L wise anyways. And there it is. It's a nice move there for AMD right back into its day's high. And we just take that out right now, 121.40. Oh boy, Neil, big one right now. I'm now back and above where I was at like 935. So far so good there with Advanced Micro Devices.
Yeah, so far so good with AMD, but not so much for Circles. It fails you just need one shot with this thing, but it again fails to break out any kind of a higher low here. So it's made a double bottom, but it can't seem to take out like its first resistance spot at about 127. Like I said, we can be patient with it, but it's kind of ridiculous that you look left, right? You're looking at circle to go, and it ends up being CoreWeave. And I think they're not the same thing, I get it, but they're the two most recent big-time IPOs. CoreWeave is now pulling back. So prior high 154, VWAP are the two places that I'll be looking for an opportunity to get back into or get into it for the first time. I didn't actually trade this on Friday. We were trading, I was trading Circle. I think Obi was trading maybe CoreWeave, but I was trading, well, we were both trading Circle. But it's CoreWeave's day today, and 154 and the volume weighted average price, about the only stories that you can get. Since we got into the trend break on IBIT, kind of weird. Oh yeah, I knew it. I put to a.
What happened?
I had changed to a 1 minute chart, and I'm like, why is this?
Okay.
Why does this look funny? Because my
Good
black
idea.
chart is different. Since I got in, there's not a red candle in IBIT on the 3 minute chart. So I'm still looking for that first opportunity to dip. As you can see, right at about 60.94, it was able to do it. Now you're holding above the volume weighted average price. I'll get rid of that little ugly candle in here to smooth the scaling up. If you can close this candle after a hold of VWAP, I'll add above 61. For now, I'm still kind of trying to get filled in front of the 90s and do a little bit better on price. Tesla still doesn't want to break trend. I think you got to be patient with this. And a lot of people in the chat are mentioning chip names all up and down. SMCI, 4% up, might be leading the pack in terms of a percentage basis.
Shit.
I just want to remind anybody that hasn't seen this and zoomed out, SMCI at 44 last week. Yeah, it was $44. That's exactly right. 44 last week was like monster rejections 3 days in a row. So that's one of those sniper tactics where if you get another dollar in here, you know where your one shot is, and that's usually to short it at that top. So if you picked out this one, there was no catalyst specifically for SMCI, but like each candle on the 15 minutes bigger than the last. When I see that happening, usually I'm thinking about a sniper entry to the south side. Adara?
Here's the IWM, and this is a pretty interesting look here. We get this nice push pre-market, push to the upside, we gap up. We push much lower here off the open right now, though trying to recover a little bit, still about 0.72%. So we're very much removed from our day's highs here, trading around 213 1/3 as of right now for that Russell 2000. First small cap capper here is actually a name that ran a little bit last week as well. This is Unusual Machines, UMAC. This is one of the small cap companies that we actually have Donald John Trump Jr. here, or DJ TJ. Donald Trump Jr. actually is on the board of this company. Older news story here, but worth noting for UMAC. Last week here on Wednesday, they announced that they're expanding their U.S. manufacturing. It's also worth noting they are a drone play. So this one on watch here, much like what we're seeing with Archer Aviation and Joby, as we do get this new executive order for drones in the U.S. Now here's Synaptogenics. This is SNXP. This went nicely to the upside, announcing that they've launched a $100 million AI tokens treasury strategy. So this is, again, continuing this trend of small cap names announcing treasury strategies. Here's Sound Group, SOGP. This one has a much larger market cap, about $1.7 billion, announcing today a $4 million buyback. Back to you.
All right, we got into Tesla. There it goes again. We are now $2. We are really cruising right now in this market, guys. So $2 now in the money on, well, Tesla is not $2 in the money. It's $2 in the money on Amazon, sorry. As there goes that break higher. We just tweeted that out as well. And then AMD is at the day's high. And then Archer is not doing anything. So a little bit of a couple new looks there. What else, guys? I mean, like JP Morgan. I don't know. I'm just really trying to, really feeling everything here today. But yeah, let's just figure out JP Morgan downside right now. I did want to look at Wells Fargo. They did have that asset cap lifted last week as we talked about that one. So Wells Fargo right now flat on the day. So doing better than a JP, but you know, still definitely looking like a little bit of trouble here for the financials, considering the fact that the NASDAQ is up and the ES is pretty flat. So the NASDAQ being led for sure. I mean, we're as I said, man, we're doing pretty well here. So let's just wait to see if we can sort of continue that trend right now of higher, you know, higher, not higher lows, but higher highs, I guess. I was going to say, I don't know.
Oh, both.
We may, exactly. We may not.
Well, maybe not the banks as I
may
look
not
over
get
at
into
that
lows
WFC chart.
right there, but yeah, so far so good. So yeah, we're just doing our thing right now. So WFC trying to make it something special. Tesla. So if this breaks 295, we're out. So we're able to take something out there at 294. We just get another reload right here. But yeah, definitely not the healthy stock that we were hoping for there when it was down at the bottom. We could have definitely bought that. Much better name than we had thought. And there goes Tesla. Oh, we got stopped out. Okay, so there goes breaking 295. So we once, another one, and then here's our first L on the day, but not another one. Okay, it's an L for sure because we did break that through. We were short at 294.70. We get stopped out on the break up, and I think we got a slippage of 10 cents or so there. So we actually got out a little bit early, faster than I thought we would have there. So yeah, man, you know, Tesla, good job there if you were patient enough to grab that long there on TSLA. Just to give you guys a little bit of context, I lost 10% on that Tesla of what we're in on AMD. And I actually only lost half of what my current position on AMD is worth. So like I said, man, no problems talking about that with you. If you have any questions about, you know, what kind of, if we're up, down, what kind of stocks we're trading and what our risk looks like, that's what it looks like for me right there. So we lose about 5% of what we make on AMD. We lose that on Tesla right there. Yeah, so not great look at 295. It was good once, but not good twice, up to 296 now. I don't think we hit this. I think we just wait, and we're as patient as possible now on Tesla. And if anything, we look for longs down here at the 200 period now, because it's just moving oppo what we thought, and that's fine, man. I mean, when my players go oppo, I like that. So right there, we're talking about baseball, of course.
Hit
so
the pitch where it's thrown.
Exactly, and if Tesla's doing that, then it's doing it, and we could get out of its way, and we did. So I feel pretty good about that. So yeah, we'll just wait for it right now. And hopefully we can get a dip by opportunity there. AMD and Amazon, both $2, and Archer Aviation doing its own thing there. So NVTS, people like that. Many more names to talk about here today. It's only 10:25.
Yeah, still plenty of time left in the day, everybody. And CoreWeave, by the way, CoreWeave is starting to come back into that prior high. So if you see it pop in, there's only two places that I'm interested. 154 for a trend reverse, and then the volume weighted average price, which you saw, look, it snipered that 150 level as well off of the volume weighted average price. So shout out to the strength that is in CoreWeave, but also shout out to Trade the Pool, because they've got one of the most valuable parts of Trade the Pool to announce, and that is VOD, the Video On Demand Library, a free resource filled with real trading stories, strategy deep dives, and practical insights to help you grow. Whether you're looking to improve your entries, manage risk better, or just stay motivated, this is where experience meets education. And to make sure nothing valuable slips through the cracks, there's the note feature. See something worth remembering? Click Note, write it down, and it stays saved right inside the video. Head to tradethepool.com, tap the trading VOD, and start completely free. Scan that QR code you see out in front of you as well. Shout out to Trade the Pool as well. Okay, we're pretty close to getting an entry. Let me just throw a stop in CoreWeave, just in case we grab it. In IBIT, we're trying to get that bid. We talked about where we're going to buy it on CoreWeave. Right, we got a bit of a trend break happening, potentially, in the first red candle. I just threw an offer in front of the high, but if we put in our first red candle going into the high, I'm going to jump out and then get back in, ideally off of VWAP if that's where we catch the bounce, or we just wait for the lows again. But there hasn't been, we took the long into the volume weighted average price. There hasn't been a red candle since, so there hasn't been a lot of reason to want to get out of this thing and jump out of the trend. Still looking pretty good, and I'm just going back over to CoreWeave at this point, so I just want to make sure we updated the plan of action. Right now, one kind of strong move in and we'll get the high on IBIT, or we put in a red candle and I jump out of this on the 3-minute. And CoreWeave, as mentioned, I guess I did not just get filled there at 56. So it held 55, broke back through 56, kind of left the order in to see if you get picked up on that one. It's spready, as Adara would say, like a 25-cent spread at times. So you punch through and you don't really go that far of a cross. In that particular case, I might have crossed like 10 cents. and I didn't get the fill. So I'm not going to chase it $1 on CoreWeave. Definitely a big spread on that name. Trader Forever says they're short AMD at 121.57. I don't know if that's the name that I would be. Well, I see it's a double top up there. If I was thinking short on a chip name, it might be Intel at 21. Just because it's Intel 21, and like its chart looks pretty constructive for a trend break right now. But my focus is on CoreWeave and IBIT. But yeah, I don't know if AMD would be the one. Intel, $21, kind of a big level. Last time it was here, it represented the top. I think when I was gone, that would have been. But yeah, it's up 4%, but it's at a pretty key level, I think, for a short.
All right, yeah, I mean, that might be a great top because, and if you're going short there, I'm getting out of the long. So I think we might be sort of thinking the same thing right there as we get pretty high up there in the NASDAQ and so on and so forth. Let me just check out a position of mine, Marvell, right there. Yes, $71. I better hit up our friend right now who's long into this name like crazy. So nice move there on Marvell, up another 4% today as we bought that dip off earnings. Well, we bought it before earnings and then right to the upside. We didn't get any more. We could have at 60, which we,
there's something.
In hindsight, we should have. Other name that we're long in our own account as well, we're long many names in the account, but Big Bear AI looking okay as well. Let me check out what Robinhood's been doing so far here today as we're just chilling out, down 6% now. Okay, not so bad for Robinhood. I mean, I thought we had seen lower than that. Down to 69er and a nice little bounce off there, bouncing up basically $2 there from that bottom. So yeah, man, tonight is, it's not tonight, is it? But there's Oracle this week. They're reporting this week. So Oracle's huge move up from those lows, man. It's like 50 straight points up. It almost seems like they're for, yeah, look at that. Look at this. Whoa, I'm still on this for the daily. Get rid of that. We don't need that. Oracle, wow, really hot fire. A name that I wish I would have got more down. This is actually where I'm long down here, but I'm long there from like a year ago. 120 bottom, nice move up to 178. Oracle really starting to get going now. Again, ORCL into earnings this week. But yeah, probably what's up to Anthony there. I have a bunch of money sort of sitting around. You guys know that I've been selling some off, and I've been watching for Webull. So yeah, I think there's a good possibility here to get long. I just wonder if it's down 2% today. Obviously, there's something wrong with this name right now. I'm almost rather buy it on good news and pay up 10%. Like buy this name once it breaks out, if that even breaks out, because this could have an $8 target to it. Its bottom is 10.50. If we break that, especially if we break that overnight on a story, then it's a pretty dangerous call right there. It's kind of like what I'm doing with Target, waiting for this name to break above 100 before we actually go long. Don't bother chasing a falling knife, even though it's been doing really well. So yeah, man, we're in the money. $5 almost, 250 plus 150 plus 1. Yeah, $5 right now. AMD just at the highs. And I was saying, you guys were talking about being short there. Just watch out, man. This is blasting higher right here. AMD really holding the day for me, and I hope it is for you guys as well. It's 10:30. It's time for your crypto recap, and Dara has news.
Just be aware here, you would see this if you check out our Trump calendar on X at TTV Research. I post a daily calendar schedule, but at 2 p.m., Donald Trump is set to host an event called the Invest America event. So for more details, apparently this event is going to be promoting Trump accounts. That's a program providing $1,000 in federal index fund investments to U.S. citizens that have been born between January 1st, 2024 and January 1st, 2029. Now, why this is relevant is because there are a lot of major CEOs set to attend this event, as reported by Washington Post. So CEOs from companies like Dell, ARM, ServiceNow, Uber, Goldman Sachs, and Robinhood are all expected to attend. Vlad Tenev, Robinhood CEO, he's already posted about this. So just be aware here, some of these companies could be on watch at 2 p.m. when we get this Invest America event. So that's certainly going to be on watch here. We talked about Bitcoin making a little bit of a downtrend from this new all-time high around 112,000 with these lower highs and lower lows, but it looks like we're trying to break out of that downtrend and resume this gorgeous uptrend that we started at the end of, or I guess middle April here. We're back above this previous level of resistance here. We're right now knocking on the door of 108,000. So good look here for BTC as it tries to recover. Let's take a look at some of these other crypto plays because BTC, of course, really strong. Ethereum, nicely up on the day as well, up 1%, holding on to that 2,500 level. Tether relatively flat here. BNB up about 2/3%. Solana up 3%. Cardano up just under 1%. So Lots of mixed performance here once again for these crypto names. They're not all trading in tandem as we tend to see as of late. Back to you.
All right.
Yeah, trying to break that pre-market high. But, you can look at Blue Ocean on this, or, you know what, forget about Blue Ocean. It's a 24-hour market. I love Blue Ocean. I have nothing against them there. But at the end of the day, you can look at actual spot prices of BTC. And if you look at where we're likely headed, it is almost exactly that 108 level. So I just moved my trailing stop on here. I think we can try to hold into 108. I don't know like I always say, I don't know the exact price on IBIT going into that 108 level, but you can see it. Like right now we're 107.7, so we're trying to challenge that high. There's still red candles on the 15 minutes, so it's holding the trend line pretty well. So we're gonna hold along into that high of the day. We'll take it out if we fail a break at the high, and we'll buy the dip back into the volume weighted average price on this bad boy. So one shot to get in. You just had to wait for it, right? Like one shot to get in. There's your bottoming tail candle. Break of the prior bar high. Stop into the prior wick low. Not the wick low, actually body low. It's about 7 cents worth of risk here. Now we're holding into the high of the day. And good luck if you're short on some of those chip names. Maybe if on this last break higher, Intel is still holding under 21, I think that could be the one.
All right, man. I guess my guy over here, Joe's getting pretty hyped up. We are now $3. I hope he has this with me. We are now $3 in the money on AMD as that keeps on going. And by the way, Tesla off our 295 short. Look, it goes to 296, but it also prints 292. So that was $3 down for $1 up. So, if you want to try that short now at 296, I think it's given you enough of a move right there to sort of justify maybe potentially taking one more shot at that. I did take out some more. We're 3 for 4 with the loss there in Tesla. But again, the loss that we have in Tesla is smaller than any of the one wins individually. So it's been pretty good there. Archer just coming back up into $11. We'll see if that can do anything. We just took some more outs right here. We got some out at 90 and then some 98 right there. So Trump has let Bessent here levy tech. So we're going to wait to see if there's a deal coming through here. It's looking better and better. If Scott Bessent has enough, some power given back to him, then maybe that is part of the reason why we're seeing some of these chip names start to move back up to the upside as we get closer and closer to a potential something or other there in China, and that's at least better than what we have right now as AMD is near all-time highs. One more time, man. But we're having ourselves a day. That's for sure right now. So as we keep on sort of trucking here on all of these names, man, it's just it's been a great one. We want to again thank everybody for watching and hope that you continue to do that. Our midday show is going to be a banger as well. Hopefully they'll be trading some Archer, some Joby, all of that as well, because these names have really been hot fire there. Let's see if Rocket Lab is chilled out just a little bit right now. I'm very specific with the names I'm looking at, man. I mean, honestly, this is the sort of style that I want to be doing, and it's been working out great. So, okay, Rocket Lab could be coming back in. We'll look at Archer now. That's at 11. So again, I only have about now 10% left. Yeah, actually a little bit more than that, about 12 or 13% left of ACHR, and actually debating getting some more out right now because we are starting to fall in just a little bit there, and we don't need it to lose. Okay, we just got some 91s. That was quick. What I was going to say is I don't want Rocket Lab to lose on this, because if this falls back in, then yeah, we probably have some more problems with ACHR if the whole space starts to lose. The other name over here would be Joby as well. So just be careful. I don't really look at one or the other. I just trade whatever I'm looking at because they all don't look the same. So I'm just nervous that we could be losing some of this move here. Joby did not, going early, never has since. Archer, a Rocket Lab is finally now breaking below that 50-period moving average. So that's a move to the downside. And then ACHR as well, as we had just mentioned, got a little bit more out. NVIDIA's at the highs. Everything's really starting to blast, man. And we do have to go over to Adara. Is that right, Andre? To Neil. Let's go to Neil first.
Well, shout out to anybody that's finding your signals and are working today. But I can tell you, if you're looking for something to give you those indicators, to give you back testing of your strategies, it's still 1 month free over at eSignal. So you get to trade smarter, not harder. You have an intuitive platform, which is easy to use, highly customizable, reliable data. Hooked up, you can hook up with multiple brokers, I think over at least 30 brokers, so you can trade automatically through there. You can use the the API to automate trading, level 1, level 2 access, the imbalance locator. As we said, if there's an indicator, if there's a market, you can add an entitlement and you can customize your experience over with eSignal. So shout out to them, and make sure you scan the QR code in front of you and start your trading journey, or maybe continue your trading journey with a great piece of software. Let's go to Adair.
Just be aware here, I just want to, give some clarity on this story from the Wall Street Journal. So again, Wall Street Journal here, as mentioned on that desk, reporting that Trump is allowing some U.S. negotiators some leeway with regards to lifting export controls on China. But this isn't new. We actually had a member of the Trump team himself saying it this morning on CNBC. So this morning we had Kevin Hassett already, who's, one of their lead economic advisors. He already said that the U.S. has no problem releasing export controls on China if the talk goes well. So I just want to clarify, this news from the Wall Street Journal, while positive, is actually not brand new, and it's already been confirmed, or at least indicated here, by a member of Trump's team as of this morning. I want to talk about Amazon as well here. This one on Watch, I'm just seeing here reports that the company is investing $20 billion in Pennsylvania to expand its cloud computing infrastructure and advance AI innovation. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adair. And as I said, if we failed the high, well, it's not necessarily fail the high, but we got to the high and then broke back under this prior bar open here on IBIT, that would be my signal to get out. It was a trend break that got us in. There's your pre-market, not really the pre-market low, that's kind of unfair to say. So call it like the 7 a.m. low. And then there was a fail break of that to get us our entry to play into the high of the day. First to VWAP and then hold into the high of the day. So IBIT looking pretty strong. Next step, ideally dip into VWAP. Right, like go to the high, revert into VWAP, bounce off VWAP, we go long again, and Bitcoin continues to be strong would be the name of the game. Did not get into core. The only other thing I was looking at during this time was a core weave potential dip into the volume weighted average price. That could still happen. So core weave up 11%. It's tagging 155 on a pullback, and could still give you that dip into the volume weighted average price. I heard Sean just say, "Oh, Circle."
Yeah, wait till you look at Circle. Yeah.
I'll pull it up now. Is that?
Yeah, might as well.
It's tanking.
Yeah.
Okay. 100 was it 100? Well, no, 104. On Friday it was 104. Let's check that at 103. It was close. 103 is where the heavy dip buying came in to find support, which was also the day one high. So the day one high and Friday, call it lunchtime support, could be the next thing to come in. Yeah, Circle there's been no sign of breaking this trend to the downside. Just waiting for it to do so to take a shot at it. Crazy, because I guess he could have just shorted this and he would have been absolutely fine.
Been fine. Yeah.
Wasn't really looking to do so. So CoreWeave, VWAP, IBIT, VWAP, those are the next two trades I'm looking to make.
Yeah, missed opportunity most likely there, as it appears so anyways, on Circle to get that short. I didn't pay for them, but all right, we're going to get out some more right now on AMD just because it's at 122. We talked about that maybe as being the high. We're long at 119 here, Sharif, and it's at 122. So this just is $3, and we might as well take some out. $3 in the money on AMD, $1.90 there on Amazon. Archer's having a problem, so I just wanted to bring that to everybody's attention. Not going through $11. I like that IBIT play. Neil's out of it though, but I liked it. And then just because of what Bitcoin's been doing about that 108, I think we could bounce around there a little bit as well. And then I did want to check out my guy Donkey Kong coming through here again, because that's a play, I think. So we'll have to wait for DKNG. But let's go to Adair for a story, then we'll come back and look at DraftKings.
Yeah, no story here, just a quick sector watch. We have lots of weakness here in finance. Berk B, Visa, PGR, MasterCard here, all sharply to the downside. Health technology, a little bit more mixed. Pfizer, nicely to the upside here, but we have Intuitive Surgical down 6.5% here, getting a downgrade this morning. Super services a bit mixed. Energy, minerals, very strong across the board. Transportation here, Uber, nicely pushing to the upside. Keep in mind, Uber is one of the companies here expected to have a presence at Donald Trump's Invest America event today at 2 p.m. So UBER could be on watch. Industrials weak, commercial services weak, communications a little bit mixed to weak. Retail trade, with the exception of Amazon here, of course, the sector leader, generally pushing to the downside. And then we have our tech sectors. Technology services, Oracle looking great here 2 days ahead of its earnings. Google and Meta also strong, but Netflix, which is near days highs, pushing a little bit lower today. Electronic technology, we have Apple on watch with WWDC, but a lot of these semiconductors really strong. This morning we did have Kevin Hassett who is one of the key economic advisors in the U.S. Trump administration, saying this morning on an interview in CNBC that he basically the U.S. is prepared to lower its U.S. export controls here on tech if the talks with China go well. Wall Street Journal reporting something to the same effect. Back to you.
Oh, Corey's not going to VWAP at all. Uber, that's a good-looking stock. Yeah. We like it. Uber. It's not, I don't want to say rotation from Tesla to Uber because that's not what I did. I sold a little bit of Tesla to buy some Uber shares after it broke out, and this looks fantastic. Well, it wasn't after it broke out. This was when we sold it. We sold the Tesla shares last week. But look at this continuation. It's almost filled in the entirety of the gap. I don't know if it breaks. It's probably not going to break 90 today. That's pie in the sky. But a 90 break is the next significant level here on Uber. And I guess today, maybe 80 on any kind of a dip. But someone asked me what I'm looking for off of VWAP. Like, what do you, when you say buy off VWAP, there's multiple ways that you can try to buy something off volume weighted average price. Put bid in front of a line on your chart and try and grab it. That's not my ideal. Ideally, I want it failing the high. I do want Bitcoin to go higher. I like Bitcoin. But I'd like it failing the high, coming back in, and then doing a trend reversal just like we did here at the bottom, and do the same thing off the volume-weighted average price. Trend back down, break the trend in front of the volume-weighted average price and get in. That's always the best. Or you could just do any kind of semi-consolidation. Like this kind of a consolidation would be good enough on a 3-minute, and then you grab the break higher there. But if it doesn't go back into the volume-weighted average price, none of that is even going to matter here on Bitcoin. We did jump out on that first red candle after it got to the high. And I don't want to chase it up here. I'm still waiting for our dip to get back into this bad boy. I see this KLTO that some people have been talking about here, Clotho Neurosciences. And then Shreve goes, oh, baby. This is going to do 1 billion shares today, apparently, and just halted for the first time today. So after 600 million shares, is this second halt? Okay, well, Shreve just said second halt. I only see the one that's obvious to me on the 3-minute, but halted with a current tap of flat. Not sure the exact story going on with this one, but it does seem to me like this is, yeah, it's going to do 1 billion shares. That's fantastic volume. We'll see what it does at the open. I didn't get a chance to see what it was doing when it was opened up, but what a good trade this was off $1. I like those dollar level holds, generally speaking, so if it were to pull back in, that'd be a spot that I'd be looking at KLT. I'm not sure the story here, so Shreve's going to send it to me, but I probably won't trade it unless we get back into that dollar level, or close enough to it.
Okay, I just was thinking about, and we just missed it there because I didn't see it go up there into 296, but I'm going to wait there at 395.85. Joe, what's for lunch is coming. Don't worry about it. I just heard Joe say, forget about all this nonsense. I just want to know what's for lunch. So we'll get to that very, very soon, Joseph. Don't worry. All right, man. Broadcom now below 250. So this was a level that, you know, we had sort of thought about on the breakout there on earnings, but it hasn't necessarily been trading that well since you got up to 264. I mean, the earnings was just last week, so got to give it a little bit of room. You guys know we went into CRM, we went into Marvell, but Broadcom might be added to your boys' portfolio very, very soon as well if we continue this kind of a move back in for Broadcom. I mean, that 241 was a great level there. We'll see. If the market fades out, fine. We just dropped out of most of our positions here. We got out of some more Archer, and then now we're getting out of AMD, sorry, lost my train of thought right there. 122 and change right there coming for AMD. So definitely something to look at here. Dumping out that, Amazon's coming back in, and then so like Tesla's a big trade, right? I mean, Tesla, for a lot of you up there that we've been looking at this pretty much all day, you can see that Tesla's making that move now finally back around 295. So this is going to be a pretty good area for concern for me anyways here on TSLA. So let's just continue to watch out for this right now and then see if we can make anything happen here. Would love to have gotten that short at 296. I think that was a missed opportunity there for Tesla. We were looking right at it, especially with this market fading back out. Good level, but messed up there. Should have been in this a little bit more aggressively. Tesla. Wanted to see if we can get something in Rivian, but that doesn't look the same. That's not really moving around either. Did FXI, and again, we got some good positive sort of Chinese talk today a little bit about, not Chinese talk, but the tariff talk there.
Well, Baba did nothing.
Yeah, and I was going to say FXI's not really doing anything either. So, yeah, it looks like the missed opportunity there for me. And we haven't really been wrong on this 295 short. You know, you only had to hold that $1.50 or so, which I think was about the maximum there. Not even like $1.25, $1.30 against you to have made it back. But yeah, NVIDIA will break all-time highs pretty soon there. Shout out to Jameson, who thinks that might be happening. I think you might be right. I called NVIDIA all-time highs by this coming Friday, so we'll see if that does happen. I mean, I think you can get it to tomorrow. If something is announced with China, then you're definitely getting there. There it is, 1 long and 3 Tesla shorts for Juan Padilla today. Good job on that one for sure. The Amazon's giving it up a little bit, and if something ever gets resolved in China as well, I think Starbucks has a nice upside play to it coming back in from that 118. I really do like Starbucks, and it's been slowly kind of grinding. It does remind me of my guy Amazon a little bit here, grinding higher and now breaking out. I actually like Starbucks in and around this level, so we can see if there's something going on there. SBUX in and around 89.50. Again, I like that stock in this area. So Starbucks been a winner for me before. I think we can get back into that name, SBUX. And then, yeah, watch out for below now. Some of these chip names are coming back in.
Well, I don't know. Tobes in the chat just mentioned why is nobody talking about SMCI? We've mentioned SMCI a couple times. Like the only chip name that got traded today was AMD. I think on both ends, and NVIDIA is strong. Intel somehow magically is strong. Micron is strong. I don't know what's wrong with Broadcom in particular.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know specifically. Outside of it could just be Broadcom was up so much and sell-off on earnings is still continuing. But a lot of these names, I thought SMCI 44 was a level to go short, and it's like the sellers are starting to do some work here at 43.3, but the upward trend is held, so I think you're waiting on that. I did mention if Intel got to 21, that could be the one. It didn't, but 2095 might have been close enough. But it turns out maybe Intel was the one that you could have taken a shot on to the south side. Dangerous in the chat. Love the Intel comments. Well, all we said is short 21, and that it's not. I mean, it's short
21 yet?
Well, like 2095.
Oh, that's close enough.
Our thing says the high is 21, but it's probably like a dark pool wick. Look, at the end of the day, one of these charts is not like the other, and I could pull up any one of the chips after I pull up Intel, and you're going to see what I mean by that, right? Like AMD, strong upward trend, NVIDIA, strong upward trend, and then you go on and on and on, and it's just distinctly different. SMCI, this chart is just a tale of somebody selling this sucker at 44, and then anytime it breaks above, like there's just sellers in the mid-40s, but it is trying to break out. But until it breaks 44, I think you might be looking for the fade. There. I just saw this red candle coming in, and I'm like, yeah, we're going to get Bitcoin now, pulling back into VWAP. We're going to go to Adair in a quick second for Money Talks, but and it just broke the high again. So another topping tail on IBIT. I'm trying to be patient. I don't want to buy the top. I'm looking to pick it back up in front of VWAP. I think this could be the move down that gets it to us here as we go back to Adara, wait patiently for some dip buys, and see how the US dollar is doing.
Looks like another thing you might have to be waiting patiently for here is going to be rate cuts, but we'll get to that in a second. Here is the U.S. dollar, this rounded top here, really continuing on this daily chart. Got a little bit of a bounce as of late. That was as of, I guess, mid-May, almost a month ago now, crazily enough, into that 102 level. But since then, we've continued to peter to the downside. Let's see if I can pull up a weekly chart for you guys, because we have just entered a new week. So this weekly on the U.S. dollar for the last 2 weeks has been pretty tightly traded. We did last week make a slightly higher low than our previous low, making a bottom here around 98.3. Let's see how this week continues. And I did allude to rate odds, so let's get more into that, shall we? Because things get really interesting. 99.9% of participants are not expecting a rate change at our June meeting. Our June meeting now is June 18th, 2025. 99.9% of participants, again, are not expecting a change. Now, if you go to 1 month ago, May 9th, 2025, shortly after the last Fed meeting, 82.8% of participants were expecting no change. So these odds of expecting things to stay the same have continued to push higher. 85.5% of participants, meanwhile, are also not expecting any rate cuts or hikes heading into the July meeting. So we're continuing to see very steady expectations that we're going to keep things the same. 1 month ago, 40% of participants were expecting that there wouldn't be a cut. Now, again, that odd is almost 100%. So continuously, we're seeing a steady uptick in the amount of participants that expect things to stay the same going forward with regards to rates. Back to you.
All right, day before. Oh, is Tesla still going down? A day before Juneteenth. So June 19th, we're off. June 18th, we get that note. So yeah, Juneteenth is a holiday. So that's next Thursday. Next Wednesday, we get that number. We take out some more on Archer right here before 11. So that's what we're doing. And Palantir, man, just continues to like get going. I don't really know what else to say about this name other than, yeah, giddy up, man. Palantir does its patented sell off and then just tempt everybody to buy it.
It didn't really sell off on Friday.
Didn't. Yeah, I don't know what it did on Friday. I wasn't here there. Yeah.
But it wasn't that big.
120. It's down $1.50.
I guess it's because of the day before was so big.
Yeah, down $1.50, down about $2 today. So yeah, 127 to 1. Yeah, so good call. Up and down there for sure.
Something happening in Boeing here.
Is it going? But right now, I don't hear anything in my ear about Boeing.
It just blasted $3. So
yeah, I love Boeing. And again, I think a Chinese play here for BA, man. I missed it in my long term. I was at 120. I'm still in it, but I wanted to get more at 125. It went to 135, I think. No, 130, 128. That sucks. That's like that Rivian miss by Randy there. But all right, so nice move up there for Boeing.
That's a 52-week high break.
Yeah, I mean, what a great name there, BA. I've always liked this because of the China angle, and it looks like today kicking as well. So next Thursday, is it next Thursday the 19th? Yeah, it must be. Not this coming Thursday, the next. So that's.
Next week is the Paris Air Show.
Oh, it is?
Well,
for Boeing. Oh, that's the story.
They always
I was
announce
talking about Juneteenth. Then.
Oh, my bad. Sorry, I thought you were talking about Boeing.
Oh, no, that's okay. Maybe that's why they.
There's always like
look at Archer.
There's always deals that get announced during the Paris Air Show. Like Boeing has sold X amount of this, and Embraer, and that's not what I'm thinking about. It's who's the other guys?
Embraer.
No, the bigger one. It's Boeing and
Airbus.
There you go. Thank you. I don't know why I was struggling to get to spit out Airbus. No, you'll expect to see some deals announced there, and that could be very bullish for Boeing. So that's quite the candle in IBIT, the topping tail, that almost got you to VWAP on the first shot. Let's wait for a little more patience. I mean, that's a pretty nice and hefty pullback. If we break VWAP, then I wait for the low again. And the low was about 60, it's like 60.77, so call it like the 60.80s on IBIT if we don't get that shot off the volume weighted average price. So it's a pretty hefty pullback. I wasn't looking to go short, so it is what it is. We got to wait for these bids to come back in. That Palantir is so incredibly strong. Like the market anytime the market makes a topping tail and the stock picks that exact moment to break out when the market's pulling back, I feel like you should be looking for longs there. So I still stick with I like Bitcoin, but Palantir on Friday, like it did something similar where it did a late breakout, and obviously this was 1 o'clock, and then it just continued for the rest of the afternoon, and we ignored it to trade Circle and Tesla. But today, different story. If this holds the prior high, that's one of my favorite setups. Break out the prior high and then hold it on the way back, or simply hold the prior close. That's a good window, 127.70 into 128 to look for a dip buy. So I'll add Palantir to the list of join the trend with Bitcoin, and we'll try to pick this one up at 127, call it 127.80.
All right, here we go. Let's do it. Let's figure out what's for lunch here quickly, because we only have 4 more minutes left. Yeah, what's up to the millionaire, Micron and all that, man? We got another big show coming immediately after this. In 4 minutes, you'll be with Sharif and Joe talking about all of these things, man. We haven't really looked at Robinhood or SoFi or all of that stuff. Am I reloading AMD? We'll get to that in a minute. Jeff. All right, so what was there this morning? We had, again, fresh fruit, breakfast pastries, sort of bagel, plain omelets. Yeah, they didn't look that good.
It was just literally.
Yeah, it was just an omelet.
There's no such thing as a plain omelet in my mind. It
should have something in it, right?
Omelet has to have something in it, or it's not an omelet.
Right.
By definition.
Yeah, I'm down with that for sure. All right. Well, here we go. Let's forget about that. We all want to know the main story going on right now. It is Monday, June the 9th, and it's going to be for me, a little disappointing. I feel like we just had this. Is it Monday, June the 9th? Okay, I wonder if this is a repeat. We'll figure it out. But we have written on here, it's another chicken kind of a day, so we'll go chicken dinner winner. And we have on here chicken fajitas. So, I mean, feel like I just said this last week, but it's there again today. Chicken fajita, I'll talk about it if it's going to be there. Mexican rice with diced tomatoes, sour cream, green onions, shredded cheese, and a chef's choice salad. So for lunch today, chicken fajita, some rice, some toppings. I mean, I'm down with it, but that is what's for lunch. Feels like, feels like we did have that lunch there last week. Thank you so much, Tia.
We have it all the time.
Hats off to everybody that traded with your boy today. It was a very, very good one, needless to say. We just got out some more Archer there at 11s. That's pulling back. Little nervous, man. If we break 1070, I think we'll get out of that one right there. We got to go. So I'm going to answer Jeff's question right there. No, but I do think this is not a horrible reload. I'm going to go hit the gym. We're going to do a couple laps. Maybe we'll figure out what we're going to do there. But I'm not going to reload. I'm almost out of everything right now. As far as a percentage, man, we have just maybe 2% left of this trade waiting for VWAP. If we break 120.50, we can get out. If you're going to reload it, though, I think it was Jeff who mentioned that in the chat. I'm a reloader down here. 119.50. Be patient, man. Patience is what you need at all times. If I don't see all of you until 1 o'clock, I'll be on the chat. Apple's also pulling back in there. This is a trade that you might want to make around 204. But again, watch out for Apple AI and all that today. Yeah,
keynotes at 1 o'clock, everybody.
And then Tesla, we've already shit the bed on that one because we had called this top numerous times in there at 295, then again at 296. We missed the 296. We go 0 for 1 for it at 295. But hey, man, that's the market. We'll wait to do better next time. Apple and Tesla are the two trades I'm looking for. And then honestly, that reload of AMD, I like it. So with only 2 minutes to go, if this gets down to 119.50, which is the 200 period moving average, which is the last time that we reloaded this, I'm longer at 119 flat, but that's not a bad reload at all. So wait for that to come in for you on AMD. And then Amazon, I don't think we'll get anything on Amazon. I really, really like that stock. Down here at 213 is another reload for me.
Oh, just one new note. Mullen doing what it does, which is halt to the downside. This is a flat bottom break through $6 if it even wants to, and it's indicating an open right at 6. So it's going to open another 5% down, it looks like. Yeah, I want to be short. I just paid for locates. They are cheap, essentially 2 cents per share here on Mullen. We did miss this on Friday, but that's fine. We're trading, Circle was worth waiting for, as was Tesla. But if you're breaking down on Mullen, this is where everything sort of started. If it opens back up higher, maybe I'd look at the volume weighted average price. But speaking of VWAP, we said be patient, wait for the volume weighted average price on IBIT. We're almost there. That's where we're trying to catch the dip buy. One candle on the 15-minute has almost got us to the promised land. Right now, it's got a bottoming tail. That'd be an early entry. I think one more shot to pull a little bit lower before we engage in that long. As the market's trying to get to the volume weighted average price, NVIDIA and AMD simultaneously are both at VWAP. Oh, and the other thing that we thought would get to VWAP but hasn't is CoreWeave.
Yeah.
So, it just hasn't done it. There was one chance to dip by this on trend at VWAP, and it just hasn't done it since. This one's the other one that's on radar. So just IBIT, CoreWeave. We'll see about Mullen. If it ends up breaking that $6 level, then I'll probably take a shot going into it. But you do have to pay for locates, everybody. I understand not everybody can short Mullen. Obviously, we can. It's kind of like Circle. Everyone's like, how do you guys short Circle on Friday? Well, it's because at Real Trading, we have the ability to pay for locates on hard-to-borrow stocks. It's a tremendous advantage, but just because you paid for it doesn't mean you automatically want to short that. Trust me, because people were overusing those shorts on Circle on Friday just because they were cheap. You had one good shot to get into that short, and everything else was a long. Not today for Circle, but we'll get a VWAP dip, I think, on Bitcoin soon, and hopefully on CoreWeave at some point today. Great one. Have fun at the gym, of course. Remember, WWDC at 1 o'clock, but it's the Bash Brothers right now. Yes, you can.
Boom, boom, boom. Greetings and salutations. Beautiful people, welcome to the Midday Show. That right there is your boy Joey Options, and I'm Sharif. And YouTube, hurry up, bro. We got a show to do. There's small cap gappers that we need to be punching into, but we also Gotta shout out the OG Nimit Pound Pelia. Shout out to you, my man Nimit. Where's my keychain at? I always have my keychain ready for when Nimit's in the chat. I'll find it in a bit. We got Gorev. We got your mom's stock broker.
Ooh.
Okay. We got Covalence. How about Jenny? Jake, Roberts, Snake, Oscarito. We got Cisco. We got Sean. Omar, Scott H, Alex, Vinay, Other Dang Zinc. We got Arthur. We got Stuart. Hua. We got my man Fat Figure. What's going on, older bro? We got Alaric B, Trip, Ahmed, Carter, Jayos, Sam Gray. My bad. The Tranquil channel. You are on the wrong channel if you're looking for the Tranquil channel.
Yeah.
Whether Sean is or I'm on, we're neither of us is Tranquil. So Trejo. We got Nephew, the capital P. We got A. Wheeler, Joseph Wilson. We got, who is this?
Who's that?
Saturn Jeet. Okay. All right, my man, Saturn Jeet. Tilster. Ooh. Katina, man. Hanu View. Trade to thrive. My bad. We got Turkish. Who else, man? Come on, let's go. Fabrio. We got All Things Trump. I wonder who he likes. Desi Junction.
Okay.
Beauties. Boom! Joseph's printing over there. Trave Man, and one more here. Carlos Senas, Joseph. Now let's hear about that trade, my boy.
Yeah. We're gonna talk about that trade, but first things first, Sharif. Did you see your boy Teofimo hopped out of the? He backed out of the fight.
Why?
Already.
I heard that Devin Haney signed his thing already.
Personal issue. So there you go. Okay. Another big W for the world of boxing right there, guys.
No good.
Yeah, it's definitely a no good. Good morning, and I hope everyone had a fantastic weekend. I had a great one. It was actually one of the nicer ones that we've had in the summer. So I got to spend outside all day, and you guys know that's my vibe. I'm outside, people. Get the work done, but then we also like to be outside and enjoy the weather and the nature and everything. Screens are great. But we've got to get involved with nature as well too. So I mean, let's get right into what we got cooking up here, guys. I just added to this position, but let's zoom out and see what we got going on from a trade standpoint. All right, so I was just hyper focused on Bitcoin. I was talking to you guys last week. I said when we sit on top of this range here from a daily perspective, I think that we're going to get that continuation and that move. So that's exactly what I was looking for, and I just happened to be in the right place at the right time. All right, so here was my first trade here on the day. Guys, started relatively small, and then as soon as we crack the lows, I hop out. So I start the day 0 for 1, no problem. Just sit back, be patient, and you can see for a span of about another 5-10 minutes or so, I'm just sitting here waiting, right? I'm not forcing anything, I'm not hopping in, I'm waiting for price action to tell me to get back in. And then you know how I operate. When my trades are working, I try to make them as large as I possibly can. So there we go. There we go, Katina, man. You see that one? Yeah. And I was gonna message you. We put some nice there. So there we go. This position, I start here. I then double it up. I then add again, and then at this point, I'm literally 5 times the amount that I started with right here. I'm 5x. I have 5 times the amount of shares that I initially started with. There we go, exactly, and that's exactly what we needed to do. And then now I've added a little bit to this position on that pullback. I was getting hyped with Katina, man. I wanted to tell him, hey man, like check this out. But again, we gotta act like we've done it before. Katina man's doing it on a daily basis. Shreve, everyone, Neil, this is what we do. This is our job, and I just want to be able to bring to you guys, and that's why I'm precise. You say, it's like, Joe, get into something, but I'm like, no, be patient, right? Because good things take a little while to cook up here, and that's exactly what we got going on here with Bitcoin today, guys. So this one's working out really, really well. Started out 0 for 1, and then when we had a working position, we are literally 5 times the amount that we originally started with. So 5. Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah. So Gene Stevenson. Yeah, I wish. I mean, imagine if I only had 5 shares, then unfortunately I would not have that amount of outs. But yeah, we took some off. I'm still currently sitting on approximately 20% of my remaining position, including what I've just added. So I'm looking for this to break this previous pivot or get somewhere close to these highs and establish either a a day or a lower high, but throughout that process, I will be slowly taking shares off. So there we go. A nice move there on Bitcoin. Sharif, love seeing this, brother. We're going to trim a little bit off here for the peeps. We'll take it off right there. What a day we're putting on. The streak continues. Your boy got some sun on the weekend. We're living large, man.
All right, man. We're in a couple of positions. Let's talk about them right now. I've worked my way into NA. I'll talk about that one in a second. But the new one I'm involved in right now, NEGG. This one is kind of intense. So it just dropped aggressively from 17.45 into the volume weighted average price. It did find some support at this $14 level, but it's really giving it up in an aggressive way. So I'm kind of concerned that this loses 14. I've punched in at 14 and a half. I'm waiting for this one to either hold that $14 level or I'm going to get the hell out of there. So there you go. It already a quick L. There you go. This one really flushes off that 17.45 high. It doesn't hold VWAP. It doesn't hold the 10. And then it loses basically every level that I had there right there. So we'll get out of this one. NEGG. So keeping my eye on this one as it really flushes quite aggressively at this level. So I'll talk about this one in a second. NA is the one I'm talking about. My goodness, the spread on this one is prohibitive. It's still not letting me in. There we go. So now let's set up over here, and then we'll set up all the way to down here. And then how many shares we got? So we got that many. So we'll put a stop for that one. And then, so I've got 20s on right now. So that's what I got to set up. I got to set up on this one to the high side. Let's set up some here at 40s. And then we'll also set up some at 69. So I got to set up on this one. Excuse me for a second. Now, NA. This one is putting in higher highs and higher lows. No beak wetters on NA as of yet. But it is respecting the 10 exponential moving average. What do we got on NA? We've got 56s. It's showing me 64s. It's got resistance, you can tell, at $11, even though it did take out $11 on a technical basis, 11.47 high a day, and then it just, you know, kind of putting in a bit of a compression pattern. Maybe a flat top break through $11. We'll have to wait and see on this one. Now, let's go back to NEGG, because this one's taking out all my orders to the high side here. So we add aggressively back at 14, and here it is right back into 14.44. There's a seller here in the low 40s, so let's go ahead and take out some there, and we'll set up some at 65 as well. So we got shares on this one, but it's going to have to hold this area. Otherwise, if it drops below 14 again, that's going to be the end of the trade. There is a seller of note here at 14.44 about, and you can tell it's the same seller because they've got the same amount of lots posted on two different gateways. Let's see if we can shake them. This one is a bit of a spready one, so you're going to have to be careful with this one when you're trading it. Don't be a schmuck like me and get caught with that spread getting and taking out a lot of my orders. So NEGG in focus. Now we're taking out the orders to the high side here on NA. We're at 70. I've got 56 on. We've got 3 candles, higher lows, but none has taken out that candle's high at 10.55. So that high ended up going into, I want to say, I don't know why it's not showing me here when I mouse over, about 1080 or so, so about 10 pennies higher than there. Yeah, I just got to log in. Are we already have an ad?
No, soon. So they just said just to make sure there. Yeah.
Oh, I'm not.
Yeah,
I'll have to log in a second. Okay. I'm just going to concentrate here for a second. And then, so we're going to keep an eye on NEGG. That is the bigger position that I have over here. And I am concerned about that seller at 44. Alas, we have kind of found some support at 14. We've got 1 minute left on this 5-minute candle. So I want to see exactly how the subsequent candle opens because this one really flushed aggressively. 17.45 high. That was a topping till candle, and then it absolutely tanked to the downside. It looks like it did find support, ironically, and we've been making a joke about this lately, at the 20 exponential moving average, which is not a level that I typically use, but that I've been noticing it's been in vogue a lot more lately. Why, I have no idea, but that's kind of not really my problem. The fact is it's holding support at the 20. Now I am concerned. Anything below 13.5, obviously there's going to be a lower high and a lower low, and I don't want any of that smoke. So we're going to keep tabs on that one. I've already put my stop in play. Go ahead, Joseph. I'll just sign in here.
Yeah, screen. We'll pull up the screen there, guys. I just caught this fill right at 40s as well. So that ad working out relatively nice for us, guys. So a fantastic execution so far today by me. I mean, it is what it is, right? So again, it's either, imagine I'm just adding into this and then it doesn't work. You don't, again, it's just another trade. We talk about it all the time. There's always going to be a bigger and better one. But again, just trying to execute, sticking to the game plans. And I was talking to you guys last week about my thesis on Bitcoin as well. So there you go. We sat on top of the daily range, and now this is what we're looking for, the continuation and strength. I woke up this morning and Bitcoin was in the high 107s. So I'm like, okay, this thesis is starting to work out, and here we go. So entry number one right here, guys, and we take a small stop out, and then boom, we just really swing the bat on this trade right here, and then I add right at the lower end of this range. So yeah, really nice trade. Let's see what else we're finding. I was looking at Tesla as well too this morning, guys. I missed the opening drive. Yeah, appreciate it. I much appreciated everyone in the chat. Thanks, Skull. Thanks, Big Smile, and everybody. Yeah, Christopher Jones, let's go Bitcoin. Absolutely. I know we got a lot of Bitcoin fans in here, so it's funny. I was watching some CNBC on the weekend, yesterday to be exact, and Sharif did. You wouldn't even believe the numbers that Michael Saylor. I heard this guy saying that he thinks Bitcoin can reach by 2045.
Oh boy, what do you say now?
Dude, he said $13 million by 2045.
2045.
Yeah, so about 20 years.
20 years.
20 years from now, 13 million.
Yeah, they always sound ridiculous until you're close to that number, right?
It sounds crazy until you really, and it's like, can you even, I don't even know what the market cap would be at that point, because we already did it for $1 million a coin, and it would by far it'd be tied with gold, I think, at that standpoint. But if it went to 3 million, it'd probably be the most valuable asset class. Most definitely on the planet. And then also Tom Lee. I was listening to Tom Lee, Saylor and Tom Lee having a conversation as well too, with Tom Lee having a target of around $2.5 million in the next couple of years by the end of the next halving cycle. I believe that was that case. So a lot of bullish thesis. You just got to go with the flow. It's either going to do it or it's not, right? So again, you just want to stay focused, regardless of what it is, believe in it or not. Just look to trade and look to take advantage of these. I love the fact that we got iBit here now, and I remember the day I seen that iBit was optionable. I messaged Sharif bright and early in the morning, and I'm like, let's go, this thing is now optionable, which I did grab some more contracts this morning too, and there we go. We're getting another big time pop here in Bitcoin as we crack through that high day there, guys, and you've seen me take a little bit off the top right there too, so really good look, solid trading here on Bitcoin. We're just gonna ride this wave until it comes back to our break even. My average is now 61.14s, as you can see. So if it dumps and comes against me, then so be it. But we don't have too much left of this position, about 10% now, Sharif.
Great trades there, Joseph.
Yeah,
good luck, man. All right, we're in a new position, KLTO. This is the one that Neil brought to you guys. It came into the 20 exponential at the 110 area, and it's kind of in between the 10 and the 20. We've gotten one quick beak wetter. Let's see if we can get some more here. I put a tight stop below prior bar low. Prior bar low takes us down to about 106. We're showing 23s right now. It's not a bad look, but it's not rocketing up with the same vigor or with the same strength that it had previously. So now we know that there's a lot of bag holders all the way up into possibly even higher, that $1.63. The reason I say that $1.63, that is the current high at day. It's having trouble holding on to this current area high. So the prior candle had a high of, why is it not showing me the hover overs today? About $1.21, $1.20. This current candle has a high of 123. That's been my only out on this one. So let's see what this one brings. But NA is losing the bid right now. So we are out of the money right now on NA. Now this one I will defend into about $10, even though it has a lower high pattern that is of concern to me. So NA, lower high, but it also has higher lows. Okay, well, we just got stopped out of NA. So I put my stop a little bit too tight there, I think. I'll keep my eye out on this one. If it does come back into that $10, I want to say between $9.80 to $10, I'm picking it up there. So let's go ahead and set up an order for, let's go for maybe in between 10 and VWAP. I want to say 988. So I'm going to wait at around 988 for what I think could be a money fill. Let's wait around there. Now, if we don't get it, that's fine. I'll keep my eye on that one for another move up. So KLTO, NA out of that at the moment, and then NEGG. This one is going to be an interesting trade here. So we've got a doji candle that closed at 1110. That's neither bullish nor bearish. I just don't know which way this cookie crumbles. It looks like we are on the way down. It looks like we lost the volume weighted average price, and there really hasn't been any buying of note, moving it back side. So this is a bit of a concern to me right now on NEWG. If it continues below 14, we're going to get stopped out there. Let's keep an eye out though on KLTO as it moves right back up into that $123. Can it make a first 5-minute candle to make a new high above that 123 area? Look at the amount of chop and churn that's taking place at that $123 right now. So a lot of aggressive selling at this 23 penny area. So it looks like all these ones are really being pushed down. There's really no bid right now on a lot of them. I'm keeping my eye on NVTS, UMAC maybe, but all these small cap gappers really being kept down. Nothing really finding that aggressive follow through that we've seen in the last few weeks. So looks like I could get stopped out of NEWG as we watch KLTO struggle with that $123, Joseph, so I'm going to keep my eye out on that.
Good look there. And Los Pollos, yeah, nice score. Let's see if that short works out for you. I mean, there is some indecision on the 1 minute there on Tesla, so I like that look. So there you go. You have your risk profile also defined as well. You could just use a little bit above that high, and then if you're wrong, then you can just hop out, wait for some more indecision, and then look for that continuation. And guys, I told you last week on Friday, I closed out my CRM swing as well, too. So that worked out relatively well for us there. On Salesforce there, guys. And then, yeah, we're still long Bitcoin. And I agree with you, Los Pollos. Yeah, it truly has been a really, really nice trade for me. I mean, my average is literally 105.90 on NVDA, so I can't complain. As soon as that downtrend cracked, then I started to grab some shares and even contracts on that, and it worked out well. And I'm still holding on to a fraction of them, just letting it ride for that break of the all-time high, and then head into some new price discovery. Maybe we'll add a little bit more just for a scalp, and then we'll just take that up. But then it is FIFO too, right? So then that'll just drastically lift my average up, and I don't know if I necessarily want to do that. So maybe we'll go contracts. We'll figure that out when it comes time. But right now my hyper focus is on Bitcoin, looking for the continuation. I mean, we can pull up spots to see what we got going on from a daily standpoint and break down exactly what I was referring to and just my thought process too, right? Like considering the run that we've been on here, guys, and then just looking at the price action, this is what I was talking about. And the thing is, yeah, I'm trading IBIT, and you have to wait until the market actually opens, or early at 4 a.m. You can look to get involved. But this is what I was referring to. So we go on this nice run here, a nice stair step. It was time for a pullback, and right around those all-time highs, I figured that we were going to get that. So here we go. We get this pullback here, really nice and healthy. This is exactly what you want to see as some key support levels are being held. But then this is exactly what I was mentioning, is the fact just wait until this candle opens up on top of that range, and then look for that continuation. Can it fail? Absolutely. But with this style of pattern, what I'm looking for is that break of now to construct a new all-time high. But if we breach this, then I'll just hop out of the contracts that I just bought. I have no worries. I feel absolutely no way about that whatsoever. It's either one thing happens or the other, and I'm content with just sitting here waiting, letting it play out, and not micromanaging certain things. So that's what I'm looking at. It may take a couple of days or whatever it may, a week or two, but that's fine. We're going to sit in this. It's either going to come to my stop, or it's going to head into price discovery, where it's going to give me the ability to add more into the position as well too. All right, so take that into consideration. But as of right now, this is what we're cooking on with this Bitcoin trade. I don't see anything right now that I particularly want to get involved with. I did like this consolidation zone on Tesla, and then that breakthrough, and the volume was there, but now we're coming back into the middle of the range, and the market's slightly pulling back. One positive thing here, Bitcoin's still holding up relatively strong.
Absolutely. All right, we're taking some prints here on KLTO, but it's still really having trouble continuing up. So even though it's like what looks like the beginning of a V-shaped recovery, I'm a little suspicious of at the moment. I mean, we're just being met with aggressive selling at every basically 1 penny level right now on KLTO. In fact, we're right back at that $1.23 that we couldn't shake. I don't think this is the right trade for me at the moment. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move up my stop even tighter than it was before. I'm going to move it up from the prior bar low into basically at 14s. Let's see if we can get something on this one. I'm not that hopeful on it. It's just really thickly traded at every single level that you can post at, and anything above $1 you can post at basically every 1 penny. So I am quite suspicious of this, and I'm going to stop out here, break even. So going to keep my eye out on that. NA didn't get filled on, sadly. I didn't even come down into the volume weighted average price nor 10, so we'll keep tabs on that. NEGG finally coming up into the high side here. Let's set some profit takers at 30, and then I'm going to layer like every 5 pennies or so, just because I have a lot of shares on this one. So looking to scalp out if this one does come aggressively to the high side again. Volume weighted average price on NEGG is 14.50. So with that in mind, since we lost VWAP, but for whatever reason, again, finding support at the 20 exponential, I want to be able to de-risk in front of that 14.50, which is also the volume weighted average price. That could be 2 levels of resistance that I have to shake. Now, this one is a bit spready. It's got a 20 penny spread right now on a $14 name that is quite wide for NEGG. It's done a decent amount of shares on the day, almost 3 million, just about 150,000 shares shy of that 3 million, but we're still kind of, you know, we're earlier in the trading day. We still haven't really gotten all that deep, so we'll keep an eye out on this one. Definitely not looking for any new bar lows, okay? If we start getting lower lows on this one, I'm gonna have to cut the position quite quickly, rather than trying to dollar cost average into an oblivion. So that's what I've got on my watch right now. I also did see another one by the ticker of KWM, which also has a nice move on the day, about 34% currently, obviously higher at the highs. It does come into the volume weighted average price at around a little bit less than 450, at about mid 440s or so. Now it's trying to kind of find support there, work its way back up, maybe above that 460 area. Even though it is finding support at volume weighted average price for the moment, it's still putting in lower highs. So that downtrend of lower highs still intact on this one. So nothing really to get all excited about. Yeah, so there's a lot of weakness right now in small cap gapper world as a lot of them retrace below key levels. UMAC is the one that I've been kind of keeping my eye on. I haven't traded this one quite yet. It did kind of break trend here momentarily. Like you can kind of see the higher low, higher high trend. And that's normal because that was the open, and the open is obviously a little more volatile. The point on this one is it's very clean in the higher low, higher high, upward channel kind of setup. The problem with this one is once it makes new highs, it tends to retrace aggressively, but the retracement is kind of predictable in the sense that you can find support at that lower trend line. So keep your eye on UMAC, could be an interesting one as well. So we'll keep tabs on that, Joseph.
Good look there, brother. Yeah, Jay Lee, I gotta be patient, right? I'm not just gonna hop into the queue short. I mean, I don't see anything from a pattern recognition standpoint for me to say, hey, go short here, especially with some of these names, right? Like looking like they want to continue to climb higher. Well, I mean, maybe not necessarily, eat my words quick, because NVDA is starting to pull back, but see if the opening lows can hold, right? So that's what I would be looking for. Once that opening price, if that's cracked and you break through some of these key support levels, maybe you'll head to the downside. With that being said, let's take a look at the options chain to see what that's telling us from an open interest perspective, because I think that is extremely, extremely important. And we're going to go over a couple things on what I was looking at on IBIT as well too, guys. So no, that's not what I want. That's not the expiration cycle that I'm looking at. Okay, so where did we put in a high a day here? And I'm gonna ask you guys. All right, 144.92. For those who have access to the options chain on this week's expiration cycle, where do we have the highest levels of open interest? We put in a high of 144.92. I'm giving you guys a hint. Put it in the chat if you guys have access to the chain. Where do you see the most levels of open interest? Because this is exactly what we're looking for. Why are we stalling? Why have we reject those specific levels? And I'll just say 145, right? It's that obvious. 67,900 open contract, 67,900 open contracts. Sorry there, guys. That is going to be the largest on this week's expiration. So you can see we've already knocked on the door of that. We have now rejected that. So that's why keeping an eye on the options chain is extremely important. And the one thing that I want to note as well too is that we've seen IBIT start to struggle. So here we go. So there we go, right there, 67.90. That's where we have high levels of OI. Now we put in a high of 144.92. Okay, so there you go, rejecting that level relatively aggressively. Now let's take a look at the IBIG contracts and see where we just have a slight supply zone as well. All right, so that's why we were struggling in the low 60s, because as soon as we had 61 to 63, there is somewhat supply, and I'm just talking about from a general standpoint, right? Relative to all these other contract sizes, this is a zone that we want to keep an eye out on for, and we might struggle through those areas there. So yeah, that's what I'm keeping my eye on. If we punch through and head to 62, I'm thinking by the end of the week, we can have that magnet effect to some of these high levels. And then sure enough, we can obviously blow past them, or we're going to reject and come back into a specific zone. And then with that being said, if we do decide to reject those levels, you now go to the put side to look for a specific floor where you're going to try to find somewhat of a bounce in the underlying asset. All right, so just keep an eye out on those things. Open interest is key. Yeah, there you go, day trader cut. I know you're paying attention. 145 is where we see about 70,000 open contracts, and then that's acting as a call wall. We run into 144.92, rejected slightly aggressively, and now we're trading below the volume weighted average price there.
All right, guys, Goss stopped out of any double G, so we are going 0 for 3 to start the day here. All of the ones I'm looking at are giving up the levels, so I'm gonna have to be really careful from going on. It's really UMAC, the only one that's really not breaking down and staying above or staying and holding trend. UMAC, it trades on the Amex, so you have to have the Amex permissions in order to weasel into this one. But this is kind of what I see on UMAC. I see wide range per candle. I see a lot of volatility on this one. Again, like I mentioned, I think that the only real level that I would want to pick this up at is towards the lower end of the trend, the lower end of the downward channel. So look around 910, 915, with maybe the profit taking towards the higher end, like I'm talking about that 9.5. That's still supposing that we clear that 938 high a day. That's still the level that we can't shake at the moment, so we'll keep tabs on that. For now, we're going to go up to Adira at the big desk.
GRPN, this is Groupon. Nice little push to the downside here. Going to get a short report from something called the Captain's Log. They are a market-based newsletter. It looks like they do a lot of these short reports. This short report is called Groupon has become a GLP-1 affiliate marketing and bootleg Microsoft Office racket. So even the title here, pretty incendiary. Keep an eye on GRPN. Trying to take out some of these, I guess, levels from Friday now. Back to you.
I totally forgot that company even existed, man. Do you ever use Groupon anymore?
No.
Oh man,
I never really got into.
Like, I used to see like interesting deals, like I don't know, like different restaurants when they open up, they want to do promotions and stuff like that.
They door and stuff like that.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. I just don't go on it anymore. Kind of like a dead thing now. All right, guys. UNCY. I also see one as this one as an interesting area and an interesting name to get into. The only issue with UNCY is it's at that dollar. And it's it's literally at that dollar, 99.75, $1 changing by the second. It's above VWAP, it's above the 10 exponential. So if you're looking at what the indicators are telling you, and if you're also looking at the price action, it's at the right area. So let's give this one a try. Volume weighted average price on this one's around a little bit higher than 95 pennies. So let's see if we can get something on here, and we'll have to risk around 5 pennies, obviously, in order to weasel into that. UNCY is the ticker. Trying to get into this over here. There we go. So we'll throw the stop just below that 95 penny area. We'll put it at 94, and we'll see if we can actually hold that area, because we haven't been holding any of my stops on the day. So yeah, we're definitely negatory on the day, and we have to do a little bit better now because, well, we're negative. So give me a just second over here, setting up all my screens. So where's my UNCY trade? Yeah, so we want to put this one for the 95 penny level to hold that area. Now, this is obviously a bit of a risk because we haven't decidedly cleared that dollar yet, right? We're a little bit above that dollar. We got to that $1.10, and now we're kind of like in no man's land. A little bit above $1, a little bit below. So we'll see which way this cookie crumbles. Also keeping my eye, as I mentioned, on NA, even though we got stopped out of that one originally, it is finding its way right back. So this one didn't actually come back into that $10 area or the volume weighted average price. So I am kind of concerned about trying to punch in here at NA at local highs. We're currently showing 1060. It's got a wider spread, 67 on the ask, 53s on the bid, and here comes 69 now on the ask. So it has put in 4 candles, higher highs and higher lows. So which way do I go with this one? Kind of hard to know, man. They're bamboozlers today, these small cap gappers. So let's try to get something maybe around the $0.50. Now that we've cleared it substantially, we'll start with a small position here. We'll wait at 51, see if we can get something at 51s. I don't mind averaging into the $0.25 on this one because it's shown you its propensity to hold above 10. So I'm going to throw another order there for around the $0.25. I'm going to front run the $0.25 in just around like 29 or so, and we'll see what we get in and around that level. Keeping my eye on UNCY as it holds below that $1 area, but again, still above the 10 exponential and VWAP. It's UMAC that I want to figure my way into, and I just don't know how. I just want to make sure that the trend is still being respected here, and the current trend is showing me supported around 915. Let's give that one a try. We'll go 915 on UMAC. If we can pick up something there, possibly at a money fill, we'll see what we get there. NA is moving back up to the high side on that. So let's see if we can extract some profits here on NA. Oh, wow, we're not even in NA, man. It didn't allow either of my entries in.
Wow.
Yeah, this one's just going here, Joseph.
Looks like it's going to go too.
Yeah, and the thing is, it bamboozled me because it was putting in lower highs and lower lows, took out a level, and now it is not letting me in right now. Despite the fact that we threw in some orders. So we'll keep tabs on that, looking for another entry on this one. But right now, I'm just not going to chase it.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Don't chase, man. Don't chase, don't chase, don't chase. And that's what Sharif and I always talk to you guys about as well, too, especially chasing this market and the move that we've been on as of recently. There's ways that you can get around that and still make money without having to actually trace the underlying assets. So yeah, there we go. I'm looking for Bitcoin to put in a new high here. As soon as we breach it, I mean, if we continuously reject this, then maybe we won't. We're knocking on that door, but we have a massive defend. There's someone defending at 61.45, and you can see it displayed there on the tape. So they're just continuously rejecting it. We run into those levels, try to construct a new high a day, and they're like, nah, no, see you later, not today. Defense, 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 and then that's why you can see we're starting to slowly pull back here, there, guys. If there's any specific that you want me to go over, I'll go over a couple of names here in the chat. I'm just letting this cook. Jay Lee's telling me to short the Qs, so I'm keeping my eye on that just in case I do see any form of indecision or a pattern that says, hey, Joe, look to take me to the downside. But I'm also looking at NVDA to hold some of these key levels. If we continue this this downward trajectory, then I'm going to be looking for some indecision at the lows and some isolated volume signatures to say, hey, Joe, let's take this long here. But let's take a look at some of the names that you guys are suggesting. APLD. All right, yeah, let's go. We'll go over the first couple names here just to see what everybody's got going on and whatever you guys have been trading this morning. All right, so the first one is Space, SPCE. Let's take a look at Virgin Galactica Holdings. Okay, really nice look there, guys. All-day trend so far. Not moving with the overall market, but this is a really nice move for whoever's been trading this one. Obviously, there's liquidity issues, and from a longer duration standpoint, when you zoom out, it doesn't look so good. But today's session, relatively strong. That's something positive. Now, let's see what else we got going on. Meta. I was just looking at Meta not too long ago. I'm just like, man, this name has been on an absolute monster run as it continues to climb higher and higher. Now we're only a couple percentage points off of that all-time high here now, guys. So what are we trading? About 5.7% there. So yeah, really good look there in META. We know what Zuck's still got going on with the antitrust. And then let's pull up one more that is going to be the likes of Amazon. All right, yeah, I want to talk about this name too because I was looking to get involved in this, but I just think it, alongside of Apple, it's one of the larger names that are most affected by these tariffs. And I was being a little bit more patient. We did fill the majority of this gap to the downside, and I believe that was your precise entry if you're looking to get involved in this for a swing. I personally didn't pull the trigger on that game plan, which is obviously my fault. But again, I got enough going on. I did want to get involved in this name because you can see from this 200 point, we're now up 14 points, right? So that's a 7% move right there, guys. I liked Amazon a lot. There's going to be another opportunity, I think, to get involved in this name. So I'm going to wait for some pullbacks, but it's only a matter of time because I think AWS is an absolute beast, and it's definitely going to help with Amazon for sure.
I don't understand why am I going to fill. KWM, guys, breaking out. I'm just not able to get the fill, so we're going to have to cancel that. All right, KWM 493. Whoa. Good move up here, 42.33%. It's a couple of pennies off the day high, so expect resistance now. 488 on the current candle, 493 HOD. We printed the high of the day right at 1030. Getting a little bit of selling here to be expected as we get closer to the high of day. People likely will take profits. This one was really respectful of the volume weighted average price, so I'm quite inclined to want to pick up anything in and around VWAP. Now, we've done everything we needed to do on KWM for it to be tradable under my cleared that pre-market high that we put in bright and early at 6 a.m. Right at 6 a.m. Excuse me. We popped up into that 450. We've taken it out in spades, a 493 high a day on this one. So keep your eye on it as it continues to trend higher here. I'm talking about KWM. Keep tabs on that. What else we got involved? Still nothing on UMAC. Haven't been able to enter that. NA, we just got an ad there. Ramin, it's not showing my positions. So NA, we just got the ad on this one, 1050. Sorry, I got this one at 1040. It's showing me 1061. So let's see if we can extract some profits on this bad boy. I'm going to wait at 1060 or so. Let's see if we can get something around there. And then just around 1080 if we can move up into that level. So we'll keep tabs on NA as it comes in a little bit here. Still rejecting $11. Pardon me? No problem. Thank you. I appreciate it, that Assassino. Keeping an eye on UNCY. Is it zigs and zags at that dollar area? I put my stop below the volume weighted average price, so we'll see what we get there. NVTS, that's the only one really I don't think I've said too much about. It feels like it is becoming a little bit top heavy at about 784. It's got this kind of consolidation pattern with marginally lower highs and lower lows. It feels like a lot of these 5-minute candles are topping tails, usually because people are aggressively shorting or taking profits at that level. That's the bad side of the equation for the longs. The good side of the equation is still respecting the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. So we'll see if this one wants to break through that 784 high, or whether it wants to do a bit of more of an aggressive retracement, possibly that 7.5. We've been talking about the 20 exponential coming into focus a lot lately with these small cap gappers. That's actually showing me 7.5 right now. So possible dip trade on this one at 7.5. Let's see if that one could end up working. We'll keep tabs on that. But KLTO, it just didn't feel like this one was the right one for me, but sometimes you're wrong about this. And there it goes back up again to the high side, taking out levels, but it's still very thickly traded, and it's not really like jettisoning to the high side in the way that it was earlier. Maybe it'll do it now because I'm talking about it. Here it is, taking out levels 138 we just popped into. So KTLO, this is the one that Neil was telling you guys about. As they were winding down the morning show, a $163 high. We come all the way down. We hold a technical level at around 110, which we did end up actually using as resistance earlier on. We hold it as support to a T. We're far removed away from the volume weighted average price though, which is actually below $1 right now. It's about 83.25 pennies. So if you're waiting for a deeper retracement on KTLO, you're going to have to wait for. You're either going to have to use a level that's above $1, or you're going to have to wait for the loss of $1 because VWAP markedly lower than that dollar level right now. Let's go back to UNCY because that one is working its way up into the $1 area again, and now it's got a double bottom off that volume weighted average price. So does it find some support here? Can we get a nicer move up to the high side? Yeah, so we'll keep tabs on that. How's our trade on NA doing? Well, it's showing 60s right now, and we've got an order at 60s, but it's an 8-penny spread. So we know that that one will take a little bit of time before we can trigger on right now. So keeping my eye on NA. NA's it's a good stock. I think I just traded it poorly. It's a very strong one with a good bull flag pattern, kind of compressing a little bit, but not as compressy as we've seen in the past with some of these ones that have a sharper triangle shape. So NA in focus. Let's see if we can get something to the high side on this one, Jose.
Yeah, good luck there, guys. We're going to go to there, and then we're going to talk Amazon because it's breaking out.
I guess shed a little bit of light on Apple. AAPL here with its WWDC 2025 keynote coming through in just over an hour here. It's expected to start at 1 p.m. Eastern. But there's one individual who is a huge part of Apple's past that we talked about about a month ago. His name is Johnny Ive. This is the man that was in that very unique photo with Sam Altman to advertise the acquisition of his new company here, I.O., by OpenAI. But Johnny Ive actually had a very prolific career with Apple. He was at the company for 27 years and actually became their chief design officer at one point during his tenure. Here are just some of the products he's been credited with designing to some extent. He was on the team, or I guess overseeing the team here that worked on the iPad. He's been heavily credited with designing the Apple Watch and part of this Apple Watch. And he's also, fun fact, been credited with designing the translucent shell that the original iMac had. So if you want to read more about this ahead of this Apple event, I have handily tied it into a thread with other Apple facts that we previously posted here on X at TTV Research. That is X at TTV Research for all your fun market fact needs. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara.
Yeah, thank you for that there, Adara. I remember those computers in 1998.
So
yeah, those like going to computer class. And that's what we were talking about. That I'll never forget. I don't know, for those who do remember this, All the Right Type. I don't know, All the Right Type, it's like literally a little typing application, and in elementary school, I think around grade 3 or 4, there was one kid who was better than me at All the Right Type, and one of the winning prizes, the CD gave like our teacher gave like a burnt disc, a burnt CD with some of the Fire's tracks, and I couldn't beat this guy, so I offered to pay him money for the CD and to lose so I can get it, but he was having none of it, and he wanted to win it, so yeah, dude, I was like grade 3 or grade 4, and I'm like, I couldn't beat him, and I'm like, yo, let me win, because I wanted the CD, and I told him that I would buy it off him, but I
love it.
Yeah, he wasn't having any of it. But yeah, here we go,
There's
guys.
some people like that.
Yeah, exactly. Here we go, guys. A nice breakout here in. Yes, I did, Jake. I had a floppy disk way back in the day. Yes, so here we go, guys. This is really important to keep an eye out on here. This is a really large indecision print with a large volume signature as well, so keep an eye on that. This is going to define a lot here. I think if we break it to the downside, maybe you come into the middle of the range, but if it's breached to the top side, then I think we'll continue to appreciate in price. But this is what we want to see for a genuine breakout, right? So you can see consolidation zone, and just look at the volume by time profile here. Just really, really steady, but then as we're going to break out, and as we break out, you see that volume really start to stair step. So that can add a lot within your trading system, all right? So it's just following the volume. If you're a breakout trader like myself and you're like, why is it continuously knocking on this specific level and having the inability to breach? Well, take a look at the volume and the tape to see what that's telling you, because it's extremely important. If that volume's not stepping in and there's not enough force in order for you to break through key resistance zones, and then you'll just see that level be continuously rejected. Yeah, I mean, this one is, I love seeing what you guys are going on in the chat. Well, I'll go through some of those names, but it's unfortunate that NVDA is continuously tanking here, guys. I mean, to a T, we marked out this level, and I didn't even look at the options chain until I seen that we rejected 145 almost to a penny there, only a couple cents off it. And then you go and you look at the chain, and it's like, okay, yeah, we have a massive supply zone. There wasn't enough demand in order for us to punch through and continue to move higher and higher there. But let's see. I can read this one out loud, I think. Did you not learn Apple 2E commands and DOS? Do you even know computers? No, I'm not going to claim that I know computers whatsoever, because I do not. That? It's Big Smile, man. Big Smile? Yeah, Big
Smile's chirping you about computers?
Yeah, apparently. But
come on, Big Smile.
That's okay. We'll take it. I mean, I told you guys I have at home, my desktop is like a Ryzen 5. I have a Ryzen 5 with 1 terabyte SSD or something along those lines. I might even be getting those numbers mixed up, because it was a couple years ago when I put it together. But yeah, it's a nice little rig. It's been doing me well since I bought it, and it hasn't slowed down, to be honest with you.
That's good, man. Yeah. The Windows computers have a tendency to slow for no reason, right? Like you'll just be, using them, and they'll just get older and they'll slow down. Even if you format it, right? Like you take off everything.
Yeah. I mean, it's been good. It hasn't slowed down on me.
That's what I'm saying. That's a good thing, right?
But I only use it for like work purposes, right? Like I only have my trading platforms. I'm not streaming anything on it or anything along those lines. So yeah.
All right, guys, keeping my eye here on the following. So NA, we got a little bit of a beak wetter with this one. It's still having trouble south of 11, so be careful with this one. I perceive this one to be bull flagging. It's about whether or not I get shaken out of the trade. I see a good-looking bull flag here. Sure, the volume profile is not the most ideal. It's only done 1 1/3 million shares, but it's really not giving up the level. either. It's not breaking down below VWAP. It's not losing $10. So we'll see which way this cookie crumbles. Keeping my eye here on UMAC. Finally, we got the ad towards the lower end of the range. I perceive UMAC to be doing an upward channel with basically a pullback coming in every time we make a high of day or near a high of day. Case in point, we pulled back here after coming into about 932, despite the fact that the high of the day was 938. So let's see, what do we have on UMAC right now? We've got 12s on. It's showing me 17s. Let's wet the beak here for a quick one at 17s, and then we'll also wait at 22. So we'll see if we can get some profits on this one. UNCY still holding the volume weighted average price, but that's the good news. The bad news is south of the dollar, and now it is putting in marginally lower highs. Marginally here because it's a dollar name, so it's not going to put in substantially lower unless it tanks. So UNCY in focus for me. But KTLO paper-handed this trade to start. We're getting something back on it now as it takes out that 140, I want to say 145. That's a local area high. So let's see if we can extract some more profits here on KTLO. Yeah, it's a good looking stock right now. We'll take some profits at this level. Let's set up some profit takers as well into the high 40s, and then we'll put some on the north side of 50. I'm expecting resistance at 50 bucks or 50 pennies, excuse me. Even though the high of the day obviously is $1.62. Look where the closing print is. It's marginally above that 150 area. It's at 151. So I still feel that the main resistance level, even though it's a $1.63 high a day, it is really that 150 that is the high of the day at the moment, or like the real area where we're going to have trouble. So that's what I'm looking at right now. CXTR got into this one super quick, got stopped out super quick. So I tried to get in at the 10 exponential. This one I feel stop hunted me. So we got stop hunted on this one. Literally have the bottom of the wick there. Sometimes, you know, you place your stops in the wrong area, and that's kind of what I did there. So we'll keep tabs on that one. I don't know if I want to jump into this one super quick. I do like the 1 1/3 area, but I feel it's cleared it by some distance. The reason I like 1 1/3 is because of this area right here. So we'll see. Yeah, it's continuing to come down right now. CXTR. KLTO continues to move up, so we'll take some prints there, knowing full well, you know, the bottom could drop off at any moment. And UNCY really dropping off over here, so we'll get stopped out of that one again. And then UMAC, we're taking prints to the high side. So some good, some bad, guys. It's a bit of everything today, so we'll keep tabs on these. Yeah, these small cap gappers, they don't leave much room at all for error. UMAC headed to the high side, UNCY headed to the downside, KLTO headed to the upside. Holy cows. This is an invigorating Monday. Let's just put it that way. It's an invigorating Monday. Let's take some prints on this one as well as this one. I don't know how to feel about, Joseph. What do you got on your side, my man?
Yeah, I'm still cooking up here. I'm waiting for any form of indecision on the lower time frames here, the lows on NVDA to see if we can get a small bounce back towards the volume weighted average price. We'll dive a little bit more into that and what we got going on with IBIT here right after we get back from Midday.
Here's DoorDash. This one not moving too much, but here on Watch, I'm seeing news come through on X for this one. Apparently, Canada's Competition Bureau has stated that it is suing DoorDash for allegedly advertising misleading prices and discounts. Keep an eye on DASH. Not too much of a move in this one, though, as of right now. Back to you.
Yeah, I mean, Kay, you don't want to make it too exciting. That probably means that you're over trading, in my opinion. So, yeah. All right, guys, let's see what we got going on. Some nice indecision at the lows here on NVDA, but I do believe we have to be a little bit more patient on this one. So, again, risk profile slightly defined. If it cracked it to the low, get out. But I do like that we're slowly putting in this base, and then maybe we can start to curl over and then look for that move back towards the volume weighted average price, because I don't think this is going to be that stock, especially with some of the other names slowly climbing higher with the likes of Amazon. It wants to break. We'll pull up Amazon here momentarily because it does want to break this previous pivot high and put in a new high day, I feel like, but it's just taking a little bit of time. It's taking its slow time, just slowly absorbing things. A nice breath after this breakout, and then hopefully you can take that additional leg higher with that being said, let's pull up the chain to see if we have any high levels of open interest at specific strike prices above where we're currently sitting. 22,000 at 220. That's the highest level of OI. 215 is already under the water, considering we're at 215.46 right now. So there you go. You have whoever's on the opposite end of that is now underwater, and those short calls are in the money, and that's not necessarily something that you would want. But those are the two highest levels of open interest on the call side for this week's expiration cycle. That's going to be at 215 and 220. So I do like Amazon for a potential touch into 220 this week. Let's see how it plays out and if that comes into fruition there. All right, so let's pull up Google, because we've been monitoring this name from an open interest standpoint as well too. And what I'm seeing right now is we still have that concentration of open interest within those couple strike prices. So through 175 to 180 is kind of where we have that congestion zone and that supply zone. So 175, we have 21,000 open contracts. 177.5, we got 16,000. And then 180, we have 18,000. So there is a little bit of congestion there and supply. But if we can punch through that and then wait until next week to see where those roll over and see if they're slowly lifting higher and higher, which they are, because I remember us talking about it and the high levels of open interest were at 170. So they're slowly lifting in increments there. I'm waiting till next week to see what we got going on. But what we're seeing right now isn't a bad thing for Google Street.
Well said, Joseph.
Yeah.
Well, absolutely well said. All right, guys, KLTL is breaking out, and it's about 1 penny off the high of the day. So here we go. Watch out for this one. We're about 2 pennies now off, 1 penny off the high of the day. We just printed 62s. It's 63. Now it's up 670%. If it squeezes above 63, this could be an aggressive breakout. Or it couldn't. I mean, well, I have no idea who's waiting for us on the north side. So let's set up some orders and try to extract some profits. It did print 163, so just wicked into the high of the day now. So this one did touch the high of the day. So let's set up some orders to the high side over here, and we'll put some in the high 70s as well. We'll wait at 77s. Now, you know, anything could happen here. We can get into that key level. There could be a short waiting for us of note at that level, or people could aggressively take profits. I'm talking about the high of the day. So it's really impossible to know what kind of reaction we're gonna get to a high day touch, whether it's just a big move down or what the situation is. So we got, what do we have on 31s? It just touched 63s. So it's not a bad look, but I am concerned always when we get into a key level like this of a double top, especially if you don't clear it decisively and vigorously, because you never really know who is waiting for you on the other side. I got back into CTXR at a key level. I have a dip trade to defend the volume weighted average price at $1.30 in addition to the price action previous area of resistance that I perceive to be at that $1.30 area. So we'll keep tabs on that. UMAC as well. We took some prints to the high side on this one into the high day 935. Or sorry, I got a 935 print, even though the high of the day is 938. Back into 929 it goes. I'm talking about UMAC. I perceive this to be an upward channel, so I'm trying to get in towards the lower end of that upward channel. So that's my look on that one at the moment. Am I in KWM? No, thank goodness. No, KWM is another one that I've wanted to get into. It's coming back into the volume weighted average price. This one over here, it kind of found resistance again in the high 80s. It didn't even make its way into the low 90s this time. VWAP on KWM just a little bit above that $0.50 or lower, excuse me, 447 as opposed to, you know, whatever, 450, which is the psychological area of resistance. But this is the kind of stuff that keeps me up at night, man. Like, this is just very bothersome for me, this stop hunting over here, because, you know, you've got proper analysis in your mind, at least you think you have it, and then you get stop hunted in this way. Yeah, it's just the way it is with these ones. It doesn't take too much money to move them. That's the thing, right? You can have like a legitimately, again, relatively small account compared to some other people, and you can just manipulate the stock. So you just have to accept that as part and parcel of trading small caps. And
you're familiar with Peter Tuchman, I believe his name, right?
I don't.
Oh, Peter? Oh, yeah, okay. So he's like a really popular Wall Street guy, but he says he has a couple of videos where it's like they can see it. Like they'll see your stop orders,
100%.
They'll just take them, and then they'll just move the stock higher and higher.
We've talked about this, you and I. Remember what do we call it? Level 3.
Level 3.
Level 3.
Yeah, but they actually know where you're placing your orders, your stop, and then boom, they'll just take it down, boom, 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 they'll just take it out, and then he's like, you can hear it on the floor. You'll hear it like take the stops out of everybody, and then just take the price higher and higher after.
I'd like to be able to get my hands on some of those people.
Oh, you're telling me. I told you, man, at one point I'm like, man, if there was an individual chat, like if you could have a chat for each underlying stock, I would honestly be chiming in on that chat so many times and be like, you're so lucky I can't get my hands on you on the other side of that screen. For sure, but sorry, continue.
All right, we are caught in an uphold now on our friend KLTO new high of day at $1.64.
All right, there you go. You're getting something cooking up there.
Oh my goodness. All right, so we're caught in an uphold right now on my friend KLTO. Keep your eye on this one. It is at the high of the day as we speak. That is the halt level, the high of the day, 164 KLTO. It's up now exactly to the second decimal point. I don't know if I've seen this before. 700.00% on the dot and not anything different. KLTO is on one. It's on that good stuff that you got to go south of the border in order to get your hands on. You can't. My bad. You can't get it here, Neil, not legally anyway. So KLTO on that good, and it is, let's see where it ends up opening. I'll give you guys a quick look.
Wait, but what are you referring to if you can get it legally down there?
Well, I can't take,
okay.
I can't.
But you can get it legally down there?
Well,
you know what I mean? It's culturally accepted.
Hold on. Guys, the tap now on KLTO, $1.50. So it is slated to open down. Now, the theoretical auction price is ever changing, right? It's an auction system that takes place while the stock is halted. As you send market on open orders or, actually it can be limit on open as well. They don't always have to be market. So you're getting buy and sell orders while it's halted, and the exchange is pairing those buy and sell orders, and then an imbalance either to the high side or the downside occurs. And as a result, we get a theoretical auction price. So currently, it's lower than where we halted. That is not a good look for me. So we'll keep tabs on that. To the high side, though, goes UMAC, working right back into that high day. It behooves me to throw out some dang orders on UMAC over here, and I got a partial order at 35, so we'll wait at 38. But here goes NA and CTXR. So let's take out some more profits on these, you know what. So we'll set up some orders here and some north of 11 on my friend NA. And then let's keep an eye, obviously, on CTXR because I'm 0 for 1 on that. But we're trying to make some money back over here on CTXR. It did come into that $1.50 and was met with some selling. And here's that $1.50 again. And we're rejecting it yet again. So look to extract some profits here. Look, even though the candle that closed at 1150 was kind of a topping till candle, or maybe you could even make the case it was a doji candle, I don't know how I feel about this, right? So that's a candle of indecision, usually preceding a trend change. So if it was a downward trend, we're looking for an upward trend here, but that's not always a hard and fast rule. So I'm keeping my eye out on that. Those are the ones we're involved in right now, guys. It's been a tough start to the morning, but that's just the way the cookie crumbles.
Yep.
And you just got to keep going and moving on. So CTXR, where are we long here on CTXR? We're long at 39s. It's showing me 49s. And as I mentioned, it's having trouble with the $0.50. Quickly, before we head back, I want to mention KTLO halted at $1.64 with a theoretical auction price lower than the halt price. That's trouble. And then UMAC continues to stay in that range. We've got the lower end of the range and NA. We just got a beak wetter there at 80, set up some in the high 10s, low 11s. You guys hear that, right? Yeah. That means it's recess time. So Joseph and I are going to take a break, and we're going to go back there and throw the football around or whatever.
Yeah,
I don't know. What
you're not even allowed doing that. You're not even
allowed doing that. What was your favorite recess pastime?
Foot hockey.
Hold on. We were allowed to play football, but they didn't want us playing tackle.
Yeah,
that didn't stop us, though, Joseph, from going on the other side of the hill.
There's no way. They were not stopping us. For me and my friends, it was foot hockey.
They wouldn't let you guys play foot hockey?
No, we would play foot hockey. Yeah. Were you saying, like, what's my recess? Foot hockey. Foot hockey was our thing. It's essentially just soccer with a tennis ball, but you know what I mean? But we thought it was foot hockey, and it's best believe keep your head up at all times. So, like,
keep your head up, boy.
Dude, full disclosure, One second, before we go back, full disclosure, I think I was in like grade 4. I got suspended one time, right? You can think about it.
What'd you do?
Dude, I body checked my buddy's cousin into the garbage bins. And his name was Todd, so shout out to Todd.
Shout out Todd.
Yeah, but he couldn't handle it. So I smoke him into the bin, and then obviously he starts crying and tells on me, and then so I got in trouble. I got in trouble for that one there, yeah. But
always a good time.
Always a good
Before
time.
we go to Adara, guys, KLT open. Sorry, Neil. Here we go. $1.64. So it did open up. It looks like it opened up at $1.62. Here it comes aggressively to the downside. We're still above the 10 exponential. So I don't get out of this until and if it loses that 10 EMA. And here we go. We're moving back up into the 150s right now. It's a candle of indecision. Keep your eye out on this one. KLTO, 700% at the high. Zigging and zagging. Here it comes again to 169. 70 is the high of the day. So we got it right here. I've got beak wetters on the north side of that $1.70. So it's going to have to clear it. Otherwise, I don't touch it. Shout out to Steven Stewart. I appreciate you, my man. $5 sheaf. What is a beak wetter?
Ooh.
A beak wetter, my man. Look what he's doing. He's putting his beak and he's taking out prints from the garbage there. You see that? You see that, how he's taking it up? All right, guys. We are having a good time. Sorry to keep you waiting. Adara LePage, what is happening now?
Thank you for that transition there, Sharif Gobriel. Let's talk about the market. This S&P 500 is just kind of coiling around here near this $600 level. And this coiling has honestly started as a Friday because it's a nice push up pre-market. And then we just kind of chopped for the last 2 sessions. QQQ, if I can pull this one up, looking a little bit stronger. We had a nice push here into a decisive high of day, around 10:15 on the Qs, but then not really able to hold that strength. Just be aware right now, I am hearing apparently Donald Trump currently speaking to Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel, according to an Axios reporter. So just be aware that conversation is happening, not likely to be super market moving, but always worth being aware of. We have Broadcom here. A lot of these day 2 earnings plays pushing decisively lower. Here's AVGO. And if I can pull it up here, here's Lululemon. She's also having a pretty rough day here. Both of those at or near day's lows. Now, of course, here's Tesla, TSLA. This one had a really nice push off the open despite 2 downgrades, one from Baird, one from Argus. Now, though, curling a little bit here at the highs after trying and I guess failing to decisively get back above this pre-market high. Apple on watch as well at WWDC keynote, guys. It starts in less than an hour, kicking off at 1 p.m. Eastern. I will cover that for you guys. Before we can do that, we're going to have to take some time with Neil and his lesson of the day. So without further ado, please take it away, Neil.
Thank you very much, Adara. Your lesson of the day brought to you by StreamX, and that's on the NASDAQ ticker BSGM, shaping the future of decentralized finance. Want to shout them out. Scan that QR code you see in front of you right there, BSGM, everybody. But you know what? Everyone loves a good comeback story. Oh. Right? I think so. Yes. Usually they do. They're popular in the movies. Well, in the market, what that means is, okay, not necessarily, I'm not talking about dead cat bounces. I'm not talking about, you know, when a stock that's down for, like a Mullen is down for like 175 days in a row and has an up day. No, what I'm talking about is maybe something relatively strong that gets a hefty pullback that everyone might think is a change in sentiment and then just immediately shifts right back to the upside. Now, you might be thinking about Tesla. That's not what got me on that plane today. It was CoreWeave. And really, when you look at CoreWeave, one of the strongest names in the market today, 15% to the upside. Remember 2 days ago when it seemed like the air was coming out of CoreWeave? Okay, 2 trading days ago, this is on Thursday, it seemed like all the air was coming out of CoreWeave. It failed 160, it failed 150, it failed 140, and then it held 130. Put in a nice consolidation day on Friday. But when you see a sentiment shift like this, a lot of people will think, okay, head and shoulders, like there's a prior high, there's the fail at the top, there's it putting in resistance. So as long as it doesn't break 150, look at that continuation holding 150 on Friday. Okay, that should still be a short because it's on the right side of the V, or which is weird because it's really an A. But instead, it's that breakout. You got to think of it in the other way too. If people like that short for the multi-day play, this thing's gone too far, then the break becomes just as good. And that breakout has given you like $10, $12 winner. Now, I'm not saying Palantir is going to give you that, but whenever I see something like this, it's like, oh, we missed it. My first thought is, what else might be doing something somewhat similar? Because can you jump on a train that is similar to that? And that's why I went over to Palantir, because Palantir on Thursday, you had a fresh high last week. On Thursday was the secondary rollover day. Then Friday was able to hold up. You had a double top. So what does Palantir do? It breaks out of that double top. So this is what I mean. When you have something which it seems like a huge sentiment shift, and immediately the day after, it's like, okay, we're bouncing back or we're consolidating back. Look for that breakout play. Why? Because those that think it's a big time sentiment shift on a upward trending stock, like Palantir or CoreWeave, on the consolidation day, there's some shorts building. And whether they build in a consolidation or whether selling into prior highs or prior support, either way, on that following day, when it breaks out, if it breaks out, you can find some nice runners. I want to be a buyer of Palantir on trend. Obviously, CoreWeave was a much better example of this in terms of how clean the move is, but it's the same principle. When everyone thinks the capitulation has started on a gangbuster stock, if it follows it up with a nice sideways day or maybe a day that still plays off some resistance, don't be afraid to look for that breakout instead of the sentiment shift. So there's your lesson of the day. Hopefully anyone long Palantir and CoreWeave is having a good one. And is again brought to you by BSGM. That is StreamX. Let's go to Adara.
Here is Google. I just want to let you guys know the company just announced here that they have some availability of its memory optimized machine series. It's Compute Engine M4. Apparently, it's the most performant memory optimized VM with under 6 terabytes of memory. So you could look here for GOOG L or GOOG, I guess, pushing to the upside here after announcing the availability of their memory optimized machine series. We're going to send you back to the Bash Brothers.
You for that, Adara.
Thank you, Adara.
Yeah, I'm just waiting. It looks like that Bitcoin wants to go and retest this high once again. But this is what I'm referring to, and Sharif and I always talk about, just looking for the volume and what it's telling you. I mentioned a couple of things, right? It's either we can crack towards the end of we break the lower end of this candle here and head back into the middle of the range. But as soon as we breach it, I do believe that there's going to be some more topside movement. And just following the volume, you can see it slowly start to increase as we're running into these resistance zones, and then it breaks out, and then that's a really genuine move, and then the volume is just sustained. So it hasn't even put in a 5-minute candle since it broke out. So that's a really good look there on Amazon for those who have caught that breakout and just continuing to climb higher and higher. So I like that look there, Sharif.
All right, guys, NA, we took out at 46 there. Next, Beakwetter 69. We have 36s on. But here's the deal. It's a topping tail candle into yet another predictable area of resistance. Take a gander at this candle. This is the 5-minute chart right here. It rejects it exactly at 1150, not the time, the price. And this current candle, the 1205 5-minute candle, guess what? Rejects right at 1150 as well. So it's a very spready name. It's a 30-penny spread right now on NA. Who does this one thinks it is, man? Like UNH or something, right? Bro, calm down. Yeah, Dara says get it. So keep your eye on NA. Nice breakout there, but a predictable area of resistance could be trouble. Keeping my eye, though, on KLTO. I took out some at the high of the day, but now I'm caught in a down halt. And it's halted down now at $1.50, okay? What do I got on this thing? $1.31. So I'll give you the theoretical auction price right now on it. So KLTO, we got $1.45 right now on KLTO. So this one, as I mentioned, halted at $1.50. So it's 5 pennies lower than the halt. So we'll keep tabs on that. CTXR is taking out levels. So I moved up my stop on CTXR from below the VWAP to prior bar low. So here we go, moving up quite aggressively on this one. Time to take some profits up here, even if we did already take profits here because there's size on. Let's see if we can extract some more. This one is really going a little bit aggressive right now with the current bar high, I believe at 57s. Here's 56 again. I'm set up at 58s and then 6. So CTXR taking over crazy small cap gapper kind of world. While KLTO is halted, they take turns. Once one is halted, the degen's got to punch into something. You can't just sit there, for 5 minutes and catch a drink. You got to be trading like a degen, right? So then you flip from KLTO into CTXR. It's the truth, dog. I mean, it's the truth. Can I tell you the truth? Because one is halted and the other one wasn't doing anything, and then all of a sudden it's doing something.
There you go.
Surprise,
You gotta do
surprise. Right?
something, man.
I'm playing, guys. We're having a good time. We're having a good time.
Hilarious.
All right, so CTXR still below that $163 high day, Joseph, but holding up quite well. It's got a great looking bull flag pattern here. Generally, the area low has been $140 with the area high being around 155. I would say 155 is even generous. It's more like a 140, 150-ish with outlying wicks to the high side and the low side. So we'll keep tabs on that. What else do I got on over here? Nothing really happening here with UMAC. I think UMAC might be, the end of the trade might be coming. It's right back into my level. I've got 11s on. It's showing me 13s. It still hasn't broken trend, but it hasn't broken trend yet. But what it has shown me is the lower high situation. I want nothing to do with this one until it gets back into about 890. Well, look, here's what I'll do. I'll put the money fills I perceive to be possibly between $9 and $8.88. $8.88 VWAP, $9 psychological resistance. So what I'm going to do, since I took out the last trade break even there, let's go ahead and wait. We're going to wait in between those two areas. So I'm going to wait in the 90s, okay? I'm going to wait in the low 90s. Let's see if we can get something in and around there. I'd be pleased as dang punch. Shout out to Adara. Okay, so we're going to keep an eye out on that. KWM right back off VWAP, right back into that range. It feels like it's going to break out through 5 at any point in time. Now, again, bull flags, they're not created equal, just like humans, and they move up. Sometimes they move to the side for an hour. Sometimes they move to the side for 5 minutes. So I perceive a bull flag forming on KWM with the flat top possibly around that $5 area. I think the money fills are in and around that $0.50 with maybe a stop at the third of a dollar on KWM. I haven't had any trades on it, but I'm keeping my eye on this one. It's setting up well. I mean, there's really not much bad to say about it. CTXR comes right back down again into that end of the range. Now, if I was a better trader, I'd be adding here, okay? But I don't want to add here because it's not been my day, so we'll keep tabs on this one. The next profit taker, just a little bit below the 60 penny area. So that's what I'm looking at there. Last but not least, NA, let's weasel on over there. I've got an order out for 69s. This one's been hanging out at 1150 now on a 3-candle basis. This current candle has 3 more minutes before it closes, so we'll keep tabs on that. KLTO, any of it to go against me. So KTLO open and zigging and zagging right now at the $0.50, which is also the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. Let's see if it holds it and heads back up, Joseph.
Nice, good luck there, guys. All right, yeah, I'm still sitting in this position here, guys. No ads. I'm looking for that break of the high day on IBIT. We're continuously knocking on the door of the 6140 levels, and then we're rejecting it. So if someone's defending, until that's lifted, then I don't know if we're going to climb any higher, obviously, as obvious as that may seem. But you can also got to take into consideration that the move that we have put in overnight as well, too. So, I mean, slightly extended, nice chop. I'm glad that we got that continuation throughout the intraday session, but I don't know how much higher we climb today. But with that being said, let's take a look at the top performing sectors here throughout the session, guys. In first place, we'll go that win place show. We got the materials up about 0.8. Then we have the energy sector up about 0.5% there, guys. And then the tech sector also slightly green on the day, even though NVDA is continuously selling. The pre-market action is what led it to be green. We got to double check to see where that's currently sitting right there. And then you can see the communication service sector sitting in 4th place there, guys. And then we'll take a look at the bottom 3 right here. Consumer discretionary sitting in that 3rd last spot, healthcare not doing so good, and then the financial sector taking it right on the nose there, guys. The brunt of it on the chin, I guess we can say, down 0.5% on that front. So we'll take a look at XLF and we'll go through think that's going to be the most entertaining one here today. So there you go. Out of the opening drive, some weak PA. Let's zoom out and see what we got going on from a daily standpoint. Still hovering around in this zone. I mean, I bought. It's funny. I bought Selena some of this stuff, and I didn't even buy myself any of this way back in these neck of the woods here. So, but you don't know what's going on with that. I just buy them or something and say it's whatever. Even though I didn't really say anything right there, but I say just put money in the account. Let me know. I'll buy you certain things. And that's kind of the system we got going on. Yeah. So hovering around this range there, guys. Let's take a look at the healthcare sector as well too. That's going to be XLV there. Pull this up to see what we got going on. Such a tough look here. All right, so I mean, we're trading around 134 with that all-time high being right around that 157. So we're still down about 14% off of those previous highs. And then we got the utilities in third last there, XLU, XLU. The utilities, okay, so not a bad look here from this sector. Let's zoom out. Actually, I don't want to because it'll just freeze. But there you go, a nice climb off of these Liberation Day lows. 71 now trading around $81. Now let's pull up XLB. Pretty sure that's materials. Yep. Oh, there we go. I remember my sectors relatively well. XLB there, guys. This is the first place performing the top performing sector of the day, up about 8/10, closer to the 9 now. So a nice strong rally here throughout the day. And I mean, there's some key resistance zones that we want to keep an eye out on. And this area right here, you can see this consolidation phase. I think that's going to be really important in order for us to clear. I want to see that momentum and that volume really start to pick up, and then we'll take a look at XLE, especially if you're looking for a break of that zone right there. So I think that's going to be some overhead resistance there for XLB. Now we got the energy sector as well too, a big time recovery, some massive gap downs, but slowly climbing off of those highs. And again, you got some key resistance zones that you need to break through. We did fill this gap, but then it came right back through it there. So that's going to be the next opportunity. If you're looking for a gap fill type of play, this is a range that I would be looking necessarily, and then we'll go to XLK before we send it back to Sharif there. So tech sector, boom. Oh, wow, not even too far off of these all-time highs there, Sharif. Only about 1 1/3 there off of those all-time highs is the XLK. So, yeah, start selling those CSP, guys. Don't be chasing anything up there. Wait for that price to come to you.
Where's the XLF at? That's the only ETF I literally end up having.
It's not too far off the all-time highs there.
Where are we at, bro? Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's doing good.
Yeah, we're okay. Yeah. Apparently, like, you're supposed to get really, like, the good push for regulation, or deregulation, I should say. Second half of the, or third to fourth quarter this year, they're saying Trump's going to start focusing on deregulating these banks. So we'll have to see if that ends up happening.
Did it? Who was it? Right? Who was it? Someone that was only allowed to have like $1 trillion AUM or something like that?
Wells Fargo.
Wells Fargo. Yeah, and they lifted that.
They were lifting that.
Yeah.
That was it wasn't even Biden responsible for that. To be fair to Biden, it was a Trump era SEC limit, because you know what they were doing, Joseph? They incentivized a lot of the people working at the bank to open up accounts for people, and so you would get points or whatever. You get bonuses.
Okay, so the referral.
You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So they opened up all these accounts, and they weren't allowed to. People didn't give permission, so they
That's
got.
Like my friends always trying to get me to open up the sports betting things because they get the $50.
But at least your friends ask you.
Yeah.
At least your friends ask you, right?
$50 referral.
All right, guys. NA just blew through. Is now up 76%. That $11 flat top break has gone. Zeno is an 1187 high a day. Keep your eye out for 12. This is a monster right now, NA, but it's a very spready ticker, so very dangerous to trade. Make sure you're not getting caught in slippage. And just before we send it back to Joseph super quick, I want to let you know KLTO is halted to the upside yet again. It's now up over 700%. And with a high a day, Joseph, of 176, currently halted at 166.
Nice. If you want a prop firm that's transparent, fair, and actually wants you to succeed, listen up. PropX gives you a 1 to 200 ratio leverage ratio, one of the highest out there, and no high watermark. Fast payouts, real support, and a team that's on your side. That's why they're rated a 4.6 on Trustpilot and continuing to climb. Use code TraderTV to get 50% off of your challenge right now. Scan the QR code or click the link in the description box and start trading smarter with PropX. Pass the challenge, get funded there, folks.
All right, guys. Yeah, make sure, man. They're a great company, great people. Money Mitch, Look at CXTR. Oh my goodness. This is really going right now, guys. Be careful with this one. This is another very dangerous one. 169 high a day right now on CTXR. Very aggressive move up here. Let's set up at the $0.25 and we'll set up at 82s as well. CTXR, there's a lot in almost triple digit territory, like the one that I just mentioned, LNA, almost in triple digit territory. You've also got CTXR on the precipice, 96% now. So big moves up here. KLTO is open and it just took out at the new high again. So 182 high now on KLTO as it zigs and zags back down into 69. So make sure you are sending out those resting orders on these small cap gappers. Otherwise, you know, you could just not get the fill because they move through different price zones so quickly. And you could find yourself, you know, it was at 182 and then quick as you like, you find it at 162 and nobody wants that, right? Like that's kind of frustrating to know that you had the money fill and then not to be able to get it. It just worked up into 182 again. It looks like there is selling at that 182 level. And here we go again, showing 180. Okay, so it keeps rejecting that area. So I feel there is a seller of note. I don't just feel, the market is telling me and the price action is telling me there's a double top now on the 5-minute chart at that $1.82. It's up over 750%. Adara, have we had a quadruple digit winner north of $1 yet this year? Because I feel like we always say we're going to have one, and I don't feel we end up getting into one. If you want to weasel in here, you're more than welcome to.
So to my knowledge, that has not been the case that I can remember anyway. I know we've had some in the high 3 digits. I do not believe we've had a quadruple digit yet. Of course, if I'm wrong, someone please feel free to correct me, but not to my memory.
Yeah, and the reason I always check with Adara is everybody, if you've been watching the show, she's got an eidetic memory. If you don't know what eidetic is, it is kind of like a photographic memory, just another word to kind of describe that. So shout out to Sheldon Cooper. Ooh. Shout out to Adara LePage. Ooh. They've got the eidetic memory.
You guys Sheldon over there.
Yeah, man. Oh,
nice.
Bro. I was telling Adara this morning at the Big Desk, bro, completely different shows, whether you're watching Big Bang early series or Big Bang later. I think they changed the writers, and the biggest, you can tell, the biggest change in characters is Sheldon because he becomes less robot in the earlier one, and then he becomes like more human. He's like, oh, if I want to watch a regular human, I'll watch a different show. I'm watching Robot Man.
Watch a Robot Man.
I want to hear about Robot Man. Shout out to Sheldon Cooper, who obviously is not a real character.
So you like the later seasons more than
No, I like the earlier ones when he's like all rude and you know, like he just doesn't understand human emotions. He doesn't understand human. You know what I mean? It's jokes, right? So anyway, we're having a good time, guys. All right, so KLTO into that $1.82 again. CTXR into that 172 again. They're very similarly priced, but they're trading a lot differently. For example, KLTO has done almost 700 million shares on the day, just south, 685, while our friends on CTXR have done, where is CTXR at? There it is, 38 million shares. Very similar price, not the same type of action, though. Shout out to Action Jackson.
Ooh,
what's going on?
Jackson, no, Jackson, yeah.
Andrew, crap. I'm gonna have to paraphrase Andrew because you know.
Oh yeah, man. Here, let me hop into the old. There we go. Bang.
No.
Hey, it's not you did anything bad. We just can't.
No, it's fine, Andrew. You're good, bro. Yeah. So, Andrew, crap, sold half my KLTO. What's wrong with that, man? That's a great trade. Shout out to you, Andrew, man. KLTO is obviously a very dangerous one to hold. So, you know, the fact that you held is a good look. But it's KWM that I feel some sort of way about because I just have not executed on this one. What's going on over there? Take it out, baby. Take it out.
We got to. Oh, let's go as we break through the high day here on Bitcoin. Katina, man, I know you scope this trade out there, my brother, man.
Katina, man.
I didn't catch that, Phil. Come on, why are you gonna reject your boy like that? That's not fair. Oh, nice. Yeah, that's why you gotta post up. That's why these guys tell me to post up. But I didn't. Yeah, so I didn't catch that. But a really nice trade here, guys, and we're still holding on to it. So, I mean, this was attempt number one. I just stopped out. I'm like, okay, let's be patient. If we're going to continue this climb to the top side, then it'll display itself. And then that's when I entered right here, bang, bang, bang. And then we got really aggressive with this one and then just continuously take it out, add to the position once again, and then we got that break of the high of day. And that's exactly why I'm still holding on to this, right? To see if we can get a new breach of that previous high of day. And that's what I'm going to continue to do. Let's see if we can take one off the top here before we get to the ad, and we're going to send it to Sharif right about, and they're going to reject my order or send it to.
Don't do it. Come on. One for all. The new trading competition from Trade the Pool. That's what it's called. One for all. Never been done before. Everyone will be trading together on one shared account with $1 million in buying power. Guys, this competition starts June 16th and goes all the way to June 18th. What's the goal? To beat the Qs. For example, if the Qs move by 3% up or down, we aim for more. And so what's in it for you? Everyone wins, plus $675,000 in prizes. You get 20 evaluation accounts that are up for grabs. So it's one account, one mission, one for all. Scan that dang QR code and join the team now, man. Shout out to the great folks there at Trade the Pool. That's a really interesting competition. I haven't seen anything done like that.
Yeah, I've never seen anything.
No,
like that.
That's completely new to me.
A little bit deeper into that one there, Sharif.
You're gonna do a deep dive?
Yeah, we'll do. We'll see what we got going on there.
Hear that, Adara?
Get it. Deep dive, yeah, let's go. Deep. I could go for a deep dish pizza. I know you don't.
Oh God.
I know you're all about.
Why is it always about food with you, Joseph?
Yeah. Hey man. What else?
I thought I was supposed to be the one eating all the time.
Hey man. No,
dude,
man,
I went up to
food.
my aunt's on Saturday.
Oh, nice.
I haven't had so much crap eaten in one, bro. My goodness, my cousin, she's a liability, bro. She's an absolute liability.
Suckered right in.
Absolutely. She had these like milk chocolate with peanuts and blueberries, and I was just like, oh my God, Joseph.
That's what the wick. That's what the wick will do to you too when you head up to.
Bro, and it wasn't even that too. And then her mom has all these like gummy candies sprinkled all over the house. Living room, bowl. Of candy. Dining room, bowl of candy. Family room?
Let me guess. Bowl of candy.
Bowl of candy. Damn. Bro, and me, just an idiot, going out, can I get you guys something from inside every time?
Yeah.
Bro, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Like, I need the bowls of fruit, man. I'm a fruit bowl.
My goodness, man. There. No, man, I can't do that anymore, man. My stomach can't handle that kind of stuff, Joseph.
Yeah.
All right, guys, I'm sorry to wax poetic. Look at CXTR go, guys.
Oh, wow.
This thing is on one right now. It's a 192 high day. It's cleared that 100%. That 100% is in a rear view mirror, baby, because it's now 120%. And here comes that $2 area. It's a 192 high a day, so we're essentially 8 pennies off that $2 area. Be on the lookout for this one. I perceive this one to be a bull flag continuation. We get that, it depends really where you're looking at the beginning in the formation of the pole. It could be around over here because we consolidate a little bit. The point is, we could start seeing some more consolidation south of that $2 if we don't continue through that $2 area and form that as part of the initial pull, right? So see what I'm saying, guys? See that $1.15 break? We zig and zag, we get up into that 155, and then we consolidate for a little bit. 150 to the high side, 140 to the downside. Then all hell breaks loose to the upside. We ended up clearing 150, 155, 165, and now it's 192 right now on CTXR, so be on the lookout for that. KLTO as well, another new high a day. It was 82s before, add 2 pennies to that. It is 184 now. So KLTO could be, that quadruple digit winner. Here's 84s again. So it just got into the high of the day again and again. It could not shake that level. So somebody shorting up a storm or taking profits at these levels, be on the lookout. But I see CTXR just took up the high of the dang day again. So there it is. Be on the lookout though. We could reject 2 and we could reject 2 quite aggressively. Not saying that we will, I'm just saying be on the lookout for it. It probably behooves you to have some orders on the north side of 2. So if we do wick above 2, don't spend that much time there. You get the fill, right? Before it tanks all the way back down. So here's a 198 high day. Now it's 190, it's still 198. Are we inching up to 99s? Looks like there's somebody selling up a storm at 98, so we're unable to shake that seller at the moment. It remains a 198 high a day. Interesting look for these small cap gappers today. A lot of strong ones. CTXR and KLTO, chief among them here, Joseph.
Man, that's crazy. I'm curious to see if we can get that 4-digit return there on that one there. Shoot that when that's
Quadruple, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's
one,
crazy. 734%. Seen 1,000 once sitting next to you, so that'd be really interesting. I mean, that's it, $1,000 at one of those, and then you're having a good time. But Kay Hoddle, thank you for pointing out this one. Katina, man, I see you're an archer. We're going to take a look at that one
animal
too.
Over there.
Archer, we're getting the work done. But here. Okay, cool, guys. We got a big time interview with Adara coming up. ETHU moving higher. Thank you, Kay Hoddle, for that one. We got Bitcoin climbing back towards those highs. Let's see what Adara's got.
Get it, Adara.
Here with us today is CEO of StreamX, Henry McPhee.
Man's leaning back, bro.
Being here with us today. How are you doing?
Yeah, good. How are you?
Yeah, great, thank you. And I think probably a great way to start this is to talk about another, I guess, crypto-related company here. We had that massive Circle IPO last week, of course, really well received by the market, by investors. So what does the response to that IPO say about the demand for crypto-related stocks right now, just as a whole?
I think it's amazing. Like, the Circle IPO, it really set the tone for, I think, what we're going to see is a very bullish summer for crypto related stocks. I think overall we're going to be in for a wild ride. We're lucky that we were able to, get to the market even before the Circle IPO, and so we're going to be riding that very, very hard and very excited to be able to take advantage.
So with that in mind here, let's talk a little bit more here about the BSGM. What is the core vision and strategic advantage behind BSGM's BioSig merger and NASDAQ listing as one of the first publicly traded RWA tokenization companies for commodities?
So I think, with our merger with BSGM, we've been able to take StreamX to the NASDAQ. And so, the commodities industry itself is a $142 trillion industry. Our goal with this merger and to bring StreamX into BSGM is to be able to bring that market on chain. And as the first mover real-world asset company bringing commodities on chain, especially on NASDAQ, I think we have an amazing opportunity, and we have an amazing team behind us to be able to do that, backed by, the likes of Sean Rusin, Frank Justra. We recently announced that Trevor and Kellen from the Parcel team recently came on too. And so we're really moving quickly and excited to be able to really take this to the next level and expose and, really work in a massive industry.
So let's talk a little bit more about the background here then with that in mind. So as the CEO here at this crucial moment for the company, how does your background in mining engineering and Web3 shape your leadership approach and define your critical priorities for BSGM in the initial 12 to 18 months of this company?
Yeah, so I think, my background in mining engineering complements my background in crypto quite heavily. I've been working in both industries for around the same period of time. And by being, a Web3 native, but with also the mining and mining engineering experience, it's really a marriage of both. And so the commodities industry and the mining industry itself is something that's sort of looked at as an old industry. It hasn't really seen any innovation for the last, 60 years as it's been operating. And so with tokenization and the ability to bring these assets on chain, I think we have the ability to disrupt, like I said, a $142 trillion industry. Really be able to take it to the next level.
So you mentioned earlier here too, Frank Gustra and Sean Rusin, both on your leadership and advisory team. So how is the expertise of these individuals in commodities and finance being actively integrated to shape BSGM strategy and its operational execution?
So Sean Rusin and Frank Justra, they're two legends in the commodities space. Frank himself has built multiple $50+ billion companies in wheat and precious metals, Gold Corp, and has been, one of the largest gold bulls in the market. Sean Rusin as well has, he built Canadian Malartic, which is the largest mine and was the largest mine in North America. Cisco Gold Royalties is another multi-billion-dollar company, Cisco Mining. And so by having them on our advisory board and being able to work with them is, very, very big for us. And we're in a spot that allows us to have access to assets and producers that a lot of other people don't, just because of our relationship and our close connection with them being on our advisory board.
That's definitely an advantage for sure. So let's end off here with talking a little bit more about this RWA tokenization. So can you talk about the company's strategic approach to transforming commodity investment and trading through this RWA tokenization, highlighting your key differentiators like Solana and your plans for navigating some challenges, I guess, with regards to regulation and market adoption?
Yeah, so I mean, on the regulation side, we are fully compliant, regulated, based in Canada, working on Git broker dealer in the U.S. as well. We have a very unique framework that we've developed over the last 2.5 years. With tokenization, it allows us to create financial instruments that are unique to the commodity space. And the whole thing with tokenization is the democratization, capital efficiency of assets. And I think that's really what the commodity space is looking for. As a first mover in this, we're sort of paving the path on the commodities angle and being able to bring that market to the public. And I think over time, we're going to be able to bring a very unique product to that and provide assets that are different, and very efficient to what we see out there right now.
Very exciting. Thanks again here for being with us. Henry McPhee, CEO of StreamX, trading on the NASDAQ as BSGM.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dara, for that. Thank you, Henry, as well.
Yeah.
Very young CEO.
Yeah.
Wow, good for him, bro.
Like a young chap.
Good-looking company, too. They're weaseling in on $900 million market cap. We're inching in on that Billy.
Yeah, Billy. That's a big-time number, and obviously a milestone.
A bad number there, man.
So, yeah, exactly. I mean, guys, we're just slowly piecing it out here on IBIT. I don't have much, guys. About 5% left here on this trade, as you can see displayed. We'll zoom in on the lower time frames, but we've just been riding this trade since approximately 10 o'clock this morning. So yeah, a nice add. There was another opportunity to add there, but I'm like, I don't want to necessarily push my buttons, but sometimes you have to do that. But that's okay. I can't complain about that execution. I told you guys we're going to be looking to take some more off the top as well too, as we continue to construct new higher days. Ether holding up relatively well as well. K Hodl pointing that one out, so thank you very much for that one. Yeah, let's take a look at Lululemon. It's funny. So over the weekend, I was just going over some of these clothing names. I mean, some of the stronger, like the luxury designer brands do significantly better than maybe kind of these, I'm not going to say it's not luxury, but the lower tiered ones. And you guys know where I stand on that point with some of these retail names. I mean, that's a tough look here in Lululemon. And then it establishes a new low, so down to 260. And yeah, they're not going to absorb much of the brunt force from these tariffs, guys. They're going to just relay it onto the consumer. So I think there's going to be other opportunities. And I think that's one thing that the consumer is getting used to, is just finding a cheaper, potentially more popular brand. So yeah, tough look there in Lululemon.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I hit up Lulu on the weekend just to see what they've got.
What they got going on?
I don't know, man. Like, I got to tell you, like, their color selection, why is everything got to be so
bright?
earth tone?
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
It's nothing that really at least for the men. I don't know what the women have over there on that side. I don't venture over there.
Yeah.
But I stay on the men's side, and I'm not very pleased with the color selection they've got lately. Like, I personally like Gymshark a little bit better in terms of colors right now. I even like Nike a little bit better in terms of colors. But yeah, Lulu, whatever, it is what it is.
Yeah.
On that side, shout out to Canada. But yeah.
Oh, that's really and I was kind of thinking, like, I find if you don't gain traction, I mean, Lululemon's been around for a while, but for me, it's like you go where all the kind of the popularity is, and if you go into the likes of California, where all the influencers are, and what they're wearing, you see them all wearing Aloe. So again, if they start to drop in popularity from that standpoint, and you see Aloe start to pick up steam in Gymshark, it's not a good look, and it's a really competitive space.
Well said, man, and it really is a very competitive space, and a lot of them, they use the same suppliers too, like the same Chinese suppliers, and there's like always these websites that you can go on that can tell you exactly where they're all getting suppliers, and you weasel over there and get things for half the cost, minus the brand label.
Minus the brand label, right?
Exactly.
So, and that's what it is. So it's like, okay, Lulu being probably one of the most popular at standpoint, but it's like, oh, what's the next thing? Aloe, everybody likes Aloe, so everyone drops Lululemon and then moves over to the next one. And we've seen that with a lot of the sports brands that we were talking about, Under Armour, etc. So
White Shirt Monday, yeah. Yeah, kind of something like that. All right, NA is really coming down aggressively here, and it just touched the volume weighted average price. Is this the right area to pick it up? Well, we're going to give this one to 10. So let's give this one a try. 995 we'll put as the stop. And then because it is a spready ticker, we have to give it a substantial amount of room on NA. So here we go. Where it bounced up into the 50s. So let's see if we can extract something high here, mid 40s, and see what we get there. So NA 1187 high, tanks as aggressively as you like. Like this one takes the elevator down and the escalator up. Where have we heard that expression before? Oh, that's like everywhere. So we'll wait to see if we can see whether this one wants to bounce back. Layer the orders, guys, because it is an awfully spready ticker, and sometimes it just doesn't hang out at that particular or in any particular area for any prolonged period of time. So NA up 57 2/3%, looking at holding the volume weighted average price, and by extension of that, the $10 level. We'll keep tabs on that. What's it called? Halted down, KLTO. This one aggressively down off that 184 high. Now, this was kind of on our radar that this would be the case now, okay? 184 high. It had 3 topping tail candles, all at that 1 mid to low 80 level. But if history is any guide, KTLO has found support at the 20 exponential average on multiple occasions on the day. Look at that big boy break. When we made that 164 area high, we tanked. We dropped all the way down to 109. But look what we held, the 20 exponential, and we didn't lose it for a while. So now we're halted down at the 20 exponential. I'll tell you what the theoretical auction price is in a second. If I can look over here, it is 138. So we are below the halt level, which was 146. So keep your eye on KTLO. Just because it held the 20 once doesn't mean it's going to do it over again, okay? There's going to come a time when this thing retraces. They're around for a good time, not a long time. CTXR to 238 high a day, and that was kind of topped off by a topping tail candle, 238 high a day, as it comes right back down into $2. So I'm going to give you some levels. The 10 exponential is currently in the 1 low 80s right now, so keep your eye out on that. And then lower to that, you're looking at 1 low 60s, 163, 164. Basically, that's where the volume weighted average price is. So keep your eye out on that. As we look back over here to see what NA is doing, let's see if we can get some prints possibly into 11. But for now, we're going to send it to Adara at the big desk.
Here's Apple. I just want to remind you guys, about 20 minutes away here from the WWDC, or Worldwide Developers Conference 2025 keynote. That is, of course, Apple's conference. They focus on their new developments. Now, one of the biggest things on watch is going to be AI. We've heard reports from Bloomberg and also some commentary from noted supply chain analyst Ming-Chi Kuo, suggesting that we're not going to get a lot of brand new information here on AI. But either way, certainly something to watch out for. Apple, the stock anyway here, lower highs, lower lows for this one, guys. Back to you.
For that, Adara.
Yeah.
Should be super interesting to hear them say nothing.
Yeah, you know what I mean? I think that's the keynote. Yeah, I think, you know what I mean? Hopefully they come out with something a little bit different.
Look, Joseph,
and exciting.
You know, obviously they don't care what I think.
Yeah.
Right? But as a person who's invested in it, I've got every type of Apple product.
Yeah.
You know, not every, but you know what I mean.
Yeah,
I got the laptop, I got the iPad, I got this, I got the watch. You know what I mean? I actually don't have those.
Oh,
I
you
don't?
don't?
The work ones.
Oh,
I had them and then they broke.
Oh, okay.
It was my fault. I got them wet. But the point is, you know, as an Apple investor, as an Apple user, I care what this company does.
You want them.
And I don't mind not hearing anything, as long as they get it freaking right. Get it right. I don't want to hear your words. I don't want to see any videos of things that you may or may not have in the dang pipeline. I want to see a phone in my hand, okay? I want to see a phone in my hand that I can actually test Apple Intelligence on, and it better not be, you know, locally run. I want to see it connect to ChatGPT. I want to see how ChatGPT integrates with Siri. You know what I mean? Like, shut the hell up about it already and just get it done.
Get it performed. Yeah.
I mean, this is, dude. We dropped Chat in October 2022. It is June 2025. How hard can it be?
Well, people got fired. That's. I mean, it must be slightly difficult, but its competitors are coming out fierce. And the thing is that we talk about Apple always not being first to the dance, but I think they're past the fashionably late standpoint, and now they're just like extremely late to this.
Yes.
So think about how much ground they need to make to catch up to everyone. And if they don't get it right on this instance, then I think they're going to be in a world more trouble.
Bang.
I don't think that that's going to be the case because, again, we've mentioned before, they're usually not the first, but they do get it the best. But in this instance, they absolutely need to get it right and be the best at it because the potential is there, right? For me personally, I think Siri is garbage. I'm at the outdoor workout gym trying to change music. It's
hot trash.
It's like, okay, you have to take that next step and upgrade Siri to that point where you can have that kind of AI agency to it and kind of just get it to do everything you need on your iPhone.
There you go.
And doesn't need to do.
I mean, like, and the thing is too, like, just using Gemini, like, because we have enterprise at work, so I told you we got Gemini for free. I was using the Gemini voice assistant on the phone. Yeah. It's super good.
Is it
you
good?
have to imagine all the Android phones at some point are going to have this on there.
Right in there.
How does that shift like the, you know, I don't move the needle, so to speak, right? Like, it shifts the momentum in favor of Android. As being the better OS, and to be, you know, there's always been those people that love Android because it's open. You can kind of install APKs as you like. Apple's more of a closed system, so I get that there's been people who lean left and lean right. But when you look at the overall execution, you have to say iOS a smoother experience. That's not the truth. Easy trading computer, guys. So if you're interested in that, if your computer sucks and you always end up getting partial fills or you're lagging and there are issues with your execution, it likely has to do with your computer sucking. So make sure your computer doesn't suck by getting an easy trading computer there. Shout out to the great folks there at Easy Trading Computer.
There you go. You scan that QR code and get the full guide.
It was an easy of an ad read as I could get, baby.
Get it,
It's the best it's ever done. Yeah, I mean, for the iPhone, I'm just waiting for that next large upgrade. I think it's way past due. You know, they were promoting Apple Intelligence for a better part of a year, and then they actually really dropped the ball on that, and you have nothing. There's literally nothing. Marquise Brownlee is like, yeah, but he's sitting there waiting for something. There's no beta or anything along those lines. So for me, the next question is how far behind and when is that going to be that final release instead of kind of releasing it in two-part series, which I don't think really did well.
I want to mention something else. You and I were talking about crypto and how it could be disrupted by quantum on Friday. And so we didn't really we talked about what we thought, but we didn't actually like go into the science behind it. So I did a little bit of reading on the weekend. It looks as if the blockchain itself can be upgraded to kind of be protected against quantum, not using quantum, but using a different type of encryption system. I don't remember the names. There's 3 specific encryption systems that are said to be, I don't want to use this phrase, but they called it quantum proof. Whether it is or not, we'll have to wait and see. But the point is, Joseph, it needs mass adoption by all the miners, all the people that are involved.
That's who provides the security.
There you go. Right, so it's completely possible, according to this article that I read, for crypto or Bitcoin, excuse me, so we're not talking about other cryptocurrencies, just Bitcoin, to be quantum proof or to remain secure in a mass quantum world. But it requires upgrades, and it doesn't use quantum computing in and of itself.
Well,
so
I think.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, well, I think by the likes of some of these larger Bitcoin miners, like obviously the Marathon Digitals, Riots, et cetera, they're going to obviously want to adapt to that because why would you want to throw out all that hard year's work?
It's almost a necessity.
Right? You need to upgrade it. It's just the evolution of kind of what's going on with the crypto space. So, yeah.
And there it is, guys. And the reason we talk about that, so Bitcoin, again, having a fantastic day. Joseph, it's up it's up above $108,000 right now, man.
Good stuff.
So here we go again, guys, as we accumulate towards that higher end of the range. You know, it's not a hard and fast rule. I'd say 110,000 is a bit of the area top. If we can really zoom by the 110, maybe we can start using 110 the way that we're using 100 now.
Exactly.
You saw the way that 100 got defended?
Or the previous 75.
Bang. There you go.
And I think that's going to be the next case,
There
right?
you go.
I was listening to, like I mentioned earlier, I was listening to Sailor over the weekend, and he was just telling me there's actually only you can only buy 450 Bitcoin. There's only 450 new Bitcoin a day. And this guy's trying to absorb it all. He's obviously the mega bull of all crypto, or of all Bitcoin, I guess I should say. But yeah, it's a lot of interesting stuff to listen to these guys talk about it. Some of the analysts and their price targets is obviously something that I'm really curious about. But why they're doing this, right? So yeah, I mean, Sailor's a really, really, I think he's an interesting mind for sure. He's a bright individual. It's his second stint. I think he definitely wasn't involved, but he was involved in some other things that didn't go over so well before that. Yeah, he had something before.
Right?
Yeah. I think he had something going on before that didn't work out too good for him, but this is working out. SPY is breaking out. We'll talk some more crypto here, but SPY is really starting to move. You can see these consecutive higher lows here, guys, on the day. So if we just draw this trend line, until this is breached, I don't necessarily want to be looking for any form of shorts. Jay Lee, that's what I was saying. If the we're starting to climb higher, I don't want to be going against them. And that's why I didn't short the Qs, because you've seen that we were holding up the volume weighted average price relatively well. So there it is on SPY. Palantir is in its own world as usual there, guys. We'll pull up Palantir. Again, trading all the way back up to 130 here and change. You get that 5-minute opening drive that was relatively weak, and then it hasn't even looked back here. So look at that trend line, just holding it steady. And if there was a moving average, it would be holding the 9, just to do how strong that trend line.
All right, Henry Chung. LAES, the ticker, is the company using quantum computer for cybersecurity. I didn't actually know that. Thank you, Henry. Jag also says, from someone who has been in tech, till we know what quantum can do, you can't quantum proof anything. The proofing will happen for sure, but I think it's too early. So I don't obviously have the technical knowledge in order to respond to that. I'm basically saying what the article that I read, which was obviously scholarly in nature, said in the article. And there are 3 different types of encryption systems, I'll find them for you in a second over here, that are set to be able to defend against quantum computing. I'll get them for you, and then maybe you can kind of tell me exactly what you think about that and whether it's just all hype and whether, you're sticking with your opinion there. All right, guys.
Ready?
BSGM. Meet the future of commodity finance under ticker symbol BSGM. Through a bold share exchange transaction with StreamX, BSGM is one of the first NASDAQ-listed companies pivoting fully into real-world asset tokenization. It's backed by icons like Frank Gustara and Sean Rusin. BSGM is building a blockchain-powered platform to bring commodity markets on the chain. That's smart. The $142 trillion commodity market just found its digital future. Shout out to BSGM. I heard that the Australian, equity markets tried to switch into the blockchain.
Attempted. Yeah, because,
so you know about this.
Yeah, because their systems were really old and everything was really outdated, and then they had that attempt where they... I don't think it worked out that good, to be honest with you. But I think there's still some things to go around it. But for smart contracts and everything along those lines, we were talking about Walmart using those, and they utilize the options chain as well, too. So you can actually go down the supply chain with certain products, and then also in the likes of Microsoft and some of these game makers, they use it as well too, so for payouts. Very interesting stuff. So again, because there's so many components to certain things, it's hard to keep track, and when you have the ability to utilize smart contracts, you can just pay out the music, whatever producer in the video game, et cetera, et cetera. There we go. There goes Bitcoin, guys. We caught that fill. We posted up at 6150s. We now broke through that high a day. We wicked there, went up to almost 6154s, and then we rejected it really aggressively, but I posted up there at 6150 just in case we were to catch any form of fill. But there goes the Qs. They're breaking out now. I want to see who's leading this race. I want to take a look at Apple because we're only 8 minutes away to the start of the WWDC. That's going to be interesting. I want to see what they got going on over there and how the underlying and how the stock is actually going to react. But what caused the cues to really pop like that. For us, I think we got to go through that Mag 7. I'm going to take a look at Amazon and Microsoft. Okay, so there you go. Guys, we were talking about this break. Okay, now Bitcoin's really tanking aggressively. Oh. So, yeah, I don't got too much left there, guys. It's all right if it comes back to my break even. We caught that trend throughout the session. But here we go, Amazon, breaking through those key resistance zones. Take a look at the volume. Beautiful stuff, stair step higher, and then it's just sustained throughout this whole move as it continues to climb and appreciate in price. Let's take a look at Microsoft. We got some breaking news, and I'm sure there we go. Microsoft also breaking through some of these highs a day and key resistance zones. Mag 7 leading the way. You're seeing that reflected in the cues. Adara.
Nothing market specific here, guys, but I do have something on Apple. Wall Street Journal reporting that Apple's going to be unveiling some new real-time language translation capabilities for calls and messages. According to the Wall Street Journal, Sharif booing here, possibly because Google already kind of unveiled the same thing. It's nothing groundbreaking or especially new, but potentially new here to Apple. This on my chart, this is not Apple, this is Gilead. Keep an eye on GILD. Josh Brown suggesting this one as a long on CNBC as of a couple minutes ago. We're just waiting on WWDC to kick off, so guys, get your water ready. Stay tuned. I'll be covering that. Back to you.
Yawn.
Yeah, yawn. Big
yawn.
You know, no, but Sharif, it honestly, it's
I don't want to hear it, bro.
It's slightly frustrating because it's like, I don't care about Genmoji. I don't even know what Genmoji is. And then now you're going to drop a language thing? Like, come on. Like, bro, no, seriously.
I need, man, I don't even want to get started.
You have the smartest people potentially.
What is happening at that company?
You have some of the smartest people on the planet, and this is what you come up with?
What's happening over there, bro?
That's the brainstorming.
All right, guys. OMH. It's going crazy to the high side. It's halted at $1.43. Sorry to digress so quickly, Joseph, but you know how these bad boys are. They're around quickly there. So OMH, guys, we're going to flip to the 5 here because we don't look at the 1 anymore. OMH halted to the upside, $1.43. It's up 137%. It's on that good stuff right now, so be careful. OMH is the ticker I'm talking about. But JAG, this is what I'm talking about, JAG. So here are the 3 types. Lattice, is this, I don't know how to say this, lattice-based cryptography. For example, crystals, dilithium, Frotochem. These are the types of different encryptions. There's also hash-based encryption. Some of the examples, XMSS, as well as this looks like Sphinx or something, Sphinx Plus, and code-based cryptography like Michaelis or whatever, however you say that. So those are the 3 that I read about. Just ask Chad about it now because I completely forgotten what the names of. Okay, we're going to go to Darren in 1 second. OMH halted at 144. Now down halted at 129. The market giveth and the market taketh away, Adara.
But I hear an AAPL, of course, WWDC on watch. We have a new headline coming in. UBS here, of course, analyst coming through to saying apparently 17% of global respondents noted that they expected to buy an iPhone over the next 12 months. Apparently, that's the lowest reading in 10 years. So interest in the iPhone, according to this one survey cited by UBS, dropping quite significantly here. Back to you.
For that, Adara. What do you got, Joseph?
Yeah, I'm still sitting in this trade. You can see Bitcoin coming back to the lower end of the range there, guys. But we caught that fill right at 6150. Yeah, and we've just been sitting in this, letting it cook up, just trading the ranges and waiting for those new highs of days to be printed here today. All right, guys. Yeah, let's take a look at Meta. It was strong earlier in the morning, but now giving up a little bit of its move, trading below the volume-weighted average price. I think it's really important to note that with this WWDC coming in here, you want to focus on Apple and where we're currently sitting at. For me personally, if some bad news comes out and Apple decides that it wants to move to the south side, there's not going to be much defense here held up, even though NVDA was selling throughout the day, and you can see the Qs held up relatively strong. But that's because we got Tesla continuing to climb higher and Microsoft continuing to climb higher, while NVDA and some of the chips are slightly pulling back. But that's what I got going on here today, guys. Literally traded this one name. I'm looking for something else to set up. The Qs are strong. Palantir is just, again, living on a different planet. Everything else is irrelevant. It's just Palantir's world, and we happen to be living in it. Yeah, that's looking really good there from that standpoint. And yeah, let me know what you guys are looking at. If you want to go over any specific names or you want to take a look at anything from an options standpoint, just put it in the chat. I'll go over some things and we can definitely look at the chain because I'm curious to see what we got going on. With that being said, yeah, let's actually do that for Apple right now, guys. Let's take a look at the options chain to see what we got going on with Apple and if there's any levels of open interest. I mean, if we have a call wall, Look how excited I just got. If we have a call wall anywhere on Apple that's north of where we're currently trading, then I will be potentially looking for a short on this one because if we get that velocity and the momentum really start to kick in and the investors don't like what they hear from this keynote coming with Apple, then adios muchachos.
Oh,
okay,
wow.
210. 210, 206 was our high. We got 20,000 open contracts at that 210 strike price. But then 205, we have 18,700. I think that's going to be the third highest out of a grouping. I'm seeing the next is at 215, but we're not worried about that because that is slightly far away from where we're currently trading at. So 18,205. I'm going to be looking for some continuous rejections. If we blow past that, then we can definitely run into that 210 area. Maybe not today, but eventually throughout the week. But that's what I'm going to be keeping my eye on. If we reject 205 aggressively, going to be looking for a short on AAPL.
A lot breaking out right now. Joseph, KWM, chief among them. Look at this high at daybreak right there. 55% and going, taking out that $5 flat top. So we were talking about this when I tried to pick some up at VWAP. It never really let me in. So this is really on me because this one was very, very respectful, as you can see, of the volume weighted average price and its area previous area resistance. I'm talking about that pre-market high, the double top at around 6 a.m. was basically overlapping with the volume weighted average price, and you got a lot of price action holdups right at that top end of the range. So KWM on 1.528 looking to take out 55%. KLTO did dip in, but it did hold that $1.40, and so here it goes again to the high side right now. Let's pull up KLTO. And nothing really doing on this one. We're just going to pack our patience for a high at daybreak. That takes us above 184. We're far removed away from that price action. Just to give you an idea, though, if you're looking for dip trades here on KLTO, maybe VWAP comes in at some point in the day, but VWAP is just like a couple of pennies right now south of that dollar. So, you know, it's far away from the current price action right now. So basically, what I'm trying to say is, look for another area of support at which it's holding up. To me, I observed possibly that $1.40 area as an area of support. We held once, twice, three times, even though this was bamboozler. It did dip out probably and get some people stopped out. And then right back to the high we go again. So let's see if we can take out that 160 right now on KLTO. I'm also keeping my eye here on CTXR. We have this kind of downward shaped effect where we got into that 238. Now we're south of 2. Now it looks like we're actually using $2 as that area resistance, but we're putting in higher lows on the wicks. So this could be the beginning of what we call that curling effect and another attempt possibly at a high daybreak above that 2 1/3. So we'll keep tabs on CTXR. Very strong name. Guys, the Apple keynote is going to start momentarily. It is now 1 o'clock, 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern. That's when we were expecting. So be on the lookout. Sorry? It already started. Okay, I thought it started at 1, my bad. So apparently it already started. So be on the lookout right now for any price action movements on Apple. As you know, announcements could be made. I'm just looking at the side chart here. Apple below the volume weighted average price right now. So really not resolving to the high side. Protesters interrupt Apple software developer event and is removed by security. So are already getting beef. Like California is not on fire enough, bro, right now, man. Like San Francisco is lit up with protests. LA is lit up with protests. It's protest central out there in one of the most beautiful states I've ever seen, physically that is. So we'll keep an eye out for that, but it looks like as if, yeah, the protests have found their way into the Apple event, WWDC. I'll keep an eye out. That will report to you as it is necessary. KWM, I'm still keeping an eye on this one, guys, because it's not giving up the ghost here, trading near the high at 534. Fantastic look. Last but not least, NA, we just took out Beekwetter there at around 1088. The next one just below $11. So let's set up another profit taker here, maybe at 11.25 or so. We'll see if we can get something in and around that level. So NA continues to trade above the volume weighted average price. So yeah, that is it. Matt Fitzpatrick, California is beautiful. Yeah, man, my sister lives in Orange County. I love that state. I wouldn't live there, but I love to go visit.
If there was less taxes, you would.
If there were, well, they pay less taxes than we do here.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah, and they're like the highest tax jurisdiction.
way.
Them in New York, I think. Fact check me on that,
That's
Jay.
crazy.
All right, what happened up there, Adair?
As Apple pushes here into VWAP, it's worth noting Tim Cook just stepped onto the stage at Apple Park for the WWDC 2025 keynote. Keep an eye on this. Clearly, we've been waffling for quite some time between that 204.60 and 204.80 level. Let's see if we break out in either direction as the keynote begins. Back to you.
For that,
Yeah. So shout out to all the love in California. You guys just need to relax and have something called Do West Fest, and then everybody can just come together and dance and party on the streets. That's what we were up to on the weekend. Yeah, it was a really good time.
Do West Fest. That looked really good. Did you hit that up?
Dude, I was there. That's what I was saying. I was outside all day.
I didn't know you. I thought you were sessioning. I kept getting
no, I was outside
videos of that.
Yeah,
on
I was
social
working
media.
out. So I woke up bright and early, 8:30 in the morning. We hit the outdoor workout gym. Sun was shining. Obviously, tarp off on that one. And then we came back, and then we went to Do West Fest throughout the whole day and just spent outside. Saturday, yeah. Oh, you were there too on Saturday? Yeah, Ben was there too from the Algo Boys.
Oh.
Yeah, a lot of people were there. It was a great time. Everybody just coming together. I think that was really needed, especially after the election and everything that we got going on. It was just good to see the city of Toronto, everybody just gathering at one, and then just the ultimate street party. It was an absolute blast. I won't even lie or anything along those lines. It was a really good time. So if you're ever in Toronto during the summer, so we have some pretty good street festivals from here. The next one is going to be Carabana.
There's so many.
I'm going to be honest with you. I had more fun.
Way more before Carabana.
What else do we got?
I don't know, but there's
Taco Fest. That's a pretty good one as well too. Beer Fest.
And Rib Fest. Is there barbecue?
Italian Fest. Taste of the Dan.
Taste of the Dan. That's definitely that's after Carabana.
I think so. Later. But it's definitely after Carabana. There's a lot of good stuff there, and go and enjoy it. If you're ever in the city and you have the ability to come in, enjoy some of the Toronto festivals. They're really good stuff there. All right, guys, let's get right back into this market. We were talking about Apple's open interest not too long, and there it goes, bang. We're getting a big-time pop here in AAPL. That's exactly what we want to see right now, guys, especially with what we got going on. I'm pretty sure Adair just brought to us Tim Cook's going to be talking here momentarily, or he is currently talking. We're seeing that volume start to step in. That's a positive sign for this breakout. We don't want to see too much selling pressure within these candles. Now we want to see this move sustained. So hopefully the investors like this, we continue to appreciate, because that's going to drag the market higher. You can see that the Qs are hovering around the high a day. And in order for it to construct a new one, we're going to want to see Apple start to participate and NVDA slowly start to grind higher back towards the volume-weighted average price. And we mentioned this before. When some of these big names are lagging, you've seen how Tesla's been trading today. You've seen how Microsoft's been trading, and you've seen how Google's been trading. Now that we have the likes of Meta, Amazon is trading well as well, but Meta and NVDA, they really start to pick up some steam. That can bring the Q an additional leg higher, and that's what we're experiencing right now as Apple breaks through the volume-weighted average price, that volume stepping in. Let's see if it can break a key pivot here with that high a day, Sharif.
Yeah, I'm keeping my eye on any headlines coming in.
Oh, there you go, big-time tank there.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead, Adara.
Here in Apple, as we have an individual from Apple's executive team by the name of Craig talking here about Apple Intelligence. Basically, one of the things he said here as we get this pop and drop in AAPL is that they needed time, I guess, to work with their Siri to updates, and so they're going to hopefully have that within the year. But that, of course, not necessarily something that is going to be really exciting for intraday investors. We go from just above 205.30 all the way back to 205 here as investors, I guess, digest what we kind of expected here, slower than expected AI updates for AAPL. Back to you.
Okay, so they're talking about Apple Intelligence here. Talking about Apple Intelligence here, they better get this right. They're talking about the foundational framework, which to me sounds like the neural network. If you guys have been following Tesla's AV push, you know what neural networks are for FSD. That's what it strikes like to me. So apparently there's going to be a local L or SML, small SLM, small language model on the phone. That should be interesting there. That is really good for privacy. We've seen this I talked to you guys about this before. You know, you can go to like, you know, for law firms, for example, when they have to have all their client data locally, not on the cloud for privacy reasons, et cetera. So they do these local LLMs on on like, not on the network, not on the internet, on the local area network, the LAN, and they use it like that. So we'll keep that in mind. So yeah, I'm just listening to the keynote right now, seeing if there's going to be anything of note to report on while with that. So we'll keep you guys apprised. Yeah. As we do that, I'm keeping my eye here on NA, looking for another move back up on this one. Not much happening on this one at the moment. UMAC I had a dip trade on that I don't think is accurate anymore, and I don't think it's accurate for a number of reasons. One, because it's not dropping below 9, so that's not the money fill anymore. In addition, that upward channel on UMAC that we were waxing poetic about has kind of died. And it's been consolidative, I want to say, since basically 1040 onwards. It's been basically locked in a range, 9 1/3 to the high side, essentially 9 to the downside. So anything really here, then I'm not going to really be looking for anything like that. Oh my God, it's Iga Hauren again. Shout out to my man Iga Hauren. Yo, Sharif. Yo, Iga Hauren. How you doing, my man? That means good guy.
Good guy?
In Mandarin. Yeah. I have a little bit of a Mandarin update there. I could possibly here be switching at a Duolingo. Apparently, this could happen again, where they flip the script everything on me. Yeah. So I downloaded a new one today called where is it at over here, Joseph? It is called Hello Chinese.
Okay.
It's a lot more structured and it won't be updating as much, but they kind of got like the Duolingo format. So if you're saying,
there you go.
If you've been using that a while, right? So, all right, guys. So we talked about UMAC over here. Let's talk a little bit about our friend KLTO, because this one is the one we were talking about could be a quadruple-digit winner. Bit of a consolidation level right now between a $1.40 to a $1.60. We'll see if this one wants to resolve to the high side. The next peak weather here at 60s, and then I'm looking at basically waiting for the high of the day break at 184. CTXR continues to hold up above VWAP, but it has been a plethora of lower lows and lower highs since we made that 238 high. At the moment, though, we're still holding it from 139. So let's see if it holds up above VWAP. VWAP right now in my chart about 167. So I moved up my stop to a loss of VWAP. So see how this one wants to end up doing. But it's really the KWM show right now, trading at the high of the day. And here it comes, coming down off that 534 high. Now, we were talking about that area resistance level being $5. If we've cleared it by 34 pennies, can we now use 5 as an area of support? Let's give this one a try. We're going to wait at 505, and then I'm going to give this one to the breach of 580. So we'll see if we get something here on KWM. It's up 53% right now. Certainly not a bad look, but definitely not at the highs as we speak. Joey, Hello Chinese is great, but you have to pay at some point, sadly. Okay, so it's not one of those ones where you can just basically listen to ads or watch ads. Iga Hauren, Sharif is getting so much better in Chinese. I'm proud of you. I appreciate you, Iga Hauren, man. I'm busting my, you know what, every dang day. I'm at least doing an hour 6 times a week. I'll take Saturdays off typically because I'm busy, but I'm smashing this, man. And I do it while I'm on my other job, man. So I'm not going to give up. Doesn't matter time or not. I'm learning my Mandarin. I want to be able to have a legitimate conversation with your boy Chao within a year. That's my goal.
All right. I think you're making some good progress there for sure.
I'm going to give it a try, man.
Yeah.
So I'll say this. I'll say it when we get back. What's up, Adair?
I was going to say, send it to Adara in Chinese.
I don't even know it.
Keep an eye here on AAPL. This one keeps dropping. Nothing really negative coming out of this, but I guess people hoping for AI and big AI updates are really not going to get them. Apple just unveiled its liquid glass technology. They also said they're opening up access for any app to tap directly into their LLM model at the core of Apple Intelligence. And they've been talking a little bit here as well about redesigning their operating system. So nothing huge in the space of AI. Investors clearly not a fan of AAPL dropping. Back to you.
Dave, this is what I'm talking about. This is why it's such a beautiful tool. It's honestly just throughout my, even learning here with you guys and just focusing on some things in the options chain, look where that high was, and then look where we've seen the concentration of open interest. It's crazy. We've seen that in 2 examples today, and then in countless throughout our duration here, just focusing and monitoring the options chain. So there you go. You got to 205.31, and then it said see you later and decided to tank lower. Now we're trading at 202. Liquid glass, it's not it apparently, Sharif. They're not liking it on Wall Street. 202.49 and change. As it broke through some key support levels, it didn't want to go in the opposite direction. Supply zone wasn't attractive enough for us to require enough demand in order to break through those specific levels. Now you can see we're continuously tanking with absolute force to the downside there, Sharif. So really, really tough look on AAPL. Google doing the opposite here, almost continuing to climb, and looks like it wants to break some key resistance zones. So you can see that we have this flat top right there, but these consistent higher lows forming that wedge. Which direction is it going to go? Wait for that volume to step in. If it does punch through 175 or 176, we'll call it flat, then you have the ability to continuously climb higher. I mentioned the levels of open interest. We've seen the concentration at that 170 strike price, and then now we're slowly lifting week after week. Those increments, in increments, sorry. So we're going 175, 177.5, et cetera, before they're around 160, 170. So good look, some bullish sentiment here in GOGL. And I think this is a good name to get in still. I mean, what are we off for those all-time highs? We're still about 15% from those previous all-time highs there in Google. So you can still get this name at a discount, Sharif.
Absolutely, Joseph. Well said, my man. All right, keeping an eye out now on KWM. So here's the $5 dip. It has to hold this area here. Otherwise, we're gonzino on this one. I'm just going to pause the Apple Intelligence keynote that I'm listening to there because I'm not even really absorbing anything from it, to be quite honest with you. So we'll keep an eye out on that. And then, sorry, Ram, so I'm going to log back into Unity, so you can message me anytime. Let me know about any of the ad reads we have. So we're just logging back into that bad boy right now. Show yourself, Unity. Okay, it's not opening.
Oh, bang. Oh, let's go, Bitcoin.
Take it, Joseph.
Yeah. Can we pull up my screen here momentarily? I know Katina Man's in the Dollar Club. Is it the Apple Dollar Club? He can't hear me. He's zoned in right now. All right, I seen him hit that dollar. He's locked in. Traders got to trade. That's exactly what we're cooking up here. Wow, what a big time move there in Bitcoin. This is exactly what we want to see. We'll take a little bit more off right there, and we catch that fill as we punch in the high day. Look at the strength displayed here in the tape. I mean, yeah, there we go. Another solid day, another big time move here in Bitcoin. I wouldn't be looking to short that just yet unless you're talking about Apple, Henry Zed. But there you go. Volume stepped in. We punched through that high a day. We take a little bit more there off of IBIT. Working out to be a really nice trade on the day, Sharif.
Well said, Joseph.
Thanks.
All right, let's keep an eye out now on KWM as it comes right back into the high. So it does find support at 498, back into 514. So we'll see if this one wants to print to the high side. Keep your eye out for that 534 high a day. So find support, as we've mentioned, in between the 10 and the 20. I'm less likely to think that it's in between the 10 and the 20 this time, and more of a $5 hold, because $5 was a level we really couldn't shake, right? So let's see if we at this time. CTXR also finding support again at this level and moving back to the high side. Where's my CTXR one? There we go. So we were talking about this one kind of doing that curling effect with a bunch of bottoming tail candles. That's all nice and good, but I still see lower high, lower high, lower high. And we don't change that tune until we can clear that $2 level. And then that $2 level, we're still looking at 2 1/3 as that area resistance. So keep your eye out for CTXR, $2, the first area of resistance, then 233-ish as that second area of resistance. Then I'm keeping my eye on KLTO, because KLTO can't seem to find any buy orders right now. It has been a downward channel since we put in that 184 high, and now it's barely holding on to 140. The thing is, though, we're in like no man's land right now with KTLO, and the reason I feel that way is because we don't have any moving averages that are below us, and the volume weighted average price is at that dollar. Well, we're showing 142. I mean, how can you base any trades off that? That's literally a 40% drop, so keep your eye out on that. I would get out of this one personally if this one was to give up that $1.25. That $1.25, I feel like, you know, there was definitely support in and around there. We had a lot of chop and churn in that $1.25 area. So if it gives up the ghost, or you could look to this area here, a $1.10. A $1.10 initially was resistance, and then it acted as support. So if a $1.10 goes, can be looking at that level as well. So that's what I'd be looking at, guys. UMAC continues to take out highs, though, into the, well, obviously to the high side. 947 now, the high of the day. This one looks like it might be taking out that $0.50 level awfully soon. We were talking about this one kind of being a bit of a range for the last couple of hours. It's getting above that level at the moment. 947 high day. Go ahead, Adara.
I'm just trying to tell you guys the vibe of what's been happening at this Apple keynote. As the stock continues to drop, we are knocking on the door as of right now, $200. So what's happening here is we do have this individual, I believe his name is Craig, during this keynote, listing a variety of features that have been updated and saying, oh, well, you guys didn't like this, so we've changed it back to this. Well, I think the one thing that investors and shareholders are really hoping for here were updates on Apple Intelligence. We're not getting these at all. The company continues to seem, at least based on this presentation, focus on other aspects of the user experience. Investors and traders are not happy. This stock keeps dropping. It's right on the day now, guys. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. What do you got, Joseph?
Yeah. Katina Man short Apple 203 there. So really nice look from him there, continuing to climb lower. Now we're hitting the 200s, 264. That wasn't it. It's unfortunate, but enough of Apple. We'll talk some more Apple here, guys. I'll pull it up here momentarily, and we'll pull up Katina Man's screen. You get to see that momentarily as well, guys. So there you go, 203. He's short. He's short from 203. Bang, we like that one. The break of this key support level, he's like, let me follow this momentum. Let's follow the volume. And as he said, traders got to trade. So very good look there, Katina Man. What are you listening to in your ear there as well, too, brother? You can't hear me. He's zoned in. All right, then. We'll focus on what we got going on with IBIT. Let's see if we can construct another high on the day. I'm looking for that 6170 level. Break through that. That's going to be the next specific target. I mentioned, hey, did we put in too much of a move from yesterday for it to be continued throughout today's session? Maybe, possibly, but buyers are starting to step back in here, and they're getting a little bit more aggressive as we punch through some key levels. I mentioned 62 and 63. We do have a little bit of a supply zone, but if we get super aggressive, then I don't think that's going to be too much of an issue. It's nothing crazy. It's 23,000 open contracts here, 28,000 open contracts there. So that is enough supply if there is demand that requires us to continue to climb higher. But first we need to hit those. But I think by the end of the week, we will see $63 here on IBIT. And that's going to put us close to that all-time high on Bitcoin. So that's what we got going on. Apple's still continuing to hover around those lows, guys. We'll pull that up here. I don't know why I put it up. I'll put it up on this chart to see what we got going on, AAPL. And then we'll also analyze it from a daily perspective as well. So there you go. The volume momentum really kicking in. You don't want to go against that too aggressively. You just want to follow that. And then you can see here on the daily, we're heading towards some key support levels, and if those break, then you're going to want to look for that next step, and that's going to be in the mid 90s, right? So you get 195, and then even in the lower 190s. So that would be not a good look for this market, especially if we want to see it continue to climb higher. But Apple really weak on the session, down 1 1/3, Shreve.
All right, I'm keeping my eye on KLTO because it's trying to work back above that $160. We still have a bit of a downward channel though, but I feel like we have a lot of support at that $140 area. Can't really seem to close below that $140, but that's kind of like, you know, not exactly what I'm looking for. I'm not looking for support at the $140. I'm looking for a move back into that area of resistance at that $184. So that's the case on KLTO at the moment. The problem now is with CTXR. So CTXR, we've got long at CTXR at a $139. Here comes that $170. And the reason I'm talking about it at this level is because this is an obvious area of resistance, that $160 area. And then above that area at a $160, we've got the volume weighted average price. So we have a bit of a buffer zone here between my entry and the current price action where the support is expected to be. So as I look this at a little bit more, it's VWAP's not that $170, it's a $167. So it's literally like 7 or 10 pennies max here that you can call this the support zone. From the breakout area above 160 where the VWAP is at 167. So let's see, does CTXR find any support here? It hasn't been able to put any higher highs or higher lows since basically making that 238 high of day. touch and then all the way back down now into the volume weighted average price. So does it find support here? Now it's touching VWAP. 168 just showed up. All right, bouncing up into 172. So there are some orders that are triggering here on CTXR at the volume weighted average price. So keep your eye out on that. Bovin telling me OMH is also moving up. So let's take a look at OMH to see what this one is all about. Let's have a look. I feel like we were looking at this one earlier, Bovin. Yeah, this one was the halter, right? Yeah, this one's been halting. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 halts. Of those 7, 2 are down, 5 up. So you can kind of get it there, and you can probably obviously tell, given how close we are to the high at day, print in 166, high day 179. I like this one, Bovin, but you know the liquidity is what it is on it because it's barely able to stay open. I like that $1.50 defend area, and you could see that halt level initially was at a $1.44, and these 3 candles here barely able to breach that $1.50. So maybe in between that $1.40 to $1.50 are the money fills, assuming we make a lower high, which we haven't really been doing. When you look at these 3 candles here, it's higher lows on each and every one of them. So yeah, up 175%, very respectable name, but definitely having issues with liquidity as it's kind of having trouble staying open. So we'll keep tabs on OMH, but I like this one, Bovin. We're gonna substitute this one in for MNTS. We're gonna put OMH in its spot. MNTS is now negative on the day, so yeah, it's probably the right thing to do there. So keep tabs on that. I'm also simultaneously watching CTXR as it again finds support at that volume weighted average price. But that's again not the end of the story here. We need to not just see support at VWAP, but the printing of higher highs and higher lows, and then that curling effect to move back up to the upside. So we'll see about that. Anything below, I want to say 155. You know, mid 150s, high 150s, that's the end of this trade. It has to hold this level over here. This was a breakout level. If it gives up the breakout level, then there's really no point, Joseph. So.
Yeah, nice trade there, though. That's a really nice one. Okay, Apple just put in a new low a day there, guys. Continuously bleeding one time. Yeah, I mean, one dance as well, too. Amazon's moving the complete opposite direction, putting in a new high of day, while Apple is constructing a new low a day, now about to tap into 200. And you can see the weakness displayed here in the tape as well, guys. So that is not a positive sign. You can see those aggressive orders at the bid and below the bid as it continuously flushes, and then we're not overly reactive. There we go. Okay, we get a little bit of a bounce right there in AAPL. I'm going to be keeping my eye on it. I was gonna sing a song, but then I didn't want to butch. I say, "Don't go chasing waterfalls," right? You know what I mean? But then I didn't. I don't want to. Is that that's Aaliyah, right?
No, man. That's what's it called? TLC.
That's it. There.
Death Cab for Cutie cover of that track.
Say that again, Randy.
Death Cab for Cutie.
Death Cab
for the Rock.
Cute. Oh.
Okay. So there we go.
That's not a good look.
The Death Cab for Cutie.
Yeah. I don't know. I heard death and I.
And then immediately it's like, okay, we'll find something more positive. Maybe if it was Life Cab for Cutie, we would like that one. But yeah, let's kind of zoom in here on Apple and get to these lower time frames. See if we can find anything that says, hey, we're gonna get a small bounce here. Starting to form some indecision prints, so there you go. You have your risk profile defined right there, guys. So that's a nice hammer at these lows. Maybe I'll take a little swing on that, risk a couple dollars there, because I'm just slowly taking these last bit of shares. I only have about a 1 or 2% left here on iBid, so I can get involved in something else. I'll take a little off as we reject 61.65 there on IBIT, but this is a good hammer. So if it cracks that low, then look to get out of it. Then we'll just look and reassess to see if there's going to be any more of those prints. But that's a good signal right there for a potential bounce. I'm not saying that we're going to get all the way back towards the volume weighted average price, but Gorev's seeing what I'm seeing. He's trying to take advantage of that. I'm going to be keeping my eye on it. I'm going to look to get involved in a little bit here on Apple Sharif.
Sorry, just give me a second while I put it in stop.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, I'm going to do the exact same thing here. I'm going to start really small to see if this gets working, and then we'll just slowly add if it does. So I'm not going to get too heavily invested in this. Put on a solid trade here on iBid for throughout the day. I think this is going to be my primary target. So there you go. You can see we're long 201.03s there in AAPL. We cracked 200. I'm out of this trade, Sharif.
All right, guys, let's do the news. We'll take a moment to kind of chill out a little bit, and we'll talk about what is moving. Things, obviously, we're not going to read Apple because Dara's giving us real-time breaking news, on Apple. So let's talk a little bit of Bitcoin. Where's my friend Bitcoin at right now? It is at 108,387. So on the way possibly to $110,000. Traders, that's what they're watching. They're watching a clean break and hold. Break and hold, not just break, above 106, with the bulls aiming for about 110,000 in Q2. There was around $107 million in liquidations that occurred in the past 24 hours. Basically, shorts getting wiped out as Bitcoin moved into that key area of resistance again. And the fear and greed index, which has kind of been, I don't want to say a lagging indicator, but it already tells us what we already know, showing 62, which is greed. And obviously that comes into play once we get into area highs. So I don't think it really helps with the breakout, but it helps show you what sentiment is, at least current sentiment, which again I think is more of a lagging indicator. Reddit analysis highlighted Bitcoin's breaking its 2 weeks downtrend and retesting 106K. So let's see if it ranges between that 110 and 100. It hasn't really done that often, where it ranges between 10,000. It'll lock in between like a $5,000 range, and you can kind of see it locking in, like 100 to 105, and then maybe 105 to 110. So we'll see exactly what happens there. Popular trader Michael Van de Pop sees potential rally towards 120K if that 106,000 area can hold. So we'll have to keep an eye out on that. And the global crypto market continues to grow, Joseph. Last time we talked about it, it was 3.2 trillion. Now it's 3.3, with about 53.5% of that being BTC, obviously. Let's talk about the downgrade today on our friend Tesla. So not a good look here from Baird, or so they say. They downgraded Tesla to neutral from buy, basically saying that, the robotaxi, people have overly optimistic expectations around the robotaxi plans. Elon Musk previously claimed robotaxis could launch in Austin by the end of June, but analysts see the ramp up as kind of likely overhyped. We'll have to see what the real deal is. Baird maintains target though on Tesla, $320, which is about an 8% upside from Friday's close. The analyst who downgraded Tesla at Baird, Ben Callow, flagged the robotaxi excitement as already priced into the stock and says Tesla's facing growing competitions in AV from both China as well as domestic players in the United States. He thinks investors may need to temper their shorter-term expectations for these self-driving units. And there's also this issue, which I highlighted in green there, what they call key person risk. Obviously, with the issues now between Musk and Donald Trump, obviously there could be some regulatory headwinds that face Tesla. We saw plenty of that during the Biden administration. We'll have to see if that ends up manifesting in the Trump administration as well. Anything you want to weasel in before I go on?
Yeah. Just about the Department of Transportation. Apparently, so I was doing a little bit as well too, Shreve. Apparently, the Department of Transportation actually kind of likes Google's methodology a little bit more with the LiDAR and the mapping, opposed to just using the cameras in itself. So that's something that I found relatively interesting. I think that's going to be really important for Tesla.
Absolutely, and a lot of people have been kind of making that case that, you got to have that redundancy system with LiDAR, and, Tesla doesn't have that. They're exclusively relying on cameras and a neural network. Whether it's not proven yet, so we'll have to see how that all works out. China as well in focus today out in jolly old London. We got Scott Bessent, Treasury Secretary, Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, and the American Trade Representative Jameson Greer, all meeting today in London, meeting with their counterparts, like the likes of Vice Premier He Lifeng will lead Beijing's delegation. Basically, the meetings are scheduled to take place from yesterday to the 13th. The meeting is part of this new China-U.S. economic trade consultation mechanism, which followed the Trump-Xi call that took place last week. Now, the Geneva Agreement, which has been, kind of the controversial thing here between the two countries, basically is where the Americans rolled back their 145% tariffs down to 30. The Chinese did the same, from 125 down to 10. But both sides have accused each other of wrongdoing. Americans, for example, say that the Chinese have really been dragging their feet here with the resumption of exports of the rare earth minerals, rare earth elements, rare earth magnets, whatever you want to call them. And the Chinese, for their part, they've accused the Americans of really increasing the export restriction on AI technology, as well as removing student visas for students that are studying in the United States. Now, we got some headlines on the weekend about these Chinese students who were apparently trying to bring in this pathogen that could kill, plants and farming and stuff like that. So there has been this tit for tat exchange between the two countries. We'll see how it all resolves. We'll keep you guys apprised with headlines. Yeah, talks kind of, the expectations for the talks are kind of, dampened. There's really not a whole lot of hopes here that everything will be resolved right away. In fact, are thinking, it's going to be more of a drawn out negotiations where we could get headlines every now and again about an updated part of the deal, but don't expect a one piece, a big beautiful deal, so to speak. Between the two countries. Apparently it's going to be, we never really know, but analysts are predicting that it's going to be a bit more prolonged. Let's talk about Warner Brothers. They're splitting their company into two. We've seen this a lot with this old legacy media companies, where they take their legacy TV or their legacy media holdings and they put them in one company, and then they'll look to the future and put all their streaming services all in another. And that's exactly what they're doing here. Warner Brothers Discovery, under ticker WBD, will be traded under two public companies starting in mid-2026. HBO Max, Warner Brothers, and their films is going to be one company, while CNN, the likes of CNN, TNT, Discovery, aka the legacy media channels, all going to be on a different company. Zaslav, which is the current CEO of Warner Brothers, he's going to lead the streaming division, while the CFO, the current CFO that is going to be leading the legacy media company. The move aims obviously to give each business a sharper strategic focus and more operational flexibility. WBD seeks to better compete with both streaming wars and the shrinking, and it very much is shrinking, linear television market. And we saw Comcast do this as well. They kind of put all their streaming services in one company and their legacy services all in another. For example, the spin-off of Versant, which CNBC and other channels that we know are included in. Joseph, anything you have?
No, I stopped out of my Apple trade here, guys. It was at the low. The stop was relatively tighter there. And I'm not going to try this too many times. You can see that the momentum is to the downside, and I don't want to counter that. So the pullback that you may get, it may display itself. It may get that move that you're looking for back into the lower 202s, 205, 202.50, sorry. Could head there. I took my attempt at it. That's it. There could be another opportunity. Whatever happens, happens. I'm still sitting in my IBIT trade, and I'm happy about that one.
All right, guys, OMH. I'm just going to quickly stop here and show you guys the chart on OMH. It is really going now. 199 high day. It looks like it's going to take two. Very aggressive. Hasn't touched the 10 exponential since 1 o'clock. So this is a midday breakout, and you can kind of see the volume profile on this one continuing to increase up and to the right it goes, even though it did almost no volume in the regular trade, or the earlier time of the day, I should say. This one really started getting the volume under its wing, so to speak, at around 12:30. So it's a bit of a newer trade, only trading now an hour deep. And there goes $2, 204. But I want to show you the 1 minute chart on this one super quick, just to give you an idea of how many times this is halted. As we mentioned, 7 times, 5 up, 2 down. So make sure you're trading this one carefully. OMH is the ticker, guys. All right, VinFast reported earnings today, and they were up nicely, double digits in the pre-market. Let's see where they're at right now. VFS, I think they were giving up a little bit of the move up. Yeah, still up 4 1/3. Not a bad look. On revenue increased about 150% year over year, even though it was down on the quarter. That's likely due to seasonality. The net loss, though, did widen as costs continue to increase with the expansion. They delivered way more vehicles in Q1 of this year than they did last year, 300% increase. So they delivered about 36,300 vehicles. Compare that to last year when they delivered just barely over 9,000. So that's not a bad look there. Deliveries were down, though, again, as I mentioned, quarter over quarter, as there were seasonality issues. They delivered almost a bit more than 53,000 in Q4 of 2024. So good look there. And they also deliver scooters as well, e-scooters, that is about 45,000 units, Joseph, which is a sharp increase year over year. Again, gross loss continues to widen, though, as costs do increase with the expansion, but we'll have to see how they do next quarter there. Anything you have there?
Yeah, we got e-signal there. New traders, listen up. First month, free. That's right. We're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check that link in the description there, guys. All right, and then we got a $10 super chat. Gaurav, I'm glad that trade's working out for us. You can see that slow curl over here in AAPL as we head into 201.50. I got out. Happy with that. I'm happy with just following that rules. It is going against me, but that is fine. Now, do we have any news on UPS layoffs? Love you guys. Thanks. Yeah, we can take a look into that for sure. Into the layoffs.
I haven't seen anything.
Yeah, I personally haven't. I can pull up to see if I can see anything on my news. Yeah, you don't see anything there? No. So yeah, no, Shreve's got the same platform as me, so I wouldn't be able to find anything that he can't there. So
let's talk about Robinhood.
Yeah.
Because we were all of us yesterday or last week, we were pretty much of the opinion this was another candidate to get added into the S&P. Apparently, it was overlooked. So let's talk about that. Fell. Let's see where it's down, because it was down over 5% in the pre.
In the post market on Friday, it went to 80. Traded up to $80, and then it tanked once.
It's trading at 70.5 right now. It's down 5.8. So yeah, definitely market not liking that, but definitely not a lot more than the pre-market. It was already down 5%. Yeah. So it looks like the S&P Dow Jones indices decided not to add Robinhood, at least during the quarter rebalancing. It could be added next quarter. This comes despite heavy investor speculation and a recent rally in anticipation of that inclusion, obviously. Shares hit their highest level since 2021, more than doubling year to date, so good look there. Bank of America analyst called Robinhood a prime candidate for S&P 500 inclusion. He said that earlier this month. We'll have to see whether it ends up making its way in. AAPL as well, also removed, well, not removed, but definitely not included this time around. So we'll keep tabs on APP and Hood. And just to give you an idea, to qualify for S&P 500, among other things, you have to be U.S. domiciled, you have to be listed on a major exchange, and have at least a market cap of $20.5 billion, which obviously Robinhood does. I'm looking at their market cap. It's about $62.5 billion right now, so they certainly meet that. The United Kingdom and NVIDIA are looking at doing business together here in some way, shape, or form. Shout out to the United Kingdom. Looks like PM Keir Starmer announced a plan to train about 7.5 million workers in AI by 2030 during London Tech Week, which is currently happening right now. It includes about $250 million, give or take, for investment in AI and education, calling it a talent pipeline. So good luck. Jensen Huang is there attending the event. He praised the United Kingdom as being in the Goldilocks zone for AI due to its strong universities, diverse talent pool, and leading research ecosystems. And NVIDIA will build an AI lab in England supporting research and quantum computing. The government's also going to backstop that by funding universities and a national AI development pipeline. I love to hear it because we've heard very little from Europe about AI, so it's good to hear that they are kind of getting involved here. And the move it kind of aligns with what the market is doing in general. Oracle is already going to invest $5 billion in the UK AI cloud infrastructure, and SoftBank is evaluating whether to open like an England version of Stargate. We saw that announcement with Oracle Altman and Masayoshi Son in the beginning of Trump's term in the Oval Office, and apparently SoftBank is exploring other Stargate locations in England as well.
I mean, like we see in the UAE as well too, Sharif. So I mean, I displayed again the UAE. What a nice trade there, Gaurav. I'm glad that you put on that trade there on Apple because it did start to bounce. Timing slightly off on that one, but that's okay. Would have been a pretty decent trade, but that's what if history. But anyways, get back to what Sharif was referring to.
Sir.
Something like we've seen in UAE. So in my opinion, again, we were so fixated on the fact that what is this H20 going to do for NVDA, considering that it cannot sell them to China anymore? Well, look what's happening across the board now. We got the Gulf states, Saudi Arabia, UAE, and now looking to construct some deals in the UK as well too. So for me, that's just a blip on the radar that the H20 news in China, NVDA continuing to strike deals, and I think they will for the foreseeable future.
I'd have to agree with that, man. I just don't see Europe missing out on this whole thing. Maybe they're late to the party, but like, yeah.
And eventually you have to catch up.
Yeah, and they got a ton of people there that are highly educated, highly skilled, that they need to take advantage of, right?
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
so.
And we know that the Gulf states have the cash as well too. So there you go. They're just starting to fire things up. So Jensen gaining ground and
there you go.
Market share.
Jensen's always ahead of the curve, bro.
Yeah, apparently.
All right, let's talk a little bit here about Archer and Joby Aviation. What a move they had today. You saw the Katina man involved. I don't know in which one of these, but he was involved in it. Guys, President Trump signed an executive order titled Unleashing American Drone and eVTOL Innovation, signaling his policy shift to support fast track for urban air mobility. I'll submit to you guys, that's just a cover for the militarization of these vehicles. That's just my opinion. So while short on specifics, obviously, as these executive orders typically are, the order did focus on accelerated commercialization, FAA reform to make these things jive with current regulation, and a new tech-friendly legislation, which obviously has to go through the legislative branch. The FAA now is tasked with selecting at least 10 eVTOL test routes, representing a significant regulatory milestone. So my assumption is that you're going to have direct routes where these things can fly, and obviously we need FAA clearance to clear the air traffic for them to make everything safe. The announcement could help streamline flight approvals and reduce bureaucratic delays. Both Archer and Joby are working through the FAA certification process, so good luck there. Just to give you some ideas about these companies, Archer hit a key milestone, justifying its $1.5 billion market cap with the Midnight aircraft designed for 10-minute urban trips. Partners include United Airlines, Stellantis. Archer also boasts about a $1 billion order from United and $3.9 billion in total order backlogs, which shows obviously strong demand. Joby, for their part, they're backed by a Toyota who just recently dropped a $131 million investment, and there's about $250 million in U.S. government funding that they already had. So apparently their financial runway is unmatched, says this article. Their first FAA-compliant tests are already completed, so not a bad look there. And they are looking at supporting the U.S. military as well through a specific contract. They also have deals with Delta, Virgin, and the Department of Defense. So they are looking at being a viable business there. Anything you had, Joseph, before we go on to Circle?
No, I'm good right now, brother. Apple's still slowly grinding higher. That's a good sign. You can see that iBit is still hovering around those highs of days. We're up about 4% on the session, so that's a positive look. Amazon is just, it can't stop, won't stop. It's continuing to climb, exactly 217.40, and then Apple heading back towards view up. I think that's one positive thing. And it was just off such a subtle signal too as well, guys. And this is what I was referring to. Gaurav was long there. He held it before it even broke that 200.
Flip to the 5.
Yeah, is that hammer there?
You're going to see the bottoming tail.
Oh, yeah,
you
exactly.
see that,
so there you go. So they're just counting. When you see multiple along those lines, right? So essentially, you got to think of it from a battle standpoint. Sellers have the ability to push it, and then the buyers just step right back in and push it, giving you multiple topping tail signals. And then when you zoom in onto the lower time frames and get really, really descriptive, that's where you see it. That's one of the prime signals right there. Holds that level to a T, and then continuously climbing, looking like it wants to go tap into VWAP there, Sharif.
All right, guys. Keeping an eye on NA. We've got a couple more things to read on the news, but NA starting to curl back here. So you can see that higher low, higher high situation. Still well below the high of the day at 1187, but it's back up into 11. And in fact, it just wicked off 11.5, which we've had resistance at before. Have a look over here. We rejected 11.5, and even over here, when we cleared at 11.5, we were there for all of 2 seconds, and then we dropped aggressively, actually losing all the levels and picking up some there at 10.25. So NA on one right now. Let's see if it can take out that high of the day. But it's the OMH show. I see you. I can't even say your name. Yavuzkan, and as well as the OG Bovin telling me about OMH as well, because this one is really going 238 high a day. It's still holding that halt level, I think, at 205. Keep your eye out on that halt level. It could be an intraday area of support if we do end up tanking at that level. So OMH on one. Keep your eye out on that one. But there goes NA again, right back into that 11 1/3. Let's see if it can clear 11 1/2. I'll be keeping my eye out on that. All right, let's finish up here with a couple of last news items. So Circle, as you can see, it's continuing to go. I mean, let's see where it's at right now. CRCL, are we still positive on the day? Yeah, we're still up 8 1/4. We're well off the highs. It was a 138.57 high. We're trading at about $1.16.5, which is below VWAP. But still positive on the day to the tune of 8 1/4%. Just to give you an idea, the lockout period here for Circle is 180 days. So if you're looking at, those IPO investors to start liquidating their positions, most of them, if not all, are prohibited from doing that until 180 days have expired, which is going to be Q4 of 2025. I don't have the exact day, but I'm sure you guys can look up 180 days from the IPO day. Kathy Wood called it an amazing debut, and her thesis on stablecoins is it aligns with Circle's dominance in USDC. We know that it's Tether and USDC that dominate the stablecoin market, with Tether holding about 2/3 of the market cap, and USDC here, which is owned by Circle, about a third, maybe a little bit less. To be fair, though, even though they do have a smaller market cap, USDC is said to basically be a lot more regulatory compliant than Tether. So basically less regulatory scrutiny is what I'm trying to say out there. Last but not least here, we got Meta. They're looking at getting into bed with a new AI company called Scale AI. This is reported by Bloomberg. They're looking at investing about $10 billion. The deal will make it one of the largest, if not the largest, private AI funding round ever if it's finalized. However, neither Meta nor Scale confirmed the reports, and both declined to comment. In fact, just to give you an idea who Scale is, they were founded back in 2016. They're a data labeling service for training machine learning models. They got clients like Microsoft, OpenAI, just to name a few. They have more. And they're valued, at least the last funding round, they were valued for $14 billion. Apparently now, where it is, they could be valued up to as much as $25 billion. Again, hard to say what it really is for a number of reasons. Private market valuations are far different than public. So we never really get the full picture with these private market valuations. The investment would mark Meta's largest financial commitment to an external AI firm to date, and it also helps bring Meta's foot into the world of military development, especially in AI. We all saw that picture between Zuck and Palmer Luckey, who is the CEO of Anduril, another private company. Why the hell are they meeting up? What does social media and all that kind of stuff have to do with Anduril? Well, the overlap is AI, guys. So Scale AI is increasingly focused on defense-related AI applications. Meta recently partnered, as I mentioned, with Anduril on a mixed reality AI-powered military equipment headset. Meta is also developing Defense Llama. So not just Llama 3 and 4 for your querying needs, but now a customized model designed for U.S. military use. So Defense Llama is apparently out there. The collaboration signals a growing presence in government and defense AI contracts there. So not something that I would have predicted if you had asked me at the beginning of the year, Joseph, whether Meta would be involved in military spending. But there you go, baby.
Yeah, exactly. You never know. I mean, just expanding his horizon is Mr. Mark Zuckerberg.
Get it, Zuck.
Yeah, get it, Zuck. I mean, we like glow up Zuck. We like him now. He's a fighter now. He doesn't really care. Pardon me?
Boy Zuck.
Oh yeah.
I love that.
Is that what the boys?
That's what everybody calls him.
Is that what they're calling him now?
That's what they're calling him.
You see his chain in the hair.
There you go, bro. There you go. I mean, like,
hey, I think that's what you got to do. You got to just channel your inner Jeff Bezos. Once you've established that, it's time to go and enjoy it. So shout out to Mr. Bezos and Miss Bezos as well too. Now I think they're getting married.
Shout out to Miss Bezos.
Yeah, exactly.
They get married yet?
Yeah, well, no, I think soon in Italy. I think there's a lot of not a lot of people like that idea there. I think they're going to Florence or something like that, or whatever it may be. All right, guys, let's pull up just the notes here. This was my June 9th, first thing in the morning, right? not complicated stuff. And again, once you've been doing this for a little while, you can just kind of condense everything. And it's the most simplistic plan. Like, I couldn't be more obvious. BTC trading higher overnight, gapping up a bit, looking for continuation and strength, sitting on top of the range we were looking for. I mentioned that earlier. Possible higher move to all-time highs. We're looking for the underlying to sit on top, keep potential pullback range, trading above VWAP in the pre-market, wait for pullback through, focus on tape, scan options, chain to see high levels of open interest, if any is displayed. All right, and that's what we were looking for throughout the day. And then NVDA was my second pick there, but I didn't take any trades on NVDA this morning. That supply zone at 145 rejected to a T, and it's heading towards the low of the day. I want to take a look at Tesla's chain as well too there, guys, just because it is at 300, 299.68 to be exact, I believe. I'm hearing we're going to get a dare here momentarily. I want to take a look at Tesla's options chain if there's any open interest at 300 before we send it over to Adara. 9,000 contracts on this week's expiration cycle at 300, guys. Small potatoes. Tesla can chew that up like nothing. Let's see what Adara's got for us.
So you guys know here, Donald to speak at this Invest America roundtable. I was initially seeing the schedule to kick off at 2. Now apparently it's going to start at 2:10. So this could be significant here. This is just the market, because we have heard a report here from Washington Post that CEOs from some public companies, including ServiceNow, Uber, Robinhood, are all set to attend. In fact, Robinhood CEO Vlad Tenev confirmed on X that he's going to be at this event. So keep an eye here. Invest America roundtable event. We should have some attendance from public CEOs, specifically in the tech space. Back to you.
That Adara. And shout out Vlad Tenev.
Get it, Vlad.
Yeah, exactly. Big time.
He's been getting it.
He's been getting it. Yeah, exactly. I mean, he's coming from the depths itself and then just recovered this name. Relatively nice. But there goes Tesla, Sharif, punching through some key levels. Now we're north of 300, 351. I told you that's not much size there from a strike price standpoint, open interest standpoint, sorry, I should say. At 300. June 13th expiration cycle, only 9,000. That's small potatoes. We see more on the put side, so 14,000 at 300. Could this act as a possible base? And then we continue to climb higher here in Tesla. And I was waiting, so I have a trade plan. I don't know if this is going to be the specific signal that's going to get me in, but I'm going to wait for some indecision off of those lows. You've seen what Elon and him were up to. Sharif and I were talking to, we don't know if it's what actually happened between him and Scotty in the thing.
Apparently, but Scotty got body checked.
Yeah, he took a body check, which is absolutely crazy. So there was a scuffle between Elon. I can see him doing that, not liking something, and then just diving his shoulder into Scott.
But like he would probably play it off.
Yeah,
or do you think he would
no,
like
I think
actually
it was
eye him
intentional.
down?
Yeah, I think
no, but you could see Elon eyeing down the Treasury Secretary. I don't see that.
You don't think so?
No.
And there's just dropping his shoulder in it.
I think he would like plausible deniability.
You know what I mean? Yeah. But apparently they were separated as well too. Which
they
apparently they got separated, and then obviously Donald siding with Scott. So.
I figured, he had beef with Navarro because we saw the beef openly between Navarro and Musk, but I didn't hear anything about Bassett.
And Scott,
right?
so
and I don't know if
crazy.
Bassett would really diverge with Elon on the government cuts because they're both from that finance background.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's super interesting.
Super interesting. So that's that's what started the rift, I guess, between him and Donald. But it is what it is. I mean, very interesting stuff, and we'll be continuing to cover that there. Whether it's true or not, obviously, it'd be really nice to be a fly on the wall when that happened. But yeah, boys will be boys. That's the thing. I can see Elon getting frustrated because you've seen what happened with his X post after that. So there you go. That's Tesla finding a nice bottom. This could be a solid signal to get involved in. 300, even to 275s. That's a really, really good time to get involved in this. We'll look to swing this maybe. I was thinking about TSLA, but then obviously when I'm game planning and setting up my swing trades, I'm like, you know what? Even though I do want to leverage the potential trade, it's not good because that's double decay, and I don't necessarily want that, trading a derivative of a derivative. So maybe I'll avoid that, and I'll just have to go shares. But I'm still sitting in this IBIT trade, guys. We only got 5. I've been in this position throughout the whole session for you guys, just letting this thing cook up, continuing to climb, establishing new highs of days. I also grabbed the contract this morning as well too. That turns to be working out relatively nice. But just again, and a lot of traders. I wonder how your boy RC did on that one, the KLTO, because it's up 700%. today.
RC? Oh, yeah. We'll find out after.
We'll find out after. So I'm curious to that. But again, what I was getting at with that point there, guys, is just you can come with all these plans. We talk about it here. I know Sean talks about it. Neil talks about it. Shreve talks about it. You can write down all these plans, but if you don't start to execute, then those plans essentially mean nothing. And 100%. That's what I just try to display here is that, okay, I have these plans, I talk about them, and then I also try to execute on them as well too. Whatever happens, then it happens. I win or lose. I've been in this game for over 4 years now, Sharif. So I'm getting extremely more comfortable with just losing because I think you have to be a really good loser.
You just have to be able to take it.
Continuously on the chin. It's like, and then eventually you're just like, oh, okay, whatever. Even though it's not whatever, but.
All right, guys. I don't know what you're talking about, Skull. Anyway, NA. Continuing to go. So let's cover the positions that we're currently in. NA has 3 topping tail candles all into about 11.5. So there's clearly a seller here at 11.5. We have this one at 10.29 because we did add on that dip into the volume weighted average price. But here we go again, looking to come back into that 11.5. We've had lots of rejections there. Once, twice, 3, 4, 5. With one brief moment that we spent above 11.5, that took us to 11.87. We're showing the $0.50 now on the level 2. So there we go, moving up above the $0.50 at least for the moment there on the ask at 11.53. The bid showing me 11.50. So let's see if we can continue to go here on NA. Let's keep going here. There's other trades that we need to cover. KWM, where are we involved with this one? 5.05. This one's about to take out the high of the day at 5.34. Good look here. Light on liquidity here for KWM. Much is the same with NA. They're both light on liquidity, so trade them carefully. NA has a wider spread than KWM. This one has got a 3-penny spread. So let's see exactly what we get here on this one. And we'll set up some orders to the high side here at just in front of 540. So KWM on one right now. KLTO, keeping an eye on this one. It just went the beak there at 60s, but this one has been in a consolidative range essentially since 12:35 onward. So we're going on an hour and a half right now of this one finding support generally at that $1.40. It's breached it. It's been in the mid-30s, but it seems to work its way right back above 40s. And for the most part, it's rejected 150. There have been these outliers like the print that I got there at 160, but for the most part, it's been locked in an hour and a half range. Whether or not it's above 600%, it is currently trading in a range. Last but not least, CTXR. This one has been straddling VWAP, I want to say, since it got down to it at 120. So we are going on now 40 minutes of this one holding up at volume weighted average price, not losing it on any closing print on the 5. Now it has wick below it. So if you put your stop right below VWAP, you likely got stop hunted. But when you look at where the candle closed, they all close above that volume weighted average price. Let's see if this one can start curling. We've been talking about this one finding the curl effect. It hasn't quite yet, so keep your eye on this one. It's still a big winner on the day, up 107%, so good look for this one. So keep your eye on all these ones right now as we wind down the show and the big kahunas look to take over. To me, it's NA, KLTO, KWM, and CTXR, with obviously the one that we didn't trade at all, OMH, being the biggest and the baddest of the bunch right now, up 250%, but this one's had a lot of trouble staying open. That's why the volume is low. Most of the time, it was halted for 5-minute periods. There were never 10-minute halts here, with the last halt being a down halt, still holding that halt level, though. In fact, holding above $2. I'm talking about OMH, up over 200%. And last but not least here, guys, I wanted to mention one that I had on my side chart all day, but didn't get traded, UNCY. I see you guys talking about that now. The reason I didn't get involved in this one, it got into 110 and then just could not hold that $1 area and did dip down below the volume weighted average price, trying to curl up above VWAP now, but that's, kind of not the big deal. The big deal is whether or not it can clear that dollar and stay above $1. It's a different trade north and south of $1, so keep your eye on those ones, Joseph. That's all I've got for now. Leave him with a thought, my man.
Yeah, okay, so Katina Man short Apple there. Yeah, leaving with that, I literally traded 2 names today, guys. This is going to be my 1 Apple trade. Unfortunately, that didn't work out for us. It is what it is. We don't cry over spilt milk. Oh. And then here we go. This was, again, 3 complete entries on the day. This was my first one. Started 0 for 1, and then there we go. We just got aggressive there with the second entry there on Apple and been sitting in it for...
Oh, it's Iga Howren.
Iga Howren.
Iga Howren
okay,
dropping 99.
Hot dog, too.
Hey.
He wants the hot dog cannon. I think that's what that means, the hot dog cannon.
Can we give him the hot dog cannon, Katina Man, before we start the show?
Yeah.
That's so funny.
That's
all right,
great.
guys, it was a good one today. All right, we're
Hot
sending
dogs, Jackie.
Hot dogs.
Or
I have
corn
no
dogs.
idea.
It's corn dogs, Jackie. Corn
I'm
dogs.
assuming that's from a movie or something.
Yeah. Corn dogs,
All
Jackie.
right. I have
Corn
no
dogs.
idea what's going on. Woo, over my head.
Yeah.
Time to go to the Bitcoin. We'll see you guys, everybody
you
at the
guys.
green screen.
I don't get that movie reference, but corn dogs are delicious, so that's fine by me. Oh, semi-pro. Yeah, okay, fine. Jackie Moon, semi-pro. I've only seen that movie once.
I was gonna say, let's not pretend like we still get the reference, but I mean.
No, I don't. I've watched the movie one time. I remember, what was his, Andre 2000
I'm not even sure I watched.
is in that movie. 3000, whatever, man. My mind's on Palantir. I'm staring at a Palantir chart. I was going to open with something on Palantir, and then
Everybody's
we started
mind should
talking
be on
about
Palantir.
Jackie Moon.
Right.
No, it's a great movie. Shout out to everybody in the chat that's been following along here. It's a wild, crazy afternoon for WWDC. Make sure you get all the W's in there. It's a strong day for the market. The NASDAQ able to go green. The ES able to go green. Tesla's been breaking out. Palantir's having a strong day because why not? I'm on the Palantir chart even though we're not in it. It was something I was going to say about Palantir, but I've completely, it'll come back to me. We got sidetracked there. AMD, what's weird is AMD's strong. Well, a lot of the chips are strong, but NVIDIA kind of threatened to go red there a little bit. Like AMD's strong. You've got ARM having a big day. SMCI is up like 3%. So you have a lot of the chip space showing a lot of strength. Like percentage points higher right now than NVIDIA, but AMD's still looking pretty solid in here. And Bitcoin at some fresh highs. Saw Joe was in that one. I want to try to get back into some Bitcoin over there. Right now I'm just in like an AMD long, Intel short.
What do you want, Joe? All right. We're happy with Bitcoin. No, we're happy. I didn't know if you were closing a trade. I want to tell people. Yeah, all right. Welcome to the jungle, guys. I mean, what a trade. I know these guys weren't really trading. I know Joe, I think, had one trade there on Apple, but what a day that was there for that. We were long ahead of 204 because we wrote down 204. So we liked it. Then once it started breaking, we went short. We got multiple covers down here at like $200.30, $200.50. It was our best fill is actually $200.16 right now. We're just holding a baby right now to see what winds up happening here in the backside of this trade. But yeah, great opportunity there. Then you just nailed. I don't know, man. This day is just working out, man. I wish I was even here for some Palantir during the midday, but
it's a beast.
It's a monster. I absolutely love that stock. You guys know what Palantir means to me, but there goes NVIDIA as well. We just bought 142s. So we had actually bought this area right there on a 142.50 breakout. Was able to pretty much get it all out. We held 20%, averaged it in, and now we're down there right now. So it's going to be good, man. Amazon is now 450. In the money now, Amazon off of our 213 printed bid there on the sticky note, but whatever. That's from the same as the open. But look at this, man, just riding this 50 period all the way to the upside there as well. I just looked at the account, man. We had just bought Amazon and Marvell and CRM over the last couple of days, so we're really excited about what's been happening with the NASDAQ here. And yeah, again, thanks for that show, guys. Midday show was pretty good, although I didn't hear too much of it. AMD still kicking as well, man. This is still that same trade. So I don't know. We're not in too many different names, but we are absolutely rocking right now here today. We had some great days. I mean, last week I had honestly, just probably P&L wise for me, the best day on the show in a long time, but that's because the Circle IPO. But then today, everything you're seeing right here with my net is just what we've been showing on the show. And it's like AMD, names that you guys know and love. Archer right here is in the money like 15% right now. That's from the morning as we went 3 times on this one. Archer near the highs of the day. AMD was the #1 trade idea on here. So yeah, that's the #1 P&L name, not even close. Amazon as well, huge. NVIDIA, we're just getting into it now. Then the only red name that I have today is going to be Tesla. And that was right into here. So we're going to have to wait to figure out what's going on with Tesla. I wasn't even paying attention to this one. We're over the moon everywhere else, but Tesla just goes back and forth through 3 bills there. So that's another look right there for Tesla shareholders, getting back up over $300. Looking pretty good there, man. I think we'll be able to hold on to Tesla for a minute now that it's above there. And I want to check out, I don't know, where's Sharifa's still over there, so we'll get that going in a minute. I did want to check to see what, Uber as well. Yes, nice. Uber's upside. And then finally, a name we sold out of some Google and got into Eli Lilly, and now that's finally above my 750. So that's nice too, 775. So yeah, man, things are, wow, I didn't even notice that. Eli Lilly 1, and I'm in this.
It's been up for
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
every day
6,
last
7.
week.
Yeah.
Well, before, actually, no, because it started when I was gone.
Yeah,
it was actually more than just last week.
It was bad. I was thinking that we made a bad decision there when it went back into there. But yeah,
it's almost like it's free money off 700 on Eli Lilly. Like you haven't been able. Look, don't at me when like the 8th time it doesn't bounce off 700 on Eli Lilly. But that's how it goes, right? Like I remember when someone was like in the chat, they're like, "Oh man, that Oxy, it finally broke. That sucks." I'm like, yeah, but you could have gone long that Warren Buffett level for like 2 years. Eventually levels like that break. Palantir doesn't want to dip back into 130. So Palantir is about to break another fresh high.
Boom.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's good, but I wanted to get back into it for today. I don't want to take a top break at 2 o'clock, but there's plenty of strength in the market. There were a couple of people asking what's going on with Plug Power. All I could find is that there was like a 13F filing for Paul B. Middleton, or Form 4, sorry. Someone insider, I guess, buying 650,000 shares, and then there was an announcement of new technology at 11 o'clock. A couple of random things for Plug Power for anyone that happens to be watching that. Didn't seem like it was anything huge, but the market doesn't seem to need much these days. We're in a bull market, baby.
Let's go.
And that's what we like to see. Although somebody should tell that easily to. Well, I mean, I was going to say Apple, but it's got an event today.
I mean, we're 71 cents in the money on the short. We took $3 already on that and thinking about a little bit lower on Apple. We'll see if it can recover back in there near the end of the day. What flavor coffee? What's up, CompuCare team? This is just from our espresso machine over there.
We don't get flavored coffees.
There's like little flavor packs you can put. Well, probably full of sugar. There's like French vanilla and hazelnut flavor creamers.
Oh, creamers.
Yeah, I'm looking for.
I drink it black.
Back into there. So yeah, just a little bit of milk. We have oat milk and almond milk. I just put normal 2%.
You use?
I don't put cream.
I thought you used the.
I do. I just mix it up, man.
Yeah. I know because
variety is the spice of life.
Every now and then, Randy will bring. Because I like to drink my coffee black. Every now and then I'll get yours. I'm like, yeah, it's fine. It's a nice little switch up of things. I'll still drink it. Let's see what you guys want us to talk about. And go Bills. At some point, I promise we will CrowdStrike. You're always asking me about some rando symbols, but I like that.
CrowdStrike.
Let's go to Sharif.
Welcome, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys, they're locked, they're loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get those tickers up there on the screen is to join Joseph and I on the Midday Show and get into that chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. You got to be a subscriber in order to vote and engage with us in the chat, so make sure you're liking, subscribing, and sharing. Here's a look at all 4 major averages, all 4 in the green today, being led here by none other than the Russell 2000, up well over 1%. Well, not well over, up over 1% at the moment, being followed by the NQ, up 1/3%. The Dow and the ES basically trading which one is higher in any one moment, both up 1/4%. Good look for the market in general. Let's look, though, as at the first ticker, as cited by you, Apple down after WWDC announcements. Basically responded to that keynote, sending this one down aggressively into that $200 area, barely above 200 right now, guys. Basically just announcing some new liquid glass designs as well as some new Apple Intelligence features, boys.
What, you don't like the emojis that they announced too?
Did they announce new emojis?
I don't know. I thought at one point they were talking about emojis as I roll my eyes. There was some stuff, some cool stuff, I suppose, in chat, and a little bit of a, following along with Google with some of the translation stuff, which I'll tell you, it's cool when you're traveling. Like I haven't used any of the voice stuff, but I love all the, just the video instant translation. It helps with all the menus and stuff.
Go ahead, NVIDIA.
Here, I'll let you. I'm not in Apple. But I'll let you do Apple because I want to get to Nick's super chat after. I'm not in Apple, and I think it's just, let it settle down after the event. Last year, this is kind of what happened. And the first day was to sell the news, and I don't remember if it was immediately after, but there was a nice little relief rally the next couple of days.
For me, it was just simple, man. You got to have that ability to trade things when they're moving around, and I think that I do. So on Apple, we went long at 204, 204.50. I mean, this was right before the event, just because I like 204. Now, getting involved in something before an event, we saw Google move around, we see Apple move around today. I've been sitting here for long enough that, experience has to start paying off some point, right? And we've already seen this before. So as soon as it broke 204, I was like, nah, that's enough. We've seen, this be horrendous, especially if it doesn't give what the people want. And as soon as we broke 203, man, I waited for it. It bounced back up. I just shorted. I was like, I'm going to go short against 203. And then once we did that, it absolutely collapsed into 200, giving us $3 winners. And we got out on the way down. It was really collapsing pretty fast there. Then you could sort of, if we zoom in a little bit here just to see what's going on with the volume, you could see that the volume sort of started to die off, right? So once we started testing 200 flat a bunch of times, remember, these are $3 winners. Like once we started seeing all of that, we got a lot out there at 201.50. It looked like we maybe wanted to bounce a little bit there, but then it just kept on collapsing back through. And then 3 outs down there really sets the tone for me for the rest of this trade. And right now I don't know, man. I probably have under 2% left. I was actually waiting for view up again at that same price, 203. So we'll just hold it back in for Apple back down into $200. Again, I was saying this on the chat, traders got to trade. When this is happening, I'm looking for levels, I'm getting into it. That's the trade for Apple, man. It's going to be a good one, and let's just wait to see what winds up happening next. Any lower, and I think I'm a buyer of Apple. 600 million CarPlay users was something that I saw. That was pretty interesting to me. Didn't realize they have that kind of user growth on that one. I don't even really like Apple CarPlay. But so that's going to be interesting to improve that. A few cool things about the chat and things like that. I don't know, man. I turned it off actually after about like a half hour. So I just wait to hear that news with Perplexity or something. But I have no. Is it still going on? I don't know anything.
Oh, I turned it.
Okay, so it's still going on. So I don't know. I'll just wait and see if we break $200. Otherwise, probably out around that 203 area. But there's Apple. It was great, and Apple a day keeps your P&L up and away.
I like that. Great rhyme. And thank you for the super chats here. There's now another one by David Tretsiak. I'm going to get to, before we go to Sharif, Nick Dubs. Hope you guys had a great weekend. Hope you had a great weekend as well. Look on Teradyne on the daily time frame, and you're in a swing. You're looking for 93 as a first profit spot. Okay, Teradyne. Hey, good name, first of all. That said, I think I know what you're getting at, usually. Like, you're pretty much right into prior lows. You want that 93. When I look at this, it's like, isn't there room to 100 for more of a gap fill? I suppose it depends on where you look, man. Everyone has their own risk to reward. Where you're in from the long, you're in from the 50 period. In from the 50 period, I usually like room to this 100 to 105 level. Personally, if I was in a swing, but it looks like a pretty good one in there. I don't know exactly when they would have reported because I haven't really followed it. And David Tretsiak, Canadians in Edmonton were so nice. Say Canadians are pretty nice. Game 2, lost voice in Rogers, declared to U.S. Customs, heading home. Edmonton wins Game 3. They laughed. Never fly United, even first class. Let's go Oilers. I don't know why they hate on United. I can't say I've been on them in a while. I'm down with the Oilers winning. Obviously, Canadians want to see that. Appreciate you, David Tretsiak. Joking around in a good way this time with the border. What's not a joke is the rally that Tesla is on here today. So good. I was very close on Friday. I almost pulled the trigger selling another third of Tesla. I was like, you know what? Let's not overreact. And thankfully, it's worked out.
Some mixed headlines today for Tesla, guys. Started out the day with a bit of a down move. Bayer downgrading Tesla to neutral from buy, but maintaining that same, maintaining that same price target of $320. Later on in the day, Danny Ives chimed in, calling Tesla the most undervalued AI play Danny Ives, ever the bull, boys.
The most undervalued AI play.
Tesla?
Well, all the other AI companies, I guess, are all looking really good right now. Like, pull up a chart of an AI company, it probably looks really good. Yeah. Tesla's chart doesn't, so I mean, by default, yeah, it's hard to really argue with that comment, right? Because FSD is basically, AI powered, so I get it. And then robots are going to be AI powered, all that kind of good stuff. But I was looking for the short Tesla underneath the 50-period moving, 200 on the daily. And it tried a couple of times underneath yesterday's lows, swung 0 for 2. It hasn't completely pressed into where this thing fell off on Friday, but remembering Friday's action, it was kind of mixed results unless he had the 05 short early, and then there was one long consolidation trade off of the 300, eventually breaking down pretty much right here through 299, and that gave you your win. So looking for the same thing, like if we just consolidate 300, prove that we can't actually break through, and I think you could go back into the same thing we're looking for on Tesla. I still think, ultimately, you've had a nice bounce from all the battle that was going on between Elon and Trump on Thursday, and you've managed to hold a couple of lows since then, but you haven't even broken through that 305. Like, that initial bounce spot was then Friday's resistance. I think that's when it gets back bullish again. And when you can really clear through that resistance at 305, I'll feel a heck of a lot better. That's also the 200 period on the daily.
Tesla. Okay. Yeah, Tesla. I mean, this was one that, we talked about switching up our play there on, oh God, very near 300 again, eh? Switching up our play on Apple. On the sticky note here, actually, yeah, we did have it written down as 295 short. And so that's what we tried, man. We tried it. We didn't try it the first time, and I was like, you know what, man, Tesla does not smell right to me here this morning when we were moving this kind of a move and the futures weren't really getting this aggressive. And I was like, why is Tesla going up? Generally moving with stories, not doing that today. So we tried it. We missed that first time. The next time it came in, we tried it. We got a little bit out there for $1 and change, and then it ripped up, and we took the L right there, breaking through 295, and haven't looked at it since. But yeah, Tesla's definitely on one again, man. I mean, 200 period, 50 period, really like this stock. Breaking that 301 is probably a trade. So we'll wait till we get up to there right now. But hey, man, like, we're $1.10 in the money on Apple, by the way. I just took that. Like, this is what we're doing. We're $1.07 in the money on Archer. We're $2 in the money on AMD. Because I do whatever I want. Joseph, $2.17 right now, $4 in the money on Amazon. By the way, if Amazon breaks $2.17, we're out. We tweeted that out as well. And then we're 46 cents in the money on NVIDIA. So it's just kind of like, Tesla was not really been on the mind today. I've got 5 positions, they're all kind of rocking. There goes Amazon to the downside. So again, there's a $4 winner right there. So maybe now we'll start to look somewhere else. But the market may be underneath. I don't know. We let Amazon go all the way up. Probably should have busted it right there as well. Let's go talk about Robinhood. But although I haven't looked at it yet, we will with you guys.
Robinhood not going to get added, at least this quarter, into the S&P after weeks and weeks of speculation, leading to a bit of a down move here to the tune of 4 3/4, but didn't end there. They got more negative catalyst today as Redbird Atlantic downgraded them to a sell, but did raise the price target, boys, from 40 to 48 bucks.
Yeah, just a case here where people were buying into it. And sell the news could have been if they got in. Sell the news also can be when they don't get added to the index. And we think it's an opportunity. I think it's an opportunity, maybe not today, to just pile in on the first day. But if this was breaking out, this double top on the daily, rallying in the anticipation of being added to the index, it could still happen sometime, maybe this quarter, maybe more likely next or at the end of the year. So the first place I'd look for a bounce would be prior consolidation levels, prior high 67, and then look for a bounce play in Robinhood. Missed it today. There's no question asked. I mean, yeah, it was a bit of a miss. And I know we were going through rapidly in the morning show and didn't quite get to this one at the open. But 72, if you go back to last week, I don't want to say ignore Friday, but if you ignore Friday, Thursday, Wednesday, and Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, you essentially had the same level just around 72. That's proving to be a bit of resistance. I think this sets up pretty good for a breakout above that 72 level. Of course, being at 71 Doesn't look like it's got the juice to get there yet, but I think that should be on the radar. I love it when prior support gets reaffirmed in a strong stock. I like the bottoming tail here at 70 for at least one day. I think it's made a nice little base. Let's see if it can do it for a couple more days before putting the buyback on here in Robinhood. Great stock.
Yeah, okay. Let's look at this together. So Robinhood, again, you know, we always talk about, by the way, at least I looked back and I was like, okay, at least we're in the money on SoFi. I'm about 25% or so up on that one, but it's nothing like what Robinhood's been doing, right? I mean, Robinhood has been, and they're completely different companies. They're not even close to the same. So they don't do this. We should stop comparing them, but it's only because we did that one study when I put that out there when we had that poll, and I was like, they're about the same price. Which one do you guys want? And SoFi and Robinhood, but that went the wrong way. Anyways, nice move up there. I think you come back into this 62, 63 area, right into there. I would wait for a pullback on Robinhood. I mean, again, with increasing assets on the board for them, I really like Robinhood and think that there's a good possibility here for them to change the game they already have. So I like it with options becoming more and more popular. Crypto breaking all-time highs by what day is today? By Wednesday, I'd say. I really think that Robinhood has a good chance to go, and it's not even altcoin season yet, by the way. So once that starts ticking, then you'll see some tick booms. That's for sure. And tick boom goes NVIDIA as well, as there's upside play. This is what I'm saying, man. Like I'm here to trade. This stuff is fun to do, but let's handle some business real quick right now. Meet the future of commodity finance. Ticker symbol BSGM. StreamX. Through a bold share exchange transaction with StreamX, BSGM is one of the first NASDAQ-listed companies pivoting fully into real-world asset tokenization. Backed by icons like Gistra and Sean Ruzin, BSGM is building a blockchain-powered platform to bring commodity markets on-chain. This $142 trillion commodity market just found its digital future, and it's StreamX and its symbol BSGM, go get it now. And we want to thank BSGM for sponsoring up today's show, and also with the interview that they had there with Adara around 12:30. Go back, rewind, and go find the fine gentleman there. Very, very young CEO, I believe. Successful. Very good, hopefully flourishing company getting in on the ground roots there, BSG. All right. That's enough for me. Robinhood, let's go talk about some crypto, man. You guys know that I recently been buying up crypto, and so far so good here, 109.
There is the chart on crypto right now. High as it goes. There's really no headline other than the about $130 million in liquidated shorts that took place yesterday, looking to go up. Shout out to all the crypto bears.
Yeah, we're just looking at the chart of BSGM. It's pretty hot freaking fire.
Yeah, I was just like, BSGM is up like in the last
in my life.
2 months, 7 million %. Obviously not 7 million %, but I'm just not going to bother doing the math for you there. It was like a dollar stock that went to like $7. No, 700%.
Yeah.
I just went to BTC on the Amex. I don't know why I did that. That's a first. I don't know. IBIT. I actually just typed in BTC for some reason. Anyways, we traded IBIT around here, and Bitcoin super strong. I guess we can show you the levels on a higher time frame. Well, essentially, all you did is you gapped above last week's resistance, and in the morning show, I was like, look, pull back into prior high. That was it, like prior week high. So there was a dip into the prior week high. That's when I took the long into the high of the day. I tried one more salvo in at 61.5, kind of a scalp trade. But you just try to like snipe it if you can. Bitcoin, I think, gets back to that. I mean, the all-time high is one thing, but the other thing that's in play here is like the prior. Remember the prior all-time high? Just chilling out that 109. I left that in there, and it's been resistance since we failed 110. To that 109, maybe take that out, and then the next step into that high. So I think there's still some room to go this afternoon. I want to try to buy some dips in Bitcoin. 61.5 looks pretty good for some continuation here in BTC. Well, for IBIT anyways. On BTC, that's probably right around 108.
All right, so just a quick little rundown, man. I mean, this is what we've been talking about. There's Circle was USDC, so we'll, you know, they're a big part of all of this environment as well. But so far here today, Bitcoin, just in the last 24 hours, that'll be your second column right here, going to the downside. Ethereum up 2%. This is basically where I sold Ethereum, 25,550, and we put it into Bitcoin at 103. So far that transaction seems to be going good. We also bought some Ripple at 230 and 220 recently, so we're digging in. Solana, I already own a lot of that one, so we'll pass on that. Dogecoin up 19% as well. Cardano's been the number one. I've made the most money in my account on Cardano, although it's not really moving too much right now, 68 cents right there. Buying this thing in the teens was a dream. Lido, staked Ether, that's the same thing as wrapped Bitcoin. So other than that, hyper liquid, so on and so forth. What is the total market cap right now? $3.5 trillion right there. No, trillion or billion? Yeah, a trillion. So we'll have to wait for that one right there. Down 0.2% the last 24 hours, but we're near all-time highs for the whole space. I mean, unbelievable space, like 20 years old, and you're already at 3.5 trillion. This is growing, gone, is what I want to say for Bitcoin. I really, again, really bullish on the space and getting longer, like, you know, selling Palantir, buying Bitcoin, selling, you know, different things, buying some Bitcoins. It's just, it's been great. I told you what my sort of goal is, and we're getting close. So we'll have to wait to see. Buying more Bitcoin, I think, is a good plan. So that's what we're trying to do, and we'll wait and get there, hopefully. Tom Lee calling 3 million. Puff pass, my guy, on that one. But you know, we'll wait to see. Maybe one day we'll get to that level. Yeah, and he's not even high man on the streets.
No, there's lots of.
But we're pretty high man right now on NVIDIA. As there it goes, man. We talk about trading. We talk about making these plays and giving you guys some good ideas and all this. There goes NVIDIA again, man, off of that 142. We buy the dips there. Let's take some more out at 142.80. Just showing you that, you know, all of this hopefully is possible, and another move up there for NVDA. So let's go. Thank you, Erie Pages. What's up? Hope you're doing well. Shout out to everybody that's part of this crew. AMD, the #1 P&L name today at Trader TV Live. Let's go hear what Sharif has to say.
Of upgrades today. Well, a couple of comments by Citi on NVIDIA or AMD today. Maintaining the neutral rating, but boosting the price target, guys, up from 100 to 120 bucks. And AMD responding quite nicely here. Was already on an uptrend, now taking out that 120 level, almost 5%, boys.
Yeah, I had one note for AMD. It was 119.5 break. That was last week's top that we thought, hey man, we thought we might have a chance to break that out on Friday. It didn't. Kind of stalled out like everything else did, but put a nice little bottom. It broke out the 119.5. I think we're getting to 122 again. The best part about this is AMD might just be getting started. If you look at this, if it breaks it's like 122.70 or so. So right in here, this May 14th, hey, it's my dad's birthday. May 14th high. We break that out, next stop, the 200 period moving average, and then maybe moon. So AMD was it was trading underneath the 20 PE. I don't know if it still is. That double check. I mean, obviously the price is moving around a bit here. Was trading finally in the teens on a PE basis, and it's starting to get pretty bullish. As bad as it was, it's broken the trend, and now we're continuing, I think, a trend. So I think you can get to this week and the 200 period this week, and then finally break it out. So 119.5 is gone. I have a trailing stop on this, or I'm getting out in front of 122, and then we're buying the next available dip. This in Bitcoin, and this afternoon, I want to look to see if we can't get some dip buys. And Bob Beck, why did it catch a bid today? I don't know if it's the catalyst. Technically speaking, it's just been grinding higher. And it's been pretty strong. But you got to acknowledge it's up 4.5 points today. Like, you've got a lot of names in the chip space that are strong, that are big time up. ARM is up 5%. Micron, hopefully Micron's good. Yeah, 2.5% in Micron. So you have a lot of strength overall in the chip space. I am short Intel. That's mostly because, like, Intel's one of the few stocks which is trending, like, it's trending down since the open. As a chip name, so I've been shorting the pops on this one. We said if it got to 21 and failed, we'd probably look short on Intel, so it's just distinctly different. But yeah, AMD great, just that 119.5 break.
The Apple event is done. Look, I mean, this is a number one name here. We had it on the sticky note. 117 long. Obviously, that doesn't come in. But we like absolutely the very first trade of the day here. That's NVIDIA, by the way. Here's AMD. Like we bought the 119.50s. We bought the 120. We bought the 119.50s again. We bought the 119s. So yeah, man. I mean, this is what it's about right here. So really happy, obviously, with the trading here today, as we just keep on having some great experiences back in the market. But I really like AMD. It is advanced money destroyer. This name really has been an absolute crusher of value, but maybe now it's finally starting to go back upside. I mean, I'm not buying it here again, so if you guys are, great, but no way. I bought Marvell. I really like that name. We're in the money a little bit on that now, but you would have been in the money on AMD as well. So that's a nice move. If you like it, great. You still have a little ways to go here. I just think there's only one king, and we all know where that is, and that's NVIDIA. So right now we're getting out some more as we broke through the 200 period moving average. NVIDIA slowly moving up the P&L track as actually NVIDIA now number 2 P&L actually, and then Amazon just got overtaken, by the way, because we just had more shares, unfortunately, on AMD than we did on Amazon. That happened a little too early, and most of our outs here around 214, 214.50. We just had one little small piece that got out there at 217, but that's about it, man. I don't even, Intel has been such a waste of time for investments over the last 50 years that I really feel bad putting money into this. And I've actually got some money in to this one down here at 119, at 119, at 1950 or 1980. I watched it go all the way. Actually, it was before this. I watched it go all the way up here and didn't even get anything out. So silly me. Hopefully next time that happens, I'm able just to dump the whole thing. But yeah, nice move up right now for today, up 2.7%. So we'll look over there at some point. AMD, $2 in the money right now. NVIDIA is moving around, Archer and Apple. Apple's now done. And we'll just let it see if it wants to come back into $200 right now, $1.70 in this one. So yeah, I really like it. Oh, Disney. I mean, I've been talking about Disney for a minute, man. I mean, I hope that some of you have been long this. We didn't sell any of this name, Disney. It's looking like it's getting back into an area where we probably should sell it. Up probably on the Warner Brothers news today. You know, we know that there's some value with splitting up the companies. Obviously, Disney owns ABC as well. So that's making moves right here, right now. Up to 116 and change goes Disney. We've been talking about this name since we were back into these levels. Now, Disney, real cooking up to the upside, man. Take those profits and take your kids over to Disneyland and pay unreal amounts of money for the experience.
You need the gains to go to Disneyland.
Yo.
It ain't. Where'd this guy come from? How long have you been sitting here?
What do you want to talk about?
Look what's going on behind.
I said, what do you want to talk about?
Tell them what you've been doing behind everybody. For
the guys that are chewing holes in the old ones.
Yeah, what the hell, Sharif?
Okay, first of all, don't say. See, when you say the guys that are chewing holes, you give the impression like this is pristine. Like, okay, I might.
There's nothing over here.
I might spill some food.
Not one thing wrong with this.
No, but look, it's perfect. And over there, there's like, it's almost as if he's just punching the table.
We'll recycle this one.
It's all Sharif. Why don't we just say it's Sharif's spot? I mean, we could show the camera on Sharif's spot. We showed that before.
You can see it.
There it is, right there. I mean, this guy. I don't know why he's so nervous about everything. This guy's picking away.
I don't know what happened.
Neither do I, man.
One after this one. So
he's like chiseling.
What is stressful?
Chiseling.
All right. Yeah. Is it the same table exactly, or?
Pretty much. It's, you know.
Oh, there's no.
You know what? We should just sign this table and put it up. What are we doing with this table afterwards?
We might keep this one. I know.
Okay, I was about to sign.
You should burn it in. No, you gotta. You can't sign it in pen, not on wood.
Why not?
There's cooler ways to do it.
Oh yeah, there's way cooler ways. I was just gonna.
What's Chevron?
Maybe not burn it in.
I don't know.
Energy.
Chevron. Oh, CVX.
CVX.
For some reason, I thought you were saying Chevrolet. Therefore, I'm like,
Chevrolet.
What do we call up GM or Ford?
Not bad. It's back above the 50 today.
Yeah, okay, it did come up a little bit. All right. No,
Yeah, I mean, I thought you liked XOM, Randy.
They're asleep today.
Don't be flipping on us. You said you like XOM.
Kinda, you know.
That's a good snore.
Well,
Legit snore.
it is what it is.
These stocks always kind of do that. You got to wait for oil to get going.
Now, energy hasn't been the jam. No, that's not where it's been. You guys, when tech's doing what it's doing, that's where the focus needs to be, everybody. Not necessarily. The energy names, I think they're going to have their time. I'm just going to pull up XLE on a daily chart here. Maybe. I'm just not thinking. I think I bought about once last year XLE. I don't remember exactly when. I'd have to go back and double check, but it's not been a good ride. I don't think it's a place to add just yet. But yeah, maybe you're going to close the 50 period and do something nice. Maybe it's something we'll talk about in the afternoon. In the afternoon when we go over some of the ETFs, if you guys have any questions of those names. But for now, the only energy name that I chat, Kay just mentioned, Plug is not an energy name, but they're an EV name. Plug Power, there was some insider buying, I believe, and there was an announcement this morning. 100 million shares in vol. It's going. It's up 25%. What I don't like about this is all the sporadic. It's very sporadic volume on it. You guys can see here in the volume indicator. So I think you want to buy consolidations if you can, and just be careful. Like, it seems like it just randomly spikes in volume every few minutes, and I'm missing some bars there as well. Looks like Tesla does want to break this 300 finally. If it gets to 305, that was the short zone on Friday, so I think I'd wait for that to try for a third time. But that's the one that did not work today. It's almost as if it drops $10 at the open and you miss that short, sometimes you don't want it on the way back up in the first 30 minutes. You just kind of let it fly for a bit because you missed your short by not taking it in the pre-market. Let's go to Adair.
Here is Plug Power. There actually was another catalyst in this one that I want to talk about. So this morning, announcing an expansion of a strategic collaboration with Allied Green with new 2 gigawatt electrolyzer deals here in Uzbekistan. So Plug Power announced a deal. Of course, also we do have this Form 4 showing that the company's CFO, Paul B. Middleton, bought 650,000 shares at an average price of about $1.03 per share. So this is a purchase just over $650,000 here. Couple different catalysts on watch for PLUG today. Back to you.
All right. I do have to do something here because where's my friend that keeps asking me about what indicators I'm using? All right. I've lost you. Here it is. Ilkin, what's up, Ilkin? All right, let's go over them then just real quickly, man. It's very, very simple. And I think this is the right way to trade, right? And that is just to make it as simple as possible. I have right here, if we zoom in a little bit, this is a 1 minute chart. These are all SMAs. So the 50 period moving average, 50 period SMA is right there. We've been using it on a daily. I started using it on a 1 minute chart. It's all good. Then there's a 200 period moving average as well. So I use this one for more of a trend change, which is why we got out there at 217. Maybe Amazon's now trying to fade out a little bit. So we use that as a level there. The 200 period would be sort of used as support just to see like, hey, if you are chasing something to the downside, where might we be able to find some support? This is all just on a 1 minute chart, right? I've extrapolated them out to a 5 minute chart. I have them on every chart now except for the daily. So this is just what I'm using. And then VWAP, of course, is this purplish blue line. And that's for the that's like the ultimate kind of buy zone. Like if Amazon, like right now with the market coming back down, I don't think I will buy this area there, but VWAP, probably something to look at, especially when it coincides with key levels, right? And so 215.50, 215, something like that would be something that I'd be interested in there for Amazon. So that's it, man. Those are all of the levels. And then the thing that really matters to me is just having that ability to read the stock, right? And try to watch momentum, tape read, and all of that. Like I think that's my number one I guess ability as a trader would be to try to take advantage of momentum and what I see on the tape, right? And so for me, like going long there and then reversing into the short, like that, from an L to a W right there real quick, right? So having that ability and then being able to change, and we talk about the spidey sense and all that kind of stuff. I think that there's really nothing more important than that because anybody can read lines. But basically nobody can make money. So it's about having the ability to enter and exit trades at the right time because these lines will mean nothing to you if you don't have proper execution. And I think that's really been the key. So yeah, that's kind of some of the stuff that I've been looking at right there. And then, sometimes you'll get out a little bit too early, you'll get out a little bit too late. But like right there, even on NVIDIA, there's nothing about this trade other than 143 that came in. So we bought the 142 and we got out the 143s. And now when this fades back out a little bit, we don't have as many shares because we do it like this, right? And so, yeah, that's just some of the stuff that I've been working on. And I hope you guys, take that from what it's worth. And like you guys know, we all trade so differently around here. It's It's crazy. So, you know, take what you want from each of us, but that's something to take from me.
Yeah, I think every trader has to find, like, even if you use any indicators at all, just make sure they work. Most people have been through that journey of like a million ones. When I was a trainee, I had way too much crap on I had like so much. And actually, I should start at the beginning. At first, we weren't even allowed to look at charts. I don't remember how long it was, but there was like at least a week or two before you're like, just look at the level 2 so you can understand bid ask and tape reading and that kind of thing and build that skill. And then when I started using charts, I wanted to use trend lines because that's what I liked, and I was throwing them everywhere. And I mean like literally everywhere. It was too many. Now I try to keep it relatively simple with those. Look, you're going to see on my charts, on a daily chart, you'll see a 50 and a 200. On an intraday chart, you'll see volume and VWAP. And I'll usually have at least 1 or 2 charts where I'm messing around with some stuff. I might put an RSI on one of my black charts every now and then, just as an indicator. But I like to use trend for entries. One of the things that I think you can, just make sure whatever works. Make sure you find something that works and on a time frame that makes sense to you. Because if you're not a day trader, then what do you care about a trend line on a day trade? If you're a swing trader, then you probably care a little bit more about weekly charts and higher time frames than the 15 minutes, let's say, that we look at every now and then. So just one quick note here, not much happening overall in Palantir. I was going to get that in a second, but if we break trend, that'll be underneath 121.25, and I'm out of AMD. Palantir, it's pulling back, keeps trying to break out again. In theory, this did break the trend, but then it held on to this 131 area. But I like the fact that it held 131, which is prior resistance. So if it can dip in, retest 131, that's a good buy zone. And IBIT, which I said I'd try to get back into Bitcoin on a dip, it's trying to pull back into 61.5. That was the morning, call it the lunchtime resistance where it eventually broke out from. So I want to see 61.5 IBIT before we go into any kind of a dip buy on that name. Not many small caps that are on my radar right now, but I do still have eyes on that CoreWeave, which is completely allergic to the volume weighted average price today. You had one shot to get this. When we left you guys, I'm like, yeah, maybe at lunchtime it'll go into VWAP. It's still like a good, it's at 160 here, ahead of that 156. If anything, this stock, I'm feeling like I don't want to chase it up here. Any failed break of the all-time high on CoreWeave is the one place I take a shot looking short. So we're gonna looks like we're gonna get a bit of a dip buy here in IBIT. No jinx, and hopefully Palantir as well, though it doesn't seem to be moving around quite as much. At least not anymore. Palantir has been great today. It's just not moving much right now. Yeah, Palantir has been fantastic. All right, so just real quick. NVIDIA just made a move back up to 75. So I'm starting to clear a little bit more out here. I mean, the market did make a move down. So let's see if we can hold now a little bit of this crypto. We're going to hold a lot of the crypto, but a little bit of NVIDIA here to get back up to the upside. I still do have a quarter of that position right here left, a quarter left. So basically a quarter out here, a quarter out here, a quarter out right here again. And now we'll wait to see if we can go higher and higher on this play. So that's what's going on. All hail. What's up, Aura Alpha right there? I don't know who your stonk lord is, if it's me. Hello, but thank you for putting that out there again. Someone said if I could see them with the market fade towards the bell, will it? I don't know if that's. I didn't read the rest of your question. Will Tesla fail? Will Tesla fall back to VWAP? Okay, let's look. What's up, sports and stonks? Those are two of my favorite things. So let's go and have a quick look. Sports and stonks. If you just included family in there, then that would be everything. But all right, what are you talking about? Tesla. Okay, so right there, 3 bills. All right, so let's just be real about Tesla here. It's not going back to VWAP anytime soon. It's not going to get back to 293. So if that's going to be your question, which it was, then my answer is no. So that's not happening. It's way stronger than everything else. I mean, mind you, if there's a story in the market, right? We never want to say nothing's happening, but I would really look somewhere else. It hasn't even seen VWAP all day. It saw 1 minute there and it acted like it wasn't there. That was 287 right down there at 940. It didn't even, I mean, this is the other thing. What you have to do too is make sure that VWAP means something. It didn't mean anything right here.
It actually saw VWAP there, and then 3 minutes later it was $4 higher. So it didn't stop at that. If it does fall back in, this is a great level, but not because of VWAP, but because this is where those dip opportunities are right here at 93.50. So yeah, I mean, do I think that Tesla has a chance to come back in? Yes. Look at it respond to this 50-period moving average. We already talked about it. We talked to my brother Ilkin there in the chat. Yeah, look, it's a trend changer, and it really hasn't broke it. So I would say your first level to buy might be 297 if you're short right now. On Tesla, you may want to cover there. And then if you're lucky enough to get this 203, then all hail you, my stonk lord, because then you got that one going. And talk about some stonks, man. I remember going to see whatever this show is, Fast Money, or what was it, Dumb Money.
Dumb Money.
Right there when it premiered here at the Toronto International Film Festival. And that was fantastic. This would be maybe the next one to go, because you've fallen back in right here, back into this level. This is a daily here for game stonk. So if it comes right back in right there, $30, $29 maybe for a bottom there coming for GameStop. So this to me looks like we had that huge move up. Now it fades back out again. This I don't hate this play right now. I mean, I think you'd want to do it with options, but if you did it with shares, I mean, a break back down below this 27 area, I've seen worse trades, that's for sure, as this one's trying to go back upside right now. So I like GameStop in this area for a name. I bought Amazon recently, breaking through $2 That's been working out like crazy. We really love this stock. I love CRM. We talked about that lately. I bought this one on dips. I just think one of the best names in this space, and plus a CEO that I absolutely love with Mark Benioff. So I think if anyone's going to figure out that dude's going to, he's made me a lot of money. So we're going to stick with that. And then I bought Marvell. I looked, $64.90 is my average price because I couldn't buy this one on the CDR side. So I just paid hard cash right there. So we're in the money $5 on this name, looking for more, although our buddy says that he sold. And then BBA.
Already?
Yeah, man, he took the quick.
Oh.
I mean, come on, man. I gave the guy 10+% there in a week. But BBAI, more than that. BBAI right here, nice downside play as well. Something to possibly get in and out of there. Big Bear AI. I'll wait for that one to break. And then obviously just buying all of, buying XBI, buying JP Morgan's actually too big of a position of mine. I have to get out of that. And then the NASDAQ has been absolutely great. So there's many things that are working right now in the market other than oil.
Forget Amazon and Meta.
Yeah, I mentioned Amazon. Amazon's now my largest holding.
Meta's getting up there for me. I came in there with it was like 2 years ago, or I don't remember exactly when it was. And I was like, I don't like Apple more than I don't like Apple more than I like Meta. And then this year I was like, I don't like Alphabet more than I like Meta. So like it's just resulted in buying more Meta, which has ended up good. Just a couple of things here. I know I did trail out of AMD. It broke this trend line. So essentially, like usually I draw a trend line, if not from the bottom, it would be from VWAP. But hopefully this candle makes it obvious why I started the trend line here. There's just this one weird candle where it failed. It broke VWAP and failed back in. And so that's where I started the trend line. So when it closed underneath, then I jumped out of it. But I want to give a shout out right there to Prop XP, everybody. This segment being brought to you by them. Because if you want a prop firm that's transparent, fair, and actually wants you to succeed, and listen up. Prop XP gives you 1 to 200 leverage, one of the highest out there with no high watermark. Fast payouts, real support, and a team that's on your side. That's why they're rated 4.6 on Trustpilot and climbing. Use the code TRADERTV to get 50% off your challenge right now. Scan the QR code or click the link in the description box and start trading smarter with Prop XP. Pass the challenge and get funded. That's all you got to do. We'll go up to Adara. Ooh, check of all trades. No.
Push here for DJT. Just seeing an article come out here from CoinDesk. Basically, what we have here is the global head of research at a Bitcoin financial firm called NYDIG, writing here in a report that apparently, based on a specific variety of metrics, DJT here, Trump Media, is one of the cheapest Bitcoin treasury plays. Now, in case you missed it, the end of May, DJT announced here some, raising money for a Bitcoin treasury strategy. Now, it's worth noting, apparently this actual report from this analyst came out on June 6th, so Friday, but it's being recirculated here, the CoinDesk report. As you can see here, a bit of an influx of interest to the upside for DJT when this gets published. Back to you.
Oh, everyone wants in the Bitcoin game. You know, it is what it is. Love some Bitcoin. I was just messing around, checking all trades. I was looking to buy a dip on Palantir, which obviously it's not dipping. As you can see, it's not dipping back into 131. It just challenged the highs. It's topped here several times, and you're not really at the all-time high just yet. You can see why you'd be looking into the short. I just feel like there's still room. Like, you go back to Thursday, like, remember the mess that happened on Thursday? The top was 132.5, maybe even 133 in the morning. So I just think you have more room to the upside here if the market's going to continue this slight climb up. So I think I want to look to buy the dips here on PLTR. It just hasn't given me anything into that 131 yet. The key being yet. IBIT, I'm sitting at 50s on IBIT, or just in front of 50s, and that's now stalling at 60 on the way back. So I don't know if we're going to be able to get in all the way at 61.5. And 61.5 or VWAP here for me on IBIT. 108 would be roughly the equivalent area that we try to get into that bad boy. Yeah, so that's what we're looking for next. GZ saying look at short Tesla. It worked on Friday in the afternoon, but I think you have to remember why it was working on Friday, because it spent the entirety of lunch on Friday telling you that if 299 broke, you wanted to be short. Like, we were watching this all throughout the middle of the day on Friday, just bounce off 299, bounce off 299, couldn't get away from 300. And then on volume, you could see the volume spike, and then it was just a flat bottom break. So maybe it does the same thing. It's got 299 in the crosshairs again, but either it gets to 305 up tops, or I think you're waiting for it to show you the first move. Like, all you had to do was let it show you the volume spike and take the break down on Tesla on Friday, and then that was your one shot to win. It was eerily similar for me because I'd been 0 for 2 on it, and then we got the breakdown. So I'm not there yet on Tesla.
All right, I'm pretty much there myself. I'm going to wait. We do have this 297 coming in right now, so if that can come in, that's where the bid. And I mean, we just dropped $2, so $2 more brings us right there. I think I like that. We'll wait to see. I'm bidding there right now, so if it comes into 297, then you'll see me go long on Tesla. So that's what I'm going to be doing when that comes in. All right, we talked about a quarter. We got out of another 5%, so now we're holding 20%. That's Fannie Mae. We're looking at that a little bit today. Not much is going on there. Once that volume picks up, we'll start going on the pink sheets again, but not doing too much. 3 million shares on that one today, Fannie Mae. All right, so we got out more there. I mean, look, a blind man can see that was the top, so we're getting out. And like I said, we're not going to be here to host. I mean, I'm here to host, but I'm also here to trade. So obviously, as we show some of these levels out, man, I'm going to be starting to get some out and not just hold anything to get like a good look here. This is why I have all of these outs all the time. It's like I see it, I see these levels, and I just get out. Do I obviously wish that we're holding a little bit more of Amazon to get going to the upside, of course, but at least we still had that trade on, and that was a good one. So for me on NVIDIA, I do still think we can get to VWAP, but just sitting here and not getting out of those trades when I can kind of see that that's a possible top, I'm going to get out of a little bit more here. There we go. Did we get it? Yeah, we did. We get an 89 fill there. Okay, so now it blasts up. So now we'll just get another piece out. Now we have left on this one just over 15%, getting out like 2.5% or so at a time. We'll see now and wait to see for the end of the day, because power hour is only 5 minutes away. Power hour doesn't really mean anything, just the last hour of the day. I think it was coined there on CNBC or something like that when they had one of their shows called the Power Hour. So we'll wait to see if anything does come through. There's no economic numbers normally in this hour or anything like that. And then, you know, recently right now, I saw someone in the chat, I don't know if it was Erie Pages or whatever, they said, "Holy snooze, Batman."
Oh my God.
And yeah, right now we wish I'd got some bangs. With the Joker would come in here and start fighting us. But for right now, we're at the same levels we were at noon right now in the NASDAQ. So it's been pretty sideways. I mean, we did have some peaks and valleys in here, but for right now, the NASDAQ remains kind of just chilled out right there. WFC, I liked around 75. Where are we on that one? Okay, not there yet. It went down as low as 96s right here. I do hear in my ear that Donald Trump's arriving. I don't know what that means, but I guess he's arriving somewhere.
Yeah.
So, Donald Trump is arriving. So once he arrives there, maybe someone will put a mic in front of his mouth, and then we could get something going on again right now. But hey, man, just say something positive about AMD and NVIDIA, because right now NVIDIA is that dollar right now in the money on that one, and that's the most recent play there. And then 245 in the money on AMD as that's starting to go higher as well. I think both these can probably be held right into the close. I mean, we nailed AMD. Like that was great, man. That was a great trade earlier on. Let's see if we can get something else going. I am bidding Tesla down there, and if something else happens, we will hop over to that for sure. Maybe look at some quantum. We still have Archer Aviation, so we've got a little bit of everything over here. I know you were just in something. You're out of it.
Well, I just got out of AMD.
Nice, good.
But, well, it's actually going higher, so. I was considering a swing trade in AMD, but I've convinced myself that if you're waiting for the 200 period, you're waiting for the 200 period. We'll go to it. Darryl was just going to talk about Robinhood, but we can come back and discuss the hooded one.
You guys know Donald Trump has, in fact, taken the podium or sat down, as it were, at this Invest America Roundtable event. This is supposed to start about an hour ago. Bit of a late start for this event. Now, it's worth noting, we were seeing, according to Washington Post, some CEOs are actually expected to attend this event, including the CEOs of ServiceNow, Uber, Dell, Robinhood. I know Vlad Tenev confirmed he's going to be there, so just keep an eye out for anything market moving from this event. We never know if things are going to move the market, but it's always worth noting when Donald Trump is talking, which he currently is. Back to you.
Yeah, and on that note, Hood is one that, I guess we were talking about this one in the morning, like if it could break out the 72, and that obviously never happened. I had a stop order for the long break on 72, which I subsequently canceled after it failed multiple times. But the president talking and maybe crypto being a little bit in fold, if Robinhood wants to make that breakout here, I just feel like everyone's the wrong word. Those that were buying for the addition into the S&P 500 that didn't get it, the short term and the weaker hands have probably done some selling here today that makes some sense, and the longer term hands are probably going to hold for it to see if it dips into the 60s or maybe underneath 62. I just feel as if you have any kind of positive news, this one's a nice little breaker at that 72 level. So that's going to be on my radar. Maybe even look for like a cheeky entry if we can get it breaking through 71. Just like take this little consolidation break through 71 just because the president's talking, give it to this prior low, which is right in here. It's only about 25 cents or so, and then play it into the 70 level. I just feel as if Robinhood's not going to be asleep all afternoon, especially with their crypto being in focus. So if we don't get the dip buy in Bitcoin, which I'm not sure we're going to, I'm going to take the shot on Robinhood here. Still like that 72 level overall. I can't say that I'd be buying Robinhood up here in the long term because I wouldn't be. I like the stock, and if I really liked it up here, I'd be buying in my personal account. But I'd need it to drop a little bit more than that. But for now, we're going to take this break of 71. And it looks like Tesla wants to take out the high as well. Bitcoin just doesn't want to give it to me. So if I can't get that, I'm taking this break here at 71 on Robinhood. On a 3-minute, the bottom of this consolidation will be my out on the breakout trade. It needs to go about 10 pennies, and we'll be triggered in. I'm only crossing 6 or 7 cents. I don't think we'll need to cross very far to be able to get that fill. No, it's Robinhood.
Oh, yeah.
Although there was
you'll get the fill.
On Circle on Friday.
Oh, Circle? Oh, but different story.
No, it's just like Circle. It's like comical, like the slippage that you could see, there was a break on Circle at 100 where you thought there was liquidity on the stock, and then it was like at 101.50 or something, like so fast. It was laughable. I feel like liquidity was so much better on day one, obviously on day one, because there's so much more interest in it. Day two, it was ground in half. I haven't traded it here today. I would imagine it's even worse today for Circle. Not a very good day for Circle. Strong day for the market, but that really just couldn't get off the schneid. After everything it did for 2 days last week, really gave you the goods on the long, and disappointing today for Circle.
Yeah, I mean, that Circle trade for me was hit it and quit it. I think that if you add everybody, what we all did on Circle there, that was probably the biggest single stock ever on Trader TV Live. P&L wise for Circle on its IPO day. So congratulations to anybody that hit that, man. And yeah, you were just looking at it. Let's look at another one then. Let's look at CoreWeave. Another name that just continues to blast higher. This is actually looking like a much better short than Circle is because you've already been up here and we've seen these levels. Circle's kind of just figuring it out for itself. This is one of those names here, CoreWeave, as you know, a lot of you know that I'm all over this name. We were all over it last week. It necessarily wasn't the greatest of trading last week on this, but we'll see what we can do here with CoreWeave. Hopefully it does make a little bit of a downside play there, but up to 165 and, you know, need to let it settle. Maybe breaking that 200 might be something. I'd like to see it break this level. I got to go pay for shorts though. 159 looks like a much better play there for Circle. If it's something that you're interested in, that's looking like a decent break right there. 159 on Circle. So that could be something. We did get more out of it.
CoreWeave, you mean?
CoreWeave, sorry, my bad. Yeah, we did get more out of NVIDIA there. Now we're about 10% left. We got some more out as it's not breaking that high. We got out of some Archer there as well, right there at 11.25. I like getting out at 25s. We've talked about that a couple times. Quarters, see, like here's out at 50s, out at 50s again. And again, we're long at 10.30. Like this was a great trade right off the open. And another name that we did have written down on here on our sticky note, but at the end of the day, this one really had some help. We saw Rocket Lab as well. Oops, I did it again. RKLB.
It does trade on.
Whoopsies. It does trade on Blue Ocean, yeah, but that's not what I wanted to look at. There's Rocket Lab right there, straight up and straight down. So Archer maybe a decent name to get out of pretty soon. What's up, Adara?
It's in the danger zone.
Dell speaking right now here at this event here. This is the Donald Trump Invest America roundtable. That's basically about his plan to give these accounts, this funding to new babies born in America. He's praised Michael Dell really highly here. DELL for its part, trying to take out previous resistance at 115 as of right now, unable to take out this level. Back to you.
Yeah, because it's, I was just sort of saying, there's some conspiracy theories out there that part of the push for, well, I mean, it's a crypto push, and you're seeing the administration like it, is what's the other thing that you can invest in US dollars? US-denominated stable coins, everybody. So if all of a sudden foreign governments are buying it too, hey, that's good for all of us bulls. But I feel like that could be, I've seen it every now and then. I think, the zero hedge crowd, you see some of those rumors in there. But as crypto moves higher, Bitcoin, Robinhood broke that 71. I keep looking at IBIT. It's not really giving me the dip that I want. But Robinhood broke that 71 level, so got the break in. It just tagged. I mean, it tagged 12. That's the first place I put an offer. I have one at 33. Larry Bird. And then we'll look for this prior, essentially just in front of the next resistance level. And then the high of the day from the open is like 71.80. So we'll see if it can press into this. Once it breaks the quarters, I'll move my stop up into break even. So that's one. As I mentioned, Bitcoin, I'll just cancel the dip buy on Bitcoin because Bitcoin just made a new fresh high. So we'll have to ride with Robinhood because Bitcoin's already at the high. So we'll look to see if we can't get those 30s. I mean, Intel is just kind of going very, very slowly down while the market's going very, very slowly up. This one's missing some data. Yeah, basically short here at 61. Just looking for the breakdown in Intel. I got a bid in front of 50s. I have a bid in front of 40s next. But Robinhood, the newest one. And remember, who knows, man? Like anybody could hit the podium and say something positive at this whole conference. Say something positive or negative. So always trading with a stop. I will move that stop as we glide higher and higher. Lomo saying Tesla's approaching 301.50. I guess it does want to break out today. It's different. It's very different from Friday. Remember on Friday on Tesla? So yeah, you had a consolidation that was holding 299 as support, but on Friday it was like channel down into 299. This time it's like channel up supporting 299. It's very different from the attitude of the market that we're seeing here on Tesla. Is Tesla was a dog that seemed to be just barely hanging on to a level. In this case, that 99 now turns into a bit of a dip buy spot. So we took our shot at Robinhood. It just gave us those 33, so I'm going to move my stop in a break even, hold for the afternoon high, which is 71.80. And if we get a 72 break, that'll be a separate trade over here on Robinhood. Boston Franks as the CoreWeave chart looks good. I can't go along that stock. You can trade it. I just look at that chart and think that everybody and their mother is looking for the place to short that thing into like oblivion. That's all you ever hear, all these online shorters and all these, you know, those trying to...
That'd be a reason to go long.
Well, I know, as a trade, yeah. I just can't, I couldn't bring myself. Like, it's $160. This thing was, what, 40 bucks when it came out? That's what we were longing that thing at. And it's wild. Congratulations to anyone that's in it. But it's like, to me, it's just disconnected from, you know, any kind of reality. There's going to be a big pullback on this, but you haven't been able to win on a short more than one day on CoreWeave. So for those that are trying to hold it overnight and swing it short, good luck to everybody out there. It's a great looking chart, one that I would not touch with a 10-foot pole outside of day trading.
Danger.
It's very dangerous, Adara.
Just be aware here, there's going to be 2 CEOs actually making prepared comments, it sounds like, at this Donald Trump Invest in America event. We know Invest America. We know we already had some comments from Michael Dell, but it sounds like Michael Dell, CEO of Dell, is going to speak again, as is Dara Khosrowshahi. He's also set to speak again here, here today. That is the CEO of Uber. So keep an eye on UBER and DELL, as both these CEOs are set to make comments at this roundtable. Back to you.
Uber.
Yeah, we really love Uber, man. Uber's been a name that we've been talking about since $60, and I sort of built you through it. If you go over to the Twitter machine there, you'll see that we've been posting all of our buys for Uber to the point where we're long 64 and change, I think, on Uber. We really like that one, man. OMH has been one. Omni Home, another halt right now on this name. This has been halt, all the way to the upside right here, as it's only up 300%. So we'll have to wait to see what's happening. I just say that jokingly with Omni here. And as it just continues to make new moves higher right now, 260. But this is a good level. I think if you get to 260, watch out. You may want to like sort of regroup a little bit on that one if you do get that. We're still holding on to NVIDIA because I mean, I think that if this China sort of talk here, I don't know if there's going to be anything coming today, but okay, what's up? Hey, Aura Alpha, you asked so nicely. He says on here, or she, of course, and make sure you do hit the like and the subscribe and then get going on there right now. DJT, please. Good, sir. All right, thank you for that. All right, so we can look at DJT. I'll probably get out of some Apple. I mean, Apple, we're in the money now, $1.63 now on Apple right now. But wow, yeah, DJT, there you go. I mean, sort of to Neil's point there, I mean, if we're going to talk more about stable coins and more about that whole sort of space, yeah, I mean, maybe there is something here with DJT. And again, like, you know, Bitcoin's going on GameStop's balance sheet, DJT similarly as well, and Ethereum trusts all over the place.
Mara was going to start holding as well.
Mara is, yeah. I mean, I think all of these plays that involve Bitcoin. I really like Bitcoin. You guys know that. So moving forward, yeah, there goes DJT. And I don't know. As a chart, it doesn't. I don't want to equate. I mean, Bitcoin, DJT and GameStop, obviously different companies, and I'm not even sure what either one of them does. But down into there, this $20 level has held pretty decently. We did dip below it and got into 17 and 15 back in April there. But again, that's tariffs, right? So if you sort of go away from all of that, and then you get away from last Thursday where we had like, you know, Elon talking all about that, and you know, some sort of bad vibes there for DJT. You're now way back up from that. I think you can go long at 1950 or so off of that Trump turmoil bottom and see what happens from there. So I think DJT going right now, obviously, as Trump hits the stage and Mike there. But for me, for Apple, I may get out of this. We are starting to come back in. I mean, we just bounced off $200.50. I'm going to put a bid there and see if we can get out. I mean, if we break lower, I have such a very small, well, now we're way up. All right, $200.75 maybe for Apple. And again, it's if we bounce, and sorry, if we go down, then I'd rather look at 200 with clean mind. You know, whether or not I just don't want to cover there, then be like, that's it. Maybe long down there. So let's get out as it comes back in. We're underneath. We are, what's up, Ilkin? We are at the 50 period moving average right there. So that's something to look at. And that's giving me some kind of worries that maybe we do break a little bit higher. So what about an out? We can change our out now. Our out on this was, we're short at 203. It was 203.25. Is where we were getting out. So 25-cent winner to take on 150 cents. So far, so good. But we're going to get out right there if it breaks 201.75. So how about that? 201.81. We'll get out of 100% if it does break that. So out for 40 cents up. And then if it goes down, we'll get out for 80 cents down if it does make that move. 2-1 on our out. But realistically, I still do think that 200 could be in play. The problem is, man, snoring time right now for the futures. Not doing jack.
Only because Apple's down 1.2%. Not that anyone would be obliged to pick this. Remember last week we discussed doing sort of like the Jimmy Carter thing.
Yeah.
But like you have to pick short. So like we'd all just kind of throw in a 1 or 2 short, and we got to pick a time to do that because I think we should do it. I think it's interesting. Because
I'll pick a time.
No, well, I mean, I kind of feel like we want to have Joe.
Yeah, tomorrow.
And yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, make sure, like, not
tomorrow.
right now.
We'll
I thought you were going to say right now.
No. I mean, you and I could do it right now.
We could, but I want to make sure Joe and Sharif would also get an opportunity.
Well, of course, yeah. We'll get a Dara's pick.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun, and it's nice to do when the market's at the highs and everything is so bullish to be forced to not just pick a bunch of things that are great. But very quickly, Hood is tagging that top. Remember, like anything can get said at any moment. I don't know if it's going to break out that 72, but at this point, if we lose the 71.5, I'm out. It was a quick little scalp off that 71 break, and this had all to do with, hey, you have some CEOs, including theirs, and there's some Bitcoin names that are moving around here. It was in a tight consolidation, so just take the tight area break and give it to that prior low, and then see if it can just play the range. Right now, it is playing the range. So the trail's at 71.5. I'll let it fly into like the, I don't know what you call it, the local. We'll call this the local high. I'm sure there's a name for it, like the top since the open. Whatever. I'll call it the local high at 71.8. If we break that, then I'll put in a trend and see how far we can hold it. Jack C dubs, SMCI plays. I was thinking short 44 this morning. That never happened. And the only reason why I was thinking short 44 was what happened last week. All the selling was at that 44 level. So yeah, it really doesn't seem like much of anything. There's a bit of a wedge on the 15-minute. The only problem with a wedge on the 15-minute is if I'm taking a trend break on a 15-minute at 312, yeah, I want lower time frame trades. Because how much time is there for that kind of a setup to really go for me? Not much, because it has to confirm a break, close above, and then by then you got like 15 minutes for the trade to work, and then the market's closed. So it's a good-looking wedge trade. Maybe tomorrow something worth looking at for continuation on SMCI. I do believe this breaks 45 one day, and you can be flying, but it's 44 resistance on SMCI. It's a nice-looking wedge here for a break in either direction. That setup's really. You could take it. I'm not in love with it. I think most of the things moving right now are either Apple, Tesla, crypto-related names, which oddly enough involves like GameStop these days. Like look at GameStop, volume spike breaking out, Hood breaking out, iBit breaking out. That's what you want to be in this afternoon.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm trying to hold on to all of these right now to see if we can get up higher, man. AMD still 250. And on that note, I did get out another piece of I'm just trying to tell you guys the truth here, right? And I mean, we all talk about this, and I still have shares left. Like, we'll all trade different. I just, trying to get it out at these levels one more time right now. So just in holding all of this, let's see where we get going there. Let's have a look at some quantum names. I mean, we're kind of just looking at the same names here today. 1880 for QBTS down 2.5% today. Okay, so let's look at a 5-minute chart. This gives us a great little look down here at 1780. We just actually touched onto that. So wish I would have looked at that a little more carefully there with QBTS, because that was a great area right into there. But unfortunately, I don't have VWAP on this 5-minute chart. That's funny, but that's okay. VWAP's the same on every chart, so it doesn't really matter, but it should be on there, so I don't know. Anyways, approaching VWAP right there at 1820 could definitely be something. Oh, here we go. Donald Trump talking about Iran now, so we'll have to wait to see if there's anything going on there. Let's look at SMR if we're going to talk about some nuclear names. So yeah, again, look at this hold. I mean, you want to talk about VWAP. Look at this thing hold VWAP. Like, okay, thank you right there. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Good little VWAP trading there on SMR as it's looking to take out the day's high as well. So that has to be watched, man. 34, like if we get back into 35, you could just use this as your route, 34.75. You should be okay. Risk 25 cents to get a nice possible bump right there, as especially if we are starting to talk a little about some nuclear. I got out some of this at 30 bucks, so I'm long at 11 or 12. That was a good one. Some of these names just continue higher and higher.
On long 13.
Yeah, so Uber also right now, we did talk about their CEO making moves here in this conference as well, but 87.50 looks like it wants to hold. This would be a good, I mean, again, like pullbacks into view. It's just the market's not doing anything. So right now you would maybe feel the short rather than anything else. We called Apple back into this level and it looks like it's coming back in. Remember where we're bidding on this name, $200.77. Hopefully that will come in. You just looked at SMCI. You're already long into Robinhood. So we'll wish you luck on that one.
You mentioned
Tesla was a name that we were all, no, I shouldn't say we were all, but I was definitely looking at that one, and it just keeps on going higher. Remember, we got that VWAP question. I need to change this now to 297 change right there. If we were able to get 298, I think that's a good dip buy opportunity there for Tesla as well. So, yeah, man, whoever just nailed that short at 302, take your profits, man. That's $1 in the money. It's looking pretty healthy to me all the way up here. So watch out now for Tesla trying to get higher, but just faded a couple times. We've been hitting 202 now for about 10 minutes and fading off of that every time. So maybe a look there for TSLA and their shareholders. Good outs there in and around $300 now for Tesla. So I think it's a dip buy right into this level, match this 298. I like it. I'm going to cancel my 297 and put it to 298. I think Tesla's a buy in and around that area. So we'll look to see if that can come into play. NVIDIA, good job on pulling back. We have only 10% left now. It just made that wick down there. I don't know if that was real or not, but it hit the scanner. So maybe something to look at there for NVIDIA. Is there a name that we're missing? Oh, that OMH.
I was about to give the tap on.
Did it? Okay. I didn't even see it in the chat, but I know we were talking about it. Halt, halt, halt. Right there. There's a halt, there's a halt, there's a halt.
Rated flat.
Yeah, 3 straight halts on this one. This making this very, very hard to trade unless you're just buying and tap now 285.
My chart's not like your chart. Just have like this.
Well, they're not like us, these charts, you know. And,
no, but like those stocks, remember, like these dollar stocks, the halting, it's almost like you prefer the parabolic movers sometimes to be above $5 in just so you don't have as many halts and you get better trading in, because this is just going to be a halt fest possibly this afternoon. Indie Tech.
Wow.
I'm only laughing because nobody asked to look at BlackBerry. But I'll oblige.
It is moving.
Is it really?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, why? It would up 2%. Hey, look at that. And you know what? It's at 420. That's why we got to look at BlackBerry. Look, this name, it's one of the saddest stories out there for Canadian investors. We always love it when we have a great company that makes headlines. It's just, unfortunately, it's like a death keel. And not a good looking name. I think it might only be up because there's sympathy, unless there's a story that we know about here. Maybe there's some sympathy to some of the lower float names and some short float names that are running. But it's kind of a dead stock that you want to look for, like a news catalyst, or sometimes when the former meme stocks start going, you can catch a bit of a wave on a BlackBerry. But otherwise, I don't know what to make of it. And I'm talking to somebody that was the last person. Trust me, if you've been watching this show for a while, I am the last person that you know that had one of those phones. I don't care what Arun tried to say. It was me. All right?
Oh,
I held on
Arun.
long. Well, because he had one that was like 8 iterations ago that he just kind of hung on to. I had like the Key 2 was like the last thing they had. So as far as I'm concerned, I was the one that was being true and faithful. And then when they didn't make that anymore and had to get rid of it. And I like my Pixel, Google Pixel 9.
Yeah, man, I think I bought the very first Pixel. So yeah, man, I mean, we are definitely trailblazers over here, I guess. Shout out to everybody that loves Google. I love Google as well. So big company there, Google, coming in. And we celebrate today as a, what kind of Drake song is this? I just put, because I started singing Kendrick, I just put in my playlist here. It's funny, I typed in Apple into the web browser. Mute this, I don't even know what the hell song this is. LA Confidential, Tory Lanez. I typed it into my browser and I typed in AAPL, looking for Apple Music.
I do the same thing.
It's so crazy there as well. So we'll listen to some music here on this side. All right, so yeah, let's just continue to work out these trades right now. So Apple's now $2 in the money, AMD is $3 in the money, Nvidia is $1 in the money, Archer's $1 in the money. I'm not holding a position under $1 in the money right now, so I feel like we're just fine. Plug Power might be something to look at. I see some people talking about that, but it's Adara right now. What's up, Adara?
Keep an eye here on MRK. Not too much of a move here, but the FDA basically approving influenza, which is Merck's, treatment to prevent RSV, lower respiratory tract disease, in infants. So keep an eye on this one. Apparently, the company is having the ordering for this influenza to start in July. Shipments are likely to start before the 2025 to 2026 RSV season begins. Back to you.
So, well, it sounds pretty good. I was about to answer the question, Dangerous, in the chat. Here was asking where the trail was on, do I trail percent or value? Actually, neither. When I put trailing stops in, it's at price levels. Usually it's either like a prior high, underneath an even dollar, not necessarily like 99 at 72, like I'd put it at like 89 or like 92 if I was trailing to 72, or a key price level. Trend breaks, trend line breaks, that's where my trails are. I've never really had any success with if it pulls back 10%. I actually find that that type of a trail was that's the worst results I had when I was just picking random percentage numbers or random amounts back. If it pulls back this much, let's just get out. That never worked for me. So I started working with either trend lines or key level breaks. So on Robinhood, the 71 break, that local high was 71.80. We let it break, try to break to 72. It failed to break at 72. The prior bar high was my out on the trail, so we grabbed out of that. So that one gave us the entry. We didn't get IBIT, but we were able to get Robinhood through that 71 and play the range. And I'm going to suggest or guess that, I was about to guess that if Robinhood was pulling back, so would some of the other names that had just run, like GameStop. Looks to me like it's not stopping GameStop. Yeah, logic. Robinhood, which is a good company that makes sense to me, pulls back of the rally, and GameStop continues to go higher because logic means absolutely nothing. I don't see a lot of volume stepping back into this. See how it's breaking out the high on decreasing volume on GME? I wouldn't be touching that one. I think I'm going to stay away from that. See if we can't find something on either IBIT. Maybe there's like a last salvo on Palantir. Just never gave us anything this afternoon. It's still very slowly going up. There just hasn't been a really good setup. And now it's turned off 32 here. I don't know if I want to chase that up here at 32. I feel like it's already made the move you wanted, that 31 to 32. And we missed out on it. Right. Palantir filled in pretty much the entire gap from Friday's high to Thursday's top. So I think, it's done the work already, too late.
All right, I need a one dance. So let's just check out right here and see who is reporting there. June the 10th. This is tomorrow. Join me on the recap show with Adara and I. We'll be talking about all of this, man. GameStop tomorrow, man. GitLab tomorrow. Dave & Buster's. I haven't been there in a minute, but that should be fun. We should go there. And then Stitch Fix all tomorrow. Lots of events going through tomorrow as well. Go make sure that you do check this out. It is Trader TV Live's Trader TV research page that Adara puts random things up on there. So make sure you do go and double check that for all of your fun. There it is, Trader TV Live research page. 26,000 followers. Let's get that going a little bit. Some fun things all over here. Here's Apple revenue by operating segment. I mean, she has a bunch of different things right here. Who's biting into Apple's market share she has on here? Vivo, I don't even know anything about that. Huawei right there. Xiaomi, what's up, Xiaomi? That's making a move there as well. Oppo Taco, we love Oppos right there. Like I said, teaching the kids to hit Oppo. And then 4% is others. Shout out to others right there. But yeah, Apple, we'll wait to see. I don't think they did anything today moving the needle with any of their offerings there today with the WWDC, but we just missed that, man. We were at $200.77. So right now, let's just get this out, man. There it is. We're now out of Apple. That's the face slapper right there. Again, we will cover our Apple trade right here with only 35 minutes left, and we'll see where we go from here. But again, I like Apple, and we'll wait to see if there's any possibility of a trade on that one as well. But out there on Apple, are we throwing to Adair? No, right? No, okay, good. Not good for that, but good I didn't miss it. DraftKings, again, we talked about being long this name, so happy with its performance so far, but 36 looks pretty good. We're trying to break out higher there. I knew that was a fugazi, that story about Illinois charging 25 cents a bet. Like, okay, that's not going to matter to most people, and I'm not sure why it went down that much there. Again, well, hey, man, it's like trading. You know, some people don't bet that big, but definitely a quarter, you have to be reasonable. And I didn't think that was a neater mover. But the problem is that.
But if it's on every single wager, that would add up.
Right. And that's, I mean, the risk was that it extends through Illinois. So it doesn't look like it's doing that right now. It's on 25 mil, 25 sitting on 25 mil. Yeah, he's sitting on a lot more than that right now, Drake. But there it goes. Nice move to the upside right here, 36-37. But yeah, I really like DraftKings. Talk about gambling, man. Drake drops. I don't know, Drake and Floyd Mayweather.
Oh, Floyd's way
These
bigger
guys, no, Drake bets more than Floyd, but Floyd's been doing it longer. So, but yeah, shout out to all these guys. And Joe's not here. I watched the UFC there. That Sean guy got dusted. I don't know his name. He has all these tattoos. He's super. He got crushed, but that was a good one, man. The women's fight was pretty good as well. So, shout out to UFC. I started watching a little bit of that this weekend. But yeah, Drake has that Drake curse. It's like whoever he bets on, the other team wins. But yeah, anyways, that's what's going on right now.
Down on Nottingham.
Oh, Lil Wayne now.
Lil Wayne, there's a legend. Carney wants us to look at Dell.
The motto.
Why not? We like Dell. We're gonna go to Darren in a quick little second. But
O'Malley, Sean O'Malley.
Sean O'Malley.
I kept thinking of the friend that we know, which is
Sean McNow.
We have a friend, Sean McNow. I haven't seen the guy in forever, but yeah, that's
Sean McNow.
That's why it was in my.
That dude since.
I know. So we have a friend like that. So yeah, Sugar.
Who would know what that guy's up to? He was like the best. He was like our high school soccer goalie. He was legit. Yeah, he was legit. He was really good. Look, we'll talk about Dell. We have to go up to Adair with news, and we'll come back and talk about Dell.
Here is FXI. Keep an eye on, I guess, the market in general, but also any of these Chinese ADRs. We have comments coming now from Commerce Secretary Scott Bessent and U.S. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. Talking here to the media after the conclusion of their talks with China today. Apparently, these talks lasted about 6 hours. And Bessent, Lutnick, as well as U.S. Trade Representative Jamieson Greer are going to remain, and these negotiations are going to resume at 10 a.m. tomorrow with China. So again, Lutnick here saying that apparently the talks were fruitful, and then Bessent described the talks as a good meeting. So sounds like these talks went well so far. Keep an eye on the market. We know that we're really looking for some resolution on trade, specifically with China. Back to you.
Yeah, we're definitely looking for some. Whoa, what just happened to this chart? My Dell chart, you're not seeing double. It's just doubled up. Oh, there we go. That was weird. Okay. It's back to normal. You're not going to have two 50-period and two 200-period moving averages. Look, Dell, it's been a very sleepy stock the last couple of weeks, but it's held the line very nicely on what seems like it broke the trend. There's your 50-period and strong move up, and now you got to hold on to this 200 and break the next level. It looks like it wants to do it here. In some ways, it reminds me, not totally of the AMD. It's like what you want AMD to do next is what Dell is doing now, where you got the consolidation finally above that 200p. But it's kind of a boring name out there. It's done a lot of work lately, but I wouldn't be getting into it here. I feel like the swing trade on these downward trending stocks is to catch it when it's breaking away from the 50-period moving average into the 200, as opposed to Now it's already up almost a double, and you can't take anything out into that. It's like you want to get something in here a lot of times for myself and then place them out into this and then hold as opposed to jumping in there, unless I liked it in the long term, which there's more exciting stocks for myself there. But yeah, Dell, not too bad. It looks like Robinhood is still going. It trailed me out, but it just took another bid off 72 and went all the way to 72.20. So Robinhood's still showing signs of strength to said upside. Dangerous. NVIDIA is not splitting today. Yeah, we would.
Splitting?
No, I know. I just saw in the chat. He goes, "NVIDIA split. My calendar messed up." I mean, it's not.
Maybe it was a year ago today.
Was it? Yeah, was it a year ago today? I don't know.
Well, we can check our charts.
Oh, maybe that's what you meant. They're not splitting. I mean, you could have meant that it was a year ago today.
I'll check. It was. Yep, that's exactly what it was. June 10th.
Oh, nice.
That's money in the grave if you have that one down there. But it goes, roll on. All right, yeah, see, you know we're in a good mood, man. We've got some tunes blasting out now. We got some nice for what here for Drake in our ear right now. So it's just, we're really feeling it now. All right, another out there on NVIDIA, just because. Trump is still talking. He's resigned to opening up China. Trade talks will continue Tuesday after day one wraps up. So, so far so good there. We got to hit them angles with your phone out, you know. But there it is, NVIDIA. Nice move up. JP Morgan on the scanners here. Oh. Wow, JP Morgan had a run, boy, this afternoon, and now starting to fade out just a little bit right here. This one's nice for what? Up to 268. We almost got right back to that. I got to get some out, man. I was looking. I am way too big in this. Like, I was really irresponsible. Like, I bought a whole bunch here, didn't get any out, let it go all the way down, and right now I'm staring at this position as well right now. So, yeah, we're going to have to wait for JP Morgan, but that was on a move here this afternoon, and I missed that whole play up there to 268, now pulling back in. We may put an order on this tomorrow to get some JP Morgan out, because if we touch 268 again, that's probably something. XLF, okay, Trump saying China's not easy right now. He's talking all about it. So there is still some stuff going on with China right now. So I think that's fine. He's talking about how he did the right thing with the National Guard. I don't know what's been going on today over there in, of course, what was bright and sunny LA.
Hopefully less violence.
Yeah, I don't even know how. I mean, if you guys are there, I'm not sure.
We just see the
I put on CNN and obviously understand they only show what they want. So I don't know how bad that actually was there in LA. Maybe you guys can sort of fill us in there as well. But anyways, that was what it was. Apparently ICE just running amok there. It's just crazy. Like, obviously here in Canada, we don't see anything like that. Our immigration, you just come into this country, but I don't know.
Nothing
unless, of course, you have, well, whether or not we are bringing in fentanyl or sending out fentanyl, I'm not sure. But, you know, immigration is huge here in Canada, and it's been like that for many years. I know we've sort of slowed down on some of that border stuff, but obviously a very sensitive issue there as we look to get that out of control. Oh, okay, he's saying that he's not getting rid of Tesla or Starlink at the White House at all. So a nice move to the upside right now. Trump saying he may drive his Tesla around a little bit. So there goes Tesla right now, 303, going higher right now, breaking higher, $300.50. I don't know, I thought I'd just have
I'm not hearing
Benzinga right there coming up after the close. You hear him saying that?
But I didn't
yeah, okay. Anyways, we'll go over to Adara and figure this out.
So his comments on Tesla were a little bit more confusing. They just came out through for or sorry, not on X, in my ear. What happened here is people were asking, what are you going to do with your Tesla? He said, they're going to keep Starlink. But he said, I don't know what I'm going to do with the Tesla. We might move it around a bit. When people asked him to clarify what he meant, he says, I have a lot of locations. So it looks like he might keep the Tesla, unclear where he's going to store the Tesla. Just a little bit of confusion there on the Tesla question, though we were worried about cancellation of Starlink. Donald Trump said that they're going to keep Starlink at the White House at the very least. So bit of a mixed note here for Elon Musk that looks like right now positive for his Tesla purchase, perhaps. Back to you.
I mean, how much of that was even staged now at this point? Like, I mean, what does he mean he doesn't know what he's going to do with his Tesla? It's just one car. It's like the car is just sitting there. It's that red one where he called Tesla, or he pronounced it incorrectly. I don't remember exactly how he said that. I don't know, man. Drive it to Mar-a-Lago, do something. Who knows what he's going to do with that Tesla? But I'm loving mine, and The kids want to travel everywhere. My other car, the Atlas, doesn't even move anymore. Really? So yeah, they don't.
They just want the
They just want to go. Well, because it drives like a dream.
Oh,
it's unlike anything I've driven.
But I put the foot down. My daughter would be like, "Can we take the small car?" She calls it the Audi. Calls it the small car. I'm like, "Sweetheart, we're going to baseball." I go, "It's light on trunk space," and I'm like, "We're not doing that. We're gonna take." The Audi doesn't have a ton. It's
what, an A2,
look, I can
right?
get everything. I can get everything in there. It's just like, look, the Jeep is more convenient. We got the seats in there, like our chairs, like your. What's the word I'm looking for? Like the
lawn chairs?
Yeah, lawn chairs, everything in the back, like the big umbrella. It's just like I hate having to move the stuff around. We got the family vehicle for a reason. That's what we're taking to baseball. And that's what I try to keep it simple. But yeah, I'll get a Tesla at some point, but 305 is incoming, and you know what? I don't think I want to short it. Like we were talking about potential breakdown, and like we did on Friday, it doesn't look like it wants to do that. And if there's a positive story, I suppose that's a positive story, if that's what we're calling it. But I like the relief rally that's happening in Tesla as a shareholder. But yeah, I didn't sniff that one out. I don't think we're going to get another shot underneath that prior high. Robinhood's really slowing down, so I don't know if we're going to get a reasonable dip buy to revert into. And I don't want to buy a consolidation top on this. So we're just going to hang on to Intel, see if we get some imbalances as we go to Adara.
More interesting comments on Elon Musk from Donald Trump. So he's being asked here at this Invest America event, have you spoken to Elon Musk? Do you have any plans to speak to him? He said that he wishes Elon well. He says he would imagine that Elon wants to speak to him, but right now they don't have any plans he doesn't have any plans to speak to him. As of right now, not something that he's really thought about. Tesla doesn't care, pushing into 305 right now, but just letting you guys know, Donald Trump and Elon Musk apparently still not talking, though. Trump didn't necessarily rule it out. Back to you.
I mean, I'm glad that we answered that short question earlier when someone asked about shorting Tesla. I was like, hells to the no right there. The minute we broke and I was wrong on the direction early, I haven't even touched this thing. And we were waiting for, I had a bid at 297, a bid at 298. We never came through. We should have just respected the 50-period moving average, because there goes Tesla, man. 305 right now and incoming. Shut it to my guy. Shut it to everybody out there right now, as if you're riding your Lambo powered by Tesla right now, as it just straight upside. Those lights are too bright for me right here, but there it goes, man. Nice move higher for Tesla and not stopping at all. I think we go a lot higher right now. We're going 0 to 100 real quick in my ear right now, but this one right there. Oh, sure, let's do it, man. It's e-signal. Oh, Lord, right there. Scan that QR code right there, man, and grab your 1 month free from e-signal, sponsored by Trader TV Live. Get that going right now. All the winning charts right here, lightning fast market data, all these apps. You can tell we're in a good mood today. 50 plus brokers, easy to use, world-class customized. I'll just keep reading what's on the chart. Wide array of tools now as well. But all kidding aside, we do use these scanners that you're about to see in just a couple minutes, man. Dropping all this stuff down. Over 500 symbols is real awesome to be able to chart everything. And that's where you need those easy trading computers, because they do chew up. Because this is what it's all about right there. All of these scanners just blasting off all day on my screen right now, including right here, highlighting a stock called BTE, highlighting K-Web, SPY right now, Apple, AMD. This is e-signal right here. The trade rate indicator, just showing you sort of what's been popping off and what hasn't been. There's Rocket Lab today, Palantir, SoxL, American Airlines. There's that BT again. That must be nothing. There's ASTIS, ASTS there as well, climbing today, nicely up there. ASTIS up 12%. Warner Brothers turns red there today as well. Oh, Lord, again, there's Palantir, 132. Man, sorry about that, but I'm here from Toronto, so I have this Drake mix right now going on as we just watch out for some of these trades right now to the downside. NVIDIA, good couple outs. We have less than 10%. We talked about that. Run Forest. Archer Aviation as well. Waiting for this one to break through 11. If it does, then we'll get out of our last piece right there, as that's been a good one. And then AMD all the way up, man. Money. You know, again, there's one thing again about calling levels, like we were both on this name today. There's another thing taking it, and there it is right there, AMD. I think this was Traded great here early, just not great late. We could have got longer here and rode this 50 period all the way up, but coulda, woulda, shoulda. We're besides Circle. I'm having my best day of June right now, and it's adding up real quick. So nice move there as we drop some more Drake lines, but nice move to the upside. I think Tesla has the opportunity, especially with everything behind it, to regain some of these highs. I don't now, tomorrow on the sticky note, I'm calling it right now, unless something crazy, this is going to be my #1 long idea. Let's find out the levels for tomorrow. But I like Tesla. I like this candle today. The fact that we're sort of back up above 300 now, I think we're incoming into 340, 350 again, and then we'll see about 360. I like the stock. We don't have earnings anytime soon, and we have a good positive China talk. So yeah, man, I like the name. I like Tesla, and look at it just continue to rib higher, man. Shorts be damned, man. You guys getting squeezed out right now, and we keep going higher and higher right now with TSLA. So congratulations.
And with that, those names that we're all rallying on the SpaceX contract stuff, like ASTS, traders call it Astis, those are flunking right now. Down $1.50, breaking down pretty heavily here. Doesn't look very good for them. It was them. I don't know if Virgin Galactic was going, probably like Rocket. The other Rocket was doing pretty well as well. But they're looking relatively weak, unfortunately, for those names. I see people talking about Oklo going here quickly. It's 340. The only thing on the imbalance locator early is Nova and SU, and Nova is a penny stock, so we don't really care too much about that. QBTS, 700,000 to the buy side, could be worth. That could be something. QBTS, if it's anywhere near $1 million, that's a significant amount for that particular name. We did just get a slight pushback, and the only thing I was sitting in after the Robinhood has basically been, I've only been in 2 things this afternoon. One was a reload up here at 63 on Intel, and then there was a 71 long on Robinhood, and that's pretty much been it. I'll hang on to this for a flat bottom break on Intel because it stinks, and if it breaks that flat bottom, I want to be out in front of 2040 or so. So I'll just get that bit out there now. See what Robinhood is doing. Probably not going to give us too much of anything else. Yeah, it's slowed down. Still heading higher, but it's slowing down. Not precipitously, but certainly not as crazy as what you're seeing go on with Tesla. I'm pretty glad I didn't sell more Tesla on my swing on Friday, but it is very close to where I sold the second out, I should say. Trailed out at 310, literally on Thursday. And all of a sudden, you're right back. Well, you're almost right back at that same level. Like, I had a trailing stop on this from the 220 buy for the second third. First third, I took out at 280. Second third, I trailed out at 310. Now I'm just going to hold it. I own Tesla in my long-term account, and I have not touched that. But I'm talking about in the swing off of 220. Ultimately, like, ideally, I thought we were pressing back into 400 for these shares. So I'll try to let it fly. Man, you're going to close above the 200 period for Tesla today. Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. And Aura saying Joby is not tanking. Rocket Lab, some of those names are probably following because of that. Like RKLB, as I showed you guys, ASTS, Joby, is that going as well? But Joby's more of the eVTOL thing, right? It's the space names that are going down. Like Joby shouldn't be related to that. Like that's why ASTS is going down. That's why RKLB would be going down. It's the space-related names that you would think might get some contracts. Well, remember what happened to them when Tesla was tanking. Like this, when that tank happened, these guys were what, like $26, and now they're 30. You could see these pull all the way back in. It wouldn't surprise me one bit.
Yeah, we started from the bottom. Now we're here, man. I mean, Tesla started from 282, all the way up now to 308. Glad to have this as one of my red names, only red name really today. Apple's is here as well. We just came this out. That was a good trade there. NVIDIA is pulling back. I might just get out. We're getting closer and closer to those imbalances. Let me take out half of what we have right now again on that one. So yeah, some good outs happening all over the place now for NVIDIA, for Apple, for AMD, for Archer. You guys just mentioned Joby. Archer, we're still waiting for that to come out. And NVIDIA, sorry, NVIDIA. This is not NVIDIA. Hey, what's up? This, of course, is AMD. So we'll wait to see where that comes out at right now. AMD.
Oh, shout out Nimrod here.
Alibaba. Yeah, what's up with Nimrod? 20? Oh my God, dude, just send me the cash. Thank you for Nimrod right there. Yeah, good shout out, Neil. 20 super chats. It's $100 right there. So thank you so much for that, Nimrod. I mean, just keep it all coming, guys. I mean, you should automatically get accepted into that. We want to thank that right there as well. There's a reason for the past few that Tesla moves on parabolic fashion every day. Yeah, well, today we had Trump talking, and it looks like they are, and Trump starts to talk around this time anyways, but looks like they're just talking kindly every single day. I mean, again, the last couple of days we had Tesla dumping because, again, more things. I got to take this Drake out of my ear because I'm just getting too distracted here. But now we're doing back-to-back. But nice move up there for Tesla today. And again, it just looked like today that Trump and Elon Musk are not really fighting at all. Again, so I don't know who gave in there or who didn't, but there we go, upside. It was very interesting to see. And I just think, like, when I saw Donald Trump and his whole family, basically, it was not his whole family, but the daughter there, Jared, I don't know, her husband, they all showed up at this UFC event at 10:30 at night. I'm like, this man is 78 years old, chilling out. That event didn't end until 1 o'clock. So shout out to my guy. Yo, Matteo, what's going on there? Matteo. Yo, what's going on, my guy in the back? There's my Italian friend back there, Matteo, doing everything. This is the Canadian stock whisperer. Over there. That's it. So yeah, you better hide, my guy, before you become famous over there. You want to know any Canadian stock? There he is. Uh-oh, now we're there. What's up, Chow? Chow's over there as well. Big wave to my friends in the back. Sorry how obnoxious I am, but you guys are now on our studio. So shout out to you guys as well. Both working for Real Trading. So shout out to those guys in the back there.
Too much of that thing.
But there it is, man. Yeah, I'm listening to Drake from Degrassi. Yeah, that's a good one there. Wheelchair Drake in my ear.
That's the fake Degrassi.
Yeah, exactly.
We grew up on the real thing.
Going back to back.
Sean went to school with Snake. Well, from Degrassi. No, he didn't. So Sean's buddy in university.
His name is Snake.
He was spot on, looked exactly like Snake. It was dead on, to the point where I didn't even, what's his name again? It's
Adam.
Sorry. I knew him as Snake, so you know, when you get introduced and you have a nickname, and all of his boys, like everybody called the dude Snake. I don't know the guy's name was Adam.
He looked at me. We watched it like every lunch hour in our dorm there. Degrassi High, that was hilarious. Shout out to Philly. We got some Meek Mill in our ear right here.
Wow, 310 now on Tesla. It continues to absolutely fly to the upside. As much as this is like the strongest name out there, yeah, watch out. I think it could get nasty on like ASTS and Rocket as well. Those could really be cratering. Continuing to crater is probably the way to look at it. This is now parabolic. Wow. Hood is at the pre-market highs as well. See, what's weird about this is, like, see what's happening with Tesla? See what's happening with Hood and a few other names? The Nasdaq's rolling over right now.
Yeah.
Like it just tagged VWAP. The ES did as well. We're actually threatening to go red on the day to close this thing out. We only have 3 or 4 minutes until the imbalances are going to hit here. Let's see what they come out. And I wouldn't be surprised if you saw Tesla on there or some of the crypto names, of course, because that's going to be a big deal. David in the chat, I didn't even hear about the Elon till in Canada. It was 2 a.m. after getting to Edmonton and was like, what, my Tesla puts are in the money. Well, if you had Tesla puts, then that spat was probably the best thing to have woken up to or not heard about. But it was absolutely wild. But if it gets created on a whim, then it can reverse on a whim as well. That's sort of the thing. It's just like the tariffs, right? Like if one kind of headline or a couple of tweets one way are going to cause stock movement, drop in $20, $30, then how hard is it for it to pump like $5 or $6 in the other direction? That's what we're seeing with Tesla. Thank you, Marcus, Steven Johnson, MSJ, for the super chat. We appreciate you as well. Appreciate you right there. Again, some love from Israel as well. Thank you, Yaron.
What's up, Yaron?
Oh my goodness, now Hood's at 73. We're never going to get that dip buy in the personal if Robinhood only just keeps on bouncing.
Yeah, that's why I'm done with waiting for things, man. Like I wanted Amazon, bang. We wanted Marvell, bang. We wanted all those things, bang, 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 bang. Because you wait for things, man, and
I bought too many things this year.
I know, and that's the thing, right?
The thing is, I was buying in March, which was early, and then I bought there's some stuff I bought. It's just Robinhood. Look, Robinhood's the one that I regret the most because there's a literal, it's like I bought SoFi instead of it. So that'll always be that thing for me. It doesn't matter how much I make on SoFi. The only thing I will think about, I haven't even looked at SoFi today, the only thing I will think about is how much I could have made on Robinhood. You know what? SoFi's, yeah, it's actually not that bad in SoFi alone. I didn't buy that dip on SoFi, but I'm in it at around 7 something overall. It's just that Robinhood was much, much better. And it's just a stronger stock, that's all. All right, we only have about 2 minutes to go, so trailing stop.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Intel. 2 minutes to go till the imbalances, by the way. The market still has plenty of time. And we are going to be able, I was told, we are going to be able to have Michael on. We couldn't have him this morning, but the team did a great job getting everything back up, so he will be on via Zoom. I know he probably want to talk about some of the aviation names. We'll ask him about crypto and how Fartcoin is doing on a day like today. Let's go to Adair.
So just so you guys know, yeah, we're about a minute away here from the imbalances, and Donald just left the stage here, or I guess the round table at this Invest America event. That event is now over as we head into the very end of the trading day. Back to you.
It's over.
Over.
All right, 40 seconds to go till the imbalances hit. You're probably looking out for Tesla, crypto-related names, maybe, I don't know, maybe an NVIDIA. NVIDIA could go red on the session as well. Like that's kind of
we got
wild.
out of all that.
I think it's a weird one. Like there's no explanation I'm aware of for why specifically NVIDIA was so weak. But in a day where AMD is holding court, it could just be some rotation. It's like out of the leader and into some of the laggards.
Going in.
I could potentially buy that. But 10 seconds till the imbalances come in here, guys. We'll let you guys know what they are in real time. But the market pulling back, crypto and Tesla absolutely flying. We're at 108.5 on Bitcoin. Robinhood now at 73 as it goes. NVIDIA 4.5 million to buy. Intel's a buy, punching out. Yeah, so it's basically just NVIDIA. 4.5 million buy NVIDIA, 2 million Intel. That'll pair off. It always does. You've got Verizon. Who cares about that? 1.3. I don't know what VTRS is at 1.1 million. That could be some kind of a random index action. Plug Power is a 1 million sell. That was moving around earlier today. But it's really just NVIDIA. Apple, 900,000 to the buy side. That's chump change. WFC, 800,000. Broadcom's 800,000 to the buy side. They've been kind of weak today over on Broadcom. Not the best day for AVGO, although rallying a little bit. Well, trying to rally a little bit here is Broadcom. Down 1%.
Yeah, I know. That's one I want to.
Well, it's a curious one. You can't look, man. You can't blame it on the quarter. Like I'm not sitting here being some kind of a financial analyst, but let's be real. You couldn't have read that report and said it was bad. I just think it's the case of a stock that was at a 52-week high that's getting a little bit of a sell-off there. Nothing really too bad about it.
I got out of everything, man. Yeah, monster. Just big trades today, man. I mean, that's what we're here for. Good moves there. NVIDIA got a buy. I actually emptied out of NVIDIA, on the way down. We had a very, very small amount left. I just didn't want that to go in the other way there. Intel. A bad decision there for me being into that one. We already talked about all of these. So, all right, we're out of Archer as well. That was a good one. We got out right there at 28 or whatever on the way back in for that. So, yeah, man, everything's been going really well today as we're out. Let's just continue to watch Tesla, man. What about 310? Can I get a 310? Can I get a 311? Can I get a 312? I mean, this is what's going to be happening tomorrow in these levels. So just be careful with Tesla overnight. If you guys have puts, I mean, up to you to do whatever. I'd go for a little bit longer of an expiry right here because you're looking for a story, because right now the stories are just positive right now on Tesla. Remember, Tesla was cruising until we had that sort of spat. So I really think Tesla continues to work. There's that downside play. We break through 340 and the rest is history, but there's a nice upside play coming for TSLA, I think. Anyways, we really love this stock, especially when there's news, and right now they be news on Tesla, especially if China can get it all figured out there. Let's see what happens there. Again, steel, tariffs, aluminum, all of that, all going to be good if they can get it all worked out there for TSLA. I love the stock. It's going higher. What's up to Tesla? Eli Lilly right now as well. Not doing much. Want to check back in as well. But again, not too much going on right there. They wishing on me. JP Morgan, no, not JP Morgan, sorry. Google was another one I wanted to see right here. 176. So we lightened up on Google. Bad decision, man, up there at 160. I told you we put some money in Lilly, but Google really has been working off of some of those lows. We've had people, Scott Tileman called this the best looking Mag 7 chart. There's a lot of people that really love this name. And I still do, man. I still like it. It's still a big position. It was my largest position. We trimmed that. Now Amazon is. And again, really like Google, but just was overweighted in it. So we'll wait to see if it continues to climb higher. There's a lot of room to the upside if you're trying to play like some get up in the name. Google doesn't look like Microsoft, Meta, or anything.
I still like Meta better.
Right there. Yeah.
I just wanted more Meta more than anything else. He had to sell something.
Meta's been, you guys know when I was pounding the table on about $100 on Meta, Sharif had a great trade down there as well. That's where sort of, I haven't bought Meta since those lows. So part of it is like, I want to be long only forever. And I'm selling some more to get some in some indexes. But at the end of the day, I think, the U.S. and just sort of the money generation there that's going to be coming from the S&P 500 and from the NASDAQ names, just wealth creation. And it's been like that since I've been starting to invest. Obviously, there's going to be some bad times, and we saw one. We've seen a few in the last couple of years, including COVID. And then we just had a huge drop down, one of the largest, fastest bear markets in history, followed by one of the fastest bull markets. So, I mean, the markets are here. There's a lot of money on the sidelines, and I think things continue to work. Tesla is pulling back. Let's wait to see Tesla tomorrow, but I'm really excited already for tomorrow's trade and hoping it's not raining because I have God's plan in my ear, and hopefully God's plan today is not rain because we do have practice tonight, but some coaches are already checking out the field, and it turns out that it looks pretty good. So
we got basketball, so I don't have to worry about the
you got some indoor. Okay, so that's okay. What's up, Adara?
What's up here is the One for All competition here from Trade the Pool. One the All is the new trading competition from Trade the Pool. It's never been done before because everyone will be trading together on one shared account with $1 million in buying power. This starts on June 16th and it ends on June 18th. Now, what's the goal here? To beat the QQQs. For example, if the Qs or the NASDAQ here moves up by 3% or down by 3%, you want to aim for a larger move. And so what's in it for you? Everyone wins, plus there's $675,000 in prizes. There's 20 evaluation accounts up for grabs. One account, one mission, one for all. Scan that QR code and join the team now. Back to you.
Positive.
Yeah, I'm just, that's an interesting challenge. When they say everyone wins, I'm kind of curious, like anyone that beats the index is going to win that one? Or let's see it. It's an interesting thing. But as we said, we'll do it tomorrow, maybe tomorrow, hopefully tomorrow. We're going to have a discussion about how to get this short-only play for Trader TV Live. Because in a bull market, it's always fun to see what's the thing that you don't like. I promise you this. I got $1, and when I say I got $1, it's because I love trading places. So every single bet that's jokes is $1. $1 says ain't no one around here picking Tesla for that short pick for the rest of the year. That's easily, no one's going to pick that.
No, I don't think so.
It did get to 310-ish just now. So that key level, 310's not nothing. 310 was a pretty key level. That key level is holding. It's kind of hard to tell here, but on that initial down push day, I guess it was more 310 to 313. That level is holding, but the gap fill is almost complete. And I like some Tesla. I can wish that I didn't sell some, but at the time, it was a swing anyways. We'll see if we can't hold the rest for something closer to 400. Deal of the art, never say never. You're right. Never say never, but I know I'm not going to pick Tesla as my short. I'm very certain, knowing Sean, that he's not going to pick it. I know Joe's not picking Tesla as a short. And so what's left?
Remember, Joe's the one that sold his at 224. He may not like Tesla.
Maybe. Okay, I could be wrong about Joe. I could be wrong. Maybe Joe would. Sharif, I'm pretty sure wouldn't. I'm pretty sure about that, and then Dara as well. So yeah, it's just an educated guess, knowing us around here. I'm sure there's lots of people that would be bearish on Tesla from a valuation standpoint that would pick it as a short. I'm just talking about like the six of us. I'm going to get up to the desk so we can finish things off. We'll have Brian Chan. I almost said Brian Chan. We have Michael Noss coming on. He couldn't make it this morning. Yep. Good day today. Good luck, everyone holding Tesla into the close, 4% and trying to climb.
Man, I love all these Lil Wayne and Drake joints, man. Right now, Over we have Thank Me Later, Drake. I mean, just great tune right here. We're having a great day. live here at Trader TV Live, and we want to, of course, thank everybody for continuously watching and supporting the show. I mean, that means a lot to all of us here. So thank you for everybody for that. Right, means a lot. So yeah, we're still going here. Tesla, just have a quick look at this at the end of the day. It looks like it does want to pull back just a little bit, but this 308 is holding pretty nicely. So I'm just thinking tomorrow, these are some good levels, man, and I'm excited. 302 tomorrow. 300, we'll see if we can hold that. Just looking to see if there's going to be any sort of stories here. And, if they are, then great. And we're going to be here for that tomorrow on TSLA. Let's see where NVIDIA winds up going out here today. 142.70. I mean, this is my number 2 P&L name there today. And we could go over all the trades. I mean, Apple we only have a minute and a half left. That was a good one. Here, let's just see. What's Rigetti doing here into the close? 11.30. I know we got out of Archer at 11.28. That was okay, good price. That was $1 from these bottoms. We actually called that bottom there, and lucky that we never got flipped out, because if we did, then that would have been a little bit of an issue for me there, but thankfully it wasn't. So that's a good one there. As the SPY turns red, no. Will the spot green right now? Looking at the S&P 500 now almost flat on the day. Are the banks pulling back here a little bit? Because yeah, pretty decently. All right, I should have got out of some JP Morgan there today as well, as that's trying to pull back. I don't know what's popping, man. Apple downside again. We had a good little short on Apple, that's for sure. We'll see if we can hit that again, but Apple, nice move down. We'll play that maybe tomorrow. Amazon's pumping to 217. Google's 1 and change. We now only have 25 minutes. Robinhood only down now 2%. So again, man, one thing to call it, another thing to trade it. Robinhood, no scratches for me today, but what a great move higher there. Bouncing off 68.50 into the close. Going out only 10 seconds left. This is brought to you by StreamX right there. Thank you to StreamX for that. And also BSGM is the symbol. 3, 2, and 1. Go check them out. Thank you, Adara. Hey, man, I'm your boy, Sean. It's been a crazy day today, man. Apple, Archer, AMD, Amazon, NVIDIA, and Tesla. That's 6 names. That's probably 3 too many, but we had a huge day. We're really proud of that. And I just want to thank everybody for coming through, and hopefully you're able to do that tomorrow. Join us all at 8:30 tomorrow morning, as we'll see where Tesla winds up and where everything else winds up going. Oh, man, now we've got... How come Trophies by Drake ends as soon as the market closes? Today was definitely one of these days. Shout out to my kid there today. Look, it's almost Father's Day right here. This is Father's Day 5 years ago, although it looks like 2026. It was Father's Day 2020 right there. My son at the time threw me this. So shout out to that one right here. Trophies today, man, and we're happy to lift it. So thank you so much for watching. It's 4 o'clock. Adara's gone, but Neil's over at the desk. Let's throw it over there now. For Sean, we're gone. Thanks, Sharif, today. Thanks, Joe, Neil, everybody, Andre, Fabian, Ramin, everybody that's doing their best today. Thank you so much. And thank you to all of you for watching, because without you, we ain't got no show. And I just trade by my lonesome and listen to some Drake. Have a good one tonight, wherever you're going. Have some fun, and we'll catch you on the flip side tomorrow at 8:30. Ciao till then.
Thank you very much. Market recap starts right about now. You thought it was going to be about WWDC and Apple's event? No mas. No. As a matter of fact, it's the opposite. Look, obviously, sell the news did happen over there on Apple, but the big story in the afternoon was a little bit of making up, kiss and make up, whatever you want to call it, bro hug, whatever it might be. I don't know that it's gone that far between Trump and Elon, but certainly a little bit of a walk back, enough to get Tesla going. Up 4% today. Now, keep in mind, Tesla was already strong on the session before the late day breakout. It had made that nice little bit of a bottom. So that 4%, it's more impressive than just that. Because technically, this looks fantastic, and we'll get into some of this if it can hold 300 tomorrow. We have to see what happens overnight with Tesla, but when it's just a couple of tweets and a couple of comments that send the stock down a load, then all you need is a couple in the other direction to head us right back into the upside for Tesla. But we did have the WWDC event for Apple. Starting out, the event kicked off at 1 o'clock. It was a sell the news. Actually, oddly enough, it didn't get to that 206 I had on my note, but 206 ends up being the high, but not since the event started. bounces off 205 down to the 200 level. Apple down 1%. I feel as if the late day rally in crypto names and Tesla masked what was going on, the disappointment with Apple, WWDC, dragging the market down with it, because overall, at Dara, the Qs ended up not at the low of the day, but breaking down the opening range. The opening range breakout levels in the Qs, which we had to support for most of the day, those ended up getting taken out very, very late in the day. So it was a market pullback despite the exuberance in some of the crypto names, despite the exuberance in Tesla.
I think part of why that happened, Neil, was just because after that massive move to the downside, Apple just kind of chilled for the rest of the afternoon. That's truthfully what I think. I can show my very marked up trading view chart if you guys would like. I apologize. There are a lot of lines here. I need to minimize that. There we go.
You like lines.
So yeah, cool. So I'm going to focus here on this AVWAP. I dropped this anchored VWAP when we get this fluctuation of volume into the downside. If you look at this AVWAP, once we break back below it here around 230, we don't really break back above it until we get this reaction here into the close. So for the most part, we're really just kind of fluctuating below this level of excitement when we had this push to the downside on AAPL. This kind of looks like a bear flag, though, Neil, heading into tomorrow. I will say that. This double bounce, though, at 200 was like gorgeous. I was watching this when it happened in the order book. It really did give it to you twice. And both times you thought we might break below 200. And then Apple was like, no, you don't. We're not that Tim Cook, not yet. But I will say, as someone who also watched the WWDC presentation, it was different for sure. I'm just going to pull up the Apple chart. Yeah, it was pretty meh. And I think what I noticed too, especially early on when we got this first initial push to the downside and then this second push to the downside, what happened was we really had them saying, oh, well, we know you guys wanted this, so we gave you this thing. And I'm like, but what people wanted was AI. So everything you say that they wanted that you've given them that isn't the thing they really, really want just seems like you're being really short-sighted. This initial push to the downside, though, came when they said, oh, yeah, we're working on a Siri and Apple Intelligence update maybe later this year. So clearly it's not a priority for them. That's pretty concerning. And I think given that it's a priority for consumers, it feels kind of egregious. But that's just my take. And at least I think that's how it certainly manifested in the chart.
Well, I mean, certain companies learn the hard way. You got to give the people what they want, right? Disney, I'm looking at you. But I know Apple, bit of a disappointment. But what was not disappointing was crypto today. Now, IBIT, Bitcoin recovering day, 108,000, gapping up and looking strong. And of course, the administration's all behind crypto right now in the moment. IBIT, strong trend up. I know Joe was long. I was long today as well. And it's looking pretty good to make another retest some all-time highs. Now, obviously, we got a little bit more work to do. But that prior top that was sitting at 108, that's where we got. To be just underneath the 62 level and looking fantastic, and a host of names were able to get some relief off of that. All of the sellers that ran away from Robinhood because they didn't get added to the S&P 500, Hood was down over 5% earlier today, looking like it was going to fill in the gap all the way down to the prior highs that we made in February. Instead, late in the afternoon, it really continued further than I thought. I thought it was a scalp trade. Like it was a consolidation. Look at this tight consolidation at 71. What I love about that trade is there's some chatter going on in crypto. Bitcoin's breaking out the high, and you essentially have a 20-cent range in Robinhood where you can just punch the break and then take the dollar move. Well, it went to 73. It then went to 73.5. Robinhood's barely even down. It filled in the entirety of the gap from the morning and tries to shrug it off. Now, clearly, it wasn't the best day for it if you were a buyer in the afternoon on Friday in anticipation of them being added to the S&P 500. Right? Because anyone that bought that candle, there were buys all the way to $80. So when that announcement didn't happen, there's still some people that are out of the water or under the water on those longs. But still a very good day for Robinhood and the crypto names.
And I think part of why it was a good day for Robinhood, too, I don't want to speculate too much, because App 11, which was also down on the same catalyst, it bounced a little bit as well. I haven't looked at it in a while. But Robinhood, I was literally just looking at this now. Vlad Tenev posting, because in case you guys missed it, he was at Invest America. Robinhood is going to be part of this initiative to give these newborn babies these $1,000 accounts. So Hood actually pushed a little bit higher here as well. But I do want to mention, too, one thing that is not necessarily market related, but was kind of hilarious. And I saw someone mentioning it in the chat as well. So here's Uber. Uber CEO Dara Khosrowshahi, and I'm not sure I'm pronouncing that correctly, but I'm doing a little bit better than the president was. He was at the event today, and I only say that because he kept saying Dara, and at one point he actually said thank you, Adara, and I legitimately was really confused, and I know some people in the chat were mentioning that as well. So
Get it, Adara.
I was not at the event, guys.
Get it, Adara.
Thank you there, Sharif. Said Sharif. I'm so used to saying that because Sharif usually says it to me. Thank you, Neil. And yeah, I guess thank you, Trump, as well for saying that. But yeah, no, all jokes aside, Uber, this was like a crazy kind of, so you have a double top here, 87, 85. Then we get to a little lower double top here, 87, 80, and then we just slump. It's like a very interesting slow grind rounded top here for UBER, the CEO of which is not myself. So I just wanted to mention that because I thought it was kind of funny. Why did Meta drop so much, says B. Saunders? I didn't see anything on that. It kind of dropped here at VWAP, making these lower highs and lower lows in slow time, I would honestly say, throughout the session. But also, I had normal special mentioning that CASY or Casey General Stores reporting earnings. They had a move, a pretty nice move here. Not a ton of volume on the stock generally. I'm also not seeing the numbers yet, but if I see anything, I will give them to you guys. But yeah, just a shout out to Uber. Abdullah asking about Lilly this week. I can look at that after, but yeah, what are you looking at right now, Neil, ahead of Michael Noss joining us?
Well, I wanted to at least mention the uranium names here and the nuclear names. I see in the chat here Sundar asking about Oklo and Roku. I haven't looked at Roku, but Oklo in the space. Look, uranium up 4.5%. And of all the ETFs that we have listed here, you're going to see on the right side, it's the strongest one. Silver, of course, continuing its breakout, but this trend held all day long. You have URA breaking out on the daily. I mean, this is gorgeous. Who doesn't? I mean, if you don't like charts that look like this, then you don't like charts, or you're some kind of a bear, which is fine. I have nothing against bears. I think as a day trader, I can be. I'm never really much of a bear in the long term, but the day trade you can be. But that's a big breakout happening right there in URA. You would have seen Oklo look pretty strong here as well in sympathy. Whoops, I just typed OKLO, not Okla, Oklo. And the good thing about this is while you're breaking out in uranium, yeah, you've got a chance as day traders. We have a chance to see this, knock on wood, test a breakout tomorrow on OKLO. Double top at 59, just under that 60 level, been on an absolute tear. You do have to watch out. Clearly there are sellers in the high 50s on OKLO. SMR is setting up for a pretty good breakout. Didn't trade this today. I think that was a mistake, not looking at this name in particular. I like them, I own them. In the long term, well, in the swing, it's actually I have it in my swing account, but at this point it's a long-term play because I've already scalped them out. I like this play. One of these two is probably going to challenge that breakout on the daily. So uranium strong and the nuclear names continuing their press much, much higher. Did want to go back over, we're expecting to have Michael Noss come through and join us. But one thing that we didn't talk too much about today, negotiations starting in London between the US and China, and some positives coming out of it early. No deals made just yet, but you had KWeb up 2 points. That's on the verge. On the daily, look, KWeb looking pretty good. Lower high double top at 35. If this can get going, you've got room to the high. Nice little 10% jaunt it could make. Two setup side. I've been eyeballing Alibaba for when it finally, it just now closed above that 120 and the 50-period moving average, so it's now back above the 50 to make another leg higher. So tomorrow morning, I know, barring some kind of crazy headline that's negative, because that can always happen, Alibaba's on my radar tomorrow after closing that 50-period on the daily and breaking out that prior high. As long as it can hold the prior, it's like Friday's high in here. Well, I guess that's Thursday's high, 120, 150. I'll be looking for some longs in Alibaba. Good start to the week for the Chinese names as well.
Yeah, I think one thing, too, with the Chinese ADRs that's interesting with regards to these negotiations is I don't know if the entire camp of the administration is united as to what's happening, and I'm going to explain why. So we had pretty early in the day, right after the negotiations started, more or less, sources from the U.S. were basically saying, so here's the FXI chart for context, a little bit of a rounded top at the end of the day, but strong, as Neil mentioned. We had these White House sources saying it's going to probably take about 2 days. Meanwhile, Kevin Hassett was saying here, that is the senior economic advisor for the White House. He was saying that, it'll just be a quick, strong handshake and then the meeting's done. That wasn't what happened. And what's interesting, too, is Kevin Hassett said before 8 a.m. during a CNBC interview that the team was definitely willing and ready to ease these export controls or release them entirely if the meeting went well. Well, then a couple hours later, the market moves on a Wall Street Journal report suggesting that Trump is considering moving these controls. Well, we already knew that, right? So there's just a lot of misinformation. Then later in the day, we get comments coming from Bessent and Lutnick, who are still in London negotiating. They're going to have another day of talks tomorrow. But regardless, they had basically said, oh, the talks went well, they were fruitful. Then Trump saying during this Q&A here at the Invest America event that he has no idea how the talks went. No one's called him yet. So lots of miscommunication, lots of fun, exciting, who knows? But I think either way, it's worth noting the talks seem to be happening. They seem to be going well, and the market is responding positively, which for our purposes, I would say matters the most. As of right now, I was seeing some analysts saying, though, that regardless of what gets discussed, this is only going to be like a short-term solution. There's still, of course, a lot of longer-term animosity to talk about. So
that's the issue. Like it's so complicated with China because what you essentially have happening is, the world's biggest superpower and the one that's emerging and wants to take it over are jostling or jockeying for position. And there's lots of issues that you don't see discussed as much, especially U.S. dollar dominance. And like we were talking about it in the afternoon show, how one of the ways that I think in a lot of these negotiations going on with individual countries and tariffs that you might see going on the sidelines is to say, hey, look, another way for you to keep the U.S. dollar strong is to tell other countries you should be buying U.S. denominated stable coins, which that theory's been out there for a while, and you're starting to see that strength. I mean, Circle's a perfect example in there. Speaking of which, I feel like Circle disappointed some people today. Only up 7.5%, trended down for most of the day. Now, in its very brief existence in the stock market, it's been spectacular. Ask anybody who's day traded it. But today it was about as clean a short off the open as you're going to find, and then a continuation short. One thing I'm reminded of, and I'm not saying this is going to CoreWeave because you can't make the direct comparison to CoreWeave in terms of what it's going to do, because CoreWeave did not do at all initially what we saw with Circle, which is go completely ridiculously parabolic. CoreWeave actually broke higher, retested its low, and then broke out the IPO top. That's something we've seen in the past, where you get a few days of exuberance, you pull back, consolidate either beneath or at the IPO bottoms, not the issue price, but we're talking about the lows that get made after you come to market. And then when you retake that initial high, it gets really spicy. So I don't wonder if we're not in that phase with Circle where you just have to wait around for it to retest and make some kind of a challenge of the lows again. If it does, if I see that pattern where it just trends back down, holds on to the 60, maybe you look to see if it can hold that low, and then if it ever breaks out 140 later after retesting the bottom, that could be spicy. But disappointing. I know it's up 7.5%, but you pull up that intraday chart and not the best of days for them. What's crazy about that move at the end of the day in the futures, we saw Apple to the downside, we saw Meta to the downside. You had some very, very strong names which all of a sudden we're losing the bid for no good reason. Initiation of trade talk, strong start to the week, not really any bad news there. And I'm just kind of curious if there isn't a little bit of exhaustion for some of these bigger cap names because of how far they've gone. I mean, for just playing devil's advocate, maybe Meta was weak at the end of the day here because it went from 500 to 700 and there's just some profit taking. And people need some money to go throw somewhere else. That's the only thing I can think of because it was absolutely cruising. Maybe it's a little bit of sympathy to Apple. Who knows? Maybe Apple was the excuse for some strong stocks to start selling off there. Because if you were watching Tesla or crypto like I was in the afternoon, you barely even noticed all the selling that was happening in some of the Mag 7 that wasn't Tesla.
And I want to say as well, I kind of alluded to this earlier, I would actually make the argument that Meta was a weaker name today all day. And I'm going to actually tell you guys why I think that as someone who was trading a little bit today. So we had this beautiful push off the open here. We, make a low early on here around 690, 640s. Then we very quickly make a high of day at 705, and that is all within, this is within 12 minutes, guys. So we move a cool $9 in about 12 minutes. Then we got a drop here. We bounce a little bit off the 700. We hold it nicely. At this point, we're holding VWAP. So I attempt along. But if you guys notice, we really are never able to make a new high of day after that. We only steadily make lower lows. Now, why this is a tricky trade was because these lower lows were not consistent. So if you try to get into a short here and you're risking to, for example, either this previous high there or this previous high at 701, either way, you get wicked out. That happened to me here at the 701.60, because if you're looking at this, you're trying to play it with sympathy with Apple, which it did for a second. It looks really positive, but Meta was really tricky, and you really have to look for a much higher time frame, higher lows in order to not get wicked out of this thing. Then we get a much more consistent sell-off after that, but by this point, like this move here, this down and then up, this is already happening well into the Apple event. So this drop came a little bit later, just to kind of contextualize this a bit. Anyways, long story short, my argument is Meta was kind of a short all day, but it was a very difficult short to play, and you had to be very artsy and tricky with it. I unfortunately was not so, but there's always a new day tomorrow.
Trading is often, it's more art than science. Like a lot of things. Like there's the science of you better have an approach that you're attempting to refine and using data in your favor to get positive expectancies. But when you start executing, especially day trading, you're gonna find that there's a lot of art to it. Like there's been times when I'll read something in the tape that gets me out of a stock and you're like, yeah, what a great out that was. I was gonna hold it a little longer, and we saw something in the book and we got out of it, and then look at it go the other way. And then I've done that same thing, and then someone psyched me out in the book. And you're like, oh.
Isn't that the worst?
Yeah, they trick you. It's like you see it, it's like something that usually looks like a reversal, like a big whale, and the other maybe selling the stock and flip you out, which is what they do every now and then. It happens, but that's why it's more sometimes art than science. I want to shout out to anyone that's been in the silver breakout here. Bit of a continuation today. Might be time to start looking at SLV on the morning show a little bit more, because it's a pretty significant break, and it doesn't do it justice to only look at this. To only look at it on a daily chart, I think is kind of weak. On a monthly, you get an idea of what we're coming into. Nice rounded bottom, local breakout already. Happened at 27 for SLV, silver, lagging gold, and now you're getting some late break and some catch-up play. I think it's got room on the current move to get to 34, so I don't see why it's not trending into that, and then see if you can't go a little bit further. Now, the daily chart, which I know for us shorter-term traders is what we're looking at, the continuation looks fantastic. Just keep in mind, like throughout the day, and the reason why I said we got to start looking at this, technically pretty solid. Like this is not going to go 33, like 37, 38, parabolic like an SMR would as a similarly priced name. But what you can get are very clean moves, and that's why when I was noticing this breakout in the daily, it's like, well, can you trade this? And I looked at what happened in here off of the open, and it was just a simple, here's your pre-market high break, 33.11 or so, and then right here at 9:30, you get an open range top at 33.11. Look at what happens when it breaks out that double top. It doesn't go a lot far initially, but this wick on the pullback is 33.10. So you've got 33.11 top, 33.10 on a dip, and then a break of 33.16. Well, that looks like 6 or 7 cents worth of risk to me on a long in a worst case scenario if you're taking this mini breakout or this consolidation and look at it trend up. So that entry is there for you, whether you take the initial breakout, whether you take the consolidation, whether you take the dip back into prior high, or whether you take the breakout here, 33.16, in an upward trending stock. So I see, it looks executable to me over on silver. We don't just have to talk about this. This is something you can trade as a day trader and does decent volume as well. We do love that look. Is there news? I see Darwin mentioning Disney moving around here. We know Disney had a good run. I mean,
I'll look into it.
Up
right now.
1% here. Darwin, Disney feels like it's breaking. I never ended up selling my Disney to put into Netflix, which was one of the best decisions I made in the last couple of years. That said, I never went back into Disney, which is also now looking like a good runner.
Yeah, so I have some news on Disney. We have a small cap mover as well. I'll talk about this one quickly. Marin Software with just under 3 million share float, 2.89 million shares, 8.5% short float. Now seeing that they entered into a non-binding letter of intent with a private equity firm for a possible asset sale. So good look here for MRIN, up like 100% post-market. DIS, this is what we want to talk about here. So apparently, they're going to have to be paying an additional $438.7 million to NBC Universal following the completion of their Hulu equity appraisal process finalizing their purchase of the 33% stake that was held by NBC Universal. Apparently, this payment is going to be recorded as a non-controlling interest charge. It'll be excluded from their adjusted EPS guidance for fiscal 2025. Now, the exclusion from the guidance could maybe be what's lifting us here. We did get a little bit of a post-market move. This is one of those stories that I think is interesting post-market, but in my experience, from what I've seen as someone who does the watch list, a lot of times you see these stories that you think are going to be huge movers in the morning, and then they're not even a blip. I think this Disney story might be one of those, but I'm totally willing to be wrong for the sake of my ease of writing the watch list and for Disney fans everywhere, so I'll have to wait and see what happens there. I don't think it's going to be a huge mover, but really quickly as well, Neil, if you don't mind, I want to talk about MongoDB. Someone in the chat here was asking our thoughts on MongoDB. I just did some quick chartistry on this one. Bagholder Trading is the name of this individual. So let's take a look here at MDB. And I'm going to be honest with you. I did a couple. This is the 1 month. What I see here are lower highs. Going to be just really straight up here. This is like, I can't believe this thing was almost at 600, 590-esque. Then we get another lower high, 511. Then we get a much lower high coming through here, 365. And then, I mean, what I will say here that I think could kind of cut either way is this double bottom around, where is this line here, 146s. So when you, I'm going to zoom in a little bit more here. So the weekly chart, I mean, lower high, lower high. We almost, it looks like on earnings, potentially broke out of this weekly downtrend, but I would want to give it some time. Now, the next level of support resistance above that 140s-ish area is 220. We respected this a lot, or I guess 217-ish. We respected this a lot here on earnings so far in the earnings reaction. It's a good look. It's kind of wrestling right now with its previous earnings anchor VWAP from the, I guess, 2 reports now, the December report. Right now, well above the earnings AVWAP from May. So I think if we can stay above this 150-ish, 146 level, it's positive. Either way, though, I think the fact that we have this double bottom with lower highs is not like the most pleasing to me. So I would probably be a little bit patient here. I think it's a much better look if we can take out this next weekly resistance level around 296, 300. That's just my take.
It's definitely, it didn't give you the follow through that you wanted. We were talking about that one on earnings, how good it was. I think for the very short term, anyone that's bought the bottom, you're probably pretty happy with Mongo as long as it holds on to 200, because that's the level on the daily that would give you the most concern. That's where you gapped from. But it does seem like it wants to retest that level. Oftentimes you make that gap after earnings, and when there's no buyers after that, you come back and you start to fill in that gap. It was still a pretty good one for them last week. Tesla, by the way, Tesla's actually attempting to make another high here. If you're just tuning in now and you missed today or just missed the afternoon, then the big move was Tesla late in the session, breaking away from 300. Donald might be keeping his red Tesla. Maybe they're not fighting anymore. Maybe they've made up. I don't know, but it does seem like the worst of it. Like the key thing I think here is I don't think we have to worry about the loss of government contracts. I don't think we have to worry about the weight of the administration against maybe some the regulators not allowing robotaxi to go forward. Like those types of things that were concerns. It feels like we're walking back from that. That's why Tesla's up 5 points. Just try to take out 310 again. It's like the third time it's tried to do it in the aftermarket. We actually haven't broken through that level yet just yet, but it looks like it's pretty good here for Tesla. We'll probably come in looking pretty bearish on it tomorrow after being bullish on it tomorrow after being pretty bearish the last couple of sessions. It was this, but there's another side to that coin. That's some of these names that it rallied on. I mean, the hopes is the wrong way to think about it, but I suppose for them it was. If some of those government contracts were lost, say SpaceX, you had ASTS, which was up on that the last couple of days. That pulled back late today. Actually, it's still up 10%, but pulled back pretty heavily late in the day. Closing not on the lows, but giving up $2 there. Uber fared a little bit better as a sympathy kind of name. Slight pullback, but as expected, some of the money that would have rotated out of Tesla and into these names, it plays in both directions. So when you're watching those, I mean, obviously we all know when Adara's coming with the hot goods and the headlines, when she says Tesla's moving and she gives you the news, of course you're going to pull up Tesla. But don't forget some of those sympathy plays, because there was a continuation short on ASTS that I wish I had, because right when Tesla started going the second time, there was an easy short on ASTS. But I wasn't really thinking sympathy play in that moment. But if your head goes there first, then you can get what can be a pretty easy trade. Like this bounced, went right back into the prior low, and then dumped again. I mean, that's nice. And that's like $1. That's about as easy as it gets, right? Because you know where you're looking. If it starts to curl, it's at 35.25. Like maybe you get 20s, you give it 10 cents, and it drops almost a full buck. And you know what's in play. and you know which direction you want, and you can see Tesla flying anyway. So you can just sit there and feel pretty good about it, but you got to know where to look. That's why the watch list is fantastic. Like our free watch list in the morning, it doesn't just give you the news and the stock, it'll give you the sympathy plays to that news as well.
I do that when I can, for sure, if there are any, because I'm a huge fan of sympathy and antipathy plays. A lot of times, too, sometimes you'll see a story, you'll think about the main thing and you'll report that. Then you see on X people mentioning other things moving. And then you kind of have to use your brain to be like, oh, that's why that's moving. It's a lot of, and I mean, I will say I think I'm lucky to have the memory that I have because I think it allows me to make these connections a little bit quicker and give them to you guys as quickly as I can. But yeah, there's a lot of that. And I actually want to pause it, Neil. I think the reason that I think there's two reasons Uber didn't move as much as Astus or Rocket Labs or any of those other names. It's because I think for one here, you had the benefit of Dara, Trump, his name is Dara, not Dara, the CEO of Uber actually being at the Invest America event. Now, Dell actually moved on Michael Dell's presence, but I think that's because Trump really highly praised Michael Dell. Uber didn't really move much, but the point is it didn't really drop on this either. It only kind of slumped a little bit later with the rest of the market. My second point that I want to make with regards to why Uber didn't move as much is we know that Uber and Tesla are competitors in this space a little bit, right? We know that that's kind of been a thing. The only time Uber significantly moves is if we get a change in that status. So for example, when we had Elon saying how quickly he wants to get these robotaxis out there, when he says they don't want to buy Uber, they don't need to buy Uber, that's when we get these moves in Uber. Now, if we just have, they're going to maybe not cancel these government contracts, that wouldn't impact Uber because Uber didn't really rely on them. It's not a huge change in their relationship. Now, it does change the relationship bought into Astus and Rocket Labs, et cetera, because or Archer Aviation too, because they think this is going to be a great play. Elon is not getting these contracts. We have an opportunity. That now has been fundamentally changed, at least potentially in their minds, when Trump says that he likes his Starlink. I mean, he was really flaky about his Tesla, actually. He said, I might move it somewhere. I don't know. I have a lot of locations. But he said very firmly he's keeping Starlink. He thinks it's a good service. So that, I think, could be why it moved. I think it just impacted the space side of things more than it impacted the Tesla side of things. That is my very long-winded explanation over. I can't believe it's almost 30 Neil.
It is. And I think that's the reason why when I come in tomorrow, I'll be pretty bearish on Rocket Labs. You know, this was one, and we'll end on this, and I know I'll probably mention this in the morning show, but the trading show, she got to get some ideas in there as well. Rocket Labs, where it turned on that reconciliation or making up or whatever you want to call it, the bro hug out, which didn't actually happen. It failed to make a 52-week high today and pulled back already, lost the $30 level. And on the charts, it looks like a good double top reversal on Rocket, and you got a catalyst. So I think that's going to be on watch tomorrow. But you know what we got to do right about now, everybody? We're starting off the week hot. Tesla hot. Trading was hot today, no questions asked. But before we get into the roll call, got to get some shout outs. And first of all, I got to remind everybody, if you want to be a part of roll call, if you want to ask us questions, lots of engagement in the chat throughout the whole entire show, especially in the aftermarket show, make sure you hit the like and the subscribe. It's a subs only chat. So jump in there, give a big shout out and a thank you to Adara, of course, giving you all the news all day long and for doing the roll call in a couple of seconds here. Give a big shout out to my man Sean on the desk there with the killer trays, to the Bash Brothers, Joey Options and Sharif, to Obi for when he's filling in every single time. He's probably still hanging around here going through some charts as we speak. On the ones and twos, today we had Ramin back on the ones and twos, taking a break from the socials because Fabian was off and Andre was probably already gone. So big shout out to Ram as well. We have the best community out there. So drop your name in the roll call, and Adara is about to rock it.
We finally got KC earnings, so I'm going to roll call through these quickly. Sorry, guys, they literally just came out. Q4 earnings of $2.63 per share. That is well above estimates of $2.01 per share. Nice little beat. $3.99 billion in sales versus $3.93 billion expected. Nice little beat. Now, this is a spready stock, but I would call this kind of a DPZ spready stock in terms of my mental Rolodex of spready stocks. It might give you a little bit of a market or post-market move, but it doesn't have the type of liquidity for me to seriously consider trading it unless there's like a big switch. I will trade a lot of spready stocks, but you got to give me an in. You know what I mean? KC, stuff like that doesn't generally do that. So with that in mind, I'm going to keep going through this roll call. First, I want to shout out Bears versus Bulls. Not here right now. People asking about details. I don't know any, but hopefully he's doing well. We wish him the best. We're going to thank our friends at the show here. We're going to all the sponsors. We're going to thank Neil, Sean, Sharif, Joe, Brendan, hope you're having a lovely vacation. Fabian, Ramin, Andre, Chef Joe, Dangerous, great pun there. Yatube, Keebstein, thank you. Nimrod for donating these memberships. Mr. Thumbs Up, Pitchbull, Lee Yee, Jersey Sword Jack, that's an awesome name. Eski, Nephew with the capital P, Kapow, Xdami, Christopher Jones, KK14M, Chris Ball, Jake Robert, Snake, 007, Kyle, Wall Street Only, Alex, Dollar Bill, Sebastian Ontiveros, Heartbroken Biker, that's a great name as well, Daryl Flinch, Bishwaji, Dilo, Tranquil Channel, Go Bills, Chris Shrum, Bob the Dog, Al Gorilla, these names are great today, Robo, the Tranquil Channel, Go Bills, Eski, Walter, Yvonne, Rajesh, and we'll end here with Sunny, Little Tree, and Aura Alpha. We hope everyone had a great day, and guess what? We're going to do it all over again for you guys tomorrow. Very excited, and GameStop, more after the close, so let's see if that one roars.
Let's see. We haven't heard from Roaring Kitty in a while. Maybe he'll make a play again, but it doesn't matter because they're into Bitcoin now. So if Bitcoin rallies, maybe GameStop will as well. Either way, we're here to cover it. We are Trader TV Live. We'll see you all bright and early, 8:30 in the morning. Have a good one, everybody. Have a good one. Bye, Ernie.
But you're a hell of a guy. And I'm like, okay. I don't know.